Nestled in the Cotswolds of Gloucestershire, Stroud is a quaint market town celebrated for its vibrant art scene, eco-friendly ethos and historic charm. Its streets bustle with independent shops, cosy cafes and traditional pubs, embodying a commitment to local enterprise. Surrounded by lush countryside, Stroud offers ample opportunities for outdoor adventures, from scenic walks along the Cotswold Way to exploring the Slade Valley, immortalised by author Laurie Lee. With its rich heritage and progressive spirit, Stroud captivates visitors with its unique blend of rural allure and cultural vitality. Remembrance Sunday in the UK is a solemn occasion, held on the second Sunday in November, dedicated to honouring the sacrifices of British and Commonwealth military personnel who lost their lives in conflicts past and present. It was on this Sunday, the 12th of November 1989, when the Stroud Fire Brigade were notified of a blaze at a holiday cottage located in Rodborough, less than 2 miles south of Stroud. Firefighters swiftly travelled to the cottage and successfully extinguished the inferno. To their horror, in a bedroom, they discovered the lifeless body of a woman lying in the ashes. Gloucestershire Constabulary were swift in identifying the woman as 43-year-old Carmel Gamble, who owned the cottage. Initially, it was assumed that Carmel had died due to smoke inhalation or severe burns. However, it was discovered that this was not the case, and she had in fact been violently murdered. Her body had been mutilated, and stacks of clothing were ignited using paraffin. The pathologist who conducted the post-mortem concluded that Carmel had died from a badly fractured skull caused by multiple blows to the head. Carmel O'Donnell was born and raised in Stroud, and also married her husband, David Gamble, who was a computer executive in the town in 1973. The couple lived in a flat on Church Road in Wimbledon, London, and together they purchased a holiday cottage located at the Boulevard, Walkley Hill, in the village of Rodborough. Media reports from 1989 and onwards stated that the couple did not have any children. Carmel was described as an intelligent woman who wanted to be close with other people, but was very much a loner who spent a lot of her free time thumbing through the pages of books at her local library. In November of 1989, Carmel spent time alone at the cottage whilst her husband, David, who at this point was stated to have been a composer, worked in the City of London. Carmel Gamble had been living for 15 years with an eating disorder, specifically anorexia nervosa. She had been regularly receiving treatment for the condition at St George's Hospital in London, where her doctor observed that due to her chronic anorexia, she experienced a state of continuous or semi-starvation, which manifested in heightened alertness, excessive activity, restless sleep patterns, frequent irritability, and challenges in relaxing. Carmel, who in 1989 weighed less than 5 stone, governed her life by strict routines, valuing order and meticulous organisation, which provided her with a profound sense of control, as noted by her doctor. Despite experiencing frequent hunger, she adhered strictly to consuming only safe, non-fattening foods, such as carrots and other vegetables. However, she did occasionally allow herself a treat of fruit gums after meals, though she exhibited a particular pattern of consumption, limiting herself to a few gums of the same colour, typically 3 at a time. Her doctor further disclosed that she preferred shopping in the evenings, partly due to the approaching dusk, which often left Carmel feeling lonely and apprehensive about the night. Additionally, she found solace in the dimming light, feeling less self-conscious about her appearance as darkness descended. In Wimbledon, she frequented local shops and boutiques. Prior to her murder, she had recently visited a boutique to purchase a top, leaving a £5 deposit with the shopkeeper, mentioning an upcoming trip where she would be absent from normality for a couple of weeks. In October of 1989, she departed Wimbledon to return to the holiday cottage in Rodborough, intending to spend a few weeks by herself while her husband remained in London for work. Despite their physical separation, they had scheduled specific times to communicate via telephone, utilising a public phone box situated outside the cottage. Witness testimonies reconstructed Carmel's movements in the hours and days leading up to her death. On Thursday, November 9th, 1989, at approximately 5:30 p.m, Carmel was seen entering a Rumbelows shop in the centre of Stroud alongside an unidentified man. Descriptions of the man indicated he was a white male, approximately 45 years old, standing at 5 feet 4 inches tall with a slim frame, dark brown unkempt shoulder-length hair, intense eyes, and dressed in a light grey herringbone jacket with a dark grey pullover. The Rumbelows shop assistant who witnessed Carmel with the man noted that as she approached the pair, the man promptly departed. In 1996, a woman came forward with additional information regarding seeing Carmel with the man, expressing her inability to sleep due to what she knew. Police emphasised their belief that someone had knowledge of the man's identity. Police had interviewed David Gamble, however he was cleared of any involvement, having had a solid alibi being away for work in London. Further witness statements placed Carmel at So-and-So, a haberdashery in the town, near to closing time at 4:30 p.m. on Saturday the 11th of November, where she bought 6 buttons. In an interview with BBC's Crime Watch, the shopkeeper stated that Carmel only ever went shopping alone or with her husband. She was a regular customer to the haberdashery and was said to have been quiet and tended to pay with cash or by cheque. At 5:30 p.m, she was spotted in health and beauty retailer Boots on the High Street, where she made additional purchases. The manageress recalled Carmel distinctly, as she had to delay closing until after assisting her at the checkout. This manageress at Boots is the final known individual to have seen Carmel Gamble alive. Investigators are unable to confirm how Carmel travelled back to the cottage that evening. It was theorised that perhaps she took a taxi from the Stroud town centre or walked the nearly 2-mile distance back to the cottage, which her loved ones believed to be entirely plausible and something she certainly would have done. It was at approximately 8 a.m. the following morning, on Remembrance Sunday, a Stroud local noticed an unfamiliar individual inside the phone box adjacent to Carmel's cottage, with the door to the phone box slightly ajar. Shortly thereafter, smoke emanated from her residence, prompting the fire brigade to be alerted at 8:20 a.m. While it was initially considered that the individual in the phone box across from Carmel's cottage might not be linked to her murder, the police expressed interest in locating them due to the close proximity of the phone box to her residence and the swift detection of the fire shortly thereafter. This person attracted attention as they were seen wearing a long woolen hat. It was observed that the fire brigade received notification of the fire from an unidentified male caller who dialed 999 from the phone box opposite her cottage. During the investigation into her murder, the police highlighted their efforts to locate a man with a soft Irish accent. It was discovered that Carmel's woolen coat was missing, with some suggesting that the perpetrator likely took it as a means to cover up possible bloodstains on their clothes. Investigators released an e-fit of the potential suspect in the hopes of identifying him. However, their efforts were unfortunately fruitless. Furthermore, despite combing the cottage and surrounding areas, the murder weapon or weapons were never found. Subsequently, during a later appeal, the police sought to identify a man observed sitting on a bench a few yards from Carmel's cottage holding a white plastic bag. At approximately 2:30 a.m. on the morning of November 12, 1989, witnesses reported seeing him with his head in his hands. Investigators noted that the white plastic bag appeared to contain something, raising questions as to whether it held a container with an accelerant, such as paraffin. They suspected that Carmel's cottage might have been set ablaze using such an accelerant. Authorities also expressed interest in any information pertaining to a rusty yellow Triumph Dolomite car discovered abandoned the day preceding the murder on November 10, 1989. Two men already serving life sentences for murder came under suspicion. In 1991, one of the men brutally murdered both of his parents with an axe in Tetbury in Gloucestershire, leading to his imprisonment at Broadmoor. Officially, the murder of Carmel Gamble remains unsolved and is now, unfortunately, a cold case. Joy Lynn Offit, a 33-year-old mother of three, resided on the 90 block of Fugate Drive in Sykesville, Pennsylvania. Originally from Virginia, she was one of 4 daughters, but her parents divorced when she was only 3 years old. Following high school, Joy pursued her passion for journalism at Shepherd University in West Virginia. However, she encountered academic challenges and was compelled to discontinue her studies after the first year due to poor grades. Struggling with developmental issues, Joy had the cognitive abilities of a young teenager. She faced difficulties in maintaining employment and establishing lasting relationships. She was described by her loved ones as religious, trusting, and naive. In 1994, Joy married a man in Texas, but the union was short-lived, leading her to return home after just 2 years. Joy resided in Sykesville with her infant son, Alexis Lex Brolin III, who was 6 weeks old by July 4, 2007. She faced challenges during her pregnancy and was in the process of recovery. Joy had an on-again, off-again relationship with the father of her son, a man named Alexis Brolin II, who was also the father of her second daughter. By that summer, Joy's eldest daughter resided with her mother, while her youngest daughter lived with Brolin in Clearfield, approximately a 30-minute drive from Sykesville. On July 3, 2007, Brolin Sr. visited Joy's residence to deliver groceries and offer assistance while she was recuperating. During this visit, a heated argument ensued between Joy and Brolin regarding differing opinions about bathing their son in the sink, leading to Brolin's departure and return to Clearfield. In the subsequent days, Brolin attempted to check in on Joy and his newborn son by making phone calls, but unusually, none of these calls were answered. Brolin assumed that Joy was giving him the silent treatment, something she often did following a disagreement. A witness reported seeing Joy walking with a baby stroller in the neighbourhood on July 5th. When the neighbour greeted her, Joy ignored them and proceeded on her way. On July 5th or 6th, a nurse visited Offit's residence for a scheduled checkup, but received no response at the door, even though Joy's car was in the driveway. The nurse then contacted Brolin regarding the matter. When he stopped by again on July 7th, the house remained eerily silent, but Joy's car was gone. He came by again the following day, where he left a note for Joy, but the car was now allegedly absent. On July 11th, another appointment was missed by Joey. Her absence from these appointments was highly unusual and raised concerns about her well-being. Her mother and Brolin visited the house again, only to find a stack of mail by the door and Lex's stroller and nappy bag inside. Brolin left another note, stating that if he did not hear from her soon, he would call the police. In the early hours of July the 12th, at around 4 a.m, neighbours were startled awake by an explosion originating from Joey's residence, leading to a raging inferno. According to some neighbours, a car was parked in the driveway an hour prior to the explosion, but whether it was Joey's car remains unclear. The fire department promptly responded to the scene, extinguishing the flames. However, their grim discovery inside the house was truly shocking. In the bathtub lay the charred remains of Joey's 6-week-old son, Lex, who was identified through DNA analysis. Although the exact cause of death could not be determined, pathologists chillingly concluded that Lex had already passed away before the fire engulfed the family home. Further investigation by the fire department revealed that the fire had been arson, ignited by an unspecified accelerant. Joey Lynn, along with her vehicle, a 1994 red Saturn bearing Virginia license plates JXN8871, were both conspicuously absent from the scene. Her purse and identification were found inside the house, as was a slab of maggot-infested meat, which suggested that Joey had been absent from the house for quite some time. Following this discovery, Joey Lynn Uffett was reported as a missing person to authorities. On July 15th or 16th, sources differ on the exact date, Joey's vehicle was found in the parking lot of her former apartment complex located along Wapolani Drive in State College, Pennsylvania. Joey Uffett and Brolin had previously resided at the Nittany Gardens Apartments in 2003, which is located around an hour southwest of Sykesville. Joey's family found it peculiar that the car had been neatly parked in a designated space, as she was known to be an inexperienced driver and typically did not park with such precision. Moreover, upon inspection, the car appeared undisturbed, and there was no evidence indicating that Joey had recently operated the vehicle. Despite an extensive search, no trace of Joey Lynn was found. A brief period after Christmas that same year, skeletal remains resembling Joey's description were discovered in Somerset, Pennsylvania. However, subsequent DNA analysis determined that the remains did not belong to Joey Lynn Uffett. It later emerged that Joey's mother, Sherry, became aware in 2006, the year before her disappearance, of her daughter engaging with men over the internet. These men propositioned Joey to participate in modelling and pornographic activities, prompting Sherry to voice her concerns. Worried about the welfare of her grandchildren, Sherry suggested that they stay with her. However, this suggestion led to Joey reacting strongly and resulted in a confrontation that escalated to the point where the police were called. Joey was subsequently removed from the residence in handcuffs. Joey was then mandated by the court to undergo counselling before she could regain custody of her children. After she vanished, police discovered posts that Joey had made to an internet group for single mothers dating back to 2005. In these posts, she alleged that Brolin was a former drug addict and felon, and claimed to have filed a protective order against him. However, police were unable to establish a direct connection between her online activities and her subsequent disappearance. Joey's family holds the belief that she was murdered by someone who orchestrated her disappearance to make it appear as though she had harmed her son and fled. Her loved ones are adamant that Joey would have never willingly abandoned her other two children. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance remain ambiguous and enigmatic. Was she compelled to vanish of her own accord after the child's accidental death, or did she and her son fall victim to foul play in the aftermath of an arson attack? To date, no clues or evidence have emerged to shed light on Joey's fate, and no arrests have been made in connection with the case. Despite suspicion being thrown at Brolin, Joey's family do not believe he was at all involved, and he fully cooperated with authorities. Police have never identified a suspect in the arson death of 6-week-old Lex Brolin. Despite efforts to generate new leads and tips, including discussions on America's Most Wanted, no significant breakthroughs have emerged from these endeavours. On June 27, 2016, Joey Lynn's mother petitioned for her daughter to be declared legally deceased, a request that was ultimately approved. Presently, there is a $25,000 reward offered for any information leading to the discovery of Joey Lynn's whereabouts. In July 2022, marking the 15-year anniversary of Joey's disappearance, her sister shared a poignant post on Facebook. This week marks 15 years since the disappearance of Joey, the death of her 6-week-old infant son, and the fire that destroyed her home. Her daughters, then 2 and 8, were unharmed. I cannot begin to describe the manner in which this has devastated my family. Time has not healed the pain of losing Joey and baby Lex. It's hardest for Joey's girls and my mother, who cannot begin to heal without closure, who cannot have closure without answers. With no proof of life and all leads exhausted, our only hope of getting answers is with your help. The death of Lex Brolin and Joey Lynn's subsequent disappearance both remain unsolved. At the time of her disappearance in 2007, Joey Lynn Offit was 33 years old. She is described as Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing 110 pounds. Joey has brown hair and brown eyes, along with a noticeable lisp, and typically wears wire-framed eyeglasses. Unfortunately, what she was wearing when she vanished is unknown. If alive today, Joey Lynn would be 50 years old. Anyone with information regarding this case are urged to contact Pennsylvania State Police at 814-938-0535. Lismore is a city located in New South Wales, Australia, known as the Rainbow Region, symbolising its enchanting blend of cultural diversity, community and commitment to natural living. Nestled amidst the undulating hills of northern New South Wales, this area is celebrated for its alternative lifestyle, exceptional artists and gourmet produce, crafting a truly unparalleled experience for visitors and residents alike. Lismore is situated in close proximity to some of Australia's most remarkable World Heritage listed reserves, breathtaking national parks and expansive state forests. Among these natural wonders are Mount Warning National Park, enveloping the caldera of an ancient volcano, as well as the border ranges and Nightcap National Parks. Additionally, Lismore boasts the last 11 remnants of the Big Scrub, a vast rainforest that once covered much of the region, making it a haven for nature enthusiasts and conservationists alike. In 2005, the residents of the city were rocked by the death of a backpacker in mysterious circumstances. Simona Monica Strobel was born to farmers Gustl and Gabi Strobel on the 20th of September 1979 in Rieden near Würzburg, Bavaria, Germany. She had 2 siblings, a sister named Christina and a brother, Alexander. The The Strobels were known as being a quiet and respectful family. In 2004, the 25-year-old was employed as a kindergarten teacher, and she had a desire to see more of the world. On the 3rd of August 2004, Simona and her boyfriend since 1999, Tobias Sukfuel, flew to Australia to begin what was reported as a working holiday, which was due to last for approximately 1 year. On January the 25th, 2005, Tobias's sister, Katrine Sukfuel, joined the pair along with her friend Jens Martin. Together, the quartet toured Australia in a camper van. They explored the Northern Rivers region and spent time in Nimbin. The group planned to travel to Lismore to conduct banking transactions before continuing on their journey. Despite enjoying their trip around the country, the relationship between Simona and Tobias seemingly began to sour as February marched on. The couple appeared to have engaged in an argument on the 9th of February, and the following day there was obvious tension between them. They arrived at the Lismore Tourist Caravan Park in Lismore, New South Wales on February 11th, 2005. Simona, along with Tobias, Katrin and Jens, checked in for the night. Later they enjoyed drinks at the Gollan Hotel on the corner of Woodlark Street and Keene Street in Lismore, but were asked to leave by Paul Harris, the bar manager, at 11:10 p.m. Consequently, they returned to the caravan park. Tobias and Simona then allegedly fell into an argument with one another, which resulted in Simona walking away from the campsite. The next morning, Katrine and Jens became concerned as it appeared that Simona had not returned to the caravan park. Together, the pair began searching for her in the surrounding areas of Lismore. Having been unsuccessful in locating Simona, they returned to the campsite where they packed up and checked out the following morning on February 13th. Once they departed, they travelled to Lismore Police Station at approximately 10:45 a.m, where they reported Simona Strobel as a missing person and told police that she had left the campsite after the Sukfuel siblings had a disagreement. Days passed with no signs of Simona, leaving her loved ones overwhelmed by anxiety and fear over the welfare of the 25-year-old. A senior constable from the New South Wales Dog Unit discovered her lifeless body on a bocce court within the premises of the Lismore Continental Club on February 17, 2005. The club is located approximately 90 metres away from the campsite in Lismore where Simona was last seen. Simona was found naked and in an advanced state of decomposition, concealed under palm fronds. After Simona's remains were discovered, the Richmond Police District, supported by the Würzburg Criminal Police and the Würzburg Prosecutor's Office, initiated Strike Force Hawaii to probe her murder. Approximately 200 individuals gathered for a candlelit vigil beneath a eucalyptus tree close to the location where Simona's body was discovered. Simona's brother Alexander, reportedly alongside an uncle, arrived in Lismore on the 20th of February. The community of Lismore rallied together to support Simona's loved ones, as well as Tobias, Katrine and Jens. The kind-hearted folk of Lismore managed to raise approximately $6,000 for Tobias so that he could return home to Germany. Despite this display of kindness towards them, police had not disclosed the fact that they were suspicious of the three, mainly Tobias Sukfuel. Police released security surveillance footage showing Simona departing from the Gollan Hotel on the evening she was last sighted. The footage depicts her exiting the pub with three companions. While crossing the footpath towards the road, one of the men accompanying her pauses to wave at someone inside the establishment. As two individuals exit the frame, Simona remains on the pavement, engaging in conversation with one of her companions from the hotel. The two unidentified individuals re-enter the frame and their conversation with Simona resumes. A peculiar flaw in Katrine and Jens's recollection came to light when they told police that on the morning of February 12th, they had searched for Simona through the Lismore CBD, yelling out for her in the hopes she would reciprocate their calls. However, inspections of CCTV footage of the area found no trace of either Katrine or Jens scouring the area at that time. An inquest into Simona's death took place in July of 2007, where Jens Martin, the only one of the trio who attended proceedings and testified, admitted that both he and Katrine had lied to police regarding the events that took place on the night of February 11th, 2005. He confessed that Tobias had insisted that they deceive police about what had happened on that fateful night. He stated that he consented to falsehoods due to having consumed illegal substances the previous night, and Tobias expressed desire not to be regarded as a suspect. An interpreter for Jens told the inquest, quote, "I don't know who killed Simona. It's possible Tobias may have had something to do with it. It's not my job." Simona's cause of death was also discussed at the inquest, and although it was not confirmed, investigators told the coroner that they believed that Simona had been asphyxiated, likely on February 12th. Despite being found naked, the autopsy concluded that there was no evidence of sexual assault. On October 16th, the coroner made his ruling. Coroner Paul McMahon highlighted witness accounts reporting, quote, "intermittent screams heard from midnight to 1 a.m. on the Saturday morning." However, he emphasised the challenge in conclusively attributing these screams to Simona. He concluded that there was insufficient evidence to press charges regarding Simona's death, and he urged Tobias and Katrine to provide testimony. Journalists managed to locate Tobias in South Africa, where he denied any involvement in Simona's murder. In August of 2010, it was reported in the media that the Strobel family, who had stuck by Tobias for many years, accused him of continuously lying to them, and any faith they had in his innocence had diminished. In the winter of 2011, another article published in the media revealed that Simona's father, Gustel, disclosed that Katrine told him that she would never talk about what happened to Simona, quote, "even if you torture me." In 2014, the Bavarian Office of Criminal Investigation offered a €10,000 reward for any details that could lead to an arrest or conviction. Furthermore, on October 15, 2020, the New South Wales government and law enforcement announced a $1 million Australian reward. Originally slated for February 2021, a subsequent coronial inquest was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. On July 26, 2022, 43-year-old Tobias Moran, who had since changed his surname from Sukfuel, was arrested and charged with the murder of Simona Strobel. He attended the Perth Magistrates Court and was held in custody awaiting extradition to New South Wales, where he was set to appear in court in Sydney. Following his extradition, Tobias, who maintained his innocence, faced charges of murder and perverting the course of justice. Additionally, arrest warrants were issued for Katrine Sukfuel and Jens Martin on accusations of being accessories after the fact. The scheduled certification of charges against Tobias Moran in the Lismore local court on June 14, 2023 was cancelled after the court was informed that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions had chosen not to pursue the case, resulting in the withdrawal of the charges, which were officially dropped on June 23rd. Tobias's wife, Samantha Moran, told the media, quote, "I am deeply ashamed that this happened to Simona in Australia, a visitor to our country who Toby has always described as an angel on earth. I know that there is not a day that goes by that Toby does not think about Simona and wishes that he had stopped her from walking away that night. Simona was laid to rest in her hometown of Reading on March 5th, 2005. In Lismore, near the site of her passing, a small bench was installed, adorned with one of her most beloved quotes. "Defenceless I will be and vulnerable I know, on the open sea, and only protected by love, your love." Richmond Police District Commander Superintendent Scott Tanner said, quote, "We know the truth is out there, and we know there are people who are holding it back." He later stated, quote, "This is a crime which has stuck with many families who have young relatives travelling the world. The thought of losing them so far away from home is hard to comprehend. Help us put Simona's family at ease." The investigation remains open, and anybody with information regarding the murder of Simona Strobel should contact Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000 or via nsw.crimestoppers.com.au. Chance Lee Wackerhagen was born on September 2nd, 1984, to Gay Williams and Lee Dub Wackerhagen, a trucker, and was raised in Texas. At the age of 6, Chance's parents divorced, and custody of him was granted to his mother. When Gay first met Lee, he was a decent man, but behind closed doors, he was allegedly a violent individual. When she eventually decided to leave her husband, she became fearful of his potential actions against her or her 2 sons, one of which refused to see Lee altogether, though Lee was not this child's father. Despite enduring a tumultuous, controlling, and frequently verbally abusive relationship with her ex-husband, Gay often allowed Chance to visit his father and his girlfriend at the time, a 38-year-old nurse and recently divorced mother of 2 named Latricia White. Lee and Latricia's relationship mirrored Gay's experience with him, characterised by irrational jealousy and met with violence, often culminating in physical altercations between the 2. Lee's conflicts with Latricia often revolved around his son, Chance, placing the 9-year-old in the uncomfortable position of being caught in the middle. On December 17th, 1993, Chance departed from his mother's residence in Kingsville to spend the Christmas holidays with his father, who was residing in an apartment in Lockhart, Texas, with Latricia. On December 23rd, Lee and Latricia became embroiled in yet another heated argument after Chance accidentally overflowed the kitchen sink. Lee threatened to leave by packing his bags during the altercation. However, it appeared that the tension had subsided before Christmas arrived. Initially, Chance was scheduled to return home to his mother for Christmas Day. However, during a phone conversation that day, where Chance sounded excited and content with the gifts he had received, he expressed a desire to prolong his stay with his father. Gay agreed to this arrangement and asked her son to contact her again to arrange a pickup time when he could. Unfortunately, Gay never received another call from Chance thereafter. On Boxing Day, Lee, Latricia and Chance were spotted at a local restaurant, seemingly enjoying dinner together and in good spirits. However, the following day, December 27th, 1993, a gruesome scene was discovered at the Lockhart residence. 24 hours had lapsed since Jack White, Latricia's father, had heard from his daughter, and despite trying to contact her, his efforts proved to be in vain. Latricia had missed a shift at the medical centre she worked at, a behaviour starkly out of character for her. Fearing for his daughter's safety and well-being, Jack decided to visit her home. What he discovered there would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying lifelessly on the bedroom floor was Latricia White, having suffered fatal gunshot wounds from a .22 caliber revolver, fired 6 times. Lee and 9-year-old Chance were conspicuously absent from the apartment, their whereabouts unknown. Police swiftly cordoned off the scene to conduct a thorough investigation. Based on their findings, it was determined that Latricia had likely been killed in her sleep earlier that day, possibly not long after she, Lee, and Chance were seen together at the restaurant. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing appeared to be missing or out of place. However, a bloody footprint, believed to have belonged to 9-year-old Chance Wackerhagen, was found in the kitchen, indicating that he was present either prior to the crime or following it. 3 days later, at approximately 1 a.m, Lee's green 1986 Ford pickup truck was discovered abandoned in a field in a high-crime area of East Austin, Texas, approximately 30 miles away from his home. Upon examination of the truck, authorities found Lee's hunting rifle, which had not been recently fired. Additionally, they discovered his checkbook, wallet, a toolbox, a spare tyre, and several Christmas gifts, some of which were stained with blood. However, chillingly, testing revealed that the blood did not match White's blood type, though the overall results of who the blood belonged to were inconclusive. Furthermore, the amount of blood present was insufficient to suggest a life-threatening injury. Weeks stretched into months with no sign of Lee or Chance Wackerhagen. Initially, police believed that Lee, likely responsible for the fatal shooting of his girlfriend, had fled the scene in a panic with his son in order to avoid prosecution. However, since Lee did not have custodial guardianship of Chance, authorities viewed it as a case of non-custodial parental abduction. After Latricia's body was found, police issued a warrant for Lee Wackerhagen's arrest in connection with her callous murder. Additionally, he faced charges in Kingsville for interfering with child custody, as he failed to return his son home to his mother, who held legal custody. Moreover, the FBI sought him for interstate flight to avoid prosecution. Despite being active for 25 years, the warrants for Lee Wackerhagen's arrest did not lead to his capture, and he and Chance remain missing to this day. 4 months after the father and son vanished, Chance's maternal grandfather, O.P. Williams, received an anonymous phone call at his residence. The caller, whose voice resembled that of a child, urgently pleaded, quote, "Help me," before the line abruptly cut off, as if the phone had been slammed down on the receiver. While Chance's grandfather strongly believed the call originated from his grandson, this assumption has not been verified, and the call itself was unfortunately never traced. Many believe that the call was simply a cruel hoax. Lee's immediate family, nor his ex-wife, believe that he was involved in Latricia White's death or directly responsible for Chance's disappearance. According to his family and friends, Lee would never harm his son. But Latricia's family are sceptical, and they believe Lee was responsible for what happened on that fateful day. In a surprising turn of events, in the spring of 2016, the police reopened the case and expressed their belief that Lee and Chance had themselves fallen victim to foul play. They suggested that whoever killed Latricia was likely an associate or someone known to her or the family, rather than Lee or one of his acquaintances. Police categorised Latricia's murder as a crime of passion and initiated an investigation focusing on her ex-husband, who was engaged in a custody battle for their 2 children at the time of her death. Despite their thorough efforts, no one has ever been charged with her murder. Instead of considering Lee as the prime suspect, police now view him as a missing person or a victim of foul play, rather than a fugitive. New evidence was discovered by investigators which altered their perspective in this case, leading them to believe a third party was involved. It should be noted that prior to this incident, Lee had no prior criminal convictions, despite his alleged violence. Latricia's murder remains unsolved, and both Lee and Chance have not been seen or heard from since December of 1993. Lee Wackerhagen was 40 years of age when he disappeared. He is described as Caucasian, standing between 6 feet and 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing around 240 pounds. He had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, a moustache and wore eyeglasses. He also had scars on both of his arms and on his right leg. He would now be 70 years old. In December of 1993, when he was last seen, Chance Wackerhagen was 9 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, standing at 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighing approximately 75 pounds. He has blonde to strawberry blonde hair and blue-green eyes, and notably has a small distinctive dimple on his right cheek. What he was wearing on the day he vanished is unfortunately unknown. It should be noted that he may possibly be using the surname of Walker, as his father Lee had been known to use the alias Doug Walker, as well as his trucker nickname Dub. If alive in 2024, Chance Wackerhagen would be turning 40 years old. Anyone with any information regarding this case are urged to contact the Kingsville Police Department at 361-593-1700 or the FBI at 202-324-3000. On December 30th, 1976, a camper from Lake Worth stumbled upon the scattered bones of a young female in a heavily wooded area on Grassy Key, Monroe County, Florida. The location, known as the Gaines Rock Pit, at the 55.5-mile marker along US Highway 1, was frequented by campers and partygoers. While exploring the area with a friend, the camper encountered a man described as having a, quote, hippie-type appearance, who offered to reveal a human skeleton for a mere quarter. Intrigued, the camper not only recalled the discovery's location, but also volunteered to guide officers back to the Keys to pinpoint the precise spot. The remains were found amidst Spanish bayonet plants, obscured by moss, leaves and vines. The medical examiner, Dr. A.J. Fernandez, concluded that Jane Doe had been at the location for at least a few months prior to her discovery. Upon documenting the bones and their original position, Dr. Fernandez observed no signs of a violent demise, no gunshot wounds, no knife lacerations, and no fractures consistent with trauma. Although the cause of death remains inconclusive, foul play is suspected in Jane Doe's case. At the time of discovery, Jane Doe was estimated to be between 17 and 19 years old, standing approximately 5 feet 3 inches to 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing around 100 to 120 pounds. She had reddish brown hair, and near the remains was a black t-shirt featuring a Tiffany lamp rhinestone design, likely belonging to the victim. Detective Richard Rick Roth, the first responder to the scene, observed that the shirt had been knotted, suggesting it may have been used as a blindfold, as strands of the victim's hair were found within the knot. To aid in her identification, a forensic artist from the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children created a digital facial reconstruction of Jane Doe based on an original sketch. The victim's dental records were meticulously entered into several national databases for comparison, yet no matches were found. As a result, the case swiftly grew cold, and Jane Doe's remains were carefully stored in a box for safekeeping, awaiting the day when identification could finally be achieved. In 2001, the mother of another missing girl raised suspicions to Florida law enforcement that Jane Doe could be her daughter, who disappeared in 1974. However, after conducting comparisons of mitochondrial DNA with the assistance of the FBI, it was concluded that Jane Doe was not her child. Nevertheless, the mitochondrial DNA obtained from Jane Doe was subsequently added to the FBI's new mitochondrial DNA missing person database, with the hope that it might facilitate a match in the future. It wasn't until April of 2004 that the remains discovered on Grassy Key were conclusively identified as belonging to 15-year-old Stephanie Sempel, thanks to advancements in DNA technology. DNA samples extracted from the thigh and rib bones of Jane Doe were compared to those of Stephanie's mother, Dorothy Apple, resulting in a positive match. This breakthrough was facilitated with the assistance of the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as NCMEC, who aligned Stephanie's missing person report and photograph with Jane Doe's description and facial reconstruction. The match was further verified through Quantico's mitochondrial DNA missing person database. Stephanie Sempel was born on November 8, 1960, in Boca Raton, Palm Beach, Florida, and was part of a large family with 6 sisters and 1 brother. They resided in a waterfront residence in Boca Raton. Described by her sister as a free spirit, Stephanie had a penchant for spontaneous adventures with friends, sometimes venturing as far as California. During one such escapade, she acquired a tattoo of a peacock on the underside of her arm. In the summer months, Stephanie often lent a hand at a family-owned hardware store in Queens, New York, to earn some extra money. Her younger sister fondly remembered her. She grew up fast, she had a big heart, and she trusted everybody. Stephanie had a history of running away, and in March 1976, it seemed she had done so once again. At 15 years old, she informed her mother that she planned to spend a couple of days with friends in Key West, departing with a male companion. However, she never returned as expected that day. Concern deepened as days passed without any communication from Stephanie. Consequently, her parents, Dorothy and Richard, who had recently separated before her disappearance, reported her missing. The Sempel family harboured apprehensions about Stephanie's circle of acquaintances and had advised her against the Key West trip, but she proceeded regardless. In 1997, Stephanie's sister, Kim Quinn, residing in New York, took it upon herself to delve into the progress of her sister's case, only to stumble upon a shocking revelation. To her dismay, it became apparent that there was no official record of a missing persons report ever being filed for Stephanie. Consequently, no connection was established between Stephanie's disappearance and the discovery of Jane Doe, which occurred 9 months after she vanished. This oversight meant that Stephanie remained unidentified for over 28 agonising years. Despite clinging to hope for decades that Stephanie might still be out there somewhere alive, Her family's optimism was shattered. They even sought assistance from psychics in their desperate quest for answers, but ultimately their hopes were dashed. After Stephanie's positive identification, her remains were returned to her grieving family. On November 8th, 2004, which would have been her 44th birthday, a poignant memorial service was held at St Henry's Church in Pompano Beach. Following this heartfelt ceremony, Stephanie was laid to rest at the Boca Raton Municipal Cemetery and Mausoleum. Despite the bittersweet closure of finally locating Stephanie's remains, her family continues to grapple with unanswered questions, their search for closure persisting. To date, the circumstances surrounding Stephanie's demise remain shrouded in mystery, and the responsible party for her untimely death remains unknown. Authorities strongly believe her death was likely a homicide. Despite thorough questioning of individuals who were acquainted with Stephanie, including her friends and family, investigators have been unable to definitively determine who she was travelling to Key West with on the day she was last seen alive. Those who were last seen with Sempel may hold vital information crucial to bringing her killer to justice. Authorities emphasise the importance of anyone with even the slightest information, no matter how insignificant it may seem, to come forward. Every detail, no matter how small, could prove pivotal in cracking this case. Major Crimes Detective Sergeant Patricia Daly said in a statement regarding this tragic case, "Somebody knows her and knows what happened to her back in 1976. We want that person, or those people, to call us. A young girl lost her life, and both she and her family deserve to have some type of explanation for that. We'd like to give it to them." The Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit is currently handling Stephanie Sempel's case. Anyone possessing information pertinent to this investigation is urged to contact 305-289-2410. If you wish to remain anonymous, alternatively, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-346-TIPS. New Liskeard was a town located in the northeast of Ontario, Canada. In 2004, the towns of New Liskeard, Haileybury and Diamond were joined together to form the city of Temiskaming Shores. Temiskaming Shores is renowned for its warm northern hospitality and stunning natural surroundings. The city boasts numerous picturesque landscapes, a diverse cultural heritage, comprehensive educational and healthcare facilities, and a multicultural community. Celine Etier moved to New Liskeard with her family when she was 6 years old. Later in her life, she welcomed her daughter, Melanie Nadia Etier, who was born in the city on Christmas Day of 1980. In the early 1990s, Celine became a mother for the second time and welcomed a daughter named Jessie. Melanie was described as being salt of the earth, outgoing and of a loving personality with a great sense of humour, and was known to care for her younger sister almost like a second mother. Melanie had no relationship with her father, who was reportedly from Botswana in Africa. Her father and Celine had met in the former town of Haileybury when her father was attending mining school. While Celine was pregnant with Melanie, her father relocated to another school and subsequently returned to his home country when he completed his studies. It was 1996, and 15-year-old Melanie was an 11th grade honour student at New Liskeard's École Secondaire Catholique Sainte-Marie. After graduating from high school, Melanie's aspiration was to pursue a career in teaching, and also in her free time, Melanie had been learning self-defence with a friend. It was Sunday the 29th of September, and Celine was woken up by Melanie's alarm clock, which had been set for around 6 a.m. to ensure Melanie's timely arrival at the Garderie Richelieu, a local daycare centre where she worked. Melanie's grandparents arrived at the house around 10 a.m. to celebrate her grandmother's birthday, expecting Melanie to have completed cake preparation that she had planned. Initially, Celine wasn't concerned, assuming her daughter had dozed off while watching a film at her friend Ryan Chatwin's house the night prior. As time passed, Celine became concerned and anxious. Celine and her father went to Tim Hortons to purchase a cake and tried calling various places hoping to reach Melanie. She didn't possess the phone number of Melanie's friend Ryan Chatwin. However, Celine managed to get a friend to call the house, which was 6 blocks away, and asked about Melanie's whereabouts. Celine stated, quote, "They were supposed to be somewhere else, but her friend, whose place she was supposed to go, wasn't home because she had a bit of an accident." Celine's heart sank when she was informed that her daughter had left her friend's house at approximately 2 a.m. Furthermore, Melanie didn't show up for her scheduled daycare shift, prompting her mother to contact the new Liskeard police service around 1 p.m. to report Melanie as missing. The town's police department initiated a search effort, while Celine tirelessly scoured every possible location where her daughter might be. She engaged with the media and distributed posters to raise awareness of Melanie's disappearance. Meanwhile, the community rallied together, coordinating fundraising events to support Celine and 5-year-old Jessie, and ensuring they were provided with meals during this challenging time. Celine was determined to find her daughter and took matters into her own hands. She stated to Global News, quote, "My house felt like a big funeral for the first 2 weeks because I had people dropping off food, flowers, gifts. I had a lot of contact with the police. They really kept me up to date. I did many searches myself with friends." Melanie's loved ones were puzzled by her vanishing, as there were no indications that she was planning to leave or sever contact with her family and friends. With aid from witnesses, police investigators constructed a timeline of events leading up to Melanie's unexplained vanishing. The following details are courtesy of CBC podcast The Next Call. On the morning of Saturday, September 28, 1996, Melanie travelled to the home of her mother's close friend, Sylvie Chartrand. Present in the house were Melanie, Sylvie, and Sylvie's 6-year-old daughter, Stephanie, as Sylvie's partner, Denis Leveille, and her son, Jason, were out of town. During the visit, Melanie became upset and frustrated after breaking a nail. Sylvie later theorised that Melanie's distress may have been heightened by the family's financial struggles, such as their car issues and their phone service being disconnected the day before due to unpaid bills. Melanie departed from Sylvie's residence and headed downtown, where she encountered her best friend at a bus stop near the new Liskeard Public Library. Her friend, who had been studying in the library, opted to accompany Melanie. The two friends explored various spots in New Liskeard, and one of their stops was at a pizza where they enjoyed lunch. While savouring their pizza, Melanie shared the notion of pursuing a teaching career and volunteering in Botswana, her father's homeland. Melanie also bought candles, frosting, candy hearts, and a new cake pan to bake a cake for her grandmother's upcoming birthday celebration, scheduled for the next day before her grandparents left town. Additionally, they stopped by a residence in the nearby township of Diamond to retrieve payment from someone Melanie had provided babysitting services for. During their outing, the girls crossed paths with Melanie's boyfriend, Neil Fortier, whom she'd been seeing for 3 weeks, along with their friends Dave Bromley, Jay Denom, and Ryan Chatwin. According to Neil, Melanie was in a good mood. Between 9 and 9:30 p.m, the group made a stop at a video rental store and selected the movie Sudden Death. By 10 p.m, they had gathered at the Etier residence to watch the film. Celine Etier, spending time with Melanie's grandmother in the living room, suggested that Melanie's bedroom was too messy to accommodate guests. Despite being offered the option to watch the film in her room, Melanie insisted that they find another location to watch it, prompting the group to leave the house. They attempted to watch the movie at the residence of Dave Bromley's then-girlfriend Samaya Benchabi, but she was unable to host them due to her family preparing for a move. However, Samaya briefly accompanied them as they walked to another house. She parted ways with the group at the Armstrong Street Bridge and returned home. Around this time, Melanie's female friend noted a sudden drop in temperature. Around 10 p.m, the group moved to a residence on Pine Avenue, where Ryan Chatwin resided. Although Ryan's parents were in the house, they stayed in their bedroom. Dave departed for his home at this juncture. The house was approximately a 10 to 12 minute walk from the Etier residence, or roughly 6 blocks away. As per eyewitness accounts, the teenagers watched the movie quietly in the basement while Ryan's parents slept. There is no indication that any alcohol or drugs were consumed by any members of the group that evening. Before the film they were watching concluded, Jay Denom left the house around 12:30 to 1 a.m. and returned home. Similarly, Melanie's female friend left early, aiming to catch a ride to Haileybury, departing also around 12:30 to 1 a.m. While exiting the house, she encountered a suspicious vehicle slowly approaching her as she crossed an intersection, seemingly assessing her. Feeling unsettled by the incident, she swiftly ran to the next intersection by the Armstrong Street Bridge, which was better illuminated. She followed the same route presumed to have been taken by Melanie to the Etier home, where Melanie's grandparents waited for her return so they could take her home. The unnamed female friend arrived at the Etier residence shortly before 1 a.m, catching the last few minutes of Saturday Night Live before being driven home. The vehicle she encountered was described as a white or light-coloured Chevrolet Monte Carlo or a similar two-door model in a poor condition. The vehicle had a grey patch on the right side, which was likely present in order to conceal damage of some sort. The witness believed there were 2 teenage boys or young men inside the vehicle, but couldn't recall ever seeing this car again. At the time of her departure, only 3 of the friends remained in the Chatwin home: Melanie, Neil and Ryan. The last confirmed sighting of Melanie Etier occurred around 1:30 to 2 a.m. on September 29, 1996, as she departed her friend's house and embarked on the 1-kilometre journey to her home, walking alone. It was unusual for Melanie to walk home unaccompanied, but with no phone service available, she couldn't request a ride. One of the boys accompanied her to the front door and observed her heading west along Pine Avenue East. Melanie's path would have encompassed 3 intersections, traversed the Armstrong Street Bridge, passed by a gas station and an apartment building, proceeded either through a back alley or along a main road, and finally ascended to the top of Church Street, where the Etier residence was situated. According to accounts from family and friends, Melanie typically favoured using the back alley during this journey. The bridge was the sole portion of Melanie's route that boasted bright lighting, and the street would have maintained reasonable activity even during the late hours when she was spotted crossing it. Following the bridge, the final segment of her homeward walk involved a dimly lit back road where the video rental store she had visited earlier in the day was situated. The weather that evening was clear, and given that only 2 days had passed since the previous full moon, it is assumed that there would have been some natural illumination along Melanie's route. At the time, she was dressed in a green Nike windbreaker, a white t-shirt featuring a blue heart Pepe logo, blue jeans, a black belt with a silver buckle, black boots with a short heel, a necklace and a watch. At the time she vanished, Melanie Etier was 15 years old. She is described as a black female standing at 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing 120 pounds, has brown eyes, long braided black hair, and is of a dark complexion and slim build. Police were certain it was a case of foul play. Over a dozen police officers and volunteer firefighters combed through the locations where Melanie had been last seen, and police departments throughout Ontario were notified of her disappearance. Despite conducting a thorough door-to-door canvassing, no residences in the vicinity were searched by authorities. Search teams were unsuccessful in locating any clues regarding Melanie's whereabouts or any indication of where she might have vanished or been taken. Officially, no evidence has been unearthed in the case. However, according to the Etier family, a solitary item may have been found by the police on the initial day of the search, but was never disclosed publicly. Hundreds of people were interviewed, both as suspects and persons of interest. However, nothing significant rose from these interrogations. Many witnesses came forward to investigators. One witness stated that they saw a woman in the middle of the bridge and was coerced into a vehicle by two male individuals. Another witness, who came forward in 2021, stated that at around 1:45 a.m. on the night she vanished, she heard a piercing scream. Approximately 45 seconds later, she heard more shouting, which heightened her fear. After ensuring that her front door was secured, the witness stealthily approached her bay window. From there, she observed three silhouettes of individuals sprinting down the street towards Pine Avenue, yet no vehicles or headlights were visible. Posters and billboards featuring Melanie's image were erected in New Liskeard and nearby areas. Celine, along with volunteers from the community and Jay Denom, distributed posters in New Liskeard and beyond to places such as Timmins, Ottawa and Montreal. Celine also penned a letter to the editor of the Temiskaming Speaker newspaper, which was published in a November edition. Additionally, Celine forwarded information about Melanie to media outlets in Toronto, aiming to sustain awareness of the case. The Ontario Provincial Police, also known as OPP, has a theory suggesting that Melanie was taken against her will by a stranger, or enticed into the vehicle by someone she knew. The investigation is further complicated by the presence of the Trans-Canada Highway, which runs through the community and increases the likelihood of a random assault by an outsider. The speculation that Melanie was taken by her estranged father has been dismissed by the OPP, who have ruled him out as a suspect. Celine has criticised the theory suggesting that her daughter was coerced into a sex trafficking ring. Some believed that she was murdered by a serial killer or was victim of a drunk driver. In 2005, a relative of Melanie reported being contacted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Canmore, Alberta, regarding a man in their custody who had allegedly confessed to the crime but later died by suicide. Another theory proposing that Melanie fell into the Wabi River and drowned has been rejected by her family, as Melanie was proficient in swimming and no remains were ever recovered from the river. It must be stated that Melanie's friends who were with her on the night she disappeared are not considered suspects in the case. Chillingly, it was reported that a makeshift gravestone was found in a graveyard in North Cobalt, which bore the words, "Rest in peace, Melanie Etier." Celine Etier believes that the North Cobalt Cemetery is the most probable location where Melanie's body might have been buried. This belief stems from the fact that one of the suspects, Denis Leveille, who was the husband of her close friend Sylvia, had previously worked at the cemetery and was highly acquainted with the surrounding vicinity. Denis allegedly had a troubled upbringing and had suffered somewhat both emotionally and physically in his life. He was also allegedly involved in drugs and had history of making advances towards minors. His daughter Stephanie was reported to have said that it was strongly apparent that her father was a predator. He had also spent time in prison for such offences. During the weekend when Melanie vanished, Denis and his stepson Jason initially claimed they were going fishing with Denis' brother and Jason's friend. However, Denis later confessed they attended a motocross competition in North Bay. Jason confirmed this alibi in a 2021 interview, though his memory was allegedly affected by the trauma of Melanie's loss. Denis mentioned spending time at a bar without Jason. They returned home between 12 and 4 p.m. on September 29th, and Denis helped in the search, even borrowing a friend's dog for assistance, as confirmed by investigators. The day following Melanie's reported disappearance, her grandmother had a disconcerting encounter with Denis when he entered the basement of the Etier residence to smoke a cigarette. This struck her as highly unusual since he had never ventured there before, and Celine prohibited smoking in her home. 3 days into the investigation, Denis remarked to Celine that the individual responsible for harming her daughter must have been very strong, as Melanie was capable of defending herself. To illustrate his point, Denis showed Celine deep nail marks on his arms, claiming they were from play fighting with Melanie. It was at this juncture that Celine began harbouring significant suspicions about Denis. Witnesses reported that Denis' reasoning behind the scratch marks were different than what he had told Celine. For instance, he told one witness that the marks were caused by brushing up against branches in woodland as he volunteered in the search for Melanie. Despite their suspicions and mounting accounts of criminal behaviour, Denis died in 2016, with any secrets he may have possessed taken with him to the grave. On August 11, 2009, Celine Etier established a Facebook page titled "Let's Work Together to Find Melanie Etier" to raise awareness of Melanie's case. Celine told Global News, quote, "I believe in my heart that she's passed away, but I just feel that I need to find her. She deserves to be found. The people who are responsible should acknowledge what they've done." She further said, quote, "I think in my heart the only way to find her is if I'm given a location. To me it's not as important to know who did it as it is to find my daughter to give her a place of rest. In my heart I believe she deserves to be found. She should not just be out there somewhere and forgotten." There is currently a $50,000 reward for any information that leads to an arrest or conviction in the case. If you possess any details about the disappearance of Melanie Etier, you can contact Detective Sergeant Lisa Laxton at 705-647-8400. Alternatively, if you prefer to maintain anonymity, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. By early 2019, Autumn Vanessa Viola Prince was 18 years old, with her entire life ahead of her. She was described by her family and friends as a remarkable young woman who had a way of making everyone around her feel special. Known for her kindness and compassion, Autumn cherished spending time with her family and friends. She had a passion for travel, music, singing, writing, and baking. She also took delight in pampering herself by painting her nails, styling her hair, and indulging in shopping trips. With her infectious sense of humour, she loved to laugh and bring joy to others. Autumn had a special bond with her cousins, her stepfather, and her two younger brothers, who simply adored her. Originally from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Autumn moved to Broken Head, Ojibwe Nation, where she was placed in the care of her mother's cousin in Selkirk. Autumn resided there until 2017, when she made the decision to move back to Winnipeg to live with her mother, who had recently overcome addiction after struggling with it for several years. Autumn herself struggled similarly to her mother with on and off chemical dependency. On February 16th, 2019, Autumn visited her mother Gardina's house on Bannatyne Avenue. She ate and showered there before leaving to spend time with her friends, as she often did. The following evening, on February 17th, between 8 and 9 p.m, Prince's boyfriend arrived at her mother's residence in a distressed and intoxicated state. He was visibly injured and covered in blood. He recounted to Autumn's mother that they had both been attacked at a house party on Ross Avenue. However, he claimed to have no knowledge of Autumn's whereabouts after the incident, telling her mother, quote, "I don't know. She left." Concern for Autumn's well-being grew more acute as each day passed with no sign of her whereabouts. Despite reaching out to her friends, none could provide any insight into her location, and her typically active social media accounts remained ominously quiet, a stark departure from her usual behaviour. Given Autumn's popularity and frequent online presence, her sudden disappearance prompted her loved ones to report her as missing on February 18th. Gardina Prince, unable to search herself due to caring for her two youngest children, cooperated with the police by suggesting potential search locations for her daughter. Unfortunately, their combined efforts failed to yield any results. Faced with this uncertainty, her family then took matters into their own hands the following day, only to be met with heartbreak. Shortly after 9 a.m. on February 19th, 2019, with the purpose of hanging missing persons posters and visiting Rossbrook House, a refuge for young people in the area, Autumn's mother, along with her 17-year-old sister and her boyfriend, made a tragic discovery. They found Autumn's lifeless body, curled up in the fetal position amidst the snow, nestled between a chain-link fence and a house on Ross Avenue in central Winnipeg. This location was just a few blocks from their family residence and not far from where a house party had taken place 3 days prior. The unforgiving winter temperatures had plummeted to minus 25 degrees Celsius, and Autumn, a mere 18 years old, was found without a coat or shoes, clad only in a purple tank top and black tights. Her family were left shattered, consumed by grief and a desperate need for closure. They attempted to reach out to the owners of the house where the party had occurred, hoping for some answers, but their efforts were met with silence as nobody answered the door. Gardina, Autumn's mother, grapples with the incomprehensible notion that her daughter remained unnoticed for at least 48 hours, especially considering that she and her family discovered her within mere minutes of searching. Reflecting on this, she expressed to CBC News, quote, "I can't see how people all day Monday did not see my daughter there. Someone could have helped my daughter. Someone could have just looked out of their window. Someone could have done that for my kid, and they didn't. It took us 10 minutes to find her. It took me and her sister and her boyfriend to find her, and it's traumatized us. Every time we close our eyes, she's there. That last image of her, the way we found her, is there. It's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. That image is always going to be there, and it's hard not to blame myself." The results of Autumn's autopsy have not been made public, leaving her cause of death undisclosed. As of now, the circumstances surrounding Autumn's death remain undetermined. On the day following the discovery of Autumn's body, a multitude of people congregated at a vigil near the alleyway on the 600 block of Ross Avenue to pay tribute to her memory. Among the attendees were her family, friends, classmates, and members of the community, who united to celebrate her life and spirit. They adorned a makeshift shrine with flowers, stuffed animals, and photographs of the 18-year-old, creating a poignant display of remembrance. Schoolmates fondly recalled Autumn as a cheerful and compassionate individual who had a knack for bringing joy and laughter to those around her. The news of her passing deeply affected them, leaving a profound impact on their hearts. In the wake of Autumn's tragic passing, the community remains deeply shaken, grappling with unanswered questions and the profound loss of a bright young soul. As her loved ones continue to seek closure and justice, they find solace in the outpouring of support and solidarity from those who gather to honour her memory. Although Autumn's presence may no longer grace the physical world, her spirit lives on in the cherished memories and enduring impact she leaves behind. Indeed, the unresolved circumstances surrounding the death of an 18-year-old woman leave a haunting void in the hearts of those who loved her and her community. The pressing questions of who committed this heinous act and what motives lay behind it weigh heavily on the minds of all involved. It's unknown exactly what approach police made to this particular investigation. Autumn's boyfriend turning up at her mother's residence covered in blood certainly seems a rather significant point of interest for authorities to look into. However, the exact steps they took in this investigation are publicly unknown. It is unclear whether the police ever visited the house where the party had occurred, whether they'd questioned the owners or anyone who attended the gathering that night. It is also unclear whether any arrests were ever made. Unfortunately, in this case, we are left with far many more questions than answers. If you possess any information regarding Autumn Prince's death, don't hesitate to contact Winnipeg Police Service at 204-986-6313. Your assistance could be crucial in bringing closure to this case and obtaining justice for Autumn and her loved ones. Vincent Lamery entered the world on May 31st, 1983 in Belgium. Raised in the vibrant city of Ghent, he shared his home with his parents, Martin and Frida, and his two sisters, Magali and Violette. Throughout his formative years, Vincent developed a deep appreciation for classical music and basketball. As he entered adolescence, his interest in philosophy ignited, becoming a cornerstone of his intellectual pursuits. In 2000, Vincent's parents went through a divorce, a pivotal event that deeply affected the teenager, as well as a difficult breakup with his girlfriend around the same time. Struggling to cope with this significant upheaval, Vincent's mental health took a nosedive, plunging him into a profound depression. At just 16 years old, he made a desperate attempt on his own life by leaping from a 6-story building by the sea, though fortunately he survived the ordeal. However, the fall left him with severe injuries, necessitating a lengthy 6-month hospitalization and a year of reliance on a wheelchair for mobility. During his first week in hospital, he was comatose, and his mother told the press that her son had broken almost every bone in his body. As Vincent reached the age of 18, he showed signs of physical recovery and appeared to be in a better state of mind, leading to his discharge from psychiatric care. Despite the challenges he faced, he secured a job at a local Pizza Hut restaurant and resumed his studies, focusing on mathematics with aspirations of attending Ghent University in the future. With newfound determination, Vincent seemed poised to embrace what lay ahead. On January 25, 2002, Vincent informed his mother that he was heading to school as normal and would be working at Pizza Hut later in the evening. Curiously, he recommended that his mother take the 9 a.m. train to her job in Brussels, Belgium, deviating from her usual routine. However, Vincent had a different plan in mind. Without his mother's knowledge, he intended to board his mother's train to the airport. When he failed to return home as expected later that day, his mother grew concerned and reached out to his workplace, only to discover that he wasn't scheduled to work that day after all. Following his disappearance being reported to the authorities, police launched an investigation, uncovering extremely alarming details. Vincent had taken deliberate steps to cover his tracks, including wiping his computer hard drive and clandestinely acquiring a passport. He then boarded a flight from Brussels to New York City. Upon landing at JFK International Airport, Lamery found himself obliged to adhere to American immigration regulations, which necessitated purchasing a return ticket. Although it remains uncertain whether he intended to utilise this ticket, scheduled for February 9, 2002, Vincent ultimately did not board his return flight. Subsequent records reveal that his passport was used to cross from the US into Canada at Niagara Falls on January 25th, followed by a re-entry into the United States on January 31st. However, following these events, Vincent vanished without a trace and has never been seen or heard from again. A significant development was made when Vincent's backpack was discovered in a trash can at Prospect Park in New York at 4:15 p.m. on February 2nd, following a severe ice storm that had swept through the area. Inside the backpack, authorities found a collection of items including Vincent's passport, the unused return plane ticket, $10 in American currency, $25 in Canadian coins, a pocket knife, taxi receipts, a selection of 36 classical music CDs, a portable CD player, and an American hardcover edition of J.D. Salinger's renowned novel The Catcher in the Rye. Notably, the 18-year-old had a strong identification with the novel's protagonist, Holden Caulfield, a disillusioned teenage outsider who embarks on a journey to New York City following academic setbacks. His mother said he was wild about the book. Upon discovering The Catcher in the Rye in Vincent's backpack, his mother felt compelled to read it. She described the experience as surreal, as every detail seemed to resonate deeply within her son's life. From the dedication, "To my mother," on the first page, to the character's father, who also happened to be a lawyer, and even the nickname Goldfish, which echoed Vincent's own baptism card, everything seemed to align with his existence. As she delved deeper into the novel, Frida found herself retracing Holden's journey, even going so far as to investigate the hotels mentioned in the story. Her quest for answers culminated at the edge of Niagara Falls during the wintry months a year after Vincent disappeared. As she delved deeper into the novel, Frida found herself retracing Holden's journey, even going so far as to investigate the hotels mentioned in the story. Her quest for answers culminated at the edge of Niagara Falls during the wintry months a year after Vincent disappeared. There she stood, tossing a white orchid, her son's favourite flower, into the churning waters, hoping to gain insight into her son's innermost thoughts. Yet, despite her efforts, using ticket receipts to trace her son's final known movements, Frida was left without the closure she desperately sought. While Niagara Falls is unfortunately known for being a common location for suicides, no evidence of Vincent's remains were ever recovered there. It cannot be said with certainty whether he took his own life during his travels abroad. His mother, Frida, clings to the hope that her son didn't succumb to self-harm, but instead embarked on a fresh start in either the United States or Canada. Adding to the mystery, a bus stop located just down the street from where his belongings were discovered offers easy access for individuals to board buses without the need for identification, raising the possibility that Vincent may have embarked on a journey somewhere after abandoning his possessions. The exact fate of Vincent after his re-entry into the United States remains uncertain. Authorities lack a clear understanding of the events that transpired during his brief journey to Canada and are unable to construct an accurate timeline of his movements leading up to the discovery of his backpack. When looking at the circumstances and evidence found, it is deemed likely that Vincent took his own life at Niagara Falls. Alan Myuu of the Missing Persons Unit told the press, quote, "The American authorities have told us that dozens of people commit suicide there every year. Their corpse is never found. At the bottom of the waterfall, it's such a cauldron of whirlpools that never come to rest that bodies can be kept underwater for eternity." Frida, Vincent's mother, portrayed her son as someone who projected happiness outwardly, yet she knew often that this was a facade. According to her, Vincent was a solitary but very smart individual with a pessimistic perspective on life. Despite his ability to verbally reassure her when questioned about his well-being, Frida couldn't shake the feeling in her gut that her son was grappling with inner turmoil. Frida continues to deal with feelings of guilt, plagued by the notion that she should have anticipated Vincent's disappearance. She reflects on various moments that now seem like clear warning signs, such as a particular instance when they were watching television coverage of the manhunt for Osama bin Laden together. Vincent's comment, quote, "Mummy, if I want to disappear, they would never find me," now resonates profoundly with Frida, adding to her burden of regret. She told Belgian media outlets regarding her son's disappearance, quote, "I would be relieved if Vincent's bones were found tomorrow, because that nagging doubt is worse than knowing that your child is dead. It's a cliché, but you can't say goodbye to a missing child. On the other hand, I'm willing to give up everything I have right now in exchange for one brief moment with Vincent, although it will take a miracle for that." Frida has expressed her desire for her ashes to be scattered at Niagara Falls, the location where her beloved son Vincent is presumed to have met his end. She sees it as a poignant tribute, intertwining her eternal rest with the memory of her son's tragic fate. When he disappeared, Vincent Lamoury was 18 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, standing at 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing approximately 160 pounds. He had light brown hair and blue-green eyes, and has metal plates inserted in his right leg and foot, and several scars on both legs and feet. Though it cannot be said with complete certainty, Vincent was possibly last seen wearing a size L or XL black winter coat, a long-sleeved black wool sweater with the Ralph Lauren logo on the chest, a pair of size 10.5 black leather Mephisto shoes with a buckle on the side, and a white metal Rodania wristwatch with a black leather strip. Lamoury had a history of depression and suicidal tendencies, and may have been experiencing these thoughts at the time he disappeared. He may go by his mother's maiden name, Colpere. As the years have passed, a number of age progression images of Vincent have been released to the public, with the latest rendering being released in 2022, showing what he would look like aged 39. If alive in 2024, Vincent Lamoury would be turning 41 years old. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to contact New York State Park Police at 716-278-1777. York, a former city and district within Toronto, Ontario, Canada, lies to the northwest of Old Toronto, to the southwest of North York, and to the east of the Humber River. York holds a significant place in Canadian history, as it was the original settlement that eventually grew into the vibrant metropolis of Toronto. 19-year-old Mabel Krumbach resided at 661 Willard Avenue in the former York Township. She was described as a pretty, lovely-mannered, decent young woman who trusted everyone. She was religious and frequently went to St. John's Baptist Church, where she participated in the choir and engaged in various social activities hosted by the church. Quiet, reliable and sensible, Mabel was employed at steel fabricating company Eastern Steel Company as an office stenographer. It was Sunday, May 27th, 1950. Mabel's parents, Sheldon and Helen, had travelled to a wedding in Detroit, Michigan for the weekend, leaving Mabel at home to take care of Gary, her 8-year-old brother. Her older brother, 11-year-old Bruce, was not at the residence that evening. After the clock struck midnight on May 28th, Mabel returned home to the Willard Avenue residence following a date night with her boyfriend, James Bryan. Gary saw his sister at approximately 12:30 a.m, and she seemed content with nothing out of the ordinary. The house fell silent, and the siblings fell into a slumber. A few hours later, 8-year-old Gary woke suddenly. He described hearing what sounded like, quote, a dogfight downstairs. He recalled hearing a dog barking, a cacophony of male voices, and a high-pitched laughter from what he deciphered to be Mabel. In his sleepy state, he thought little of it, and subsequently fell asleep once more. Later that Sunday, Sheldon and Helen returned from Detroit to a home that sat in an eerie stillness. Anxiety began to flood in, as Gary told them he couldn't find Mabel, and he had notified the neighbours who had contacted the police. Furthermore, both front and rear side doors of the property were unlocked, which was highly unusual and something their daughter would never have normally done. The front door looked out onto Willard Avenue, and although unlocked, was closed. The rear side door, however, which looked out onto St. John Road, was left open. Investigating Mabel's bedroom, it was discovered that a red and black checkered shirt, a blue plaid skirt, black suede shoes, and a comb were missing. Strangely, her pyjama top was missing, however Mabel's pyjama bottoms were found neatly tucked beneath her pillow. Her purse and cash lay in her bedroom untouched. Treating her vanishing as an abduction, police began door-to-door inquiries regarding the mysterious disappearance of Mabel Krumbach. Chillingly, a number of neighbours recalled disturbing events in the night. At approximately 2 a.m, one neighbour heard a distressing scream. A second witness recalled hearing many voices coming from the kitchen of the Krumbach residence, with lights on in both the kitchen area and in Mabel's bedroom. A third stated that they saw 3 strange men sitting in a parked car in the area. In June of 1950, 2 weeks after Mabel's vanishing, the North Bay Nugget reported that a witness had seen Mabel at a tourist home in Ancaster. The individual who reported the sighting confirmed that a man with a hare lip, also known as a cleft palate, had been in her company, and the pair allegedly headed west together. The witness was Mrs. Wesley Jenny, who was the owner of Highland Cabins, a camping site for tourists and travellers. Having been shown a photograph of the missing 19-year-old, she was certain that the woman she saw was Mabel. According to Jenny, the woman had appealed to her for help and said that she was with the man against her will. However, Jenny paid no attention to her pleas. Jenny further stated that the woman had bleach blonde hair, despite Mabel being known as having raven black hair, and she reported that the woman acted oddly, as if she was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Mrs. Jenny commented that the woman told her she had been forced to bleach her hair and alter her appearance, likely to avoid being identified. Jenny only notified authorities of her encounter with the woman after reading about Mabel Krumbach's disappearance in the newspapers. Sheldon and Helen Krumbach did not believe that the woman Mrs. Jenny conversed with was their daughter, as Mrs. Jenny recalled the woman lighting a cigarette. However, according to Mabel's mother, she was not a smoker. Mabel also had a habit of biting her nails to a degree where it was very noticeable, and Mrs. Jenny didn't describe this specific detail when recalling her interaction with the blonde woman. Investigators appealed to the public for aid in finding the blonde woman and the man with the cleft lip. Unfortunately, not much came from this appeal. However, several sightings of a dishevelled woman matching Mabel's description was seen in the days following her disappearance. In Oakland, Brant County, Mount Pleasant farmer Albert McAllister recalled that on the 12th of June, just over 2 weeks after Mabel disappeared, he witnessed a young woman sleeping behind a roller in one of his farm's fields. Albert approached and woke the dark-haired stranger, who, upon being roused, panicked and fled through the hayfields towards a side road where she disappeared out of sight. Following this, Albert McAllister called the police. Interestingly, Mabel's grandparents, George and Libby Krumbach, resided near Oakland, Brant County. Other family members lived within a few hundred yards of Albert McAllister's farm. It was theorised that Mabel may have been travelling to a relative's home. After Albert's statement was published in the newspapers, other witness reports were filed by the police which indicated that this unidentified, dishevelled woman was seen living out on the street. Searches by air, horseback and on foot took place throughout Brant County, with local volunteers and Boy Scouts aiding police in their search. Unfortunately, nothing significant was recovered from these searches, leaving Mabel's loved ones aching for answers. As time marched on, reports of sightings dwindled and the case went cold. In 1956, Mabel's disappearance hit the headlines once again, when a travelling hypnotist made comments during a meeting at Sydenham Street United Church in Kingston, Ontario, suggesting that Mabel had been murdered. Known as Jim, the man stated under an alleged hypnotic trance from his partner, Dr. Mason, that he knew where Mabel's body had been buried. Members of the club meeting were stunned at this apparent revelation, and there was a commotion following the incident. When Jim was taken out of the alleged trance he had been in, he claimed that he had never heard of Mabel Krumbach, nor had any knowledge of her disappearance. The Expositor newspaper brought the pair in for an interview, where Jim, once again under hypnosis, revealed further alleged details about Mabel's fate. Jim alleged that a man had taken Mabel into a car and passed through Brantford, driving on Burford Road, then drove south to Scotland. Jim then claimed that the man stopped the vehicle and upon exiting the car struck Mabel fatally with a wrench. Once the alleged murder had taken place, Jim further stated that the man buried her in a location that he pinpointed as being a wooded area, 1.5 miles north of Scotland on a farm owned by a Walter Paderak. Jim, Dr. Mason and reporters from the Expositor newspaper ventured to the area where they crossed over rugged, snow-dusted fields to the alleged burial site, where Jim pointed at a specific area indicating a shallow grave. Reporters were shocked when, following this, Jim unexpectedly vomited. Police were notified and arrived at the scene, where they began digging. However, they eventually called off the dig, with no evidence to suggest that a body had been buried there. Inspector Walter Corson of the York Township Police Force said he did not believe Dr. Mason and Jim's story to be a hoax, and at that point in the investigation would follow any tips that were received. This was the last major update published about the investigation into Mabel's disappearance. Years passed with no answers as to what occurred on the night Mabel vanished. Sheldon and Helen Krumbach moved to the south of Ontario with their sons Gary and Bruce. Sheldon and Helen both passed away in 1983 and 1984 respectively, without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. In 1997, the Expositor reported that Mabel's brothers did not wish to discuss their sister's case, with an unnamed woman telling the publication that both men just wanted to forget it and move on. At the time she disappeared, Mabel Krumbach was 19 years of age. She is described as a Caucasian female of a fair complexion, standing at 155 centimetres or 5 feet 1 inches tall, and had black curly hair. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Mabel Krumbach, you can contact Toronto Police Service Missing Persons Unit by calling 416-808-7411 or by direct email missingpersons@torontopolice.on.ca. Joshua Vernon Maddox was born on March the 9th, 1990 in Colorado Springs to Michelle Albert and Roberta Bertie Lee Schmear Maddox, and was their youngest son and fourth child. The Maddox family lived in Woodland Park, a serene enclave within the Pike National Forest of Teller County, Colorado. Joshua's academic brilliance shone brightly, matched only by his quick wit and penchant for humour. He wasn't just a scholar. He possessed a remarkable talent for writing and artistry, captivating a close-knit circle of friends who admired his creativity. With boundless dedication, he poured his heart into crafting Stickman and Smiley, a comic strip. He showcased his storytelling finesse and artistic prowess. Beyond his educational pursuits and artistic endeavours, Joshua's love for music was palpable. Whether strumming his guitar or penning his thoughts into melodies, he found solace and expression in the harmonies of life. 2 years preceding Josh's mysterious disappearance, a heart-wrenching tragedy struck the family. On June the 1st, 2006, just a week before his eagerly anticipated high school graduation, his elder brother, Zachary, who was 18 years old, succumbed to severe depression, tragically ending his life. Reflecting on the profound loss, Mike Maddox, Josh's father, expressed the immense difficulty they endured, stating, quote, "I buried his older brother 2 years before, and it was so difficult on Josh. When his brother died, it pushed him over the edge. It was a big shock for the family and a big shock for Josh. He thought highly of his older brother." Despite the weight of this devastating event, Josh had managed to navigate through the darkness and find solace. At the time of his disappearance in 2008, he'd found a sense of contentment and happiness in his life, defying the odds and embracing the light amidst the shadows. On May the 8th, 2008, 18-year-old Josh set out from his Woodland Park residence after informing his sister, Kate, that he intended to take a stroll. Given his love for solitary hikes, Kate thought nothing of his departure when she saw him at the house. However, as the evening wore on without his return, concern began to mount within the family. It was very unlike Josh to not have returned home by nightfall without telling anyone. By May the 13th, 5 days later, the Maddox family formally reported him as missing to the local authorities. Recalling the bewildering turn of events, Mike expressed, quote, "I got up one morning and Josh was there, then he never came home. The next day, he still didn't come home. I called his friends, but nobody had seen him. Nobody knows where he is." The uncertainty surrounding Joshua's whereabouts cast a somber shadow over the family, leaving them grasping for answers and hoping for his safe return. Despite exhaustive efforts by authorities, friends and family to locate Josh, including thorough searches of the neighbourhood and nearby parkland where he may have ventured for his walk, no trace of him was found, even after months of investigation. With each passing day, hope dwindled as the mystery deepened. Josh's sister, Kate, clung to the possibility that he had chosen to embark on a new path, perhaps pursuing his passion for music or literature in distant places. In a poignant reflection on her brother's disappearance, Kate shared her belief that Joshua, since turning 18, might have sought a fresh start elsewhere. She envisioned scenarios where he would return home one day, accompanied by a family of his own, eager to introduce them to their extended relatives. Kate's imagination wandered, picturing Joshua immersed in his musical pursuits, or honing his literary skills under a pseudonym, all while cherishing his preferred lifestyle of solitude amidst nature. He found peace and calm there. Despite the lack of evidence pointing to foul play, the police had no choice but to categorise Josh as a missing person, leaving his loved ones grappling with uncertainty and clinging to hope for his safe return. The case quickly went cold, until new developments unravelled several years later, which turned the case on its head. In 2015, Chuck Murphy, an 80-year-old builder who, similarly to the Maddox family, hailed from Colorado Springs, undertook the task of demolishing his wooden cabin situated on Meadowlark Lane, nestled within a vast expanse of land ensconced by towering pine trees. The cabin, which Chuck had been owner of since the 1950s, was in a state of disarray, severely weather-beaten, and the walls were crumbling. Having lain dormant for a decade, Chuck, recognising the need for revitalisation, made the decision to pave the way for property development by demolishing the structure. In August 2015, the long-awaited demolition work commenced, signalling the end of an era for the dilapidated cabin, which held a rich history. Over time, the encroachment of wildlife had exacerbated the cabin's deterioration, leaving behind a pungent odour that permeated the air when Chuck arrived at the site on August 7th, whilst workmen were tending to the cabin's demolition. Believing that perhaps an animal carcass was within the confines of the cabin, Chuck decided to have a look around. However, what he found sent chills down his spine. As the workers focused their efforts on dismantling the chimney, one of the two present on the premises, Chuck was confronted with a chilling sight. Amidst the debris, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a young man, contorted into a fetal position with his legs unnaturally positioned above his head. The mummified man was naked from the waist down and barefoot. In response to Chuck's distress call to authorities following the grisly discovery, the police swiftly arrived at the scene, accompanied by the county coroner. Through meticulous examination and forensic analysis, aided by dental records, the coroner confirmed the grim truth. The deceased was none other than the missing man, Joshua Maddox. Despite its close proximity, the cabin remained a blind spot in the search efforts for Josh, located merely 2 blocks away from the Maddox family home. The building had eluded scrutiny as there seemed no cause to inspect it thoroughly, let alone its chimney. Even Chuck Murphy, the cabin's owner, had infrequently visited the property and had never detected any peculiarities during his sporadic checks. Situated centrally with a vast expanse of land enveloped by towering pines and positioned approximately 50 feet from the road, the cabin stood isolated, devoid of neighbouring homes. This seclusion, while offering privacy, also meant that any potential cries for help from within would likely go unheard. In such solitude, the chances of Josh's pleas reaching anyone's ears were slim, amplifying the tragedy of his overlooked presence within the cabin's confines. The revelation of Josh's fate left the Maddox family reeling with disbelief and anguish. Kate, his sister, struggled to comprehend the shocking reality, expressing her bewilderment. "The situation doesn't make any sense at all. We were really expecting him to be anywhere else in the world, and he was actually very close. The only thing we can figure is he was being an 18-year-old kid, checking out a cabin. It has already been abandoned for a long time, and a horrible accident happened." In the wake of this tragic discovery, the family grappled with the inexplicable circumstances surrounding Josh's demise, searching for solace amidst the shroud of uncertainty and grief. Following an autopsy conducted by the Teller County coroner, no evidence of drugs or external trauma was found on Maddox. The coroner, Al Bourne, remarked, quote, "The hard tissue showed no signs of trauma. There were no broken bones, no knife marks, there were no bullet holes. There is, so far, no answers to a number of things. It is very confusing. It was not instant death." The absence of definitive evidence left the circumstances surrounding Josh's demise shrouded in uncertainty. Bourne elaborated on the potential causes, ruling out starvation due to the prolonged duration it requires. Instead, he speculated on dehydration and hypothermia as plausible factors, given the time frame of Josh's disappearance. On September 28, 2015, Bourne rendered a verdict of accidental death, surmising that Josh had inadvertently become trapped in the chimney after voluntarily entering it. He reasoned that Josh's position within the chimney indicated an attempt to gain access, leading to his entrapment. Bourne identified hypothermia as the likely cause of death, citing the plummeting temperatures during the time frame of Josh's disappearance. The coroner's determination of accidental death faced scrutiny from many locals, including Josh's family. Chuck, the owner of the cabin, raised valid concerns regarding the coroner's conclusion, particularly regarding the chimney's construction. He pointed out that the chimney had been built 2 decades prior and was equipped with preventative measures such as a thick wire mesh suspended from steel hooks. This design aimed to prevent animals and debris from obstructing the chimney or gaining entry into the cabin. Chuck's observations challenged the notion that Josh's entry into the chimney was voluntary, casting doubt on the accidental death ruling. The presence of such protective measures suggested that Josh's entrapment within the chimney might not have been as simple as first speculated. The discrepancies between the coroner's findings and the physical attributes of the chimney further fueled skepticism among the local community and Josh's loved ones, leaving the true circumstances of his demise shrouded in uncertainty. Chuck Murphy's revelation about the presence of a heavy wire mesh grate installed across the chimney shed new light on the investigation. Murphy clarified that the grate had been placed approximately 1 row of bricks from the chimney's top to deter raccoons and other animals from entering. However, Coroner Bourne speculated that the grate might have rusted or corroded over time, potentially explaining its absence during the investigation. Murphy countered this notion by explaining that all metalwork, including the wire mesh, had been gathered and taken for scrap during the cabin's demolition. Consequently, the absence of the mesh near the chimney was attributed to its removal during the demolition process, unbeknownst to the investigators. Murphy emphasised that those involved in the demolition were unaware of the mesh's significance, focusing solely on collecting steel and other materials. Acknowledging Murphy's explanation, Coroner Bourne reopened the case just 3 days after his initial conclusion. The discovery of the wire mesh, along with other suspicious findings, cast doubt on the original autopsy's conclusions. One such discovery was a large wooden breakfast bar found torn from a wall in the kitchen and dragged to block the chimney from inside the cabin. This raised further questions about who had torn the bar from the wall and the motive behind it, adding layers of intrigue to this perplexing case. The discovery of Josh's body in a fetal position inside the chimney, with his legs positioned above his head, baffled investigators. Coroner Bourne suggested it might have taken 2 people to place him in such a posture. Adding to the mystery, Josh's clothes were found neatly folded inside the cabin by the fireplace, as were his socks and shoes, while he was only wearing a thin thermal shirt, having had his other clothing removed either by himself or by a third party. Why would his clothes have been removed prior to heading outside the cabin, climbing onto the roof and going down the chimney? It simply didn't make sense. The revised autopsy report listed accidental death, murder, or undetermined causes as possibilities. Bourne maintained accidental death as the most plausible explanation, but Chuck Murphy disagreed, stating it was implausible for Josh to have entered the chimney with steel webbing in place. He remained convinced that foul play was involved. The police received multiple anonymous tips naming suspects and suggesting leads in Josh's case. One suspect, currently incarcerated in a Texas jail with a history of violent crimes, had been seen with Josh according to one tip-off. However, Coroner Bourne expressed scepticism, citing the lack of specific details and doubts about the suspect's ability to act alone in placing Josh in the chimney. In 2015, a Reddit post identified a suspect named Andy Newman, describing him as a former high school acquaintance of Maddox's. The post recounted Andy's involvement in violent crimes, including the murder of a disabled man in New Mexico and the alleged killing of a woman in Taos, with her body found stuffed in a barrel. Despite concerns raised to the police linking Josh's disappearance to Andy, little progress was made in investigating the connection. Witnesses even claimed to have heard Andy boasting about, quote, putting Josh in a hole. The police's response to inquiries was lackluster, and efforts to pursue leads went largely unanswered, leaving the case unresolved. The tragic case of Joshua Maddox's death remains clouded in uncertainty and unanswered questions. Despite the coroner's ruling of accidental death, numerous inconsistencies and suspicious circumstances surrounding Josh's demise cast doubt on this conclusion. The discovery of Joshua's body in the chimney of an abandoned cabin just blocks away from his family home raises troubling questions about how he ended up in such a precarious position. Signs of forced entry into the cabin, the positioning of the body, and the absence of a thorough investigation into Andy Newman's possible involvement only added to the sense of unease surrounding this case. Ultimately, Joshua's loved ones and the community are left dealing with the devastating loss of a young life and the absence of closure. The need for further investigation, pursuit of leads, and the search for justice persists, as the truth behind his untimely death remains elusive. Following the discovery of his remains in 2015, Josh was laid to rest in Woodland Park Cemetery, next to his beloved brother, Zachary. For a family to lose one child is heart-wrenching, but to lose 2 is incomprehensible. As they mourn the loss of both brothers, the Maddox family and their community continue to seek answers and justice, hoping to honour Josh's memory and find solace in the midst of tragedy. Bradford Warner Foley was born on the 16th of October 1972 in New South Wales, Australia, to parents Bernard Werner and Lorna Sue Foley, more commonly known as Sue Foley. Bradford was one of 3 children, or 4, as stated in a mandate document. He had an older brother and an older sister, called Bernie and Anita, respectively. Bradford, who was more commonly known as Brad, attended Carlingford Public School and was described by those who knew him as a good kid, who was, like many young boys, rebellious, mischievous, and well-spirited. Despite being told not to, however, Brad did converse quite happily with strangers. From 1976, the Foley family moved home countless times. At one stage, in a span of 2 months, the family had resided in 7 separate homes in the likes of Carlingford, Parramatta, Ryde and West Epping. In 1981, the family moved once again to Eastwood and in September of 1982 relocated to the northern Sydney suburb of Dundas, located around 6 kilometres away from their previous home in Eastwood, moving into an address on Warwick Road. On Boxing Day, December 26, 1982, Sue Foley asked her 3 children, Anita, who was 13 by this time, Bernie, who was 12, and Brad, who was 10, to travel by train to their Auntie Marilyn Cox's house, located in nearby Newtown, to borrow some money from her for some cigarettes. The 2 older children refused, Anita having slept in, and Bernie wanted to stay at home to play with his new toys that he had received on Christmas Day, but Brad was more than happy to travel to the city to see Marilyn. He enjoyed her company, and vice versa. Brad talked to her a lot about issues he was having and how his mother continuously ignored him. Brad jumped over the back fence of his Dundas home at around midday, heading towards the Gallaringi Reserve, towards the Eastwood train station, roughly half an hour walk away. His elder brother Bernie quickly followed suit, worried about his younger brother going off on his own, but by the time he reached the top of a nearby hill, his brother was nowhere to be seen. As the hours passed, Brad's family became increasingly concerned when he failed to return home that night. They initially presumed that he had stayed over at his aunt's house, but unbeknownst to them at the time, this was not the case. Nobody knew where he was. Following Brad's disappearance, local Eastwood police were contacted by Brad's mother and an unidentified male after Brad had not been seen for more than 24 hours. Police scoured the path in which Brad most likely took to the train station, but found absolutely no trace of the 10-year-old boy. Despite appealing to the public for assistance in trying to locate Brad, no significant tips or leads came in to the police. As further inquiries were conducted over the weeks and months that followed Brad's disappearance, an assistant at Eastwood railway station, who knew Bradford well, came forward to police and told them that they had witnessed Brad board a red Rattler train on the day in question. This was not unusual by any means. The Foleys took the train regularly to Newtown to visit Marilyn Cox. There was also an alleged sighting of the 10-year-old at a pinball parlour in King's Cross. However, this sighting could not be confirmed. Investigators also questioned a number of people who were part of a street kids group who told police about a paedophile ring operating in the area who would take runaways in and sell them through their network as slaves. Police did consider delving deeper into this lead in early 1983. However, the operation was abandoned after they decided not to put any of the lives of these street kids in danger. According to Bradford's siblings, the New South Wales Police failed to give the family any support during the initial investigation into Brad's disappearance, and because of this, and the fact that police allegedly only searched one possible route in an effort to locate the boy, the family understandably became resentful of authorities. They believed that it was because they were of Aboriginal origins. The route which was searched was one the Foley children knew very well. They had gone along the paths countless times before, despite having only lived in Dundas for 3 months by this time. The route they normally took involved either walking along Mobbs Lane to Madison Road before turning into Hillview Road, where Eastwood train station was located, or taking Terry Road straight to Hillview Road and onto the station. Police allegedly failed to search any other paths or roads located nearby. The search for Brad was eventually called off, leaving the Foley family completely distraught. There were numerous tips and sightings of the boy called into police over the years that followed, but Brad was never seen or heard from again. Rather shockingly, in 2009, during the inquest into Bradford Foley's disappearance, it came to light that he and his siblings were wards of the state, and had been since 1977, when Brad would have only been 5 years old. This means that the children were placed in the legal custody of the state through a court order. Their mother, Sue, who had an extensive criminal past, had requested the children be put into a children's home, as she claimed that she could no longer support them. In this case, it's widely speculated that Bradford's mother, Sue, could have been involved in her son's disappearance. Sue had committed the likes of burglary, assault, and malicious injury. According to a number of witnesses, Sue was also regularly abusive towards her children. On one occasion, a neighbour witnessed Sue throw a fish tank at Brad, which smashed in the middle of the road, just missing him. And the aunt that Brad was travelling to see, on the day he disappeared, Marilyn Cox, claimed that Sue once burnt Brad's bed, and that Sue had told her in regards to this incident that, quote, "It'll teach the little bastard a lesson." A couple of years later, Marilyn was drinking in a Newtown bar when she overheard conversations from the locals about Sue, who used to drink regularly there. They spoke about how she allegedly chopped up Brad's body and buried him in the backyard of the Foley home. In her statement to police, Marilyn also claimed that Brad was terrified of Sue and that he would shake every time his mother would enter the same room as him, before he would run out in a bid to avoid being struck by her. According to a Daily Telegraph article, Marilyn was quoted as saying, "I remember after Brad's disappearance, Sue called me and said she was happy that she only had the two of them, Anita and Bernie. She was glad she didn't have Brad." Further witnesses backed up Marilyn's statements, and Sue was a heavy drinker and was verbally and physically abusive towards her children, constantly throwing things such as books and ashtrays, beating them and bruising them on a regular basis, with Brad taking the brunt of this horrific abuse. Brad in particular was a very small and thin child for his age, likely malnourished, and furthermore, Marilyn stated that she never saw Sue cook any meals for her children. Whenever she visited, for example, all they would ever eat was sandwiches. On January 24th of 2002, police were granted permission to excavate the grounds of the Foley home in an effort to locate Brad's remains. Following these statements made by witnesses and a statement made by an 18-year-old clairvoyant who had previously lived at the Foley's address, Grant Austin, he claimed that he had experienced vivid dreams of Bradford having been buried beneath the home since around 1998, and he had noticed a shift in the dirt by the veranda, which had remained untouched during the time in which he had resided at the address. A search warrant was subsequently granted for the home a few months later. Despite sifting through 9 tons of dirt and rubble, along with sniffer dog assistance, nothing of significance was found in or around the Foley home. No bones, remnants of clothing, nothing. Detectives believe that if Sue was still alive today, she passed away in the mid-1980s, she would no doubt be a person of interest in regards to her son's disappearance, but at the time there was no evidence to suggest that she was involved. Therefore, she was ruled out as a suspect. Rather interestingly, it also came to light during the 2009 inquest that despite a number of Eastwood police officers being involved in this case, very few actually recalled being involved. Despite the family's concerns for Bradford's welfare, police logged the case as a runaway incident. However, this was altered later on, suggesting foul play most likely occurred. The inquest was held by former Deputy State Coroner Karl Milovanovich, who said that Bradford's disappearance should have been given far more priority than it was at the time. The inquest took place over a period of 4 days, with Milovanovich concluding from the evidence presented to him that Bradford was no longer alive, having died on the day he disappeared or a short time afterwards, murdered as a result of either assault or abduction in unclear circumstances. Milovanovich also criticised how missing persons cases were handled as a whole in 1982, stating that if the case had occurred today, the case would have almost certainly been reported as a suspicious death in the months following the disappearance, not 17 years as in this case. The case would have also been referred to a central agency or coroner, a system which was not in place at the time. The closing statement at the inquest reiterated that the investigation into Bradford Foley's disappearance would not be closed until the truth is found, whether Brad is found alive or deceased. There are a number of theories in regards to this particular case, however the most probable is abduction. The Foley family believed that Brad was abducted, most likely by a paedophile ring, or that he met up with a stranger on the train to Newtown. Modern detectives also believe that this is the most likely theory, though many others still speculate that somehow Sue Foley was involved, and even perhaps the unidentified man she reported her son missing alongside. Sue's ex-husband was also pursued for information, however it's unclear whether the police managed to trace him. Anita and Bernie do not believe that their mother was involved in Brad's disappearance, despite her violent tendencies and criminal past. According to Bernie, their mother spent 2 years searching far and wide for her son, taking his picture to local businesses to ask if anyone had seen him. Despite her many faults, Sue spent every pension check on searching for her lost son. At the time of his disappearance, Bradford Foley was 10 years old. He is described as being of Aboriginal descent, with brown hair and brown eyes. He stood at approximately 135 centimetres tall, with a thin build and a dark complexion. When he was last seen, Bradford was wearing a pair of green shorts, a pair of green flip-flops, or thongs as they're known in Australia, and a blue and yellow t-shirt reading the slogan, "Life, be in it." According to the Daily Telegraph, both Bernie and Anita faced their own demons following their brother's disappearance. Both got involved with crime, drugs, and alcohol abuse. Losing Brad took a huge toll on the family he left behind. A 17-year-old Anita raised her brother alone following their mother's death. All that Bernie and Anita want is closure. Not knowing the truth about what happened to their younger brother has left them in a state of emotional limbo. As much as they would like to believe that Bradford is alive out there, Anita and Bernie believe that Brad is most likely dead.
All they want is to bring his remains home to be laid to rest, so that they can finally start to rebuild their lives. There is currently a $100,000 reward being offered by the New South Wales government for any information leading to the whereabouts of Bradford Foley.
Tristan Tyne Bailey entered the world on January 18th, 2008 in Singapore as the youngest addition to Forrest and Stacey Bailey's family of 5. Her first 4 years unfolded against the vibrant backdrop of Singapore, shaping her into the spirited individual she was known to be. Renowned for her boundless energy and unwavering loyalty to her friends, Tristan was hailed by loved ones as a beacon of strength from an early age. Reflecting on her daughter's character, Stacey fondly remarked, quote, "She was just a powerful child that was able to give a lot to so many." The Bailey family eventually settled in St. Johns County, Florida, where Tristan flourished within the community. At Patriot Oaks Academy as a 7th grader, she made her mark as a popular figure among peers, adorning the role of both student and cheerleader with grace and charm. On the morning of May 9th, 2021, as the clock struck 9 a.m, the Bailey family eagerly anticipated celebrating Mother's Day together. However, their joy was interrupted when one of the Bailey children ventured into Tristan's room to wake her, only to find it empty. She had last been seen at around midnight by her sibling, after the family had returned from a day out. Concern quickly mounted as the Bailey family realised the 13-year-old schoolgirl was nowhere to be found. At around 10 a.m, they dialed 911 to report Tristan missing after a brief search of the nearby vicinity yielded no clues as to her whereabouts. Law enforcement and local volunteers scoured the area for any sign of the teen, but didn't find any trace of her. A Florida missing child alert was issued later that day at around 4:49 p.m. At approximately 6:06 p.m, a concerned resident returning from a run contacted authorities to report the discovery of a deceased individual by a retention pond in a wooded area east of the cul-de-sac on Saddleston Drive, a short distance away from the Bailey residence. At around 8 p.m, subsequent preliminary identification confirmed the tragic loss of 13-year-old Tristan Bailey, who had been victim to a violent and brutal death, having sustained approximately 114 stab wounds, 49 of which were defensive wounds. Tragically, upon discovery, her body bore unsettling markings, the word karma inscribed on the inside of her left ankle and a smiley face drawn on her right ankle. The origins of these markings remained shrouded in mystery, leaving investigators perplexed as to their significance and the identity of the individual responsible. Near the scene, a buck knife lacking a tip was recovered from a nearby pond. Remarkably, forensic analysis revealed a fragment of this knife lodged in Tristan's scalp, linking it directly to the crime. Further examination uncovered DNA traces on the knife, conclusively matching to the suspect, solidifying the connection to the harrowing events. At 8:49 p.m, a 14-year-old boy and classmate of Tristan's, Aidan Fucci, and his parents were taken to the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed in regards to the murder. In response, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office promptly terminated the search efforts. Tristan's identity was confirmed the following day after a long night of shocking developments. During their inquiries into Tristan's disappearance, authorities found CCTV footage showing Tristan walking in her neighbourhood approximately half an hour after she was last seen by her family at 12:30 a.m. Further CCTV, timestamped at 1:14 a.m, showed the cheerleader walking with a young male individual, who were seen again at around 1:45 a.m, heading east on Saddlestone Drive. At 3:27 a.m, camera footage captured from the same residence depicts an individual, allegedly Aidan, running in the opposite direction alone and carrying a pair of white Nike shoes. Shortly thereafter, subsequent footage captured Aidan re-entering his home, still clutching the same pair of white Nike shoes. Following Fucci's arrest, investigators conducted a thorough search of his residence at 12:44 a.m. on May the 10th, uncovering crucial evidence within his bedroom. Among these findings were a sheath belonging to a buck knife, a pair of wet white Nike shoes visibly stained with blood, a blood-smeared t-shirt, a white piece of paper bearing handwriting possibly tainted with blood, and a wet pair of blue denim jeans discovered within a laundry basket. Additionally, blood and dirt were detected on the drain in the bathroom sink adjacent to Aidan's bedroom. At 3:30 a.m, Aidan Fucci was formally placed under arrest on suspicion of second-degree murder and sent to a juvenile detention centre in Volusia County. Investigators discovered that Fucci had asked his friend for Tristan's phone number and convinced her to leave her residence to meet a friend in the early hours of that fateful day. Little did she know that she was being lured to her death. Following Fucci's arrest, a candlelit vigil was held in memory of Tristan at the South Darban Crossing Amenities Centre, which was attended by hundreds of local residents who were left shocked by the events of the last 24 hours. More incriminating and disturbing evidence came to light in the form of Snapchat photos and videos posted by the suspect. Following the interrogation, while seated in the back of a patrol car, Fucci proceeded to capture images and videos, sharing them on the social media platform Snapchat. Among the content shared was an image featuring the caption, "Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?" And in a video he audibly stated, "We're having fun in a fucking cop car." By Tuesday, May 11th, Fucci faced formal charges for Tristan's murder, despite adamantly professing his innocence. His inconsistent narrative regarding the events of that fateful night, coupled with compelling evidence uncovered by authorities, including his own DNA, ultimately led to his indictment and sealed his fate. The second-degree murder charge was upgraded to first-degree murder shortly thereafter. During a press conference held on May 27th, State Attorney R.J. Laritza disclosed disturbing details regarding Fucci's intentions, revealing that he had confided in friends about his sinister plans to commit murder by taking someone into the woods and stabbing them. Laritza further noted that Fucci had forewarned his acquaintances to anticipate the grim event within a month. Following these revelations, Fucci was transferred to Duval County Jail, where he was detained without bond. Furthermore, his mother, Crystal Smith, faced legal repercussions after being arrested for allegedly tampering with evidence, specifically by attempting to wash blood from Fucci's jeans. However, she was later released. A police report released by the St. John County Sheriff's Office in July 2021 shed further light on Fucci's disturbing inclinations. It revealed that he frequently spoke of his macabre fantasies of killing individuals, habitually carrying a knife, and expressed intentions to drag a random person into the woods to commit murder. Testimony from Fucci's ex-girlfriend, Sophie Baumann, corroborated these assertions, as she recounted instances where Fucci would brandish his knife and simulate stabbing her. Baumann also disclosed Fucci's claim of hearing voices in his head when experiencing anger. Shortly before the commencement of jury selection for the trial on February 6, 2023, Fucci made a significant decision, opting to change his plea from not guilty to guilty. In a letter, he expressed remorse for the anguish he inflicted upon Tristan's family and friends. Judge R. Lee Smith characterised this case as the most difficult and shocking he had presided over, emphasising that the heinous act was devoid of any discernible motive or justification. Instead, it stemmed solely from Fucci's internal desire to experience the act of taking a life. He had no motive whatsoever to kill Tristan specifically. She was simply victim to Fucci's bloodlust and sadistic curiosity. Charged as an adult rather than a minor, due to the extremely violent nature of the crime and the fact it was premeditated, Fucci pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of Tristan Bailey. Following the trial, now 16-year-old Aidan Fucci received the maximum sentence of life imprisonment on March 24, 2023. However, after 25 years of incarceration, his case will undergo review. For the duration of the trial, a poignant and symbolic gesture unfolded as one of Tristan's siblings, Alexis, meticulously dropped 114 aqua stone hearts into a glass jar one by one, representing the harrowing number of stab wounds her sister endured. This jar remained a solemn presence as each family member delivered their heartfelt statements, concluding with the addition of a white stone, symbolising an aspect related to Bailey's untimely demise. In response to the tragic loss of Tristan Bailey, her family took decisive action by establishing the Tristan Bailey Memorial Foundation. This foundation played a pivotal role in advocating for legislative change within the state of Florida. Their efforts culminated in the enactment of a law that imposes restrictions on the disclosure of crime scene photographs pertaining to minors who have fallen victim to murder within the state. This significant measure aims to protect the dignity and privacy of young victims and their families during the aftermath of such devastating events. The case of Tristan Bailey's tragic murder has left an indelible mark on both her family and the wider community. Despite the profound grief and anguish they have endured, the Bailey family's resilience and determination have led to meaningful change through the establishment of the Tristan Bailey Memorial Foundation and the enactment of legislation aimed at safeguarding the dignity of young victims. While nothing can alleviate the pain of their loss, their proactive efforts serve as a testament to their unwavering commitment to honour Tristan's memory and ensure that her legacy continues to make a positive impact. Onslow Square is a prestigious garden square located in the area of Kensington, London. It is renowned for its elegant Georgian and Victorian architecture, characterised by grand terraced houses and stately facades. The square is adorned by beautifully landscaped gardens, providing a serene retreat for residents amidst the bustling city. Onslow Square has long been favoured by affluent residents and is considered one of the most desirable residential addresses in London. Its proximity to Kensington High Street and the cultural attractions of South Kensington adds to its allure, making it a sought-after location for those seeking luxury and sophistication in the heart of the city. In 1954, the Rennie family lived at number 59 Onslow Square, which is notable as having been situated just a few hundred yards from a hotel where serial killer John Haig infamously known as the acid bath murderer, resided and planned his murders before his execution in 1949. The property was also within a 4-mile radius of the notorious 10 Rillington Place, where John Reg Christie murdered at least 8 people in the 1940s and 50s. The case resulted in arguably Britain's greatest miscarriage of justice, where Timothy Evans was hanged for killing his wife Beryl and daughter Geraldine, and was posthumously pardoned when it was concluded that Reg Christie had murdered them. Margaret Rennie, known as Maggie, was a former showgirl who was married to the British film star Michael Rennie, who was known primarily for his role as Klaatu in 1951 science fiction film The Day the Earth Stood Still. His other notable works included roles in productions such as Phone Call from a Stranger, The Lost World and The Robe, starring Richard Burton. Maggie and Michael, who had an infant son called David, separated in November of 1953, just months before an incident that would change Maggie's life forever: the murder of her 64-year-old widowed mother, Violet McGrath. In April of 1954, Maggie travelled to Paris, parting with her husband, who had travelled to Rome. Maggie's wealthy mother, Violet, known as Vi to friends and loved ones, had informed her daughter that her flat in Westbourne Grove, Orset Terrace in Paddington, was to be redecorated, and Maggie offered a bed for her mother at 59 Onslow Square whilst the renovations took place, an offer she delighted in accepting. Maggie stated that she would return to the property at Onslow Square on the 10th of May. At approximately 3 p.m. on the 10th of May, Maggie did return home. She was puzzled that the curtains were drawn at that time, and she further noticed that bottles of milk had not been collected from the doorstep. Holding her 14-month-old son, David, in her arms, dread washed over her as she met resistance from the front door. She found it was off the chain and unlocked. After forcing her way in, there in the hallway, she found the lifeless body of her mother, Violet McGrath. It was reported that she had met her demise in the lounge, with indications from indentations in the thick red carpet suggesting that her body was subsequently dragged into the hall and left leaning against the oak-panelled front door. One of Violet's nylon stockings had been wrapped around her neck, and initial investigations concluded that Violet had been asphyxiated, likely the previous night on the 9th of May, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Shortly after police arrived at the scene, the decorator at her flat in Paddington called to tell her that her flat was ready for her. However, instead, he was informed of her untimely death. Further examinations of the body found 2 sets of scratch marks on Violet's left thumb and right wrist, and because of how deep the scratches were, newspaper reports stated that police were looking at the possibility that Violet had been killed by a woman, or a small man, with pointed fingernails. A witness recalled seeing a young woman leaving the Kensington flat on the afternoon of Sunday the 9th of May, which supports the police's theory that the crime was committed by a woman. The witness account indicated that the woman had departed between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. However, authorities noted that Violet was confirmed to be alive beyond that time. Described as approximately 35 years old, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, with dark hair and a dark complexion, the unidentified young woman was reportedly attired in a printed dress, a short coat and flat shoes. Additionally, she was observed carrying a travel bag with white trim and a brown bucket-shaped shopping bag. On the opposing side of the argument, however, some investigators believed it would be difficult for a woman to strangle a person to death, more so after it was found that the stocking was tied into a reef knot, which struck police as odd. Police visited an inmate at Broadmoor who had the same modus operandi, however, no results came from that visit. A small amount of blood was found at the scene and determined to not have belonged to the victim. It was also concluded that Violet was unconscious before she was strangled. On the 12th of May, reports suggested that police were seeking a taxi driver who allegedly drove Violet and an unidentified friend to the Rennie flat on the night of Sunday, the 9th of May. Investigators strongly believed that the perpetrator was known to Violet, and it was noted that items of value such as her ring, a gold lighter, cash and a wristwatch had not been stolen. However, later investigations found that a pearl necklace of little value, along with some money, were unaccounted for. There were also no signs of a struggle or assault. However, strangely, a magazine was found near Violet's body and was opened at a specific page about fingerprints, which struck detectives as odd. The caretaker of the Onslow Square property resided in the room below, where Violet was murdered, reported hearing talking between Violet and this unidentified individual, which tended to occur most nights. Investigators were puzzled at how the perpetrator left the property, as Violet's body had been leaning against the front door, and there were no indications of unlocked or broken entry and exit points. Michael Rennie had been on a flight destined for the US to carry out some film commitments in Hollywood. However, he was informed upon his arrival in Shannon, Ireland, that his mother-in-law had been murdered. He felt there was not much he could do about the situation, however he chose to fly back to London to be with his wife. Investigators took a deep dive into the life of Violet McGrath, building a clearer picture of who she was. According to neighbours and friends, she was a sweet, charming and attractive woman with a bright smile and a unique purple streak in her silver hair. After routinely finishing watching television every night at 9 p.m, she would frequently go out and visit bars, pubs and clubs, sometimes until the early hours. She was a very sociable woman who had many friends, both male and female, who described Violet as a cheery person and the, quote, happiest woman on earth. At various saloon bars, Violet would frequently talk about two loves of her life, Maggie, her daughter, and her grandson, David. Basil de Moulin, the owner of a pub Violet went to almost every night, said that, quote, she was a delightful person, kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. Among her friends and loved ones, however, there were suspicions regarding her life behind closed doors, away from the bustling nightlife. Violet was known to regularly visit a pub named the Gloucester Arms, just around the corner from her flat in Paddington, and tended to return home at 11 p.m. She would normally return home in the company of another person and never in a group, which police found unusual. It was described by the media as, quote, a constant stream of visitors who came to her flat for reasons unknown. A statement made by the friend of an unnamed woman told investigators that Violet had seemed uneasy in the days leading up to her murder. Violet allegedly told the woman, quote, I'm frightened. Someone means to do me harm. It was reported police were following up on this statement, however any results, if there were any found, were not made public. At one point, police theorised that she was the victim of a skeleton key thief who managed to gain access to the flat. However, again, police couldn't get their heads around the fact that whoever committed the crime managed to escape the property unnoticed. The police also mentioned their search for an unidentified individual who allegedly requested the telephone number for Violet McGrath's daughter's flat at the Gloucester Arms pub. However, this number was not listed in the post office directory. The police scrutinised letters discovered in the flat from family friends, yet they concluded that none of the contents offered any leads to solve the crime. However, the letters did disclose Violet's association with a man named Larry, whom she had frequented public houses with in the final 6 months of her life. Authorities indicated that limited information was available about Larry beyond his connection with Violet. Subsequently, it was revealed that Larry had been located in Germany, where he was attending singing lessons, leading to his exclusion from the investigation. An 18-year-old art student residing adjacent to the flat where Violet McGrath was discovered deceased recalled that while she was in bed on the night of May 9th, that she heard abrupt banging noises past 11:30 p.m, followed by gasping and choking sounds. According to reports, she told police that it sounded as if someone was being murdered. However, she later retracted her statement, saying her comment was made in jest. Despite their efforts, police were unable to find a motive for the crime. According to Maggie Rennie, her mother had no known enemies. At the time, many homeless people wandered the streets of Kensington, and police did not rule out the possibility that Violet had become victim to one of these homeless people. An aircraft electrician became the main focus for police when he was found to have numerous abrasions on his hands, some which investigators concluded were fresh on the 9th of May, the last day Violet was seen alive. The coroner sought the professional opinion of a doctor, who said that the scars and fresher abrasions were consistent with having ripped off some sort of stocking suspenders, the statement of which the aircraft electrician strongly opposed. He stated that he was consistently getting marks and scars on his hands from his job. An actress came forward and stated a ring of hers had caused scarring on the aircraft electrician's hand. A painter and decorator claimed familiarity with the aircraft electrician for over 2 decades, stating that he had encountered him on Saturday, May the 8th, 1954, around 10:30 p.m. at a cafe located at the junction of Praed Street and Edgware Road. Additionally, he recalled observing Violet McGrath and the aircraft electrician in the saloon bar of the Gloucester Arms. The landlady of the Gloucester Arms stated that the aircraft electrician was a customer and had owed her husband some money. However, he had managed to pay it back. Police were suspicious of this, as £15 of Violet's money was unaccounted for. The aircraft electrician paid his debt of £2, 13 shillings and a sixpence on Monday the 10th of May. The verdict of Violet McGrath's inquest, convened on Friday, August 13th, 1954, concluded that she was murdered by person or persons unknown. 70 years later, the death of Violet McGrath remains shrouded in a veil of mystery. Albeit tinged with the passage of time, hope for answers in the case remains. In 1957, Robert Bobby Rasmussen, aged 13, and Gerald Montreux, aged 15, resided on Rocky Hill Road in Plymouth, Massachusetts, forming an inseparable bond as best friends. Though details about their lives remain scarce, Bobby's sister portrayed him as exceptionally self-reliant and independent, while Gerald's siblings attested to his intelligence, independence, and remarkable strength for his age. Both boys were regarded as exceptionally streetwise. On September 9th, 1957, following the conclusion of the school day at 3 p.m, the boys had arranged to meet up. They later made their way towards Warren Cove in Massachusetts Bay for a swim. Witnesses observed them carrying bundles of clothing as they boarded and disembarked from a boat anchored in the bay, seemingly preparing for a skin diving excursion. Approximately an hour later, another bystander reported hearing shouts or screams emanating from the beach area, though upon investigation, no individuals in distress were sighted. Curiously, at around 4:30 p.m, a different witness, who subsequently approached the police, claimed to have spotted 2 teenage boys resembling Bobby and Gerald hitchhiking nearby. As supper time elapsed without any communication from their sons, both the Rasmussen and Montreux families began to grow increasingly anxious. Charlotte, Bobby's mother, took the initiative to report her son and his friend as missing to the authorities. In response, local authorities swiftly initiated an extensive search effort. Despite their thorough efforts, however, no trace of the two boys was discovered. Shortly after the boys went missing, both sets of clothing belonging to Rasmussen and Montreux were discovered neatly folded on flat rock, situated by the edge of Plymouth Harbour. Sources differ on whether Bobby's mother or two police officers made this discovery. This finding suggested that the teens had probably gone for a swim and encountered difficulties. Consequently, in light of this evidence and the absence of any substantial leads, authorities speculated that the boys may have accidentally drowned, although a few investigators harboured doubts regarding this theory. The search persisted throughout the night with support from the US Coast Guard, yet, regrettably, no sign of the boys emerged. After 2 days of exhaustive efforts, the search was reluctantly called off. When authorities informed the Rasmussen and Montreux families of the likelihood that the boys had drowned, scepticism immediately arose. Bobby and Gerald were known for their sensible nature and ability to take care of themselves, making such an outcome seem improbable. Their sisters found it particularly peculiar that their clothes had been neatly folded, as it was unlike their usual casual behaviour of tossing them aside. Moreover, both boys were proficient swimmers. If indeed they had drowned in the bay or been swept into the Atlantic, the lack of discovery of their bodies raised further questions. Thus, despite the initial presumption, the case appeared far from being a clear-cut matter. The families of Bobby and Gerald later stepped forward with their own theories, suggesting that the boys didn't drown but instead orchestrated their disappearances. Both boys' younger sisters revealed to the media that their families faced considerable challenges and turmoil. According to Joyce Baylant, Bobby's relationship with their merchant mariner father was strained, alleging instances of physical abuse, an accusation strongly refuted by their mother, Charlotte. Similarly, Gerald endured difficulties at home, including physical abuse from his father, who shared the same profession as Bobby's father. The families speculate that the boys may have staged their deaths to escape their troubled lives and start anew. Joyce and Gerald's sister, Raquel Rasbo, disclosed that the boys had discussed running away from home multiple times to evade their fathers and the turmoil within their households. They suspect that Bobby and Gerald had saved money prior to their disappearances, possibly to facilitate their escape. Adding to the intrigue, Gerald gave Raquel a ring a few weeks before vanishing, advising her to, quote, "just in case, you keep it," though the exact meaning behind this gesture remains unclear. Joyce remains unconvinced by the theory of her brother and his friend drowning, a sentiment echoed by Lenny Sullivan, a firefighter involved in the search. Sullivan noted that the location where their clothing was found was surrounded by large rocks, making it an unsafe area for swimming, especially considering the deathly cold temperatures. Additionally, the boat the friends were last seen in on the day they vanished was discovered on September 10th, yet details regarding its condition or any clues were scarce. Both families grappled with the devastating mystery surrounding Bobby and Gerald's disappearance. As years passed without answers, hope of finding them dwindled. The sisters revealed that their parents seldom mentioned the missing boys thereafter, and they themselves were forbidden from discussing the topic with each other. The anguish of uncertainty weighed heavily on both families, leaving them with more questions than answers about the fates of Bobby and Gerald. Charlotte Rasmussen explained, quote, "I always tried to hide it from them because I see what happens to children who celebrate death because they grow up and get depressed." In 2003, 46 years after the disappearance of Bobby and Gerald, Joyce and Raquel reunited and ventured to Flat Rock together, where their brother's clothes had been found. They solemnly tossed yellow flowers into the sea in memory of their lost loved ones. This heartfelt reunion was made possible when a man researching his family history discovered a lack of a death certificate for his distant cousin, Bobby Rasmussen. He had got in touch to find some answers. During their reunion, the sisters sparked renewed interest in the case by sharing their experiences with the newspapers. They opened up about the profound impact of Bobby and Gerald's disappearances on their lives and expressed their own theories regarding what might have transpired. Despite the passage of time and the passing of both boys' fathers and Gerald's mother, both sisters remained steadfast in their belief that their brothers were still alive and had chosen to vanish voluntarily to escape their, quote, tough-as-nails fathers. Their unwavering hope and determination breathed new life into the investigation, shedding light on a decades-old mystery that continued to haunt their families. Joyce told the press, quote, "In my heart, I've always known my brother was alive. If they knew the fathers are gone, if they know we do understand why they went, if they knew that we can forgive them, maybe they would come forward. The ultimate hope is that somewhere out there we will have two brothers that we'll get to see and touch." Raquel echoed a similar sentiment, quote, "I believe they are alive. If they still wanted to be apart from the family, I respect that, but we still love you and we miss you. The best hope would be that our brothers remember us, the sisters left behind that still love them." At the time of their disappearance in September of 1957, the younger of the two boys, Robert Rasmussen, was only 13 years old. Described as Caucasian with brown hair and brown eyes, little else is known about Robert, including his height, weight, or any distinguishing features. He was commonly known by the nickname Bobby. If still alive today, Rasmussen would be turning 80 years old. Gerald Montreux, Bobby's companion, was 15 years old at the time of their disappearance. Described as Hispanic, he had black hair and brown eyes, standing at around 6 feet tall and weighing approximately 140 pounds. Born in Bermuda, Gerald was fluent in both English and Spanish. Despite his young age, loved ones noted that he often appeared much older. If still alive today, Gerald would be 82 years old in 2024. Due to the circumstances involved in this case, both boys remain classified as endangered missing persons after 67 years. Despite the passage of time, the mystery surrounding Bobby and Gerald's disappearance continues to captivate those seeking answers and closure. Those with any information regarding the disappearances of Robert Rasmussen and Gerald Montreux are urged to contact Plymouth Police Department at 508-830-4218. On the frosty morning of February 4th, 2003, the residents of Mold, a market town in Flintshire, North Wales, woke to a scene painted white with snow, the air biting with winter's cold. At around 7:15 a.m, a local resident emerged from his Clayton Drive home, intending to clear the light dusting of snow from his car windshield before heading to work. To his shock, he discovered the local postman lying face down on the pavement just outside his driveway, surrounded by a pool of blood. The postman had been viciously assaulted, struck over the head at least 7 times with an 18-inch wooden club crafted from a banister rail. The discarded club was found nearby, with the victim's DNA present on it. The extent of the attack was described as, quote, ferocious, leaving the base of the man's skull severely fractured and his jaw completely shattered. Emergency services rushed the victim, Paul Savage, to Wrexham Mailer Hospital, while police scoured the area in search of the perpetrator. However, the harsh weather conditions posed challenges to their efforts. Despite medical intervention, Paul never regained consciousness. Paul Savage, a 30-year-old married father of 1, originally from Sale, Greater Manchester, was described by his wife Charlotte as a caring, funny and loving husband, as well as a wonderful father to their daughter Regan. The family had lived at various addresses in Manchester, where Paul ran a pound store. However, he struggled with depression, weight loss, and dissatisfaction with his job, prompting the family to relocate to North Wales in 2002 for a fresh start. Upon moving, Paul found employment as a local postman, which brought about a positive transformation in him. According to Charlotte, her husband seemed like a new man, thoroughly enjoying his job and experiencing a renewed sense of purpose. Paul's newfound contentment led to positive lifestyle changes, including reduced drinking and smoking, as well as efforts to improve his fitness. His manager at the post office commended him as, quote, very nice, pleasant and reliable, reflecting Paul's dedication and positive attitude in his new role. On the fateful morning of his death, Paul adhered to his routine, waking up to his alarm at 4 a.m. as usual. However, he lingered in bed for an additional half an hour before rising, seemingly in a rush, likely due to running late for work. Commencing his shift, Paul embarked on his usual rounds, delivering mail while traversing the streets of Mold on foot and bicycle. Tragically, midway through his workday, his life was abruptly cut short. Reports surfaced indicating that shortly before Paul's demise, 2 young men in dark hoodies, estimated to be around 20 years old, were spotted near the vicinity where Paul had left his bicycle on Clayton Drive, precisely where his body was discovered. The presence of these individuals raises suspicions. Had someone been observing Paul as he carried out his rounds? Further reports emerged indicating that 2 individuals matching the description of those seen near the scene of Paul's murder were observed running along Clayton Drive towards the junction at Queen's Park shortly after the incident. Additionally, similar sightings of hooded individuals were reported in an alley connecting Beach Drive, Cedar Grove and Elm Drive. Amidst these sightings, a white Ford Sierra was spotted in the area around the time of the incident. However, neither the vehicle nor the hooded individuals have been identified or located to date. Local rumours also circulated regarding a potential altercation between Paul and some youths during his postal rounds a few days prior to his death. While lacking concrete evidence, these rumours raise questions about the possible involvement of the 2 hooded males in the incident, if the rumours are to be believed. However, without substantiated proof, it remains challenging to ascertain the veracity of these claims and their connection to Paul's tragic demise. Initially, authorities suspected that Paul Savage's death might have been the result of a botched robbery or a random attack. However, as the investigation delved into Paul's past, a more complex and sinister narrative began to emerge. Paul had a significant criminal history, spanning approximately a decade. 2 years prior to his untimely death in 2001, he had served a 9-month prison sentence for drug-related charges, specifically for possessing cannabis with a street value of £1 million and intent to supply. Following his release from prison, Paul, alongside his wife Charlotte and their 4-year-old daughter, relocated to the secluded village of Gwernafield near Mold, Wales. It was here that Paul secured employment as a full-time postman with Royal Mail. This revelation cast a shadow of doubt on the initial assumptions surrounding Paul's demise, suggesting that his past may have played a significant role in the circumstances leading up to his tragic death. The investigation into Paul Savage's brutal attack involved collaboration between police units from both Greater Manchester and Wales, as authorities appealed to the public for assistance in solving the case. Despite offering a substantial £100,000 reward, no significant information was forthcoming from the public. In the spring of 2003, 5 individuals were apprehended and subjected to questioning, but all were subsequently released without charge. Detectives undertook a reconstruction of the crime in the hope of jogging someone's memory and eliciting further leads, yet this effort failed to yield any significant breakthroughs. By 2005, investigators claimed to have identified a motive for the crime, although they declined to provide further details. Speculation persists regarding whether Paul's death may have been linked to his prior involvement in drug-related activities or other factors. In 2010, forensic teams conducted searches in fields near the crime scene, recovering items of interest for testing. However, the results of these tests and their significance to the case remain undisclosed. Despite these efforts, Paul's case has hit a standstill, with authorities unable to uncover new evidence to bring his assailant to justice. The quest for closure for Paul Savage and his grieving loved ones continues, as the mystery surrounding his tragic death remains unsolved. June White, Paul's mother, remains steadfast in her quest for justice, tirelessly advocating for answers in her son's case. Her hope is buoyed by the possibility of advancements in DNA technology aiding in the resolution of Paul's murder, an optimism shared by law enforcement. In 2018, a forensic review prompted the reopening of Paul's case, which had previously been closed in 2009. This development reignited hope for closure and accountability in Paul's untimely death. Meanwhile, Paul's wife and daughter continue to deal with their profound loss, their grief compounded by the absence of resolution. Together with June, they cling to the belief that someday justice will prevail for Paul and his memory. Authorities emphasise the importance of public cooperation, urging anyone with any information related to Paul Savage's murder to come forward. Those with pertinent details can reach out anonymously to Crime Stoppers at 0800 555 111. As of 2024, there is a £20,000 reward for any information leading to the capture and conviction of Paul's killer, who to this day remains unidentified. The Isle of Bute, located off the west of Scotland, is a picturesque island known for its natural beauty and rich history. Its main town, Rothesay, boasts Victorian architecture and attractions like Rothesay Castle. Visitors can explore scenic landscapes, charming villages, and cultural landmarks such as Mount Stuart House. With opportunities for outdoor activities and cultural experiences, Bute offers a serene retreat for travellers seeking to immerse themselves in Scotland's coastal charm. But in the summer of 2018, the tranquil landscape of the Isle of Bute was marred by one of the most appalling crimes in recent Scottish history, casting a dark shadow over the island. Alicia Sarah MacPhail came into the world on October 22, 2011 at Glasgow Royal Infirmary. Residing in Airdrie, North Lanarkshire, she lived alongside her mother, Georgina Lochrain, and her younger sister, Courtney. Alicia was a student at Chapelside School and had recently completed Primary 2 before breaking off for the summer holidays. Described by her head teacher as a, quote, smiley and happy young girl, she cherished her time at school, particularly enjoying writing. Known for her love of gymnastics and baking, Alicia was a spirited and joyful child. Her parents had separated when she was 3 months old, with her father, Robert, residing in Rothesay, the main town on the Isle of Bute, along with his parents and girlfriend, Tony McLaughlin. Alicia would regularly visit her father and grandparents every other weekend. On June 28, 2018, at the age of 6, she joined her family in Rothesay for what was intended to be a 3-week summer break from school. On July the 1st, 2018, 3 days into her stay, Alicia was tucked into bed at her grandparents' seafront residence with a Peppa Pig DVD playing. Around 11 p.m, McLaughlin checked on MacPhail and observed her peacefully asleep. In the early hours of July 2nd at 6 a.m, Callum MacPhail rose from work, only to discover that his granddaughter was not in her bed and was nowhere to be found in the house. Concerned by her absence, as Alicia had never run away before and her bicycle remained untouched in the garden, Alicia's grandmother promptly contacted the police at 6:23 a.m. Meanwhile, the rest of the family initiated a search of the local area and began spreading the word about Alicia's disappearance. Her grandmother also took to Facebook, issuing a plea for assistance from the public in locating her. Police Scotland launched an extensive search for Alicia, mobilising various resources, including a helicopter to aid in their efforts. Concurrently, a Coast Guard volunteer combed the shoreline at 6:55, where he stumbled upon a kitchen knife near the MacPhail residence. Along with law enforcement, numerous members of the public joined the search. At 8:54, George Williams, a local resident who had seen a Facebook appeal from Alicia's grandmother, Angela King, alerted the police after discovering the schoolgirl's lifeless and unclothed body. She was found in a wooded area within the premises of a former hotel, Kyles of Bute, about a 15-minute walk from the MacPhail residence. Meanwhile, Alicia's mother, Georgina, who was 70 miles away in Airdrie, learned of her daughter's tragic fate through Angela's Facebook post before being escorted to the Isle of Bute. Following a post-mortem examination on July 3rd, 2018, it was determined that Alicia MacPhail had sustained a total of 117 injuries, a combination of those inflicted while she was alive and others possibly caused by vegetation. The examination revealed injuries to her neck and face, indicating forceful gripping, along with signs of smothering around her nose and mouth. Furthermore, her genitalia suffered severe, described as catastrophic injuries. The pathologist concluded that Alicia's death was the result of significant pressure applied to her neck and face. Following the findings of the autopsy, Police Scotland initiated a murder investigation. Chief Superintendent Hazel Hendren, the local police commander, emphasised the gravity of the situation, stating, quote, "Every available resource from across Police Scotland is being made available to this major investigation." Detective Superintendent Stuart Houston issued a compelling plea for information from the public, underscoring the importance of community involvement. The police swiftly mobilised, conducting searches at the MacPhail residence and intensifying patrols throughout the streets of Bute. House-to-house inquiries were made, and several parts of the island were cordoned off as forensic experts meticulously searched for evidence. Early on, investigators suspected that the perpetrator remained on Bute, prompting heightened surveillance measures. Jeanette Campbell, the mother of 16-year-old Bute resident Aaron Campbell, actively participated in the initial search for Alicia. Responding to the police's appeal for information, she reviewed the CCTV footage from the camera installed outside her home. To her shock, she discovered footage of her son leaving and returning twice during the hours in which Alicia disappeared. When she questioned Aaron about his whereabouts, he denied any knowledge of the case. Although initially satisfied with his response, Jeanette decided to report the footage to the police to dispel any suspicion. Little did she know that this footage would unravel the dark truth. Initially, Aaron Campbell was interviewed by Detective Constable Gavin McKellar and Detective Sergeant Stephen Hendry as a potential witness. He willingly cooperated with their inquiries, displaying no signs of apprehension or unease. During the questioning, he asserted that he had been purchasing and consuming cannabis during the time in which Alicia vanished. However, on July the 4th, he was arrested on suspicion of her murder. Aaron was born in Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England, on May 7th, 2002. He moved to the Isle of Bute with his family at a young age. Despite experiencing abuse and mental health challenges, Campbell attended Rothesay Academy, where he was popular and active in social circles. However, he harboured troubling thoughts and engaged in risky behaviours, including contemplating extreme actions such as rape. In 2017, he sent a troubling Facebook message expressing a desire to might kill one day for the lifetime experience. Following an incident involving starting fires, he was enrolled in a rehabilitation programme. Campbell had connections with Alicia's father, Robert MacPhail, and his girlfriend, Toni McLaughlin, but their relationship soured over time. Retracing Aaron's movements on July 1st into July 2nd were damning. On the evening of July 1st, Campbell hosted a gathering at his house, attended by 15 friends, during which he consumed alcohol. The party concluded before midnight, but at 12:30 a.m. on July 2nd, a friend returned and discovered Campbell in bed, expressing that he was, quote, suicidal. Campbell attributed his mood to arguments with his mother earlier in the evening. Concerned for his well-being, the friend offered to stay, but Campbell declined, stating his intention was to, quote, get stoned. Subsequently, he reached out to several individuals, including Robert MacPhail, seeking to purchase cannabis. Despite unsuccessful attempts to reach McLaughlin by phone at 1:47 and 1:48 a.m, Campbell continued his efforts. With the intention of stealing cannabis, Campbell left his house at 1:54 a.m, armed with a kitchen knife. He entered the MacPhail property, which was approximately a 5-minute walk away, with Alicia MacPhail's room closest to the front door. It was common practice in Rothesay to leave the key in the front door unlocked, as local residents felt safe to do so. Upon finding the sleeping girl, Campbell saw what he perceived as a, quote, moment of opportunity, later admitting, quote, all I thought about was killing her once I saw her. He lifted the drowsy Alicia from her bed, exited the house unnoticed, and walked with her along the shore. Alicia woke during the walk and questioned Campbell's identity. He falsely claimed acquaintance with her father and asserted he was taking her home. Campbell then carried Alicia to a secluded location where he sexually assaulted her and killed her. After disposing of his clothes in the sea, he returned home for a shower before revisiting the murder site to retrieve his phone. Further evidence from Campbell's phone proved to be damning. Upon realising that Alicia was missing on July 2nd, Toni McLaughlin observed the missed calls from Aaron and attempted to contact him. At 9:01, Aaron responded with, quote, sorry, doesn't matter, accompanied by 2 laughing emojis. When prompted to be on the lookout for Alicia, he casually replied, quote, oh, damn, I'm sure she's not gone too far. Transported to a police station in Glasgow, Aaron opted to respond no comment to all interrogation attempts. The following day, he was formally charged with the murder and rape of Alicia MacPhail and was remanded in custody. Aaron Campbell made his first court appearance at Greenock Sheriff Court on July 13th, where he did not enter a plea. Campbell appeared in the High Court in Glasgow on December 10th, 2018, where he pleaded not guilty to charges of abducting, raping and murdering Alicia MacPhail. A trial was set for February 2019. A second charge of attempting to defeat the ends of justice was dropped during the trial. Due to his age, media were barred from reporting Campbell's name during the proceedings. The trial commenced on February the 11th, 2019, with Judge Lord Matthews presiding. The court was presented with CCTV footage obtained from cameras installed by Campbell's mother, which depicted the defendant leaving his house at 1:54 a.m. on July 2nd, returning at 3:35 a.m, and leaving and returning again for two brief intervals before 4:07 a.m. Additionally, footage provided by members of the public showed an individual walking along the shoreline at 2:25 and 2:26, seemingly carrying something in their arms. Pathologist John Williams testified that Alicia's feet were clean and uninjured, indicating that she had likely been carried. Aaron's mother confirmed that various items recovered from the beach after Alicia's tragic demise belonged to her son. Fibres from his trousers were found on Alicia's discarded pyjamas, and DNA matching Aaron was discovered on the beach clothing and Alicia's neck. Additionally, DNA matches were found on Alicia's face, body parts and clothing. A cybercrime expert revealed that Aaron searched for information on DNA collection shortly after the crime. Furthermore, a 16-year-old girl testified that Aaron sent a Snapchat video claiming he found the perpetrator shortly after Alicia's body was discovered. Campbell claimed he was buying cannabis and searching for his lost phone on the night of July 2nd. He accused Toni McLaughlin of the murder, alleging she had a sexual encounter with him and planted evidence. Campbell denied ever meeting Alicia and refuted the murder accusation. He remained composed during his testimony, contrasting McLaughlin's alleged lack of strength with his ability to bench press. McLaughlin denied the allegations, expressing her love for Alicia. The trial lasted 9 days, with the jury deliberating for 3 hours before delivering a unanimous guilty verdict on the 21st of February. Lord Matthews described the evidence against Campbell as overwhelming and condemned his actions as among the most wicked and evil crimes the court had ever heard. Campbell remained emotionless upon hearing his conviction. Following the trial, a legal bid by media outlets led to the lifting of the naming restriction on Campbell, a first in Scottish history due to the unique nature of the case. Campbell returned for sentencing on the 21st of March, where reports from Dr. Gary McPherson revealed his detailed confession to the crime. Campbell expressed satisfaction with the murder and continued to harbour disturbing thoughts. Lord Matthews labelled him a cold, remorseless and dangerous individual lacking victim empathy. Campbell received a life sentence with a minimum term of 27 years, with the judge emphasising that reintegration or rehabilitation seemed remote, if not impossible. The judge dismissed claims against McLaughlin as false, asserting her innocence. Alicia's mother, Georgina Loughran, voiced her disdain for Campbell, advocating for a strict punishment. On September 10th, 2019, Campbell's sentence was reduced on appeal from 27 years to 24 years, making him eligible for parole at age 40 in 2042. Despite the reduction, the possibility of him never being released remains. Campbell is currently held at HM Young Offenders Institution, Polmont, and will be moved to an adult prison upon turning 21. A candlelit vigil honouring Alicia MacPhail was held in Rothesay shortly after her tragic death. Her funeral, attended by hundreds, took place in Coatbridge on July 21st, 2018, with her burial at Coltswood Cemetery. On May 25th, 2019, a pink memorial bench was unveiled on the Rothsay promenade. Nearly a year later, on June 20th, Alicia's primary school opened a playhouse built in her memory, adorned with artwork by students and funded by £22,000 in public donations. The MacPhail family participated in a memorial service at the school, featuring a song and poem dedicated to Alicia. Despite their profound loss, Alicia's family continue to honour her memory. Boone, North Carolina, nestled in the picturesque Blue Ridge Mountains, is a charming town known for its natural beauty, vibrant culture, and outdoor recreational opportunities. Home to Appalachian State University, Boone boasts a youthful energy while still retaining its small-town charm. Visitors flock to Boone for its scenic hiking trails, including those along the iconic Blue Ridge Parkway, as well as its skiing and snowboarding facilities during the winter months. The town also offers a thriving arts and music scene, with local galleries, theatres, and live music venues showcasing the talents of both residents and visiting artists. With its friendly atmosphere, stunning landscapes, and rich cultural offerings, Boone is a beloved destination for adventurers, nature lovers, and artists alike. On Thursday, the 3rd of February 1972, residents of Boone were tucked up inside their homes, wrapped in blankets and huddling by their fireplaces as they listened to the howling blizzard that enveloped the town. The storm gripped Boone fiercely, with the town being battered by 40-mile-an-hour winds and 4 inches of snow having settled on the ground as evening fell. Visibility was exceptionally poor for any travellers who endured the adverse weather conditions as they passed through the town. According to a news report by the Winston-Salem Journal, the Durham family resided on Clyde Townsend Road, a steep cul-de-sac situated off North Carolina 105 bypass on the western outskirts of Boone. The Observer mentioned that they had relocated to the town from Mount Airy a year prior. The Winston-Salem Journal stated that 51-year-old Bryce Durham, alongside his wife Virginia, aged 46, and their 18-year-old son Bobby Joe, relocated to Boone, where Bryce fulfilled his lifelong dream of establishing and managing his own car dealership, which he named Boone's Buick. Virginia and Bryce also had a 19-year-old daughter, Ginny Sue, who lived with her husband, Troy Hall, in a home 4 miles away. The family were known to be quiet and hard-working. On the evening of the 3rd of February, Bryce Durham was at the Appalachian Ski Mountain Resort where he attended a Rotary Club meeting. Because of the storm, many members were unable to attend the meeting, which was also to be in the company of the Green Berets, also known as the United States Army Special Forces. Once the meeting had concluded, Bryce left the ski resort in the company of a friend, and the pair headed towards Boone's Buick car dealership on East King Street, where Virginia Durham was working. Bryce's friend later told investigators that they both arrived at the dealership at approximately 8:30 p.m. It was reported that Bobby, who was said to have been a student attending Appalachian State University, had been at the premises waiting for his parents to reunite so that the Durhams could all travel home together. With no signs of improvement in the weather, Bryce made the decision to take himself, his wife and son back home in a green and white SUV, which had been parked in the dealership, as that particular vehicle would manage to trawl through the snowstorm and withstand potentially icy or partially blocked roads. Reports indicated that several of the Durhams' neighbours witnessed the family returning to their home in the SUV at approximately 9 p.m. Troy Hall, the husband of Bryce and Virginia's daughter Ginny, returned home from his studies at Appalachian State University at around 10 p.m, with officials later verifying his presence at campus from 5 p.m. At 10:30, as Troy and Ginny listened to music, the phone unexpectedly rang. Troy picked up, and on the other end of the line was the voice of his mother-in-law, Virginia Durham, who frantically told Troy that she needed help as 3 men, quote, had Bryce and Bobby. Before he had an opportunity to respond, the phone line went dead. At first, Troy believed that he was victim of a prank. However, Ginny told him that her mother wouldn't dare to prank anyone. Troy darted for his car with Ginny by his side. However, he was unable to get the vehicle started. He went to his neighbour, Cecil Small, who was a private detective, for help. The 2 men, with Ginny in tow, managed to drive to the Durham residence. Ginny stayed in the car as the 2 men went to investigate. They were immediately alarmed, as the house appeared to be in a state of disarray, with clues to indicate that some sort of physical attack had occurred. Furthermore, a telephone had been ripped from the wall. Troy and Cecil then found the lifeless bodies of Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby in the bathroom. At 10:50 p.m, Troy called the authorities to notify them of the discovery. Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby were all submerged in the bathtub, where the water was still running and had partially flooded a portion of the house. All 3 were fully clothed, with their hands tied behind their backs and their heads underwater. Autopsy reports revealed that Bryce and Bobby were first strangled and then drowned, while Virginia had been strangled before being placed in the bathtub. Rope burns were present on their necks and hands, and it was also reported that Bryce had been struck with a blunt instrument on his head, and Virginia had been hit by the same instrument on her face. Authorities believed that between 20 and 30 minutes had elapsed between Virginia's phone call to Troy and the discovery of the trio's bodies. A peculiar detail which emerged early on in the investigation was that the green and white SUV which Bryce had used from the car dealership that night was missing. Initially, robbery was thought to have been the motive, more so when the vehicle was recovered approximately 3 miles away, abandoned in a ditch, with, according to the Winston-Salem Journal, quote, lights on, windshield wipers slapping, doors closed, motor still running. Witnesses also reported seeing the SUV leaving the Durham home at approximately 10:30 p.m. Within the abandoned SUV was a pillowcase which held silverware in it, fueling police's belief that robbery was the motive for the crime. This theory, however, was quickly questioned, as a bank deposit box, which was located in the Durham house, sat untouched. It was thought easy to spot in the house, which left investigators puzzled as to why it was not taken. Authorities struggled in their quest to find those responsible for their deaths. The Durhams were not known to have any enemies, and there was no evidence to suggest that they were involved in any illegal activities. With no substantial leads, the case stalled, eventually becoming cold. Speculation emerged among some individuals, suggesting that the family might have become entangled in a failed car dealership scheme. 4 men were arrested in the following weeks, however they were all released without charge. Fingerprints were taken from the crime scene, however no matches were found. Time marched on and no breakthroughs came in the case. Months became years, and the years turned to decades. However, in 2019, 47 years after the murders, hope was reignited. A man named Shane Burt arrived at the White County Sheriff's Office in Georgia. Shane was there to aid with research regarding true crime in the Peach State. Shane spoke of his father, Billy Sunday Burt, who he frequently visited in prison before his self-inflicted death in 2017. Shane disclosed to investigators that Billy once told him that he remembered, quote, killing 3 people in the North Carolina mountains during a heavy snowstorm, remembering that they almost got caught. After informing them of his story, White County Sheriff's Office made contact with the authorities in Watauga County, who subsequently followed up new leads. Further interviews shone the spotlight onto 4 individuals: Charles David Reed, Bobby Jean Gaddis, Billy Wayne Davis, and Billy Sunday Burt. The group were affiliated with the Georgia-based Dixie Mafia, described as a loosely organised network. Authorities believed this organisation had been involved in numerous violent offences in Georgia and throughout the southeast during the 1960s and 1970s. Among the 4 suspects, 1 remains alive as of 2022 reports. Billy Wayne Davis was 81 years old and was serving a life sentence for murder at Augusta State Medical Prison in Georgia. He disclosed that they received payment to carry out the family's murder during the blizzard. Additionally, he acknowledged that they were close to being caught for the incident. He asserted that he served as the getaway driver, while Billy Burt and 2 accomplices, Bobby Gaddis and Charles Reed, executed the murders. Once it was confirmed that the case was solved, Ginny Sue Durham, who lost her parents and brother that fateful snowy night and has since reclaimed her family name, said, quote, "I would like to thank all of the people who worked for decades on my family's case. I know that they sacrificed many days and weekends in order to work on solving this case since 1972. Despite finding the killers of Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby, the motive behind targeting the family and the identity of the person who ordered the hit remain a mystery."
On the morning of March 10th, 1993, a motorist passing through the eastern side of Lake Andes, a town situated in South Dakota, near the Missouri River and close to the Nebraska border, when they witnessed a chilling sight: a woman's body floating in meltwater between Route 281 and a railroad. The motorist called the police, who diverged on the area and carried out their investigation. The following morning, beneath 4 feet of water and 15 feet away from where the female's body was found, authorities discovered another body, which belonged to a male. Identifying the female was difficult, as the body was badly decomposed. However, a tattoo aided in their quest to name her. The man's body was in better condition, and authorities had no trouble in identifying him. The pair were Ruby Brugier and Arnold Archambault, a couple from Lake Andes who had been reported missing 3 months earlier. Arnold Archambault was born in 1972. From the Yankton Sioux tribe, Arnold grew up within the reservation, located in the southeastern portion of Charles Mix County, South Dakota. Following the passing of his mother when he was 13 years old, Arnold was brought up by his grandmother. By December 1992, he was residing with an aunt named Karen Tuttle, and he was employed at the Fort Randall Casino. During his time at Marty Indian School, he was a popular student and actively participated in basketball and was selected as a member of an all-Native American team to embark on a tour to the Soviet Union in 1990. Ruby Brugier, born on January 11, 1974 in Wagner, was also of Yankton Sioux heritage. Like Arnold, she was raised on the reservation and received her education in Lake Andes. Ruby and Arnold were never married. However, in 1991 she gave birth to their daughter, Erica Marie. According to her father, Quentin, Ruby was a gentle woman with a wicked sense of humour and was incredibly kind to everyone she knew. During the night of Saturday, December 11th, 1992, 18-year-old Ruby and 20-year-old Arnold and their friend 17-year-old Tracy Dion set out on a marathon of partying that lasted until the early hours of the following morning. By around 6 a.m. on the 12th of December, they found themselves back at Tracy's residence, where Erica was left behind. Tracy's father, awaiting their return, confronted them. Arnold inquired about retrieving Erica, but Tracy's father immediately noticed signs of alcohol consumption. He proposed that they entrust Erica to his care for the time being, suggesting they could retrieve her later that afternoon, a suggestion to which they acquiesced. Tracy assured her father she intended to accompany Arnold and Ruby, and they departed shortly thereafter. Shortly after, nearing 7 a.m, the trio found themselves at a three-way junction with US Route 281, also designated as US Route 18 and South Dakota Highway 50 at that location, about 1 mile east of Lake Andes. Arnold, assuming the role of the driver, adhered to the traffic signal. As he executed a left turn on Route 281, their vehicle encountered a treacherous patch of black ice on the road, causing it to flip and come to a halt just off the highway. The vehicle settled in a depression between the road and a former railroad, right of way, approximately 75 feet to its north. In an account later provided to the television show Unsolved Mysteries, Tracy recalled that although she did not witness Arnold exit the vehicle post-accident, he was nowhere to be found inside when it finally came to rest upside down. Throughout the ordeal, Ruby repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my God," while striking the vehicle. Eventually, Ruby managed to force open one of the doors and escape. Tracy attempted to follow suit, but found the door shut, trapping her inside until rescuers arrived some time later. Both Arnold and Ruby deserted the vehicle, with Tracy inside, for reasons unknown. As dawn broke, law enforcement had already initiated a search in the vicinity. Despite the frozen terrain around the vehicle's resting place, authorities harboured concerns that Arnold and Ruby might have strayed somewhere and encountered problems in the icy conditions. Officers meticulously combed the frozen ditch, with one officer traversing the opposite side of the railroad tracks, speculating that the pair might have wandered towards the lake area, which was similarly frozen. Deputy Bill Youngstrom, drawing from past experiences, recounted numerous incidents where drivers and passengers were unaccounted for after accidents. Many of these occurrences involved revelry and alcohol consumption. Initially, his suspicion inclined towards the notion that Arnold and Ruby might have absconded due to intoxication, fearing legal repercussions such as Arnold's potential arrest for driving whilst intoxicated, a DWI. He speculated that they might resurface in a few days' time. Contrarily, Karen, Arnold's aunt, harboured doubts about Arnold's inclination to flee. She held firm in her belief that he would have either returned home or made contact to assure them of his safety. However, days passed without any word from him. Ruby's mother, Myrtle, echoed Karen's thoughts. She couldn't fathom why Ruby would remain out of contact with Erica and the family for such an extended period. She speculated whether Ruby might have encountered harm or faced obstacles preventing her from reaching out to them. Despite exhaustive efforts, law enforcement found no indication that Arnold and Ruby had succumbed to hazards caused by the plummeting temperatures. Deputy Youngstrom, driven by a sense of duty, transformed the search into a relentless personal mission over the subsequent 3 months. He dedicated himself to exploring every conceivable lead, diligently pursuing clues day in and day out, yet his efforts yielded no results until the arrival of spring thaw. When Ruby and Arnold's bodies were found, the authorities were puzzled at the differences of conditions their bodies were in. Ruby's was heavily decomposed, and her clothing, except her shoes and glasses which were missing, had been frozen to the ground, whereas Arnold's body was the opposite, noted as being in fine condition and well preserved. The area itself had also been thoroughly investigated when police were informed of the couple's disappearance, which perplexed investigators when they retrieved the bodies. Autopsies were conducted in order to get answers in regards to their deaths. However, the findings only made the case more unusual. The absence of a clear time of death and any signs suggesting foul play baffled investigators. The coroner's assessment indicated that Arnold and Ruby had succumbed to exposure and had not sustained any injuries from the accident, leaving the circumstances surrounding their deaths shrouded in mystery. Deputy Youngstrom had been in the ditch area where Ruby and Arnold were found several times since Tracy alerted emergency services on December 12th, as had many walkers who regularly followed the path. However, he struggled to understand how the two bodies could have been missed for 3 months if they had been there for the entire duration. It was reported that the authorities believed the bodies had been elsewhere, then planted in the ditch. Oddly, a set of keys were found in Arnold's pocket, one of which belonged to a vehicle and 2 house keys. To this day, it has not been determined what vehicle and houses these keys were for. Furthermore, by the roadside, hair, which was determined to have belonged to Ruby, was found, yet it was strange that it had supposedly lain there for 3 entire months. Youngstrom believed that Ruby and Arnold were killed elsewhere, then abandoned in the ditch area. As time marched on, police received many tips from the public in regards to the deaths of Arnold and Ruby. 2 men, reportedly in a dark Blazer-style vehicle, were seen near the ditch in the hours leading up to the bodies being discovered on the 10th of March. However, police were unable to trace them. Believed to be a credible account, a witness reported seeing Arnold in a car with 3 individuals on New Year's Eve of 1992. The witness passed a polygraph test and strongly believed that the man she saw was indeed Arnold Archambault. A couple who were in the vehicle were later identified and brought in for questioning. They denied being in the car with Arnold. However, both of them failed their respective polygraph tests. Although any polygraph tests should be taken with a pinch of salt, as they are notoriously unreliable. Additionally, 5 other individuals approached the police, asserting sightings of Arnold and Ruby subsequent to their disappearance. One witness attested to observing the couple entering a vehicle following the accident, which was subsequently observed travelling eastward. Another witness reported encountering Ruby on January 20th, more than a month post-accident, and 9 days after she was due to turn 19 years old, in the vicinity of Wagner, South Dakota. These accounts further complicate the timeline and circumstances surrounding the couple's disappearance, adding layers of intrigue to an already perplexing case. In September 1999, the FBI officially concluded their investigation into the case, determining no evidence of foul play and attributing Arnold and Ruby's deaths to accidental circumstances. Sadly, there were no official suspects in the case, leaving Arnold and Ruby's loved ones without answers. Ruby's father, Quentin, holds firm in his disbelief that they perished at the location where they were found, suspecting that they met their demise elsewhere and were subsequently placed in the ditch to cover the killer's tracks. Arnold's aunt, Karen, is also convinced foul play was involved. Both families harbour doubts regarding the thoroughness of the police investigation. Members of both families believed the case wasn't looked into thoroughly enough, in part due to the fact that both Arnold and Ruby were of Indigenous heritage, which in general is an enormous issue, particularly in America and Canada. Ruby's aunt, Sharon, stated, quote, "When a Native American is charged with something, it's pursued heavily. However, when a Native American is a victim, it's not pursued with the same perseverance." Arnold's cousin Mike took aim at the investigators, stating, quote, "It sounds like you're trying to cover your butt. It sounds like you didn't investigate in the first place." Karen Tuttle, Arnold's aunt, said, quote, "I don't believe the bodies were there because if they weren't hurt, they would not lay down and die." How did the bodies of Arnold and Ruby resurface in the very ditch where their car had crashed 3 months earlier? Was it merely a bizarre twist of fate, an oversight in the investigation by law enforcement, or could it possibly hint at something more sinister? A reward of $5,000 is being offered in hopes of shedding light on this case.
From the exterior, 3 Moorhouse Street appeared to be an ordinary home nestled in Willagee, a Fremantle suburb of the city of Perth, Western Australia. However, behind its walls lurked a dark truth. Over the span of 5 weeks in the spring of 1986, David and Catherine Burney kidnapped 5 women, sexually assaulted and killed 4, with the 5th managing to escape their clutches before alerting authorities of the killer couple's abhorrent crimes. David John Burney, the eldest among 5 siblings, was raised in Wattle Grove, a semi-rural suburb of Perth. Childhood acquaintances recall his family as troubled, plagued by rumours of alcoholism, promiscuity and incest. Regular family meals were non-existent, with Burney's parents neglecting to cook for their children. Their home was, quote, "notoriously filthy." During the early 1960s, Burney's family relocated to another Perth suburb. It was there that he met Catherine Harrison, his 12-year-old next-door neighbour, who struck up a relationship with him at 14. At the age of 15, David left school to begin an apprenticeship as a jockey at the nearby Ascot racecourse. While working there, Burney subjected the horses to physical abuse and engaged in exhibitionism. One night, he broke into the room of an elderly woman who stayed at the same boarding house as him, wearing only stockings over his head in an attempted sexual assault. He was subsequently fired from his position at Ascot. In his adolescence, Burney had already been in and out of prison for various offences of different severity, and he and his siblings had jumped from foster home to foster home. As an adult, he struggled with addiction to sex and pornography, along with paraphilic behaviour. By his early 20s, he married and had a daughter. Catherine Margaret Harrison, born on May 23, 1951, lost her mother, Doreen, during childbirth when Catherine was just 2 years old. Tragically, her newborn brother also passed away 2 days later. Unable to care for Catherine in South Africa, her father, Harold, who had abused her, entrusted her to her maternal grandparents who resided in Perth, Australia. However, at the age of 10, a custody dispute arose, leading to Harold regaining sole custody of Catherine. Despite her father's pleas, Catherine continued her troubled relationship with David Burney, leading to encounters with law enforcement and imprisonment during her teenage years. Advised by a parole officer, She worked as a housekeeper for the McLaughlin family and later married Donald McLaughlin. They had 7 children, but tragically lost their firstborn son, Donnie, in infancy. In 1985, Catherine left her husband and children to be with David, legally changing her surname to Burney. They then settled in Willagee, where David worked at a car wrecker's shop, which was a 4-minute drive from their residence on Moorhouse Street. The Barneys' neighbours often saw the quiet couple smoking cannabis, taking heroin, and abusing prescription drugs. David requested sex from Catherine up to 6 times per day in order to achieve regular gratification. David continued to commit theft and ended up behind bars again, during which time he developed a dark, twisted fantasy to commit rape and murder. Following his release, he asked Catherine to help him lure a potential victim to their home, and she willingly agreed. In September of 1986, David placed an advertisement in the local newspaper which read, "Urgent, looking for a lonely person, prefer female, 18 to 24 years, share single-room flat." Shortly after the ad was placed, the Barneys found their first victim. Mary Nielsen, a 22-year-old psychology student and part-time delicatessen worker at the University of Western Australia, crossed paths with David at a car wrecker's shop, where he offered her cheap tyres at his home, and the pair exchanged phone numbers. On October 6, 1986, Nielsen visited Moorhouse Street to take David up on his offer. However, David, accompanied by Catherine, subjected Nielsen to a harrowing ordeal, gagging, chaining, and sexually assaulting her. Subsequently, they transported her to Gleneagle State Forest, where David strangled her with a nylon cord and stabbed her under the mistaken belief that it would accelerate decomposition. Catherine aided in burying Nielsen in a shallow grave. 15-year-old, straight-A high school student Susanna Candy from Nedlands was abducted 2 weeks after Nielsen while hitchhiking along Claremont's Stirling Highway. Once she entered the Barneys' car on October 20th whilst leaving her restaurant job, Candy was bound and held at knife point. Initially, Susanna believed the Barneys to be trustworthy, as she felt reassured by the presence of another female in the vehicle. The Barneys then coerced her into sending reassuring letters to her family, stating she was spending time away to, quote, deal with her problems, before subjecting her to a similar ordeal as Nielsen at their home on Moorhouse Street. Following an unsuccessful attempt to strangle a resisting Susanna with a nylon cord, the Barneys forcefully administered sleeping pills. When they took effect, David instructed Catherine to demonstrate her love by killing Candy herself. Catherine complied, murdering Candy while David watched, later describing the emotions of her first kill as, quote, "I did not feel a thing." Subsequently, Susanna was buried near Nielsen's shallow grave, near a picnic site in Gleneagle State Forest. On November 1st, Nolene Patterson, 31, ran out of fuel on Canning Highway after her shift as a bar manager at Nedlands Golf Club. The Barneys pulled over and picked her up from the side of the road, Patterson having met them a few weeks prior when they assisted in wallpapering her house in Swan River. The Barneys took her back to their residence, a knife pressed against her throat, and David sexually assaulted her. Nolene was chained to the bed, gagged and repeatedly raped over the following 3 days, where she was held captive. David developed a likeness towards Patterson and was therefore reluctant to kill her on the night they abducted her. His emotional bond with Nolene resulted in Catherine harbouring immense jealousy towards their victim. When Catherine demanded David act after 3 days of delays, David chose to kill Patterson by overdosing her with sleeping pills and strangling her in her sleep. They buried her separately in Gleneagle, with Catherine taking pleasure in disrespecting Nolene by throwing sand across her face. Just days later, on November 5th, the Barneys abducted a 21-year-old computer operator and babysitter Denise Brown from a Stirling Highway bus stop by Coolbellup Tavern. Like previous victims, she was taken at knife point and assaulted at the Barney home, where David and Catherine forced her into calling her parents and telling them that she was okay. The next day, they drove her to the Nangara pine plantation, where David raped her in their car. Afterward, he sexually assaulted her again and stabbed her in the neck and chest. Believing her to be dead, they buried her in a shallow grave, but Brown unexpectedly sat up. David then struck her twice with a shovel and an axe before burying her again. On November 9th, 17-year-old Kate Moyer was abducted at knife point after accepting a ride from the Barneys after a night out with friends. Quote, "I've got the munchies. Have you got the munchies?" Catherine uttered to David, this being their secret code that they had found their next victim. David held a knife to her throat and coerced her into calling her mother, pretending she was staying at a friend's house after drinking too much. She hoped her mother would realise something was awry, as she didn't ever get drunk. Kate later recalled asking the Barneys if they planned to harm her, to which they responded, quote, "We'll only rape you if you're good." She was forced to dance for them and spend the night handcuffed to David's ankle in their bed, watching the Rocky film on VHS and smoking cannabis. She was then forced to shower several times before being raped again and was made to write goodbye letters to her family. David then administered sleeping pills. However, Kate hid them under her tongue and hid them under the mattress when the Barneys weren't looking. The day after David left for work, Catherine forgot to chain Kate to the bed when she answered a knock at the door. Kate managed to break the lock of a nearby window, but injured herself in the process. After seeking help from neighbours and being attacked by David's dog, she fled to a nearby vacuum cleaner shop and reported the incident. Despite initial scepticism from some officers, 22-year-old Constable Laura Hancock believed Kate's detailed account from the start, which included her description of David's distinctive mustard-coloured dressing gown, the chains tied to the bed, the Rocky VHS tape, and a hidden drawing within the residence. The Barneys had adopted aliases, but Kate discovered David's real name on a medicine bottle. Kate described both Barneys in great detail, David as having an abnormally long, hooked nose, and Catherine as a short woman with a permanent frown and high cheekbones. There was no denying that Kate had suffered at the hands of the Barneys. When police initially knocked at 3 Moorhouse Street, nobody answered the door. Catherine had gone out looking for Kate following her escape and was fearful of the repercussions from David after she failed to secure Kate's chains. She was arrested upon her return, and David was arrested at his place of work. Police found all of the items Kate had described within the Barney residence. However, upon their arrests, both Barneys gave conflicting statements regarding Kate. Catherine denied knowing her, whereas David said their interactions were voluntary and consensual. By that afternoon, homicide detectives believed the Barneys to be linked to the 4 missing women in the area and questioned them extensively. Detective Sergeant Vince Katich spoke with David and advised him to confess and disclose the burial locations of the previous victims, to which he agreed willingly without hesitation. Catherine was told of David's confession, to which she too admitted her guilt. On the edge of a pine grove in Nangara, near Pinjar, 30 kilometres north of Perth, the detective team made a grim discovery late that night. Among the trees, the naked remains of Denise Brown were found, having laid there for almost a week. Before sunrise, the homicide squad travelled through Perth and 80 kilometres south to another location in the Gleneagle forest. David initially struggled to locate the other 3 graves, but eventually guided them to a spot for digging. 2 bodies were found, later identified as Mary Nielsen and Susanna Candy. Chillingly, Catherine insisted on showing them the final grave. They returned to the highway and followed another track to discover Nolene Patterson's body, covered with gravel. Catherine, once again fueled by jealousy, spat on the body upon its recovery. On November 12th, Catherine and David Burney were charged with 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault, and deprivation of liberty. Detectives began considering the possibility of additional victims and launched further investigations, specifically into the disappearances of Cheryl Rennick and Barbara Western, both of whom also vanished in 1986. However, earlier in the year, in May and June, 5 months prior to the Burneys' known killing spree. 12-year-old Lisa Marie Mott, who vanished in 1980, was also a possibility, but David's first wife gave him an alibi. Western's body was found in Carrigullen in 1991, however her killer has never been found. Both Rennick and Mott remain missing. The next day, a team of workers and excavators inspected sections of a drain near the Burneys' house on Harrison Street. Months earlier, bone fragments, shoes and women's underwear had been found by workers laying pipes in the same area. Despite a thorough search lasting for hours, no further evidence was discovered. In February 1987, Catherine and David Burney pleaded guilty to all charges during a hearing. Justice Alkin Wallace sentenced David to life in prison without parole, emphasising the premeditated and cruel nature of the crimes. Catherine received the same sentence, but with the possibility of parole after a minimum term of 20 years. Justice Wallace stressed that she should serve a strict security life imprisonment without exception. After the sentencing, Catherine Burney was taken to Bandy Up prison, resisting and shouting. In court, members of the public reacted strongly to David Burney, who chillingly responded with a smile and blew them a kiss before being escorted to the maximum security jail, Fremantle Prison. In 2016, Kate Moyer, the woman who managed to escape the Burneys, initiated a movement to abolish Western Australian laws mandating parole consideration every 3 years for convicts. By 2017, Catherine's youngest son, Peter, advocated for her execution due to the physical assaults he endured because of his association with her. Peter also aligns with Moyer's advocacy efforts. In prison, David's violent behaviour persisted, leading to fights and frequent stays in the infirmary. Eventually, he was placed in solitary confinement to avoid harm from other prisoners. Catherine regretted her actions, missing her partner and feeling responsible for their capture. Over 4 years, the couple exchanged over 2,500 letters from their jail cells. However, eventually their relationship dried up, and Catherine severed ties with David, in the hopes it would better her chances for parole. On October 7th, 2005, now 54-year-old David Burney was found dead in his cell 12A at Casuarina Prison, having hanged himself from an air vent using a sheet. According to officials, various factors led to his suicide, including incorrect supply of antidepressants after Catherine cut all contact with him, confiscation of the computer in his cell after pornography was found on it, and the fact he was suspected of sexually assaulting a fellow inmate. Following his death, Catherine was not allowed to attend the funeral. Nobody claimed his body, and he was buried in a pauper's grave. Catherine remains incarcerated and has had a number of parole applications rejected. She claims her actions were executed due to her deep-rooted infatuation with David and would stop at nothing to prove her love for him. The case was reviewed in 2009, and it was decided by the Attorney General that, in the best interests of the victims' families, Catherine would never be released, making her only the third Australian woman ever to have "never be released" written on her papers. At some point on December 31st in the year 2000, a man left a house in a suburb of Tokyo, Japan, leaving behind his fingerprints, DNA, a sweater, and a house full of victims. From the outside looking in, the house looked like almost every other house in any typical Japanese suburb. It had 2 stories, was in a good neighbourhood, and had a park right on the other side of the back fence. But the inside of the house was quite different to most others. The property had actually been split into separate apartments, meaning that 2 families were living on different floors with no way to enter each other's apartment from the inside of the house. If one of them wanted to do that, they would have to go outside and either up or down the stairs, depending on whose front door they wanted to get to. But that didn't mean that these 2 neighbours weren't close to each other. In fact, they were very, very close. Upstairs was the Miyazawa family, a family of 4. Mikio Miyazawa was a 44-year-old businessman whose colleagues would later describe him as the kind of guy that got on well with everyone, and he was married to Yasuko. Yasuko was a 41-year-old teacher in one of the local schools, and she was known to have been kind, compassionate, and full of love for the couple's 2 children. First, there was Nina, an 8-year-old who was everything that an 8-year-old girl usually is. She was full of life and energy, and she adored football and ballet, and never stopped moving for a minute. And then there was her younger brother, Ray. Ray was only 6 years old and really only just stepping in to enjoying life to the fullest when his parents noticed something odd. Ray was showing signs of having a speech impediment, and the Miyazawas had been taking him to treatment over the recent months, hoping to improve things for him. There was plenty of time for things to improve, and the Miyazawas had the support of their close neighbours, Yasuko's mother and brothers, who all lived in the flat beneath the Miyazawas. On the same road were only 2 other sets of neighbours, but it hadn't always been like that. When the Miyazawas had first moved in, there had been almost 200 neighbours living in the area, but most of that had changed over the last few years. It all goes back to the park right on the other side of the Miyazawa's fence. Plans had been made to approve and expand the park, and many of the neighbours in the neighbourhood had already moved out as part of the plan to make space for the expansion. In fact, the Miyazawas would also be moving out in a short time, but as fate would have it, things would go far differently for them. Sometime between 11:30 p.m. and 5 minutes past midnight on December 30th to 31st, a man climbed up one of the trees in the park right beside the Miyazawa's household. The branches of the tree took him right up to the bathroom window, and after he'd got the screen off the window, he slipped into the property. The first bedroom he came upon was little Ray's. The boy was sleeping, but that didn't stop the intruder from creeping up to the boy's bed and using his bare hands to strangle him. Ray couldn't have put up much of a fight, but he did manage to alert his father, Mikio, who heard something happening in Ray's room. He went running down the hallway and burst into his son's room, only to find the killer strangling Mikio's now dead son. Myuu threw himself at the killer, but the man was armed. The killer had a rather unusual weapon on him, a fishing knife that later investigators were able to pinpoint not because of the wounds the man had inflicted on Myuu, but through something else that he had left behind. As the two men struggled in Ray's room, the killer got the upper hand and stabbed Myuu in the head, his knife going in deep enough to take life from Myuu as he fought to protect his family. The killer pulled the knife out, probably knowing that there were still other people in the house, but the knife got fractured, leaving behind a shard in Myuu's wounds, which investigators found later on. From there, it's unclear if he went to Yasuko or her 8-year-old daughter Nina first, but it is clear that the killer used the broken knife to attack both of them before he went to the kitchen, got a fresh knife, and finished killing the entire Miyazawa family. It wasn't until around 10 AM the following day when Yasuko's mother, Haruko, entered the apartment after not being able to reach anyone upstairs for a few hours, and that the exact scale of what had happened the night before was discovered. Most people would suspect that after killing an entire family in the middle of the night, the killer would have gone there to take advantage of the situation and collect and steal valuables before disappearing into the night. But this killer was different. He did undoubtedly take advantage of the situation, but not necessarily in the ways some may think. The killer took his time. He treated his own wounds with a first aid kit in the house, took a nap on the sofa, and then got hungry. He went to the kitchen, eating a whole melon and some ice cream, and drank 4 bottles of tea before the inevitable happened. He went to their bathroom, using their toilet, and not even bothering to flush when he was finished. There's something cold and particularly callous about this act after killing an entire family. But perhaps now that he was rested and had had something to eat or drink, the killer could get to work. Logs onto the computer shows that he'd spent time browsing the internet and drawers through the house had been ransacked. Some money was taken and paperwork had been left strewn around the house, some of it in the bathtub and in the toilet, and others just across the floor. Exactly what the killer did after that is a mystery, but it is clear that at some point he reorganised his things and decided to leave some of them behind. On the very same sofa that he'd slept during the night, the killer left behind a knife, a muffler, a bag, a sweater, jacket, hat, gloves, shoes, and 2 handkerchiefs, and then he seemed to just disappear without a trace. But chillingly, it is possible that he stayed in the household most of the night, only leaving just before Yasuko's mother arrived. Haruko entered the home around 10:40, but the investigators found evidence of computer activity happening in the Miyazawa household at 10 AM. Was it possible that Haruko had only missed the killer by a couple of minutes? What would have happened if she had caught him? Would she have seen a glimpse of the man who'd taken her daughter and grandchildren away from her, or would she have been another victim? It is difficult to say, especially since investigators have also come out and said that it was entirely possible that the last piece of activity on the computer could have come from Haruko herself. They argue that she may have accidentally moved the mouse while discovering the crime scene, and so far authorities have left it to speculation, not coming out either way to say what really happened. The last time the authorities officially put the killer in the household was when he'd used the computer after killing the family, meaning there is about an 8-hour gap between the 2 sets of computer activity. But who was the killer, and why did he do this? No one knew the answers to that, but the authorities were determined to find out, and they had a long list of physical evidence to help point them towards the killer. As stated previously, the killer left his fingerprints, DNA, and a sweater behind. The prints didn't match any in the Japanese databases, and neither did the DNA, but the DNA could tell the investigators a bit more about him. They knew his blood type, and they knew that his father was possibly from East Asia, maybe Korea, and his mother was possibly European, or she at least had some European DNA in her ancestry. This should have helped the authorities narrow down the list of suspects, but almost unbelievably it got them nowhere. It proved that the killer might have had some connection to other countries outside of Japan, but not what he was doing in Japan or if he'd purposefully targeted the Miyazawas. And then things got even more puzzling. Inside the bag that the killer had left behind, the investigators found sand, something that could have helped them pinpoint where the killer might have gone, and hopefully in the more recent days before the murders, but what the investigators did find only raised far more questions. They were able to track down where the sand had originally come from, all the way down to a very specific piece of land, just not a piece of land in Japan. The sand had come from an Air Force base all the way out in the Nevada desert in California, USA. But how it had ended up in a bag in Japan in a house where 4 people had been murdered was a complete mystery. The theory was raised that the killer was someone in the military, possibly American and stationed either in Japan or possibly Korea, but maybe the killer had just stolen the bag or bought it second hand and the investigators were onto nothing. Maybe the killer had only been related to someone in the military, and the investigations were chasing up a dead end. Not wanting to leave any stone unturned, the investigators went back to the sweater. Only 130 of these sweaters had ever been made and sold, and that was a far shorter list of potential suspects than the DNA evidence had provided the investigators with. If they could track down the people who'd bought this sweater, find someone from that shortlist with the same family background who may or may not have connections with the American military, they'd finally be onto something concrete. But the investigation unfortunately dragged on. Only about 20 of the sweaters and the people who bought them were ever tracked down, and the others still remain unknown. Throughout the years, over 246,000 investigators have collected almost 13,000 pieces of evidence, conducting an almost unimaginable number of interviews and requesting help from international agencies, all ending in nothing but a cold case. 15 years later, the authorities announced a 20 million yen, or about $155,000 reward for anyone who can provide information that leads to them discovering and convicting the killer. But that wasn't all. The authorities also announced that 40 officers were still officially working on the case full-time, and that hasn't really changed. The last formal announcement regarding the Miyazawas came in 2019 when the authorities announced that the reward still stands and that 35 officers are still assigned to the case. The Miyazawa house also still stands, untouched and unoccupied for the 23 long years that the remaining members of both sides of the family have been left without answers. But perhaps one day the case will close, the house can be given a new lease of life, and a community can move on from the brutal and tragic things that took place in an unusually quiet and peaceful Japanese neighbourhood.
When most people hear the Moors murders, they're very likely to think of the years between 1963 and 1965, when Ian Brady and Myra Hindley took 5 children out onto Saddleworth Moor in Manchester, sexually assaulting 4 and killing all 5 of them. But their case, even though it's quite unique in the sense that they targeted children, wasn't the only spree of assaults and murders that took place in and around a moor. Today we go across to Bremen, Germany, where a patch of land would become the scene of one of the most brutal targeted attacks on women the country had ever seen before or since. The Devil's Moor is the literal translation of the German name Teufelsmoor, and with a name like that, you could almost say that the moor was always destined to be the site of some truly terrible crimes. But back when everyone around the area spoke Saxon, Teufelsmoor was once Doffesmoor, which doesn't quite mean the same thing as it does now. The moor part is very much the same, but the Doffes literally means less fertile or dead, which was basically the locals' way of saying that because of the thick peat that made up and surrounded the bog, nothing could grow there. So the dead moor became the Devil's Moor. But either way, the women who unwillingly found themselves there during the 1980s probably thought that they really had encountered the devil. On October 30th, 1981, Britta Schilling was on her way home. She was only 18 years old at the time and was on her way back from a disco in Bremen when she heard a car behind her on the road. It was the 80s, and just like the rest of the world, the roads and streets of Germany were no strangers to hitchhikers, so no one could have been that surprised when Britta struck her thumb out and asked for a lift. But unlike many before or after her, Britta never made it home that night. She was found on November 6th, naked, assaulted, her body showing visible signs of torture, and dumped in the Devil's Moor. She had been stabbed about 27 times, one of those wounds leading to her death. Her discovery was a shock both to her family and the towns that surrounded the Devil's Moor, but no one thought that there would be more victims like her to come. Many believed that Britta's assault and death had been a one-off incident, and though her story was tragic for the communities around Devil's Moor, life went on. Only 3 days after Britta had been discovered, another hitchhiker was out on the streets of Bremen looking for a lift. This time it was a 17-year-old girl, not out in the middle of the night after a disco, but in the middle of the day and on her way home from school. She heard a car on the road behind her and stuck out her thumb, just like Britta had only a week or so before, and the car stopped. Inside was a young man, handsome and kind-looking, and when the girl asked him for a ride, he agreed to take her. The schoolgirl got in, probably thanking her luck that she'd managed to find a lift home, but the man took her out to Devil's Moor, where he showed her his true colours. The driver stripped the girl and he assaulted her, leaving her deep in the marsh without her clothes and taking them with him when he left. The girl was alive, but it was November and she was left out in the wind and the cold of the moors, trying to piece together what had just happened to her. It's not exactly clear why the driver left her alive, or why he decided to throw her clothes out of the car as he drove away. Maybe some part of him felt sorry for seeing a young girl left like that, or maybe he had his fill of murder from killing Britta. But the driver did toss the girl's clothes back out onto the road. He scattered them around as he drove, making sure that she wouldn't be able to collect them all in one go, and that meant that he was long gone by the time the young girl had her clothes back and had managed to report the crime to the police. Her assault was not initially connected to Britta's. Britta had been assaulted, but she'd also been physically tortured and murdered, and the local authorities didn't think that the two cases were so similar, yet also so different, could have been carried out by the same person. But they changed their minds by December 3rd, when a 20-year-old woman came into the police station to report that she had just been assaulted out in Devil's Moor. 3 similar cases in such a short period of time was enough to get the police looking at everything all over again, and they started re-examining Britta and the schoolgirl's cases, comparing them with this new one and hoping that the 3 together would bring enough evidence to the table to catch the man responsible for them. But law enforcement didn't have very much to show for it when 20-year-old Heike Schneer was reported missing in February of 1982. She hadn't shown up for her job in Bremen, and her colleagues found that strange enough to report her as missing to the police on February 9th. But it would be a while before anyone actually found out what had really happened to her. On March 24th, Heike was recovered out in Devil's Moor, dead from over 36 stab wounds. Law enforcement now knew that the mysterious driver had struck again, but news travelled slowly and hitchhiking was still a huge part of life in Bremen. On May 22nd, 18-year-old Angela Marks was on the streets looking for a ride when an now all too familiar story would play out. She was reported missing, but it would be 7 months before her clothing, handbag and skeletal remains were found on Devil's Moor. Because all they had were her bones, it was difficult to say exactly what had happened to Angela, but the investigators were certain that her death was connected to Britta and Heike's and the 2 other assault victims. And they only became more certain when 2 more teenage girls came in to report being assaulted out in Devil's Moor in July of that year. Both girls thankfully survived their ordeals, but their cases also brought more than a bit of bad news with them. As terrible as it is to say, an active killer and rapist is better for an investigation than one who's gone underground. More crimes and victims mean more clues and evidence, and it also increases the chances that the culprit will make a mistake and be caught. But after the 2 victims in July of 1982, the man who was plaguing the Devil's Moor went eerily quiet. The investigators were left with no new information, and still no idea who he was or why he was targeting female hitchhikers. In some ways, both law enforcement and locals must have sighed a sigh of relief. With no new cases for almost a year, there was a chance that the attacker had moved on, or maybe even been arrested for an unrelated crime, and the streets did seem safer, but the driver was still out there, and he reminded everyone of that in June of 1983. On June 6th, he kidnapped a 17-year-old girl at knife point, driving her out to the moor, where he forced her to perform oral sex on him. Maybe this assault was enough for him to quench his thirst, or maybe he was only getting back into the swing of things because he let this young girl live. She reported the crime to the police, bringing with her the difficult news that the killer and rapist of Devil's Moor was back at it again, and reopening the investigation into him. But Martina Volkmann wasn't as lucky. She was a 20-year-old woman trying to hitchhike from Wehr, a suburb in Bremen, to Hamburg on December 26, 1983, right after the Christmas holidays. She was found the same day, and after looking at her body, it wasn't difficult to piece together who had offered her a ride and what he had done with her after she'd gotten into his car. There were traces of semen in Martina's mouth, and she had been stabbed more than 100 times. Just what was the murderer of Devil's Moor doing? Why was he attacking these women, and why had he attacked Martina so brutally when he let others go? Even with Britta and Heike, is a long way off 100. The investigators feared that Martina's attack meant that things were only going to get worse, and they were right. Instead of going underground again, the killer waited only a couple of weeks to strike once more. On January 4th, 1984, he picked up another teenage girl and forced her to perform oral sex on him. He thankfully let her go without killing her, letting her report the crime to the police, but he struck again in February when he abducted a 20-year-old woman and did the very same thing. The woman survived, at least definitely proving that he didn't always kill his victims and he wasn't always going to be as brutal with his attacks as he was with Martina, but it did also prove something else. He'd gone almost a year before he attacked that 17-year-old girl and held her at knife point in June of 1983. Then he'd waited again and only struck in December when he'd assaulted and murdered Martina. There was always the chance that he'd had more victims in between who had either not been reported as missing or had maybe been allowed to live and simply hadn't reported their assaults to the police. But if those numbers were correct, that meant that the killer was now working on a shorter fuse. He'd attacked Martina in December, another teenager in January, and another in February, and if that pattern continued, that would mean that the investigation would be looking at a new case every month. A chilling theory to come to terms with, but it was a theory that was confirmed when an 18-year-old girl stumbled into the police station in March with an all too familiar, terrible story to tell. The police must have listened with heavy hearts when the girl explained that she'd been picked up by a man in a car and taken out to Devil's Moor, but things must have gotten only more difficult to listen to when the young woman went on to say that the man had told her that he was going to have sex with her. But it was after that the young woman's story took an unexpected turn. The young woman had agreed to have sex with the driver, only asking for a cigarette to calm her nerves before they got started. The driver agreed, giving the young woman time to take out and light a cigarette as he sat in the car beside her and waited. Who can say what must have been going through that young woman's mind, and I'm sure not many of us can say that we would have had the courage to do the same thing that she did. But she took that lit cigarette and smashed it into the driver's face, catching him off guard and buying herself some time to get out of the car and start running. And who can say why the driver didn't get out of the car and start chasing her, or why he didn't start his car and drive her down? But he didn't. Maybe it was another twist of fate, or maybe he simply hadn't expected anyone to fight back. But he started his car and he took off in another direction, letting the girl live. In another collected moment of courage, the girl turned around, watching the car drive off and making sure she'd memorised the licence plate, and then she went back into town and gave it to the police. An investigation that lasted years by this point was solved when an 18-year-old girl handed the police the culprit's license plate on a silver platter, and they were able to trace it back to a man named Thomas Rath. Thomas was only 24 years old himself, and he was a non-commissioned officer in the West German Army, someone who certainly should have been able to keep his cool under interrogation, but the investigators had him only for a short amount of time before he confessed to everything. The murderer and rapist of Devil's Moor finally had a face and a name, and this time he wasn't getting away, only to strike again later. He was taken to court and sentenced to life imprisonment on April 28th of 1985, almost 4 full years after all of this had first started. Even after all of that, his motives for committing his crimes are still somewhat up for debate, but a provision was made to his sentence that required him to receive psychiatric therapy whilst he was in prison, at least implying that the court system believed that there was something psychologically wrong with him. But with a crime spree as brutal as his, that wasn't so hard for any of us to piece together by ourselves. In the mid-1970s, 2 members of the United States Army met whilst they were stationed in California. They were Donald Ochi and Vicky Felton, and before anyone knew it, the 2 of them were married. By 1979, they'd started their own family together when their child was born in Honolulu, Hawaii, a blonde-haired, green-eyed baby girl. Lee Marine Ochi was that first step of what would have been a bright and happy family life together for the Ochis, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. In 1981, just 2 years after Lee was born, Donald and Vicky filed for divorce and parted ways. Vicky left the army, but Donald stayed. He also stayed in constant contact with Vicky, and especially his daughter, and when he was stationed in Germany, Lee would often go out to visit him there. But by 1992, things had settled down a bit more, and the family were closer together. Donald was back in the United States and had moved to Virginia, and by then Vicky and Lee had been living in Tupelo, Mississippi for quite some time. Vicky had found work at a manufacturing company, and Lee had turned into a fun-loving 13-year-old who spent a lot of time riding horses and looking after them at the local stables. But the summer of 1992 was marked by dangerous times. Hurricane Andrew threatened many cities and states across America, and Tupelo was no exception. Those at the Ochi household tried to carry on as normal, with the weight of the storm front weighing over them, but to what must have been to their relief, it looked like Hurricane Andrew would mainly pass them by. On August 27th, Vicky made the call to go into work that day, leaving Lee on her own in the house unsupervised for the very first time. It wasn't going to be for long. Vicky's parents were dropping by later that day to pick her up and take her on an open day at a middle school Lee was thinking of attending in the fall, but things quickly took a turn. When Vicky arrived at work a little after 8 a.m, news about a severe rain front heading their way came in, and she called home to check in. She wanted to make sure that Lee was okay and that she stayed safe until Vicky's parents arrived later that day, but rather oddly, Lee didn't answer the phone. This didn't sit well with Vicky, and the thought of leaving Lee on her own in a severe weather storm got the better of her. Only about 20 or 30 minutes later, after Vicky had left home, she was on her way back to check in on her daughter. When Vicky pulled up the driveway to their home, she immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, and the light inside it was on, something that was incredibly unusual, seeing as Vicky was the only one in the household to drive, and she knew that the door had been locked and closed when she had left the house less than an hour before. But what could have possibly happened in a mere 60 minutes? Most of us would automatically assume not much, but when Vicky went into her home that morning, she got a totally different answer. The first thing she saw was a strip of blood smeared into the wall, and her heart sank. In her own words, she then, quote, started calling for Lee and going through all the rooms. Then I went into her bedroom. Her favourite blanket was crumpled up on the floor, and I was very scared. When she realised that Lee wasn't anywhere in the house, Vicky contacted the police, the call coming in at around 9 a.m, about an hour after Vicky had first tried to contact Lee. Law enforcement rushed to the scene, finding trails of blood throughout the house and pools of blood in Lee's bedroom, but very little else. The house showed no signs of forced entry, and blood evidence found in the bathroom indicated that Lee's assailant had attempted to clean up the scene before leaving. But where had they gone, and where had they taken Lee? A team of bloodhounds scoured the house and the area, but once they made it to the driveway of the home, they lost track of Lee's scent. It is possible that this meant that the assailant had forced Lee into their car and had driven her away, but it was also possible that the rain front that had swept in had simply washed away Lee's trail. With very little else to work with, law enforcement pulled apart the crime scene. They found Lee's nightgown, strangely enough, in the dirty laundry basket. Blood spatter left on the dress suggested that Lee had been wearing it when she'd been attacked, and either her throat or her face had been cut. It was difficult to say more than that, or even how severe the cut had been, only that the way the blood had fallen onto her clothes suggested that the wound had been inflicted above the neckline of her dress. According to Vicky, several of Lee's items were also missing from the home, including a fresh set of clothes, her shoes, her glasses, and a sleeping bag. But did that mean that Lee was alive when she left the house that day? Donald, her father, doesn't think so. He believes that his daughter was already dead by the time Vicky called him to tell him that she was missing. According to Donald, Vicky didn't even tell him about the blood that had been found at the scene until days had passed, pretty much on the day that he arrived in Tupelo to help with the searches himself. In a later interview with the press, he said, quote, "My theory is that some bastard beat that child to death in that house." And if the local rumours were anything to go by, Donald knew who the culprit was. Up until very recently, Vicky had been married to a man named Barney Yarborough, but she had only just left him when Lee suddenly went missing. Locals pointed the finger at both Barney and Vicky, many of them saying that Barney had been physically abusing Lee, and possibly more than that. Donald claimed several locals approached him, telling him to take the claims of abuse very seriously, and even quoting a time when Lee had reportedly shown up to school covered in bruises. The investigators also looked into the incident of Lee and her bruises, but they uncovered another version of events where Lee claimed to have gotten the bruises whilst horseback riding. They still asked Barney to come in for questioning, and he was able to give them an incredibly solid alibi. Whether it would stand up in court or not, he also passed a polygraph test and was ultimately dropped as a potential suspect in Lee's disappearance. But if Barney hadn't taken Lee, or harmed her, was it still possible that Vicky had something to do with her daughter's disappearance? Suspicions towards Vicky grew weaker when on September 9th, a package addressed to Barney arrived at the household, and inside it was something that seemed to bring the investigators both closer and somehow further away to finding Lee. Inside the package were Lee's glasses, giving everyone hope that Lee was still alive and that they would find her, but whoever had packaged this particular parcel had been very careful. There were no traces of DNA anywhere on the envelope, including the stamp, which had been dampened with water and not licked before it had been put on the parcel. And then the package only made Lee's case even more confusing. There was no note, no mention of a ransom, or any information on how to contact the person who had sent her glasses. And almost unbelievably, this package turned into a huge dead end. No one could even say for sure if Lee was still alive, or if this package had been the kidnapper's way of saying that she was dead. And with that, Lee's case came to a screeching halt. That was until November 9th of 1993, just over a year after CO.AG had disappeared. A farmer tilling a soybean field in Monroe County uncovered a human skull, and a heartbreaking connection was made. Dental records seemingly confirmed that the skull belonged to CO.AG, and her case went from being a kidnapping to a murder. That was until several days later when the records were checked again, and Lee's case took another unbelievable twist. The first identification had been a mistake. The The skull didn't belong to Lee, but to a woman called Pollyanna Sue Keith, who'd gone missing a year prior. So if Lee wasn't in that field, then where was she? Suspicions came around full circle, and Vicky found herself back in the hot seat. Both local law enforcement and the FBI wanted to know why she had decided to go back home after only being in the office for just a few minutes, and Vicky couldn't give them a good enough answer to have herself officially removed from being a person of interest in this case. She also failed 3 lie detector tests conducted by local law enforcement and the FBI. Donald hasn't come out to say that he believes that Vicky is directly responsible for Lee Ochi's disappearance, but he did say in an interview with the press that he believes that she knows more. When talking about the investigation, he said, quote, "I had my concerns. I don't think they had dealt with someone with Vicky's intelligence before. She was a trained interrogator. She knew how to act regarding questioning." Donald based his opinion on Vicky's extensive training as an interrogator for the US Army, and that he doesn't believe that there would have been enough time between Vicky arriving at work and then coming back home for the kidnapper to do everything that they did in the house without getting caught. Donald believes that it is far more likely that Lee died the night before, and that the following day was spent framing an inaccurate timeline to throw the investigators off the perpetrator's scent. Vicky, of course, denies any involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Instead, she pointed the finger at someone else very closely tied to Lee and her family, and Vicky does make a few good points. Oscar McKinley Cairns, otherwise known as Mike, was a teacher at Holy Trinity Lutheran Church, where both Vicky and Lee went to every Sunday. He also had horses in the same stables that Lee frequented, and allegedly asked Lee to go out riding with him a couple of times. But why would any of that make Vicky suspicious about him, aside from him asking a young girl to go out with him on her own? Only 9 months after Lee had disappeared, Mike kidnapped a teenage girl, around the same age as Lee, from the very same church that they all attended. He then took her out to Memphis, Tennessee, where he sexually assaulted her. He did bring her back home, which is how he was actually caught, but there is unfortunately more to the story. Vicky accused Mike of kidnapping Lee. She said because there had been no signs of forced entry at the Ochi home, Lee would have been more than happy to allow someone she knew into the home. She knew Mike. But the truth is, there was little to no physical evidence to tie him to the crime scene. He was only charged with the kidnapping and assault of the other teenage girl. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison, but he only got 4. Only to strike again. In 1999, he attacked a married couple where he assaulted and sexually assaulted the woman in front of her partner, and he was caught once again. This time he was sentenced to 20 years behind bars, but during that time he refused to speak with the investigators and the FBI about Lee Ochi or anything regarding her case. If he really did know anything about it, it will unfortunately be very difficult to tie anything to him now. He died in 2021, maybe having nothing to do with Lee or her disappearance, maybe being the only one responsible for it, and taking his secrets with him to the grave. During the winter of 1964, a 14-year-old girl named Pamela Mason posted an advertisement on a local laundry bulletin board offering her services as a babysitter, a job which is popular amongst many young teenagers. After receiving a call from a man on January 13th asking if Pamela could babysit his child, her mother agreed to let the man pick her up, but only if his wife accompanied him. As agreed, the man picked Pamela up, but rather oddly, she did not return home. Her parents naturally became worried and extremely concerned and tried to contact the man who had requested Pamela's presence at his home, but upon calling the number and investigating the address he gave, her parents found it belonged to an elderly couple who had nothing to do with this man. After 8 worrisome days had passed, a truck driver stumbled upon Pamela's purse and school books in a snowbank by Interstate Route 93 in Manchester, New Hampshire. Upon further investigations, the driver found Pamela's lifeless body nearby. It was determined by the medical examiner that she had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and fatally shot with a .22 caliber weapon. Following the discovery of Pamela's body, authorities launched an investigation and discovered that it bore several similarities to the unsolved death of Sandra Vladi in 1960, who had been found a mere 2 miles away from where Pamela was discovered. Sandra Vladi was an 18-year-old secretary and coil winder for a Manchester-based factory, who embarked on a routine itinerary on February 1st of 1960. Her schedule consisted of a visit to the local library, a swimming class at the YMCA, and a trip to the cinema. After the film had ended, Sandra boarded a bus back home, despite heavy snowfall. However, she never arrived. At approximately 9:14 p.m, she was seen exiting the bus and began walking the remainder 1 mile distance back to her house, but sadly, she never made it home. Her parents, Charles and Irene, were immediately concerned, as Sandra was a responsible young woman. They were worried that she had perhaps taken a car ride with a stranger and had come to harm. The following day, some of Vladi's belongings were discovered in a nearby canal, including her bag, coat, wallet, and one of her boots. 9 days later, her body, surrounded in a pool of her own blood, was found in a snowbank. It was later determined that she, like Pamela, had been sexually assaulted, brutally beaten, slashed, and then shot 4 times. Once again with a .22 caliber gun. Despite the authorities' investigations, few leads were obtained, and the case eventually went cold. Following Pamela's murder in 1964, a 54-year-old woman named Rena Paquette, a resident of Hooksett, New Hampshire, told the police that she had important information regarding the perpetrator of the crime, but authorities gave her the cold shoulder and didn't investigate any further, for reasons unclear. Rena confided in her family regarding unsettling phone calls that she had been receiving from a French-speaking woman regarding the murder of Pamela Mason, with the caller repeatedly telling Rena to search her farm's pigsty for evidence related to the crime. On the cold morning of February 3rd of 1964, Rena's 13-year-old son, Danny Paquette, awoke as usual and went downstairs for breakfast, only to discover that his mother was nowhere to be seen. By this time, his father and his siblings had already left for work and for school, but that morning, Danny was due to go to the hospital for an appointment, but he had overslept, and his mother, rather uncharacteristically, had failed to wake him. Concerned for his mother's welfare, Danny contacted his uncle, who was a police officer, and together they scoured the entire farmstead for any signs of Rena. They grew increasingly worried after discovering that she had left behind her winter clothing, something which she wouldn't have done in such a snowy, wintry day. After searching in deep snow for over an hour, Danny noticed smoke emanating from their barn, which was located approximately 1 mile from the farmhouse. Upon investigating, Danny and his uncle discovered Rena's charred remains in the barn's pigsty, rather chillingly in the exact same place where the unknown Frenchwoman claimed to have told Rena was where evidence related to the murder of Pamela Mason was. Rena appeared to have been lured to her death simply through her own curiosity. Despite the Paquette family's belief that Rena was murdered by the same individual who had killed Pamela and Sandra, the police ruled her death as a suicide. This was despite several details not adding up, including the fact that a couple of logs had been leaning against the barn door from the inside. How this happened is unclear. Was a third party involved in Rena's death, or did she do this herself? It seems unlikely, though not impossible. During their investigations, authorities began interviewing individuals who owned .22 firearms. One such person was a 27-year-old delivery man by the name of Edward Coolidge, who had previously been questioned in regard to Sandra Valade's case. During the interrogation, Coolidge revealed that he had become stuck in the snow with his vehicle on Route 93 on the night Pamela disappeared. A nearby couple aided him in freeing the vehicle from the snowdrift. However, their accounts of the events that night conflicted with Coolidge's timeline, and this placed them closer to the location where Pamela's body was later found. Upon investigating Coolidge's vehicle, investigators discovered several weapons, including his Mossberg rifle, which was .22 caliber. Gunpowder particles were also found in his vehicle during this search. After ballistics testing was conducted, it was also determined that the Mossberg rifle was the same weapon that had been used to kill Pamela. Additionally, microscopic analysis revealed that clothing from Coolidge's home had come into contact with Pamela's body, and her hair was found on the garments. Subsequently, on February 19th, Coolidge was arrested and charged with the murder of Pamela Mason. At his trial in May of 1965, witnesses recounted that he had provided 3 differing accounts of his whereabouts on the night of the murder. Coolidge had claimed that 4 men could testify for his alibi for that night. However, they all refuted his account. Ballistics testing revealed that his rifle was utilised in the murders of both Pamela and Sandra. Coolidge argued that he had actually won the rifle in a competition in 1961, after Sandra was killed. However, the prosecution refuted this claim by highlighting that the firearms lacked serial numbers, meaning that Coolidge could have technically owned 2 different rifles. Ultimately, Coolidge was found guilty of Pamela's murder. However, the Attorney General dropped the charges against him in regards to Sandra's case in August of 1965. Coolidge was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, though his sentence was reduced due to a legal technicality. In 1971, Coolidge filed an appeal for his conviction. The US Supreme Court concluded that the search of his vehicle had been authorised by a warrant signed by the Attorney General, who subsequently became the prosecutor for the trial. The court determined that a neutral individual should have signed the warrant, and subsequently ordered a new trial for Coolidge. Nevertheless, before the new trial could commence, Coolidge pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. Consequently, he was sentenced to serve between 25 and 40 years in prison. Coolidge was granted parole in March of 1991 after serving his sentence. The following year, Rena Paquette's body was exhumed, and the ruling of her death was changed from suicide to undetermined. The medical examiner suggested that homicide could not be ruled out in Rena's case. During the exhumation, an employee for the medical examiner's office discovered the original autopsy report, which indicated that semen was found on Rena's body and her arms appeared to have been restrained. Additionally, logs were placed outside the barn door, as previously mentioned, preventing it from being opened from the inside. A retired police officer disclosed that he and other investigators did not believe Rena's death was a suicide when they conducted their initial investigation in 1964. However, rather oddly, they were instructed to abandon their suspicions of murder for reasons unknown. Whether Coolidge was ultimately responsible for Rena's death remains a mystery, as it was not investigated any further, and no further testing was done on her remains. Coolidge himself was also under constant police surveillance around that time, so for him to have committed a murder during this period would have been near impossible. But as many of us know in complex criminal cases such as these, anything is possible. Rena's death had a profound impact on her young son, Danny. As he navigated his way through his adolescence and childhood, he found solace in his relationship with his brother, Victor. However, despite stable jobs as a sergeant in the US Army in Vietnam, and as a mechanic and expert welder following his return home, he faced numerous challenges in his personal life, including a troubled marriage that ended in divorce in 1981, and a bitter legal battle in regards to the custody of his children, which, unfortunately, he lost. Frustrated by his inability to see his daughters, 2 biological and 1 adopted, he went to his ex-wife Denise Messier's home in the summer of that same year and demanded access to his children, prompting her to call the police. Danny was subsequently arrested for this breach and a restraining order was taken out against him. Denise and her daughters subsequently moved away and they never saw Danny again. Danny was sent to a psychiatric facility following this outburst, during which he revealed under hypnosis that he had witnessed his mother arguing with a delivery man on the day that she was killed. He identified the man as Edward Coolidge, the convicted killer of Pamela Mason, but despite this potentially crucial information coming to light, Rena's case was still not reopened. After 5 months in the hospital, Danny was released, determined to turn his life around. This was when he started his own welding business and got himself a new girlfriend. However, her sons did not approve of him. On November 9th, 1985, at approximately 11 a.m, while repairing a damaged bulldozer with 2 friends in his garage, 35-year-old Danny Paquette was shot in the back, the bullet going straight through into his chest, instantly killing him, his body then collapsing to the ground. His 2 friends didn't hear any clear gunshots, but they did hear a loud pop, and only realised that something was wrong when they found Danny covered in blood on the floor. Initially, they thought he had been electrocuted by the tools he was using, but after noticing the gunshot wound, they realised that this was not the case. An ambulance was called, but unfortunately, Danny was dead upon arrival at the hospital. Police did discover footprints near to the site of the murder, which they believed belonged to the perpetrator who had fled the scene, but other than this, there really wasn't much else to go on. Since hunting season had begun the day before, the initial police responders assumed that Danny had been accidentally hit by a stray bullet from a hunter in the woods beside his house, but this theory was later quashed, as the distance between the gravel pit used by the hunters and Danny himself was blocked by various obstacles, making it impossible for hunters to have accidentally shot him. The New Hampshire State Police took over the investigation as mandated by law, but despite their search of the scene, the bullet that had pierced Danny's heart was not found, at least not immediately. The autopsy failed to uncover the bullet, which determined that it had passed through his back and chest, this indicating that Danny had indeed died instantly. A few days later, a telephone maintenance worker discovered the bullet lodged in a telephone line. The police deduced that the shot was not accidental and that only an expert marksman could have made such a shot. However, the identity of the shooter and their motive remained somewhat of a mystery. Following Danny's death, many of his relatives and friends believed that whoever had killed him had also been the perpetrator or perpetrators responsible for his mother's death 22 years prior. They firmly believed that both Rena and Danny had information regarding the murders of both Pamela Mason and Sandra Beladi, and whoever killed them did so to silence them. But authorities weren't convinced that the two deaths were indeed related. In 1992, Danny's family members appeared on a TV programme in New Hampshire to discuss his case, hoping for anyone with any information to come forward. But following the show's airing, the Paquette family received 2 anonymous letters naming Eric Windhurst as the person who had killed Danny. Police looked into these claims, but couldn't verify the legitimacy of the letters. In 2004, the case was reopened and investigators had received more tips pointing towards Eric Windhurst as Danny's killer. One of the tips was actually from Eric's former girlfriend and from a former high school friend. On December 14th of 2005, Eric was arrested and subsequently charged with the murder of Danny Paquette. Eric, an experienced hunter, was just 17 years old when he committed the crime and had been close friends with Danny's 15-year-old stepdaughter, Melanie, at the time. She had moved to Hopkinton, 15 miles away from Danny's home in Hooksett, and this was where the pair met. Some sources say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, others say they were close friends. But regardless, when both were questioned regarding what had happened, the two claimed that they were at a field hockey game at the time of Danny's murder. However, when Melanie was re-interviewed in 2004, she admitted to having been with Eric when he killed her stepfather. On the night of the murder, according to Melanie, she and Eric travelled from Hopkinton to Hooksett in Eric's Volkswagen. Upon arriving, Melanie helped guide Eric towards a dirt road situated behind the old family residence. In the back seat of the car was a Ruger 77 rifle belonging to Windhurst's father. Eric exited the car with the gun in his hand, hid in the tree line across the field behind the house, and observed Danny's every move as he worked on the tractor in the garage. Eric had to be extremely cautious, as Danny's 2 friends were nearby, and Eric didn't want to be seen, nor did he want to shoot the wrong person. He took the shot, killing Danny, then scrambled back into his vehicle and drove away. Many questioned the pair's motives behind such a brutal attack, and when questioned by police, Melanie seems to have an answer. She told authorities that Danny had allegedly sexually abused her as a child, and when she confided in Eric about this, he decided to kill Danny. Whether this abuse was ever proven remains unknown, though a report was allegedly filed to the Department of Health and Human Services about it. It was alleged, however, that Danny's stepdaughter simply disliked him harassing her mother and wanted him out of the picture following their very messy divorce. But again, this is only speculation. We don't truly know the facts behind the motive for Danny's murder. We can only take Melanie's word for it, which isn't enough to prove the fact. According to various reports, Eric had only recently learned of similar abuse within his own family circle, which many believed helped fuel his rage against Danny. Within Eric's own family, however, most actually knew that he was the one who killed Danny Paquette, but they said nothing about it. It's unknown if any were later charged with perverting the course of justice in this case. Eric Windhurst pled guilty and was convicted of second-degree murder in August of 2006 and was sentenced to a prison term of 15 to 36 years behind bars. In December of that same year, Melanie was sentenced to 3 years behind bars for obstructing the investigation into Danny's murder, though she insisted that she never asked Eric to kill him, nor did she point him out to him that night. However, the judge simply did not believe her. Melanie was released from prison after serving just 15 months. Eric later filed a request to reduce his sentence in 2016, which was denied. He was eventually granted parole in October of 2020 and was released from prison in December. Ultimately, Danny Paquette's killer was caught and punished accordingly for his crimes. However, the same could not be said for Sandra Vladi, whose family never got justice. Justice also failed to be served in regards to Danny's mother, Rena, whose killer has never been caught. The Paquettes still believe that Edward Coolidge was the person responsible for Rena's death, but it has never been proven. Though some truths could be laid to rest, many questions still remain unanswered. The conviction of Eric Windhurst, however, did confirm one thing for the Paquette family. Whoever killed Rena was not the same person who had killed Danny. Her killer has never been found nor brought to justice.
Rebecca, otherwise known as Becky Reusch, was born in Germany on September the 21st, 2003, and lived with her parents in Germany's capital city of Berlin. She went to school, spent time online talking with friends, and she had big dreams of becoming either a stewardess or a model when she was finally finished at school. But in those last cold months of winter 2019, Rebecca and her family's lives were all flipped upside down, and Rebecca went from being your everyday average teenage girl to being a household name all across Germany. It all started when Rebecca headed over to her sister's house on February the 17th. Rebecca's sister Jessica lived in the Brits district of Berlin with her husband Florian and their 2-year-old daughter, and Rebecca was joining them to spend some time with the family. It was a school night. Both Rebecca and Jessica had to be up early the next morning, so they spent a quiet evening in before Jessica went to bed and Rebecca headed to the couch to sleep. Jessica was up and out of the house to drop her daughter off at daycare and then headed to work by 7 the following morning. Rebecca was supposedly still asleep on the couch at the time, but according to Florian's later statement, Rebecca was already long gone by then. Florian had been out all the night before, and supposedly hadn't spent any time with Rebecca that night at all. According to his own statement, he'd come back in the early hours of the morning and headed straight to bed, but there was some point that morning when he decided to reach out to Rebecca. Florian said that he knew Rebecca had school the following morning and he didn't want her to miss it. At 7:15 on the morning of the 18th, he allegedly got out of bed and headed to the living room to make sure that Rebecca was up and getting ready to head to school, but to his surprise, he found the room empty. Thinking that this meant that Rebecca had either left with or around the same time as Jessica, Florian didn't go looking for Rebecca and practically forgot the whole thing. That was until his mother-in-law called him later that morning and asked if he knew where Rebecca was. Rebecca's mother had been trying to get in contact with her daughter all morning. She'd first called Rebecca before 7:15 a.m, but Rebecca's phone had been switched off and the call hadn't gone through. Her mother had then sent her a message through WhatsApp, which was delivered to Rebecca's phone around 8:40 that morning, but wasn't read. Things then got more serious when Rebecca didn't show up for school when it started at 9:50 later that morning, and both of her parents reported their daughter as missing. The police immediately took Rebecca's disappearance seriously and sprang into action. While teams were combing the neighbourhoods and looking anywhere they could think that a teenage girl would run off to, others were back at the place where Rebecca had last been seen alive, her sister's home. Florian stuck with his story that Rebecca had already left the house by the time he checked on her at around 7:15 that morning, but data records later showed that Rebecca's phone had been connected on and off to the Wi-Fi in the house between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 a.m, with the last connection coming in closer to 8 a.m. This meant that either Rebecca had really left the house, like Florian had said, but had also left her phone behind, or something about Florian's timeline wasn't quite adding up. Investigators searched the property, looking for the missing link between Florian's statement and the data they already had, but what they found only made Florian's version of events look shadier and shadier. Most of Rebecca's clothes were missing. So was her phone, her wallet, her handbag, backpack and her camera, meaning that Rebecca hadn't left her phone behind for it to connect to the Wi-Fi in the house later than Florian remembers noticing that Rebecca was gone after all. But there was something else that made the investigators worry that they were only getting further from the truth. Also missing from the house itself was a large purple blanket, fibres of which were later found in the boot of Florian's car. This and the contradictions between Florian's statements and the evidence were enough for the police to arrest him. They had already discovered that Florian had been online during the early morning hours when he'd come home from the party and had supposedly been asleep, but the police had heard something that made them even more concerned for Rebecca's safety, and they wanted to act on it sooner rather than later. They'd found out that Florian had made 2 trips, one on the morning of the 18th of February when Rebecca went missing, and the other on the evening of the 19th. Both of these trips took Florian east towards Poland. Florian has never given an explanation for these trips to remove suspicion from him or telling of his motivations for needing to travel at all that way when his sister-in-law was missing. In fact, a later interview given to the press by Rebecca's father, Bernd, only added fuel to the fire and landed Florian in the hot seat yet again. When asked about Florian's trips towards Poland, Bernd said, "The whole thing is connected to something else that I am not allowed to talk about." And the thing that Bernd may or may not have been allowed to talk about were in the growing rumours and speculation that Florian had been involved in the drug business in Poland. This theory has continued to grow in momentum, especially with online and sofa sleuths determined to bring an end to this case. But so far, aside from rumours and speculation, there has been little to no evidence to prove that Florian is allegedly involved in the Polish drug world. That may be expected in a case like this, when there's very little to go off of, but perhaps the most surprising part of all of this, and the part that damages the theory that Florian actually had something to do with Rebecca's disappearance, is that Rebecca's family have stood by him during the entire course of the investigation. He's even still represented by their family lawyer, but that doesn't mean that others believe his story as much as Rebecca's family seem to. A week after Rebecca was reported missing, the Homicide Commission took over the investigation, making it very clear that the official stance of the police was that they wouldn't be bringing Rebecca home alive. The initial inconsistencies in his statements were enough for Florian to be arrested, but he was released again on March the 1st, 2019. He was re-arrested again on the 4th of March with the discovery of the blanket fibres and Rebecca's hair in the boot of the car, but that was all the police had to prove that Florian had done anything to Rebecca at all. At the end of the day, the physical evidence the investigators had against him all boiled down to this. They were looking at Florian's car, which had fibres from the blanket in it and pieces of Rebecca's hair, which could have innocently come from putting her things in the boot, and that was that. The police were forced to release Florian again on the 22nd of March, but he has remained the prime suspect in her disappearance in the years that have followed. In a later statement in 2020, a full year after Rebecca had gone missing, the prosecutor's office said, "We continue to operate under the assumption that Rebecca did not leave her brother-in-law's house alive. All alternative explanations can be ruled out after our investigation. There is absolutely no evidence that she left the area of the house of her own volition." But this firm and unyielding stance on behalf of the investigators is exactly the reason why some people believe that Rebecca hasn't been found yet. According to people who knew Rebecca, she was very close to a boy her own age online, and there was a possibility that she had run away to be with him. This boy was later traced and questioned and cleared of any involvement in her disappearance, but a relative of Rebecca's reported seeing her waiting on the side of a road the same morning that Rebecca went missing. This claim was further substantiated by later alleged sightings of Rebecca in places like Krakow, Poland, and others from an island in Spain. This has led some people to believe that Rebecca voluntarily ran away from home, perhaps to start a new life, or maybe to be with someone she met online, but the police are unconvinced. They investigated these sightings and supposedly didn't find any traces of Rebecca. This was enough for some people to give up on the idea, but some of Rebecca's family members claim that the police didn't investigate these sightings thoroughly enough. They continue to say that the police aren't taking Rebecca's case seriously because they're still operating under the assumption that something has already happened to Rebecca, and not entertaining the theory that she is actually alive out there somewhere, just waiting to be found. As of June 2023, there has been little movement in Rebecca's case since Florian was last released, but the police continue to investigate and are asking the public to come forward with any leads or information they may have that could lead them to bringing the teenage girl home to her family, who have been desperately searching for her and have continued to hold out hope that she will come home alive and well.
Both Austin Stephanos and Perry Cohen were 14 years old and became good friends. Austin Stephanos was born on December 1st, 2000 to parents Carly Black and William Blue Stephanos, and lived with them alongside his two younger brothers in Jupiter, Tequesta, Florida. Perry Cohen was born on January 30th, 2001, to Pamela and Philip Cohen, who divorced when he was a child. Perry lived with his mother and stepfather and his two sisters, and like Austin, resided in Jupiter, Florida. Cohen grew up on the water and was an avid fisherman, not to mention a strong swimmer. Stephanos was also passionate about fishing, and the two spent much of their time together taking fishing trips, diving and swimming. They even worked at the same tackle shop, so they knew each other very well. On the morning of July 24th, 2015, Austin and Perry decided to go fishing, something which they did often. They met the previous night to confirm their plans at Stephanos' home, where both boys stayed the night. The teens often went to an area not too far offshore to catch fish, and this trip seemed to be as routine as any other. The pair boarded Austin's white Seacraft Centre console vessel, which was docked in the Jupiter Island Marina Inlet, after having visited the Jib Yacht Club and Marina, where they spent approximately $100 on gas. At approximately 11:25 a.m, the boys left the marina and set sail. Austin had operated the boat, which belonged to his mother, about 20 times by this point, so he was confident at operating the vessel and knew the safety protocols. For the duration of the trip, the boys kept in contact with their family members through Austin's iPhone. Perry's phone was broken at the time, so the boys agreed that he could also contact his family using Austin's phone. They sent messages to their loved ones every few hours and posted about their trip on various social media platforms, mainly Snapchat and Instagram. According to various sources, Perry sent a message to one of his friends on Instagram the day prior, which reportedly said, quote, "Me and Austin are crossing to the Bahamas tomorrow. Come with us. We wouldn't check in." It is also alleged that one of Austin's friends also spoke to him prior to the trip about visiting the Bahamas, though Austin claimed that the weather was too rough for this trip. A short while after the boys had set off on their fishing trip, at approximately 1:30 p.m, weather satellites detected fast-approaching thunderstorms rolling into the Palm Beach area that warned of heavy rain and strong winds, reaching 40 miles per hour, which would undoubtedly affect Austin and Perry's voyage. The thunderstorm raged on for approximately an hour and a half, following which Austin nor Perry were ever heard from again. Austin's phone disconnected from the internet at approximately 1:15 p.m. when the storms hit, with his final social media post being posted to Snapchat, showing both boys on the boat with fishing poles and the quote, "Peace out, Jup." Acquaintances claimed that this meant that Austin and Perry were headed to the Bahamas. Another friend claimed that Austin had posted another video to his Snapchat account that day which showed the looming thunderstorm, with Austin saying, "We're fucked." At 5 p.m. that evening, when Austin and Perry failed to return to the marina, their parents reported them as missing, and the Coast Guard began searching for them, using all they could at their disposal, including boats and various aircraft. Various other authorities were alerted of the situation and brought in to help, including the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and both DeQuesta and Jupiter Police Departments. The search was also conducted by volunteers who scoured the shorelines and beaches for any sign of debris. A fund was created online to help pay for private efforts in searching for the two boys. 2 days later, on July 26th at around 2 p.m, the US Coast Guard, who were in the air, sighted Austin's boat, capsized and floating offshore in a northern direction, approximately 65 miles off the coast of Daytona Beach. The Coast Guard tried to secure the vessel, but couldn't due to the adverse weather conditions. The same thing happened again months later in September, when the boat was sighted, but once again could not be recovered. The official search and rescue operation ended on July 31st of 2015, having failed to locate and secure the boat, nor locate the missing boys. The boat was eventually recovered around 100 miles from Bermuda on the 18th of March 2016, hauled aboard by a Norwegian freighter who then transported the wreckage and its contents to Norway before transporting it back to Florida. Though many believe that the boys fell victim to the violent storms that occurred on the day they vanished, it should be noted that upon recovery of the fishing vessel, it was discovered that the key was in the ignition, turned off, and the battery was also switched off. The battery being switched off was incredibly strange, as it's very difficult to locate and is near impossible to switch off by accident. Because of this, some believe that foul play was involved, but there was no other evidence on board to suggest any sort of crime had occurred. Aboard the vessel, various items belonging to Austin and Perry were found, including various fishing tackle and Austin's iPhone, which had been badly damaged and exposed to the elements of the Atlantic Ocean for months by this time. Some items were missing from the boat, however, including a white Yeti cooler and some life jackets. The items that were found were all returned to the Stephanos and Cohen families, including the iPhone, which was given back to Austin's family. In 2016, the Cohens filed a lawsuit against the Stephanos family in regards to the iPhone having been returned to them without the Cohens being allowed to access the contents. They feared that the Stephanos family would potentially taint any evidence on it, so they wanted the iPhone to be examined by specialists who could potentially find any data or clues during their forensic analysis, which could help establish the whereabouts of the boys and the events leading up to and following their son's disappearances, without destroying any evidence. The judge refused to turn the phone over to the Cohens, however granted the motion for the phone data to be analysed by technical experts at Apple. However, unfortunately, they were unable to extract any data, most likely due to the water damage that the phone had sustained over the months it had been at sea. Sadly, following the devastating disappearances of both Austin and Perry, the Stephanos and Cohen families, who were once close, descended into conflict with one another. It was known that Perry's family didn't want him to go out on a fishing vessel without an adult present, something which Austin's family were aware of. That day, of course, it was solely the two schoolboys. Because of this, Perry's mother filed a wrongful death suit against Austin's parents, his stepfather and his grandfather, alleging that their negligence led to Perry's death. The vessel which they were aboard was not seaworthy, nor were there any communication devices on board, such as a radio or GPS, which could have been used if they found themselves in trouble. Austin's father, Blue, had specific charges laid against him in regard to hindering the search due to looking for the boys himself before calling the authorities, delaying official proceedings. However, the Palm Beach County Court judge ruled that he was not liable in regard to the disappearance of his son and Perry Cohen. The judge did not believe that Blue's search increased any risk of harm to the boys, and the risks they faced were due to adverse weather conditions at sea. Both families set up foundations in memory of their sons. The Perry J. Cohen Foundation, which has donated to local organisations and schools and devotes itself to the arts, environmental, marine and wildlife education and preservation, teenage entrepreneurship and boat safety education. And the Austin Blue Foundation, which helps to promote safety at sea. The foundation even helped pass the Beacons Bill in Florida, which helps provide discounts for boat registration fees if they have a beacon on their vessels. Neither Austin Stephanos or Perry Cohen have ever been found, and despite the many theories as to what fate befell the two 14-year-old boys, it is presumed by most that they were lost at sea. At the time of his disappearance in July of 2015, Austin Blue Stephanos was 14 years old. He was Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 115 pounds. He is described as having blonde to strawberry blonde hair with green eyes, with a birthmark on his upper arm. He was last known to be wearing a black, long-sleeved shirt, a pair of camouflage board shorts, and a gold neck chain with a cross. Perry J. Cohen was also 14 years old at the time of his disappearance. He was Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighing around 90 pounds. He is described as having brown hair and brown eyes, though it's unknown what distinguishing marks or features he had. It is also unknown what he was wearing on the day he disappeared. Both boys' DNA is available for comparison, but unfortunately, due to the circumstances involved, both Austin and Perry are classed as endangered missing. Following Austin and Perry's disappearances, the community of Jupiter held numerous vigils and memorials, offering whatever support and comfort they could to the families. A makeshift memorial was made by the marina, surrounded by seashells and candles. A statue was erected to honour the boys and others lost at sea, which was revealed in July of 2021, depicting a man and a woman overlooking the Jupiter Inlet, where Austin and Perry were last seen alive. Burlingame, Kansas is about as small-town America as small towns can get. Most of the 1,000 residents are farmers or small shop owners, living a charmed, quiet life in a place that had once been a sprawling and lively hotspot of activity. Positioned on the Santa Fe Trail, Burlingame had once benefited from the many ox-drawn wagons and commuters passing through its borders during the late 19th century. After that, the town kept itself alive and thriving when the Forbes Air Force Base was built nearby, but nowadays, with both the trail and the base gone, Burlingame has become one of those real small-town communities where everyone knows everyone else. But in the summer of 2009, over 300 Burlingame residents made their way towards the local school to fill out a questionnaire. One that marked, hopefully, the beginning of the end of a tragic event that had tried to change the face of their tight-knit and caring community. The Burlingame residents had been called upon to form a jury, one that would come face to face with a man who had killed one of their own. It all started with James Craig Kaler and his wife Karen. Poised, charming and successful, the Kalers seemed to live the perfect life. James and Karen had met at Kansas State University, and right from the get-go it looked like the pair of them had been cut from the same cloth. Both James and Karen were the best of the best, the top of their classes, and they were both ambitious. During his final year, James was one of only 3 students who were handpicked for a lucrative and exclusive engineering job in Colorado. Karen was still only in her first year of university when James was offered this new job, and perhaps sensing the opportunities this job would bring for the pair of them, Karen agreed to move out with James to begin a new life in Colorado. Within 2 years, the couple were married, with their first daughter, Emily, on the way. James threw himself into his work, and Karen threw herself into her new role of dutiful wife and caring homemaker. Those who knew them said that Karen seemed to enjoy bending over backwards to make James happy, and the couple seemed to benefit from the decisions and sacrifices the pair of them made up until that point. That was especially true when James was offered another top position, this time as the utility director of Weatherford, Texas. This was another lucrative job offer, one that the Kalers accepted and led them to being able to buy a mansion in Weatherford. The family settled, grew in number with 2 more children, Lauren and Sean, and they all seemed to thrive. But things in life are rarely as they seem on the surface. While most people in Weatherford were trying to keep up with the Kalers, the list of things that Karen was having to do to keep James happy kept getting longer and longer. James gave Karen an allowance, but even then he watched it very carefully. Karen had to present receipts for everything she bought, including groceries and essentials for the children, so James could see exactly what she was spending the money on. But that wasn't all. Karen had a curfew, and not just one that meant she had to be home at a certain time. She was supposed to be in bed by 9 o'clock at night, but she usually was anyway. That was because Karen was to make herself available to James every day at precisely 8 p.m. if she wanted her household to continue to run smoothly and to keep James off her back. Wanting to have some escape from the growingly tight conditions at home, Karen joined a gym called Powerhouse. She knew that James would never agree to pay for her membership, and she knew that he would find out if she used her allowance to pay for it herself, so Karen got creative. She made extra money baking and selling cakes, and she paid for her own membership this way. Karen was a big hit at Powerhouse. The people there loved her and her positive attitude, and before long they actually offered her a position. Karen became a paid fitness instructor, and now that she could make her own money, James supported her new career choice, as long as she was back in time to look after the children, of course. Karen loved working at the gym, and she loved having a place where she could just be herself. But some people say that there was another reason, aside from money, that James had a sudden change of heart and let Karen keep her new job. Whilst working at Powerhouse, Karen met a woman called Sunny Reese. Karen and Sunny had become best friends, which of course meant that James had met Sunny too. James thought that Karen hanging out with Sunny was a great idea, and some accounts say that he even encouraged Karen to take things further. According to these accounts, James propositioned Karen and Sunny to have a threesome, a proposition that the two women quickly refused. To try to sweeten the deal and win her over, James started sending flowers to Sunny and text messages, hoping that she would come around and agree to include him in the burgeoning relationship between the two women. But Sunny was having none of it. Once James realised that the relationship between Karen and Sunny was only getting more serious, and he was actually losing control of his own relationship with Karen, James pulled the plug on the entire thing. In the summer of 2008, despite no one else in his family wanting to go with him, James got a job in Columbia, Missouri, and moved his family out there with him. By then the girls were teenagers and had just begun to spread their wings, and Karen was just beginning to break away from James's constricting rules, and neither of them were willing to go back to the way things had been before. The girls threw themselves back into the local community, and Karen started to rebel even more. She was upset that James had dragged her away from the life she was just starting to live, and she wanted to make sure that he knew it. Instead of calling things off with Sunny, Karen continued to keep in contact with her, and Sunny even managed to come out and spend time with Karen in person. And of course, James didn't like that at all. James and Karen started fighting almost constantly, and things all came to a head on New Year's Eve of 2008. A friend was hosting a party, one that both the Kaylors and Sunny were invited to, and an affair that James had been desperately trying to keep under control suddenly went public. Karen and Sunny kissed at the party. Word spread quickly, and James was fuming. Feeling embarrassed and humiliated, he publicly confronted his wife, resulting in a fight that the whole party witnessed. Now that the cat was out of the bag, the Kaylors were broken, and Karen was done trying to make James happy. She filed for divorce shortly after the party, and she moved into a separate room in the house whilst she awaited for the paperwork to be finalised. Desperate for things to go back to the way they had been before, James started calling members of Karen's family and asked them to convince her to come back to him, pointing out that Karen was making a huge mistake because she was leaving him to be with a woman. Karen didn't budge, and by March of that year, things were worse than ever. Acrimonious divorce proceedings had James convinced that Karen was now after his money, and he wasn't about to let her have it. Something went down in their house in Colombia. James said that he'd only been after a hug and that Karen hadn't wanted to give him one. He'd ended up bruising her arm when she tried to pull away and the police were called. James was arrested on suspicion of third-degree domestic abuse, and Karen seized her opportunity to be free of James for good. Whilst James was down at the station, Karen packed her belongings and moved herself and the children out to a new house. James had already been acting more and more erratically, but when Karen left with the children, he seemed to snap. He only ever wanted to see her son, Sean, and felt betrayed that his daughters had let Sonny into their family. He blamed the women in his life for what had happened between himself and Karen, and he knew that everything would go back to normal if he could just get Karen back. He spent more and more time following and stalking his wife. He installed spyware on their computer and kept tabs on her during the day and night. He let the air out of her tires so she would know that he was watching her, and he took his problems into work with him too. James spent his hours in the office combing over photo albums of his family. His colleagues described him as obsessed, and there was only so long that his superiors could turn a blind eye to his unusual behaviour. After months of hoping that James would eventually pull through, they fired him, and James lost his last tether to reality. By Thanksgiving weekend of 2009, James was out of a job. He'd lost his family and was still in the middle of divorce proceedings that had started all of this. Everything came back to Karen, and James was starting to realise that she had no intentions of ever coming back to him. Over that weekend, James made it clear that he only wanted to see Sean, so Karen and the girls went over to Karen's sister for the first part of Thanksgiving. The following day, Karen stopped by James's house to pick up Sean so the whole family could go and visit her grandmother, Dorothy White, in her home in Burlingame. That evening, when his family were still in Dorothy's house, James came bursting through the door with a gun in his hand. He first shot Karen and then her 89-year-old grandmother as they sat in the living room. And then he turned on his children. 18-year-old Emily and 16-year-old Lauren tried to get away, but James hunted them through the house and shot them down. Sean managed to get away, and after witnessing his father kill his entire family, he made a desperate run for the neighbours. Sean managed to make it there, and officers were quickly sent to the house. Dorothy and Lauren were still alive when first responders entered the gruesome scene. Dorothy was sent to hospital, where she died 4 days later, but Lauren never made it out of the house. She was found in an upstairs bedroom, bleeding out on the floor. She just about managed to tell the officers that it was her father who had done this to her and her family, and then she slipped away. James was later found aimlessly walking on the side of the road, muttering the words, I messed up," to himself. After the community of Burlingame filed into the school to fill out the paperwork for jury duty, James had his day in court. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity for the murders of Karen, Emily, Lauren and Dorothy. But Dorothy was part of Burlingame, and the people of Burlingame look after their own. The jury found him guilty of all charges, and James was sentenced to death. He currently sits on death row and continues to appeal his verdict, but the prosecution has stuck with their argument that James was in his right mind when he decided to kill his family. They argued that James had had his hunting rifle with him that day. He had extra rounds of ammunition in his car, and he had enough of his wits about him to spare his son Sean. Whilst being led out of the courtroom, James turned to his parents, asking them to make sure that Sean wasn't raised by those, quote, weirdos, referring to his in-laws who've become Sean's guardians since the terrible events of that Thanksgiving evening.
On our street, whole families up and disappear. Stacey Perman heard her mother joke on the phone in the autumn of 1982, another glass of red wine in her hand. Stacey knew her mother didn't usually drink, not even at social gatherings, but her family were going through tough times, and the likes of which they'd never experienced before. Her mother's joke wasn't really a joke at all, but more like a way for everyone left in the tragic wake of this case to cope and try to ease the growing terror that was building inside them all. Lassen was a quiet suburban street in the Valley, California. Quaint, stable, quite affluent, the Salomon family at the end of the road fit right in. In 1971, Elaine Salomon had been a 28-year-old, recently divorced mother in a Hollywood bar when she met Saul. He was 24, a newly arrived Israeli immigrant who'd only been in the country a year when a striking blonde caught his eye across a crowded bar lounge. The two spoke. The evening clearly went well, and before long, Elaine was moving her daughter Michelle to Lassen in the Valley. By then, Elaine and Saul were married, and together they'd had a son named Mitchell. Saul had snatched up that American dream, and he also landed on his feet financially. His first year living in the United States had been spent driving taxis and selling encyclopedias to get by, but now he owned his own business, refilling fire extinguishers, and he'd made it big. Elaine could afford to stay at home and look after the children. The driveway was filled with flashy, expensive cars, and their home was always filled with the latest and greatest technology that the 80s had to offer. Life was good by the time Stacey and Michelle became friends. The two girls, both teenagers, spent hours in Michelle's bedroom, lying on her pink princess canopy bed, and talked about everything and nothing all at once. On paper, Stacey and Michelle didn't have that much in common. Stacey liked books and Michelle liked boys, but somehow the two girls became inseparable. Elaine, now volunteering at a local clinic, often took the pair of them to lunch in the Bon Adventure Hotel, and when they weren't hanging out in fashion malls or at the movies, the pair of them could be found in each other's bedrooms, listening to music and reading magazines. It was by some twist of fate that Stacey hadn't been with Michelle on Tuesday, October 12, 1982. She'd originally planned to spend the evening with Michelle, Elaine, and Elaine's mother, Margaret Milarovitz. But Stacey had also known that one thing would lead to another, and she'd be home late if she went out with them. It was a school night, and not really feeling up to a potentially long night, Stacey had cancelled. Which was why she didn't know where Michelle, or any of the Salomons for that matter, were when another neighbour called by Stacey's home the next day. The neighbour had a problem, and it wasn't one she thought she could fix on her own, either. She lived in a cul-de-sac right behind the Salomons, but she didn't actually know them, and she needed to contact them as soon as possible. Something with Salomon's pool had gone wrong, and it was overflowing, flooding their neighbour's garden in the process. The neighbour may not have known the Salomons, but she knew Stacey's mother, and she asked if she could speak with the Salomons on her behalf and get them out to sort the problem with their pool. Stacey's mother immediately agreed and picked up the phone. She first tried to call the Salomon household, but nobody answered. But that was no problem. Stacey and her mother then did the next most reasonable thing and headed over there themselves to talk with the Salomons in person. They walked up to the house, seeing both Saul's car and his work truck still parked outside, and they also saw the backyard flooded with water. Mish Mish, the family dog, was out back too and barely seemed to notice when Stacey and her mother walked by. They tried all of the doors on the exterior of the property. They looked through the windows, but the house was quiet and it looked like nobody was home. It was a weekday, so perhaps it wasn't too unusual, but Stacey's mother made one last call just to be sure. She called up Elaine's mother, Marge, to see if she knew where the Solomons were, but Marge hadn't heard from any of them since the night before, and she was starting to get worried. Elaine and Marge were incredibly close and talked on the phone several times a day, but Elaine hadn't called that day at all. In fact, Marge knew that Elaine had cut a phone call with a friend short the night before, saying that one of Saul's business associates was at the door, and since then it had been radio silent. Stacey's mother didn't need to hear anything else to know that something wasn't quite right, so she hung up the phone with Marge and called the police. They arrived on the scene within minutes, and just as one of the Solomons' neighbours, Marty Lafer, was pulling up to his own driveway after a day at work, Marty was a good man to know when there was an investigation underway. He was a former IRS investigator making the transition to become a forensic accountant, and when he saw that the police were about to turn around and leave after only trying the Solomons' door, Marty told them to take a closer look. He reminded them that the Solomons had 2 children, the then 14-year-old Michelle and the 9-year-old Mitchell, and he said when there were children involved it was better to be safe than sorry. The investigators listened, and Marty showed them a way into the house through one of the windows. Stacey, her mother and Marty all followed them inside, and Marty even called his wife, Doreen, from the phone in the master bedroom to tell her that everything looked just fine. The house was clean, everything was in its place, and even the beds were made. Doreen later said that it was hearing that last bit that made a chill run down her spine. Elaine never made the beds, she told Marty over the phone, and then urged him to keep looking. The Solomons were nowhere to be found, but it was when everyone looked into Michelle's room that they found a gruesome clue as to what happened to them. Michelle's bed had been broken, her bedsheets and pillowcases were gone, and there was blood spatter on her walls and mattress. Despite this evidence, the investigators opened a missing persons case and began searching for the Solomons. That was only one of a long list of complaints Marty Lafer would later have about the investigation. According to Marty, the police contaminated any physical evidence that could have potentially been at the scene that night. He caught them letting people in and out of the house and saw them raiding the Solomon pantry for food that they ate while still on the premises. Later statements from the authorities defended the police on the scene and said that they were not aware of any misconduct that Marty alleges occurred during the investigation. But there were places where Marty and the investigators saw eye to eye, and that was who they thought was responsible for the Solomon family's fate. The investigation was still classified as a missing persons case until about a week after the Solomons had gone missing, with that all changing with a chilling discovery on the side of the Antelope Valley Freeway. A worker stumbled upon some documents that belonged to Saul and Elaine, strewn and scattered along the side of the road, and another search was quickly launched. The team came back with 2 wallets, both belonging to Saul and Elaine, and they also came back with more documents with their names on them too. It was that discovery that changed the missing persons case into a murder investigation, and it was quickly followed by a moment that Stacey will never forget. She'd been home alone after school, still thinking that Michelle would knock on her door at any minute, when someone actually did. She opened it only to find the police on the other side, and they had a question to ask her. Stacey showed them inside, where they opened a bag and pulled out a bloodied bedsheet. They then asked Stacey if she had ever seen it on Michelle's bed, and suddenly it all hit her. Her best friend was dead. Stacey burst into tears, but she managed to get out that she didn't remember seeing those particular bedsheets in Michelle's room, which is probably not what the investigators wanted to hear, but it didn't change the fact that the police already had a suspect in mind. With his brown hairpiece, constant cigarette in his mouth, and a taste for the high life, the investigators couldn't quite figure out how Saul Solomon could afford to live the way he did, especially when his tax papers said that he earned only $15,000 a year. Sure, he owned his own business, but even with the profit from that, Saul seemed to be living well beyond his means. The investigators came up with a theory to explain how Saul could continue to support his family and his penchant for luxury cars with the money he had coming in, and that was that Saul was involved with the Israeli mafia. Caught up in the moment, stories about Saul dealing drugs, selling Uzis, and frequenting strippers and sex workers started coming out of the woodwork. But was any of it actually true? Through the course of the investigation, the police were able to connect Saul to one known criminal, and he turned out to be a name that cropped up again and again. Harvey Rader was a thug, a hard man from the underbelly of London. He had the rap sheet to go with the reputation. Fraud, armed robbery, and assault. Harvey had seen more than his fair share of the inside of a British prison cell, and now he was in America. But the change in scenery didn't mean a change in Harvey's MO, however. If anything, it only tipped the scales further. In 1980, Harvey was at his old tricks again, and this time he was going big. He was involved in the now infamous arson that razed Saudi Sheikh Mohammed Al Fasi's Sunset Boulevard mansion to the ground. It had all been a front. The conspirators would all claim their share of the insurance payout, but Harvey got something else as well. He was then involved in the fencing of the artwork from Mohammed's property, and he would get his share of that too. But as those who have already heard the story behind that case probably know, the scheme was thwarted, the culprits were caught, and somehow Harvey came out on top yet again. Harvey received immunity in return for his testimony in court, which was why he was out on the streets and able to meet the Salomons. According to Doreen Lafer, Saul and Harvey had a contemptuous relationship. The two had never really gotten along and even had gone years without speaking to each other, which was why Doreen was so surprised to hear Saul had recently invested $20,000 in Harvey's business. Harvey now owned and ran his own car dealership, but that's not where the connections between the Salomons and Harvey ended. In fact, it was more like the beginning. Harvey and Saul had been together that evening. According to Harvey's statement, the two of them had left Saul's house at around 6 p.m. to head to a car auction. Harvey had then dropped Saul off at an Israeli restaurant in town before heading off to Saul's house again. His second visit that night had multiple purposes. He was dropping off one of Saul's cars, but he was also picking up Elaine's to take back to the shop to do some work on it. That's why Elaine had told her friend over the phone that Harvey was at the door and abruptly hung up the night that the Salomon family went missing. That makes Harvey the last person to see both Saul and Elaine, but his connections to the case only grew stronger from here. Only days into the search, Doreen had stopped by the Salomon household to find Harvey inside, talking over the phone with Saul's brother. He was curt, had scratches on his hands that he later had said had come from working on the cars, and had allegedly asked Doreen if she knew where the guns were. Doreen didn't have an answer for him, but she did have a question. She asked him where the Salomons were, and Harvey had reportedly answered her that they'd probably gone on holiday. Doreen instantly did not believe him. Their clothes and suitcases were still at home, and in a later interview she said, "They wouldn't have gone on vacation without telling me." This sentiment was shared by her husband Marty, who said that, quote, "When Elaine goes to the bathroom, all her friends and relatives know." The police spoke to Harvey the same day that Doreen had. They also noticed the scratches on his hands, and they also found his alibi more than a little lackluster. Even without putting too much weight on the rather major inconsistencies in his statement, like his story changing from him getting the keys to her car from Elaine that night to him leaving the keys in the mailbox, the investigators just weren't buying Harvey's version of events. The auction Harvey claimed that he and Saul had gone to that night had ended at 5 when they had only left the house at 6. The restaurant he'd claimed to have dropped Saul off at later that night had been closed, and it looked like Harvey's lies were just catching up with him. Then the investigators were able to tie him to 3 other cases, all of them involving missing people as well. Just 7 months before the Salomons went missing, a British couple that Harvey sold cars to had also just upped and vanished. The There are reports that say Harvey had informed the police that Peter Davis, the husband, was involved in the selling of stolen jewellery and guns, and the police had taken the accusations seriously. They rushed to the Davises' house only to find the pair of them gone. Their car was later found abandoned in the Los Angeles International Airport parking lot. That was 2 out of the 3 missing people that the investigators connected to Harvey, but what about the third? He actually went missing just 2 months before the Davises did. A businessman named Ron Adib told his family that he was going to see a man about buying new cars right before he disappeared. His car was also found abandoned in the same airport parking lot, and the man he'd gone to see had been Harvey Rader. The investigators believe that the Davises and Ron Adib had actually been murdered. Their cars had been abandoned at the airport to throw the investigators off the killer's scent, but now they believed they had him. According to the investigators, Marty and Doreen Lafer and Elaine's mother, Marge, Harvey Rader had murdered the Solomon family. The only thing they had to do was prove that he had, and within a year of the investigation, they believed they had the way to do just that. But to say that it had been the investigators that had found the lead would be a stretch of the truth. It was a private investigator hired by Marge in a desperate attempt to find her missing family that recovered the lead, but it was a lead that would blow the case wide open. His name was Ashley Paul, Harvey's cousin and his alleged right-hand man. Ashley had worked for the Davises. He'd even admitted that he'd driven Paul Davis home from a car auction the very same night that he went missing. But the investigators hadn't connected him to the Solomon case, and Ashley had seized his chance. He'd fled back to England, where he was working as a taxi driver when Joe Sampson, Marge's PI, found him. Ashley refused to talk, claiming that he was too afraid of his cousin to say anything, but Joe eventually got him to come around. It involved a ruse fit for any crime thriller and undercover mystery, but it was one that worked. Joe had a woman approach Ashley, claiming to be one of Elaine's relatives, and that she was there to warn him that a group of Israelis were out to get him to avenge the Solomons, and Ashley caved. When Joe spoke to him again, Ashley said that he would tell him and the LAPD everything if they would grant him immunity. Lead investigator on the case, Larry Bird, said, "Obviously he was scared to death that Harvey would find out what he was doing." And he was right, too. It took coming back to California for Ashley to cop up to everything that had happened, but once he opened the floodgates, everything and the kitchen sink came out. According to Ashley, Saul had been at Harvey's dealership that night, asking for his $20,000 back. Harvey had promptly responded by pulling out a gun and shooting Saul in the head. Harvey and Ashley then bundled Saul's body into the back of Saul's car, but they still had a problem. Elaine had known that Saul was out with them that night, and if Saul didn't come home, she would lead the police right to them. Harvey and Ashley had then gone to the Solomon household, where Elaine had hung up the phone and opened the door for them, only for Harvey to smash her head in the marble countertop of the bar. 9-year-old Mitch he'd beaten with a baseball bat, and then he'd strangled 14-year-old Michelle to death. From there, Harvey and Ashley had put all the bodies into the trunk and driven off. Harvey had then gone back to the crime scene later that night to clean up and cover their tracks. Ashley led the police to where he remembered helping Harvey bury the bodies out in the desert, but later searches came back with nothing. He was lying, Bird later said, or he didn't really want us to find the bodies because he thought if we'd never find them, nobody could be prosecuted. Later he went on to say, "If I remember, Harvey told somebody he knew about mine shafts being a great place to bury bodies, but Ashley never took us to mine shafts. He only took us to areas where he thought there would be shallow graves." But whether they liked it or not, Ashley was their only witness, and he was the only way the prosecution could definitively prove that Harvey had killed the Solomons. And the prosecution fumbled. Harvey was arrested within days of Ashley arriving in the States, and within days of Harvey's arrest, Ashley's testimony was struck from the record. The municipal court judge deemed that Ashley had been coerced. He hadn't understood his rights, his immunity deal was invalid, and his testimony could therefore not be used in court. Ashley took his chance and got on the next plane out. The case against Harvey crumbled, and the only thing the authorities could do was deport him for failing to make his previous convictions in the UK known during his immigration application. While investigators were ripping up the car park of Harvey's dealership to look for bodies, Harvey slipped back into America with a fake passport. The search of the car park came back empty-handed, but they were able to convict Harvey for passport fraud, which landed him with a 3-year sentence in federal prison. They had Harvey behind bars for now, but what they still didn't have was any evidence to tie him to the disappearances of the Salomon family. In another twist, when Harvey was nearing the end of his sentence, the LAPD took Harvey to court, claiming that they had new evidence that proved that he had actually killed the Salomons, not just made them disappear. Harvey went to court, facing the death penalty if he were found guilty, but his defence lawyer, Mark Lessam, had a few things to say that tipped the scales in a different direction. His own team of private investigators had checked Harvey's office in the dealership for blood, and it had come back completely clean, but he also pointed out that Harvey was by far not the only suspect in this case. He alluded to Saul's connections to the Israeli mafia, and Marge also made a startling confession. Life in the Salomon household really hadn't been as picture-perfect as it had seemed. Saul had in fact been frequenting strippers and sex workers, and Elaine had been having an affair. In fact, Elaine had been so close to ending things with Saul that it had only been a timely intervention from Marge that had saved their marriage. "I told her to stay," Marge said in a later interview. "You have a beautiful home, you don't have to work, you go out with your friends and have whatever you want. Stay with Saul." These new revelations, and the fact that the prosecution kept arguing that Harvey's entire motive had been robbery, even though thousands of dollars in jewellery had been found at the scene, were enough to send the jury into deadlock. It was stuck 11-1 for 3 weeks in favour of finding Harvey guilty of the murders, but the 12th jury member wouldn't budge, and the reason she'd stayed steadfast was quite a big one. In her opinion, the prosecution hadn't done enough to actually prove that the Salomons were dead, and it was that opinion that led the defence when Harvey's case inevitably went to court again. This time around, a pharmacist, petrol station attendant, and a police dispatcher all claimed to have seen the Salomons since their disappearance, and a fresh jury deliberated the evidence for just 2 days. Finally, the judge read the verdict of not guilty, which made Harvey faint in the middle of the courtroom. When later asked if they believed that Harvey was actually guilty, Marty Lafer said, "If somebody confessed to these killings other than Harvey Rader, I would never believe him. All of the evidence pointed to Rader." He also claimed that the police had botched the investigation by firstly contaminating the scene and missing crucial evidence like blood spatter that he and Doreen had later found under the beds. Larry Bird said, "It's pretty ironic that we have 7 dead people, and with all 7 dead people, Harvey was the last one to have anything to do with them." Marge said, "I hate Saul, I blame him," but she also broke down crying when Harvey was found not guilty and started screaming in the courtroom, "He is a killer. What kind of system justice is this? Where is the justice in the world?" About his client, Harvey's defence lawyer from his first trial said, "Look, Harvey's no angel, but he wouldn't harm a child." Whether he's guilty or not, Harvey seemingly has disappeared into the ether. The LAPD now have the stance that the wallets and documents found on the side of the freeway were intentionally placed there to distract the investigation, and that it's more than likely the Salomons are hidden somewhere in the abandoned mine shafts that litter the surrounding deserts of LA. Henry Baird, otherwise known as Red, was a 28-year-old World War II veteran living in Humboldt County, California. By June of 1950, he was working as a bakery truck driver and about to go on a date with his girlfriend of 2 months, Barbara Jo Kelly. Barbara was 17 years old, and she worked as a waitress in a local restaurant called the Sweet Shop. But anyone who knew Barbara also knew that she was deeply religious, which is probably why her parents trusted her not to get into any trouble when Red came by to take her to the cinema on the evening of the 18th of June. The movie the couple planned on seeing would almost guarantee that they'd be back quite late at night, but the Kellys trusted their daughter. But neither of Barbara's parents could have known that that evening, when they said goodbye to Barbara and sent her on her date with Red, would be the last time that they saw either one of them alive again. Red and Barbara went to the cinema as planned, but after that they seemed to just vanish. Neither of them came home that night, and early the next morning, two fishermen out on the beach at Table Bluff Beach found the body of a man lying face down in the sand. The man was naked, apart from his socks and shoes, and it was very clear to anyone looking at him that he hadn't died from natural causes. The man had been shot in the head, and the fishermen called the murder into the police. When the investigators got to the scene, they found the man's clothing folded in a neat pile beside his body, but that wasn't all that they found. Beneath the man's clothing was another set of clothes, also neatly folded and placed in a pile and clearly belonging to a woman. The shoes and stockings were missing, and immediately the police began to worry that they would find another body. The investigators were able to identify the man as Red, and when Barbara's parents realised that she was missing, everyone put two and two together. Judging by the little evidence left at the scene, the authorities believed that someone had attacked the young couple at gunpoint. Whoever their attacker had been had then forced the couple to strip, killed Red, and kidnapped Barbara. The only thing the investigators could do was hold on to the hope that they would find Barbara alive. However, the days turned into weeks and then years, with hope slowly fizzling out. The killer had left nothing behind them, and with no witnesses, the case quickly went cold. It wasn't until a full 13 years later that the investigators were able to name a suspect in the case, and that was only because he decided to come clean himself. Serving a sentence in a California state mental hospital was a man named Gail Patrick Irish. He'd been serving time since 1958 for sexual assault and kidnapping charges that involved a 12-year-old girl in Humboldt. Only now he had a lot more to add to his list of crimes. While at the hospital, Gail claimed to have found religion, and then he made a startling confession to the prison chaplain. Gail claimed to have killed at least 3 people, one of those being a man named Billy Wells Hale. In 1957, Billy had been out on a date with his girlfriend. It was the middle of the night, and they were sitting in Billy's parked car in a lane about 6 miles north of Marysville, California. Gail claimed that he'd walked up to the car, shot the man in the head, and then turned to the woman. Gail said then that he'd tied her up so she couldn't escape and driven her to a different location. He'd taken her about 16 miles away, where he found an empty house, and then he dragged the woman inside. He then threatened her with a razor blade, but the woman was able to escape unharmed when the homeowners unexpectedly showed up and forced Gail to flee the scene. The investigators must have been struck by the similarities between Billy's case and Red's, but they became even more sure that Gail had something to do with them both when Gail confessed to 2 more murders. Gail said that he'd been at Table Bluff Beach during the summer of 1950, and while he was there, he'd killed a young couple. Prison officials immediately contacted the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, who then dispatched investigators to interrogate Gail, and when they got there, they found that Gail's story had started to make a lot of sense. Gail claimed that he'd been out on the beach that night, looking for his next victims, when he spotted a young couple sitting in a car. Gail had then walked up to the car, held the couple at gunpoint, and forced them out of the vehicle. He then forced the pair of them to strip before he'd ordered the man to get on his knees, and then Gail shot him in the back of the head. With the woman now naked and completely defenceless and alone, Gail had then forced her back into the car and started driving. They drove quite a distance, at 2 points heading into the towns of Eureka and Arcata, where the woman could have maybe shouted for help, but Gail said that she'd been frozen with fear. and had just sat there instead of trying to escape. They ended up about 35 miles away from the beach, where Gale then pulled over into a logging road and used the large logs as cover to hide what he was about to do. Gale raped the woman, shot her, and then wrapped her body in a blanket before he was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Gale had planned to bury her body, but someone had clearly heard the sounds of Gale's gunshot and was on the way to investigate. Gale could see the headlights of a truck coming closer, and not wanting to be caught, he dumped the woman's body behind a log and drove away before anyone could spot him. Worried that someone would discover her, Gale had returned to the scene 2 months later to try and hide the woman's body, but by then, he said many of the logs had moved and he wasn't able to find the body again. The police were incredibly interested in what Gale had to say, especially when it seemed to be the only real lead they had on the case that was now 13 years old. They flew him out to Humboldt County so that he could revisit the crime scenes and hopefully tell them more, while their counterparts at the hospital tried to find the gun that Gale had been carrying when he'd been arrested. Back in Humboldt County, news about Gale's confession had spread, and wanting to corroborate what they could, the investigators ended up speaking with a well-known local boxer, Oliver Hanurn. Oliver claimed to know Gale, and he said that the both of them had been living and working in the area together during the time of Red's murder. When investigators put Oliver and Gale in the same room, the two men recognised each other, adding a level of legitimacy to Gale's confession and putting him as close to the crime scenes as they could without any more physical evidence to work with. Gale then led investigators to the logging road, which was still in use, but by then, the place where he claimed to have dumped Barbara's body was almost completely overgrown. Many people, including the Georgia Pacific Woods boss Earl Shipley Company, provided tools to help the investigators search the area, but each time the searchers came back with nothing. A few months later, the police received a call from a family who'd once lived in the area that renewed hope in the investigation. The family claimed that the children had often played on the logs, and one day they'd come home saying they'd found human bones in between them. The children claimed that one of the bones still had a wristwatch around it, and they were able to give the investigators some idea of where they'd seen them. Incredibly, the location the children gave matched the area that Gale had already shown the investigators, so everyone got back to work to try and find Barbara. A quick call to Barbara's family confirmed that she'd left for her date wearing a wristwatch, and then all anybody wanted to do was get to the bottom of the case. And the investigators were certain that Gale was telling the truth. A deputy working on the case later came out and said, "This boy has too much knowledge of the details not to have first-hand information." But unfortunately, the investigation kept hitting dead ends. A hunter told the investigators that in 1962 he'd found a woman's black leather shoe in the exact same location that Gale claimed to have dumped Barbara's body. The hunter hadn't thought anything about it at the time, but as the news spread about the investigation, it jogged his memory and he called the tip in. The tip also went nowhere, and after a 60-person team searched the area and came back empty-handed, the chief criminal deputy, Captain Edward Hulbert, reportedly turned to Gale and said, "You're either afraid to look at what's left, or you're afraid someone is going to hurt you." Gale had allegedly refused to answer the captain and had turned the conversation into another one about religion instead. But the investigators were sure that they had their man. If they couldn't find Barbara, they knew that they could put Gale at the crime scene if they could match the bullets from the gun he'd been arrested with to the bullet found in Red's body. But almost unbelievably, they hit yet another dead end. During that time, Gale had spent serving a sentence in the mental institution. The police had lost the gun they'd confiscated from him on the day of his arrest. This was the last piece of physical evidence that could have proven that Gale was telling the truth, and after all that, the only thing the authorities in Humboldt County could do was send Gale back to the mental hospital he'd originally been serving his sentence in. To this day, they haven't been able to formally link Gale to the case or officially name him as a suspect, as everything comes down to his confession, and that certainly wouldn't stand up in court. The official records of both Red's murder and Barbara's disappearance don't mention anything about Gail, and Barbara is simply listed as missing to this day. Daniel Cornelius Robinson was born on January the 14th, 1997, to David Robinson and Melissa Edmonds, and grew up in South Carolina alongside his parents and siblings. Daniel is described by his family as bright, highly intelligent, and a good-spirited young man who loved the outdoors and learning about the people and their cultures, science, and his family. He always greatly cared about people and often looked out for others. He was always smiling and loved to chat. By trade, Daniel was a geologist for Matrix New World Engineering, having graduated as a field geologist from the College of Charleston in 2019 with a major in archaeology. Following graduation, he moved from his native South Carolina to Phoenix, Arizona, where his new job was located. Daniel specifically resided in the Tempe area. The 24-year-old had a passion for adventure, and whenever he would travel, he would keep in contact with his family to let them know how things were going. A few weeks prior to his disappearance, and even on the morning he vanished, Daniel's family and friends noticed a drastic change in his demeanour, his behaviour becoming somewhat erratic, which was completely out of character. He made some rather unusual remarks to his loved ones, and even on one occasion he had left his apartment for a prolonged period of time without contacting anyone before returning, and he'd left his front door wide open for the duration. What was causing Daniel's erratic behaviour at the time is undetermined. On the 23rd of June 2021, Daniel went to work as normal, arriving at a well site near Buckeye, Arizona. He met a new co-worker, Ken Elliott, at the site where the pair assessed the remote drill site located near the Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road in Buckeye. According to Ken Elliott, everything appeared normal that morning, with he and Daniel having pleasant, casual discussions about the weather and the job at hand. That was until Daniel's demeanour reportedly changed. Elliot said that the 24-year-old seemed distracted all of a sudden, looking very distant into the desert. At first, Elliot thought that Daniel may have been on something, but his pupils were not dilated. He then thought perhaps it was a medical condition, but he did not know. He kept noticing how Daniel became distracted, repeatedly looking across the desert in a daze. At approximately 9:15 a.m, Daniel turned from his co-worker, hopped into his blue 2017 Jeep Renegade and drove off. Elliot assumed that Daniel perhaps wasn't feeling well and decided to take the day off, but when nobody had heard from him later on, his loved ones became increasingly concerned for his welfare. That evening, the Robinsons reported their son as missing to Buckeye Police Department. Ken Elliott went looking for Daniel after he took off, following his Jeep's tread marks in the sand through the desert. This concerned Ken deeply, as it appeared that Dan was not headed for home, but out into the middle of nowhere. It was at this point that Elliot knew something was awry. Daniel's family repeatedly called him, but he did not pick up, which in itself was very unusual. After a few days, the phone went straight to voicemail. A search for Daniel began shortly after his family contacted Buckeye PD, where police, search and rescue volunteers, air patrols, drones and cadaver dogs were utilised in an effort to locate the missing geologist. The Robinsons flew out to Arizona to look for their son, a search which operated over a 70-square-mile radius. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, no trace of Daniel was found, and his family left Buckeye with more questions than answers. Almost a month went by when on July 19th, a rancher found Daniel's Jeep abandoned in a ravine just 4 miles southwest from the work site where he was last seen. Searchers, both professional and volunteers, had allegedly missed the vehicle due to the rugged terrain, though some speculate that the Jeep wasn't in the area to begin with, rather it was possibly placed there later. This is only speculation, of course, but Daniel's father told the Independent newspaper that he believed this theory, that the car had been dumped there. The car was on its side and had sustained significant damage, with the airbags also having been deployed. Investigators also determined that a seatbelt had been worn at the time of impact. Rather strangely, all of Daniel's belongings, including his wallet, phone, keys, and most curiously, the clothes he had last been seen wearing, were present in the vehicle. There was no evidence to suggest foul play, such as blood. Daniel's phone was later revealed to have been at the crash site at 10:05 a.m. and had stopped tracking by 10:30. The ravine was searched extensively for any further clues, but unfortunately nothing of significance was recovered. Meanwhile, the Robinsons hired a reconstructionist and a private investigator, Jeff McGraw, who, having looked at the circumstances of the car overturning, believed that it possibly looked staged. It was also revealed that after the car had overturned, that the ignition had been turned over approximately 46 more times and had clocked 11 extra miles following the accident, but to where remains a mystery. The private investigator who specialises in accident investigations claimed that the car crashed multiple times before it ended up in the ravine, the airbag having deployed at an earlier crash, not the vehicle's final destination in the ravine. According to him, this first crash occurred approximately 4 hours after Daniel went off the radar, this being based on the car's GPS data. What happened to Daniel that day when he was driving his Jeep to and from the worksite remains a mystery, as is how he came to be separated from all of his belongings, including the clothes he was last seen wearing. 12 days following Robinson's car being discovered on the 31st of July, a human skull was discovered in close proximity to where Daniel's vehicle had been found. It was analysed by forensic experts, however it was later determined not to belong to Daniel. The identity of the skull remains unknown. A number of other bones were retrieved in the area, but they were all deemed to be from animals. Further sets of human remains have been found in the Buckeye Desert, however thus far none have been matched to Daniel Robinson. In October of 2021, investigators revealed that Daniel had been texting a woman he'd met whilst delivering for Instacart, and the two chatted and exchanged numbers. According to various text message conversations, it became apparent that Daniel often turned up to the woman's home unannounced, which left the woman feeling very uncomfortable. It was also revealed that at the time the authorities questioned Daniel's family again regarding the possibility that Dan was suicidal. However, his family did not believe that this was the case. Daniel's father had been vocal about his concerns regarding the Buckeye PD's investigation into his son's disappearance, citing his frustration at the fact he believed the authorities weren't doing enough to find his missing son. The Robinsons set up a website and a GoFundMe page to help raise money to fund more search efforts and to keep Daniel's case at the forefront of people's minds. During the search efforts and investigations following his disappearance, Daniel's case was somewhat overshadowed in the national press following the disappearance of Gabby Petito in August of 2021, which quickly became international news. The latest updates in this case came in June of 2023 when Daniel's father revealed to the Arizona News that his son had made some disturbing Google searches in the week leading up to his disappearance. This included "Love Changed Me," "delete Instagram account," "shooting," "temp," "explosion," and "I'm okay to do things I hate." A new witness, simply referred to as Bill or Billy, came forward to authorities and told them that he'd seen Daniel in the area after he disappeared. He noticed the new Jeep and noticed that Daniel was dressed in a fluorescent work shirt and boots. He also noticed Robinson's arm abnormality, so he seemed certain that this was Daniel. He reportedly said that the sighting was at around 11:30 a.m, but this contradicts with Robinson's cell data. Bill reportedly changed the timing of his sighting on numerous occasions, which placed doubt that it was a genuine sighting. Despite his story not aligning with the data made available to law enforcement, it's unclear whether Bill did in fact see Daniel or not. If he wasn't truthful about it, police can't seem to muster up a reason as to why Bill would lie. The Robinsons want answers, and for their son to one way or another return to them. What happened to Daniel on that fateful day in June 2021 remains shrouded in mystery, and despite the numerous theories presented, the evidence found cannot conclusively say what happened to him. Did Daniel have a mental break, get disorientated in the desert and succumb to the elements? On the other hand, did he perhaps meet with foul play? At this time, 2 years on, we simply do not know the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. Daniel Robinson was 24 years old at the time of his disappearance in June of 2021. He was described as being African American, standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing approximately 165 pounds. He has black hair and brown eyes, and most notably has part of his right forearm and hand missing due to these limbs having never properly developed in utero. He was wearing work gear when he disappeared, however these clothes were later discovered in his 2017 Jeep Renegade. Daniel Robinson remains missing, and his case is classified as an endangered missing person. If he is still alive today, Daniel would be 26 years old. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to contact Buckeye Police Department on 623-349-6411.
When children are placed in foster care or adoption situations where biological parents' circumstances can no longer cater for that child, it is the hope that the child involved is sent to live with good people, people who love them and care for them wholeheartedly and unconditionally. But unfortunately, in some instances, this is not the case, and children can potentially become vulnerable to violence. On the 8th of June 1987, Irvin Sylvester Groninger III was born, the fourth of 10 siblings. When he was approximately 2 years of age, Irvin was taken from his biological parents and put up for adoption, where he was then taken in by the Herman family. Father Douglas Raymond Doug Herman and his wife Valerie Janelle Herman. They already had 2 children who became Irvin's adoptive siblings. After fostering and then adopting Groninger, Doug and Valerie decided to change Irvin's name to Adam Joseph Herman. Adam was a typical young boy who was lively yet timid and loved the outdoors, especially camping trips. He was an average student at school, but when he turned 11 years old, the Hermans removed him from his elementary school and decided to homeschool him, something which was rather odd, considering their other children remained at school. The Herman family lived in Pine Ridge Mobile Home Park in Towanda, Kansas, where Adam spent the spring and summer months of 1999. At some point during this time, Adam mysteriously disappeared, though the exact date and the circumstances surrounding his vanishing are shrouded in mystery, as he was not reported as a missing person for almost a decade. His adoptive sister, Crystal Espinosa, contacted the local authorities in 2008 to ask about the whereabouts of her brother, who by this time she had not seen in 9 years. She was doing this whilst trying to organise a family reunion, and upon her realisation that nobody had seen Adam in recent years, decided to find where he was. Adam's biological sister had also not heard from her brother since around 1994 and was eventually told by Doug and Valerie during a phone call to ask how her brother was doing to, quote, stop calling. During these phone calls to check in with her brother, which were made between 1994 and 1999, Adam himself never physically answered the phone. Only the Hermans did, and they claimed that Adam was doing just fine. Crystal was concerned for Adam's welfare, and quite rightly so, as when she contacted the SRS, the Kansas Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services, she was informed that Adam had allegedly been in the Hermans' care until he turned 18 years old, but Crystal knew that this was not the case. She immediately called the missing children hotline in Wichita and reported her brother as a missing person. When Adam's adoptive parents were questioned, they claimed that the 11-year-old had a habit of running away from home, and on this particular occasion in the first week of May of 1999, following a spanking, he never returned. It's alleged that the Hermans did report Adam missing on at least 2 prior occasions, once after he was grounded and another after not returning home on the school bus. However, he returned on both occasions within just an hour or two, hardly what many would classify as running away. According to various sources, Valerie admitted to have spanked Adam with a belt buckle prior to his disappearance, with this not being the first time that abuse was reported from within the Herman household. 3 years prior, in 1996, Adam had been temporarily placed in a children's home after a similar incident ended up with him having bruises all over his body. With Valerie having seemingly repeated these actions, the couple claimed that they didn't want to report their son as missing because they were afraid of the repercussions after what happened in 1996, which was investigated by the SRS. They claimed to be afraid that their 2 other children would be forcefully removed from them, therefore did not report Adam's disappearance to the appropriate authorities, which, just to note here, is actually illegal in the state of Kansas. Family members, however, did not believe the Hermans' story and were certain that both Doug and Valerie had something to do with Adam's disappearance. It should be noted that in 1998, a second suspected abuse call was made to the SRS by Adam's school after multiple bruising was found. Classmates noticed occasions where Adam's glasses were broken or taped together and witnessed scratches under his chin, a black and bruised nose, and scrapes on his neck. The subsequent investigation concluded, however, that these injuries were sustained whilst playing sports with his siblings, Adam claiming that this was indeed the case and that the injuries occurred whilst he was playing football. According to Adam's adoptive siblings, he was mistreated by the Hermans on a regular basis, though primarily by his adoptive mother. He was often locked in the bathroom, where he was made to sleep in the bathtub without pillows or a blanket, and he was denied food. However, his siblings did sneak in some food for him on numerous occasions. In one instance where Adam was locked in the bathroom, Valerie's ex-sister-in-law asked her why the boy was in there, and Valerie claimed that he was being punished for wetting the bed. On another occasion, she claimed he was locked in the bathroom because he was, quote, mentally disturbed. Crystal, Adam's adoptive sister, saw Valerie step on Adam, kick him, and hit him on several occasions, and an aunt saw Adam chained to the faucet of the bath just prior to his disappearance. Others who knew the Hermans saw Valerie favour her biological children, and she even once allegedly told a friend that Adam, who was only 11 years old at the time, quote, gave her the creeps. Valerie shockingly told investigators that she was recommended by a psychiatrist to lock her son in the bathroom at night due to an attachment disorder such as bipolar or schizophrenia, as Adam allegedly had a knife under his bed, and Valerie was frightened that he was going to kill her and her husband. The story became even more bizarre, with the Hermans telling family members that Adam was now a ward of the state, after they could, quote, no longer handle him, and that he'd actually been sent to a psychiatric facility. Whether there is any actual proof that Adam was sent to such a facility remains unknown. The Hermans told investigators that they thought Adam had left of his own free will and was either homeless or living with his biological parents, but despite this, Doug and Valerie continued to cash in Adam's adoption subsidy payments, which was approximately $700 per month, until he turned 18 years old in 2005. They also claimed Adam as a dependent on their taxes when they filed for bankruptcy in 2002, racking up a total of $52,800. The Hermans were subsequently charged with felony theft in July of 2010, however reached a plea deal a year after admitting to wrongfully accepting $15,488 in subsidies for Adam between 2003 and 2005. Both received prison sentences for welfare fraud and for failing to report a minor as missing. Doug got 9 months behind bars and Valerie got 7 months. The couple were also ordered to pay restitution and a $2,500 fine each, and would be subject to probation following their releases from jail. Justin Herman, one of Doug and Valerie's biological children who saw his mother abuse Adam when he was around 4 or 5 years old, told ABC News that, quote, she, Valerie, would punch him, Adam, pull his hair, use wooden spoons to spank him, push him. He wasn't allowed to play. She locked him up in the bathroom, made him do housework all day long. Justin continued, when she's not acting crazy, my mother is actually a good person, but when she's in a bad mood, she's a monster. Justin claimed that he never saw Doug harm Adam, and that he witnessed his father trying to stop his wife from attacking Adam on a number of occasions. On one other occasion, Justin saw Valerie throw Adam against a wall, where she pulled out some of his hair, following which Justin called the police. However, by the time that authorities had arrived at the residence, his mother had convinced him to tell them that he had made the whole thing up. Rather interestingly, phone records didn't show a call to the police from the Herman household as claimed. However, other family members corroborated Justin's claims of abuse. Due to the vast amount of allegations made against the Hermans by family, friends, school teachers and counsellors, a report was filed to Child Protective Services, and the only undertaking they did was send the Hermans for counselling. However, they did not remove Adam from the home. Ultimately, Child Protective Services failed to protect 11-year-old Adam Herman. Police searched the Herman residence and their mobile home where they resided in 1999. However, whether any clues or pieces of evidence were found in regards to Adam's disappearance is unknown. They did confirm that no human remains were uncovered. However, quote, one of their questions had been answered. When prompted as to what this meant by journalists, authorities did not elaborate any further. It does appear, however, that police believe that Adam is no longer alive, as there's no evidence to suggest that he is. Unfortunately, after 24 years, we still don't know the fate of Adam Herman. Suspicions surrounding his adoptive parents have never ceased, and given the evidence against them, this is hardly surprising. Whether Doug or his wife Valerie harmed Adam on the day he vanished remains unknown. They denied any wrongdoing, and Doug died in 2016, taking what he knew to the grave. Police named the Hermans as official suspects in this case and claim that murder charges could still be brought against Valerie, even if Adam's remains are never found. They also claimed that abuse charges could be filed for the period prior to Adam's disappearance, as well as the fact that his adoptive parents failed to report a minor as missing. The latest developments in the case came in 2019 when a Wichita man claimed on social media that he believed that he was Adam Herman. However, this turned out to be a cruel hoax. As of 2023, the disappearance of Adam Herman remains unsolved, and what fate ultimately befell him remains a mystery. An anonymous donor posted a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the whereabouts of Adam Herman. His biological family and his remaining adoptive family are still searching for the truth, and all they want is to bring him home. At the time of his disappearance, Adam Herman, whose birth name was Irvin Sylvester Groninger III, was 11 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, approximately 4 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 67 pounds. He had dirty blonde to brown hair and blue eyes, and at the time he vanished wore gold wireframe glasses. It's unknown what Adam was last seen wearing. In regards to distinguishing marks and features, Adam had a birthmark on his back at the waistline, which is about 1/4 inch by 1/2 inch in size, a number of scars on his abdomen, a 3/4 inch scar on the inside of his left thigh is also noted. Various age progression images of Adam have been created by the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, in case by some miracle he is still alive today. Due to the nature of this case, foul play is strongly suspected. If alive in 2023, Adam Herman, or Irvin Sylvester Groninger III, would be 36 years old. In September of 2017, many were left perplexed by the baffling disappearance of Jesse Galganoff, a 22-year-old Montreal native whose adventurous spirit led him to the majestic Peruvian Andes on a solo backpacking expedition. What was meant to be an exhilarating voyage of self-discovery turned into a sombre mystery that raised far more questions than answers. Jesse Clint Galganoff was born on February 8, 1995, to parents Todd Galganoff and Elisa Clayman, and grew up in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He is of Jewish faith and was also known by his Jewish name, Chaim Yosef ben Elisa. His parents divorced when he was younger, and Jesse lived with his mother, with whom he shared a very close bond, and he lived alongside his younger sister, Sammy. Though he resided in Canada, he did have dual citizenship in Canada and the United States. Jesse faced some difficult challenges growing up, but despite this, he always had a smile on his face and a positive outlook on life. He was described as having a huge heart and was known for being very empathetic and understanding. At high school, Jesse captained the football team. However, after suffering a serious concussion during a game when he was 17 years old, he was left suffering from post-concussion syndrome, meaning that he was left unable to function as he should. Because of this, he had to delay his application to college, but instead of being down about it, Jesse did something positive with his time. He decided to raise money and awareness for prostate cancer by participating in Movember, where men grow moustaches during the month of November in order to raise awareness about men's health issues, such as testicular cancer and mental illness. Over the course of 5 Movembers, Jesse and his friends managed to raise over $20,000, with Jesse making a number of humorous edited images of him with his moustache, alongside inspirational quotes to help encourage people to donate to the cause. Jesse managed to eventually recover and applied to university in Connecticut in the US, where he achieved a bachelor's degree in mathematics. He wanted to further his studies and applied to medical school in Philadelphia, where he was subsequently offered a place. Galganov hoped to one day work for Doctors Without Borders, which is a charity which provides humanitarian medical care. Aside from his education, Jesse loved the outdoors, hiking, participating in various adrenaline sports such as bungee jumping, skiing and the like, and learning about new cultures. He had taken numerous backpacking excursions and trips abroad during his time at college, and upon graduation, he was hungry for more. Before taking on this new challenging chapter of his life at medical school, the 22-year-old decided to take a gap year to travel, mainly backpacking through South America and Southeast Asia for approximately 8 months. Prior to his departure to Peru, Jesse and his mother Elisa planned the trip day by day, mapping out where he would trek and where he would shelter for the night, also buying him all of the supplies he would need on his trip. The plan was to visit South America first, then end the excursion in Bangkok in Thailand, but within just a mere 4 days into Jesse's adventure, he vanished into thin air. Jesse departed from Montreal and flew to Lima, Peru on September 24th of 2017, where he stayed at the Loki hostel for 3 days before embarking on an overnight 8-hour bus ride from Lima to Juarez, also in Peru. The bus arrived in its destination of Juarez at approximately 6:12 a.m. on September 28th, with CCTV footage confirming his arrival. Galganov then made his way to Came House, which was a backpackers hostel, arriving there at around 6:40 a.m. According to reports, Jesse spent much of that day documenting his travels on social media and regularly messaging his friends and family, informing them that he had arrived at the hostel. Jesse also spent some of the day replenishing his supplies before staying at Came House for a second night. Jesse told his mother that day via text that he was planning on taking a 4-day trek along the Santa Cruz Trail and informed her that he would most likely not have any cell reception for the duration. He told his mother that he would be in touch when he got back around October 2nd, but unfortunately, Elisa never heard from her son again. Jesse left the hostel early the next morning and made his way to the Santa Cruz trailhead. The trail itself entailed an approximate 50-kilometre hike through the Cordillera Blanca Mountains in the north of Peru, with the rough terrain not for the faint of heart. Jesse did have some hiking experience under his belt and was well equipped to cope with the changing altitudes and conditions. This particular trail was one that Jesse had always wanted to take, so he was likely looking forward to the 4-day excursion. But when October 2nd came and went, his loved ones started to become concerned when Jesse failed to contact them as he had promised. His mother thought that perhaps her son had taken a longer route, and it would simply take him a few extra days to reach civilization again. But by October 7th, Jesse's mother got in touch with some of her son's friends and acquaintances on social media and through text to see if they had heard from him in recent days. Many responded, however the last known communication any of them had with Jesse had been through the Snapchat app on September 29th. At first, they weren't concerned that they hadn't heard from him, due to the fact that he was hiking in the mountains of Peru and most likely couldn't contact anybody. However, days turned into weeks and concern continued to grow as radio silence from Jesse continued. By October 14th, Elisa filed a missing persons report for her son, firstly with US and Canadian authorities, then with the Peruvian authorities. Unfortunately, the only authorities that could assist in this case were the Peruvian, as the US and Canadian simply were not allowed to do anything to help. Elisa took it upon herself to spearhead the search efforts for her son, alongside family, friends, and volunteers. Rather interestingly, when they started to retrace Jesse's movements in the days leading up to his last known contact, those at the Came hostel where he stayed began to give alternate versions of events. Initially, those at the hostel, including staff, confirmed that Jesse had checked into the facility on September 28th. However, they later retracted this and stated that Jesse had never even been there, something which was very peculiar and suspicious. Due to these new revelations coming to light, Peruvian police opened an investigation into a possible abduction. Something else to note is that it was common practice for those hiking the Santa Cruz Trail to write their names down in a logbook prior to their departure, so that a record could be kept of all of those who tackled the terrain. However, it was alleged that absolutely nobody had signed the logbook on the day that Jesse disappeared. As it turned out, however, this was entirely untrue. However, the logbook had been, quote-unquote, tampered with. To what extent, or as to what discrepancies were uncovered, is unknown. It was also alleged that the park administration team and the mule drivers along the trail, who used donkeys to carry supplies to and from the camps, were uncooperative with authorities when questioned about Jesse's disappearance. Many believe that this is not suspicious, however, due to the fact that the mountain community was very small and close-knit, and if a body were to be found within their jurisdiction, they wouldn't want the finger to be pointed at them. It was this reason alone as to why they were wary about talking to the authorities. Police, the Magnus International Search and Rescue Team from Israel, along with Elisa herself, searched tirelessly along the Santa Cruz Trail for any sign of 22-year-old Jesse. However, they came back empty-handed. They conducted land searches, used drones, and carried out underwater searches, but unfortunately to no avail. It then came to light that a number of people had seen Jesse during his hike across the mountainous Santa Cruz Trail. Witnesses saw him arrive at the Tualipampa camp late on September 30th, where he reportedly camped alongside two French hikers, who told these witnesses that Jesse told them he had arrived later than expected because he had gotten lost. The two French men who were located by Magnus also claimed that Jesse had voiced his annoyance at feeling rather under the weather, experiencing headaches and bouts of diarrhea, though it may have been altitude sickness. Jesse ate breakfast with the French hikers before heading out along the trail once again the following morning, though after a good night's rest, he seemed to be in much better spirits. Over 200 hikers who travelled along the trail that day were identified and many were interviewed. However, other than the aforementioned witness accounts, nobody else had seen Jesse. The last confirmed sighting of Jesse Galganoff was on October 1st, 2017, at approximately 3:30 p.m, when he was spotted asking a group of Czech hikers for some water near to Punta Union Pass. He never used his return bus ticket on October 2nd and failed to board his scheduled flight to Bolivia on October 5th. Searches continued for Jesse, but no trace of him has ever been found. His parents have gone out to Peru a number of times to look for him, but unfortunately to no avail. They continue to press for answers across social media with the hope that someday they will be reunited with their lost son. Jesse simply disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues behind as to what fate ultimately befell him. Many believe that somehow he became lost in the mountains, fell unwell from altitude sickness, and succumbed to the elements. However, a body has never been found, nor has any of the belongings he took with him. Is it possible he fell into a crevice, or possibly a body of water? If so, however, his remains haven't been found. Some believe that Jesse may have fallen victim to foul play of some sort. However, once again, there is no evidence to indicate that this is the case. Ultimately, we don't know what happened to Jesse following his hike in Peru, but his family are still holding on to the hope that he is out there somewhere. When he disappeared in September 2017, Jesse Galganov was 22 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing 170 pounds. He had curly, short brown hair with a short, close-kept brown beard and light brown eyes. Jesse was last seen wearing black clothing and a Gregory Paragon 58-pack Omega Blue hiking backpack, which displayed a patch of the Canadian flag on the upper left side. His backpack weighed approximately 24 pounds and was believed to have been containing the following items: a pair of hiking shoes, a one-man tent, a camping mattress, a small portable stove, eating utensils, some unspecified clothing, a head torch, unspecified medication, an Amazon Kindle tablet, and a journal. 2 fundraisers have been created by Jesse's mother. One named Help Us Find Jesse, where she is trying to raise funds to help aid in the search for her son. And Help Us Take Legal Action to Find Jesse, where she wants to prosecute those responsible for her son's disappearance. Elisa travels to Peru on a regular basis when she can to search for Jesse. On the GoFundMe campaign, she writes, quote, "Sadly, I still have no hard evidence indicating the fate of my beloved son, but we have definite suspicions that must be further explored. I am not giving up and will never give up. I must bring Jesse home to rest, no matter the circumstance." In an article published in the Montreal Gazette, Jesse's sister Sammy spoke of him, quote, "Jesse will always be such an inspiration to me, and I feel forever fortunate to call him my brother." There is currently a $500,000 reward, which was raised by Jesse's father, Todd, for anyone with any information that could help locate Jesse Galganov, who, if alive today, would be 28 years old. "28-year-old Yesenia Suarez was a mother of 2 to a 9-year-old daughter named Talia Otto and an 8-year-old son, Michael Otto. They lived on the 300 block of Covent Gardens Place in Deltona, Volusia County, Florida. Yesenia did what she could to provide for her children and worked at American Canine Detection Services in Lake Mary, whilst attending Rollins College in Winter Park, where she studied a bachelor's degree in organisational behaviour and psychology. Yesenia was projected to achieve magna cum laude honours in the spring of 2014 and worked hard to achieve her goals in the academic world as well as the work world. The Suarez-Otto family were also active members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, a Spanish-speaking community in their hometown of Deltona. Yesenia was married to a 38-year-old man named Luis Toledo, who lived with her and her 2 children in Deltona. The couple had met in 2009 at a street festival, and Toledo moved in with her 3 months later, with the pair marrying in 2011. But many knew of their turbulent relationship. Suarez's own father even claimed that the pair were constantly at loggerheads. Toledo spent much of his time at home with his 2 stepchildren, but Yesenia felt that he was spending too much time playing video games and that he wasn't doing enough for Talia and Michael. Things didn't improve when Toledo discovered, having placed spyware on his wife's phone, that Suarez was having an affair with a co-worker at American Canine, an organisation which provides dogs to the military and the police. On the afternoon of October 22nd, 2013, Toledo showed up at Yesenia's workplace at approximately 22 minutes past 1, and the two argued about Yesenia's infidelity. The argument got physical, with Toledo striking his wife across the face before he fled the scene. Police were called by a co-worker, with the fight clearly being heard in the background of the call, but Toledo had already scarpered by the time police arrived. Following the altercation, Luis contacted Yesenia's mother, Felicita Nieves Perez, in an effort to convince her daughter not to press assault charges. Meanwhile, Yesenia took Talia and Michael from their home to her mother's residence with the intention of staying overnight. However, this did not actually happen. Toledo called the house again and warned his wife that, quote, something would happen if she tried to get an injunction against him following their fight, this not being the first domestic incident reported between the two. At first, this threat didn't appear to faze Yesenia, who left to place the injunction, but she later returned empty-handed, worried of the repercussions, telling her mother that, quote, it would make things worse. It was reported that Yesenia was fearful of Luis and didn't want him to return home, but she also didn't want to face the consequences of this. But Toledo was consistent. He physically showed up at his mother-in-law's residence at around 6 p.m. to confront Yesenia and her mother once again about what had happened. But after complaining further about the state of their marriage, Luis left the residence once again at 7 p.m. to calm his temper. At this point, it is alleged that the pair had mutually agreed to end their relationship. Suarez told him to move out when he could afford to do so. Despite her intentions to stay the night, Yesenia decided not to remain at her mother's residence and told her that she would take herself and the children back home at around 8 p.m. Their house was only a block away, and she wanted to make amends with Toledo, but this was the very last time that Felicita saw her daughter and her 2 grandchildren alive. Later that night, at approximately 1 a.m, Suarez called her lover, who asked her how she was doing, but he also asked her what was wrong. She responded by firstly apologising to him, telling him that there was nothing to worry about, and that she was the one who would have to look over her shoulder, not him. Yesenia then hung up. Her lover later testified in court that she sounded stressed and claimed that her speech was slurred, but didn't know whether she was drunk or not. The two said their goodbyes and Yesenia hung up the phone. The following day, on October 23rd, Yesenia's mother, Felicita Nieves, awaited her daughter's usual early morning phone call, which was normally placed between 8:30 and 9 a.m, but rather uncharacteristically, she didn't make contact. Knowing that this was extremely out of character and concerned for her daughter's welfare following the fallout with Luis the night before, Yesenia's mother contacted the police at around 10 a.m. and requested they do a welfare check. Police arrived at Yesenia's residence that she shared with Toledo, however nobody was home. Suarez owned 2 vehicles, however one was missing from the driveway. Police later located it in a parking lot of a Publix store in Lake Mary, where Yesenia worked. Having failed to locate her or her 2 children, investigators re-entered Suarez's home, and what they found was damning against her husband, Luis Toledo. Toledo claimed to have slept in his car that night following the argument from 11 p.m. on October 22nd to 8 a.m. the following day, and that he discovered his wife and stepchildren were missing when he woke up. However, this could not have been further from the truth. He visited his own brother, unannounced, at around 5 a.m, where he ranted to him about his rocky relationship, and according to his brother, Toledo seemed, quote, out of it. He had also turned his phone off sometime during the night, which was very odd. He then spoke to a neighbour at around 6 a.m, where he asked for some help in moving Yesenia's car to a parking lot in Lake Mary. His story wasn't matching up, and evidence found at the Suarez house confirmed this. Blood belonging to 9-year-old Talia was found in the master bedroom and on a closet door in the bedroom, with forensics noting approximately 17 bloodstains belonging to the 9-year-old in that room alone. Some blood belonging to 8-year-old Michael was also found on 2 pieces of thin fabric in the trash can in the bathroom. Detectives later discovered physical evidence which indicated that Yesenia and her 2 children had been hurt in a significant way, with Talia's blood having been found on Toledo's boot and on the trunk mat of Yesenia's Honda Accord, both of which had been disposed of in a trash can in Sanford, Florida. Neighbours also attested to hearing screams coming from the residence around the time that the trio were last seen. Within just 2 days of Yesenia, Talia and Michael being reported missing, police announced on October 24th that the trio were deceased, despite no bodies having been found, and they named Luis Toledo as the prime suspect, a man who had been notoriously involved in the Latin Kings street gang, being the 3rd highest ranking member within the gang itself. Toledo was arrested for domestic battery following the incident at Yesenia's work, and a few days following this, he attempted to take his own life whilst in custody, using shards from a broken mirror. By October 28th, Luis Toledo was charged with second-degree murder in regards to Yesenia's presumed death. By January of 2014, Toledo was charged a further 2 counts of first-degree murder of Yesenia's children, Talia and Michael Otto. Following Toledo's arrest, his past with the law came to light, and his record was very extensive. He had been arrested multiple times for crimes including aggravated assault, burglary, shooting into an occupied dwelling, kidnapping, and attempted second-degree murder. Most of these charges were reportedly dropped, though at one stage Toledo did serve 4 years in prison for abduction, robbery, and burglary under an alias. It was during this time in jail where he joined the infamous Latin Kings, where he later admitted having committed numerous severe acts of violence in their name, whilst testifying against another member of the gang in court. Following his arrest, Luis Toledo confessed to killing Yesenia, but denied having done anything to hurt her 2 children. Toledo claims to have struck Yesenia in the throat in their bedroom, a skill he obtained whilst practicing martial arts in his spare time, but claimed it was self-defense and that he had killed her accidentally. He then came up with an elaborate story where he pointed the finger at his neighbour Tyshawn Jackson, claiming that he was responsible for the deaths of Talia and Michael, having attacked them with an axe. Toledo claimed that he cleaned up the crime scene, but said that Jackson had disposed of the bodies, therefore he didn't know where they were. Police were quick to ascertain that Jackson wasn't involved in the crime at all, and learned that he actually contacted the police about strange behaviour that Toledo had been exhibiting in recent days. Luis asked Tyshawn to help him move Yesenia's car to the parking lot in Lake Mary a short time after 6 a.m. on October 23rd, having knocked on his window to get his attention. But Jackson found the whole thing entirely suspicious, not to mention the fact that he allegedly witnessed Toledo deep clean his vehicle before putting the trunk mat, a plastic bag containing rugs, some clothing items and cleaning products in a dumpster, where these items were later recovered as evidence. When Jackson asked Toledo what he was doing, he reportedly just said, quote, "I snapped." Following this, a concerned and shaken up Jackson went to the authorities and directed them towards the dumpster where they recovered various items of interest, which implicated Toledo in the deaths of his wife and 2 stepchildren. Though the bodies of Yesenia, Talia and Michael have never been found, investigators firmly believe that the trio met with foul play on the day they vanished, having had their lives cut short at the hands of Luis Toledo. It is believed that following the murders, he placed their bodies in the trunk of his wife's car and drove them to an undisclosed location, where he then buried them. In October of 2017, Luis Toledo was put on trial for the murders of Yesenia Suarez, Talia Otto and Michael Otto, where he pled not guilty to 3 counts of murder. After 8 hours of deliberations, the jury found Toledo guilty of second-degree murder in relation to Yesenia and 2 counts of first-degree murder in regards to Talia and Michael. As a result, Luis Toledo was sentenced to life imprisonment, reflecting 3 life terms. He appealed his conviction, but was ultimately refused. Rollins College, knowing how hard she worked and what bright future had once lay ahead of her, awarded Yesenia's bachelor degree posthumously following her disappearance. She was a hard-working student who was trying everything in her power to make her life and her children's lives better by working hard and studying hard to achieve the best possible employment she could to support her young family, who meant the entire world to her. Heartbreakingly, this tragic event wasn't the only heartache faced by the Suarez family. Yesenia's brother, Jonathan Suarez Nieves, disappeared on January 18th of 2022. His truck was found shortly afterwards, and sadly his body was discovered a short distance away from his vehicle, just over a week later, in an Apopka neighbourhood. According to a Fox 35 article, Jonathan's wife, Jasmine, told them that her husband severely struggled to cope following the disappearance of his sister, niece and nephew, telling them that the experience had, quote, eaten him up. His mother believed her son to be suffering from PTSD following the tragic events that unfolded in 2013. According to various reports, Jonathan had gone for a drive that night to clear his head, but he never returned. He was involved in 2 road accidents during this time. One where he crashed into a parked RV at a rest stop on the I-4 in Longwood, and around 45 minutes later crashed into a fire pit in Grand Hilltop Drive in Apopka, where he subsequently abandoned his vehicle. According to the Daytona Beach News Journal, Nieves vanished hours after an incident in Daytona Beach shores, in which police said he went to a stranger's hotel room, where he knocked and identified himself as a police officer in order to gain entry. Jonathan believed that his missing sister was present in the room at the time, but he was subsequently asked to leave the premises. Nieves' cause of death was not revealed to the public, however no foul play is suspected. No matter the case, the Suarez family have had to face the same heartache twice over, something many of us can't scarcely imagine. To add salt to an already painful open wound, it was reported by various news outlets that Yesenia's father, Emilio Suarez, was planning to marry Luis Toledo's sister, Millie, and even sent letters to him in prison to ask for his blessing in their marriage. Whether anything came of this is unclear, but it adds another sickening twist to an already horrific case. Despite a decade having passed since the family of 3 disappeared, their memory lives on. Remaining family members and friends hold yearly vigils to remember those they lost. They are determined to find Yesenia and her children's remains, wherever they may be. Various searches were conducted across the Deltona area at the time in an effort to locate them, with law enforcement enlisting the help of out-of-state volunteers alongside Suarez's family and the children's father, Mike Otto, doing all they could to help, but unfortunately to no avail. As of September of 2023, Yesenia, Talia and Michael remain missing, and Luis Toledo refuses to reveal where he buried them. At the time of the trio's disappearance in October of 2013, Yesenia Yvette Suarez, the mother, was 28 years old. She's described as being of Hispanic origins, standing at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing approximately 130 pounds. She has black hair and brown eyes and has a noticeable mole on her chin. Yesenia is known to use the nicknames Jessie and Yessie. Her eldest child, Talia Yvette Otto, was 9 years old when she and her family disappeared. Talia was described as being Hispanic, with long, light brown hair and black eyes, standing at 3 feet tall and weighing 65 pounds. Her younger brother, Michael Elijah Otto, was 8 years old, also of Hispanic descent, with short, dark brown hair and black eyes. He was approximately 3 feet 6 inches tall and weighed around 60 pounds. He may go by his middle name, Elijah. It's unclear what Yesenia, Talia or Michael were wearing on the day they were last seen. Due to the circumstances involved, all 3 are classed as endangered missing persons. If alive today, by some miracle, Yesenia would be 38 years old, Talia would be 19, and Michael would be 18 years old, respectively. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to contact Volusia County Sheriff's Office on 888-277-8477.
The town of Grantham is located in the South Kesteven district of Lincolnshire, England, and serves as both a market and industrial hub. It is positioned along the banks of the River Witham and is bordered to the west by the A1 road. The town is situated approximately 23 miles to the south of Lincoln and 22 miles to the east of Nottingham. In 1994, the community was left reeling when the life of a married mother of 2 was cruelly stolen from her. 38-year-old Julie Pacey resided in a luxury home on Longcliffe Road with her husband of 18 years, Andrew, and their children, 14-year-old Helen and 11-year-old Matthew. Julie and Andrew were childhood sweethearts, and her husband described her as kind and caring and considerate, and she lived for the family. In 1994, Andrew worked in a plumbing business, and Julie was employed part-time at St Peter and Paul Day Nursery, located on St Catherine's Road, which sat opposite the local police headquarters. On the 26th of September, at approximately 10 a.m, Julie Pacey left the family home for a shift at work. Her husband, alongside his brother, were already away and working on a plumbing contract at a packaging firm on Springfield Road. Julie returned to her residence in the family's Audi car at 2:45 p.m. that day. Approximately 30 minutes later, she left her home to go to the shops, and was observed driving the Audi on Highcliffe Road near her residence. Interestingly, a man wearing blue overalls was spotted walking up the road at the same time. He ventured into the road just as Pacey was driving by in her car, causing her to come dangerously close to hitting him. Once Pacey's car drove by, witnesses saw the man abruptly turn around and sprint back in the direction from which Pacey's car had come. This man in blue overalls would later become an important person of interest in the case. At 4:15 p.m, Helen Pacey returned from school. Tragically, in the first-floor bathroom, after pushing the door open after feeling some resistance, she discovered the lifeless body of her mother lying face down on the bathroom tiles. She had thought that her mother had collapsed and subsequently dialed 999. Julie Pacey had been sexually assaulted and strangled, with ligature marks around her neck suggesting that she had been asphyxiated with a cord which the killer had taken with them. Although fully clothed, the clothes were in a state of disorder. A Luc de Roche watch, which she had bought on holiday in France a few weeks prior, was notably absent, although the watch itself was valued at around £10. It was believed that her daughter found her just minutes after the attack. There were no signs of a break-in or a struggle, suggesting that she was strangled from behind. Helen was unable to recall whether the front door had been locked or not when she'd returned home from school that day. However, all the windows and the back door were locked. The overalls man, as he came to be known, became a person of interest as more witness statements mentioned this peculiar individual. At 3:30 p.m. on the 23rd of September, just 3 days before the murder, a girl who regularly visited the Pacey home after school to wait to be picked up by her mother saw the man in blue overalls walking in the Pacey's driveway. As the girl entered the driveway, the man passed by, where she was able to identify further characteristics, including that he was wearing brown workman's boots, was overweight and looked to be around the age range of 35 to 45. She described him as a strange man, with a round face that was, quote, all pink. She further described that he had a ruddy complexion and rough hands. As she entered the Pacey home, inside was Julie, who asked her about the unidentified individual. Julie explained to the girl that the man had knocked at the door, which Julie had initially assumed was the girl. However, she was surprised to see the man standing there. He then asked her for directions to Eskdale Road. The girl who had seen the overalls man later aided investigators in creating an e-fit. The overalls man was seen in Grantham between the 22nd and the 27th of September, both in the lead up to and following Julie's death. The witnesses corroborated that the man had an unusually flushed face, and they also told authorities that he asked for directions to many different places, one example being directions to an industrial estate on the other side of town. Strangely, on all occasions, he never requested the witnesses to repeat the directions he had asked for. On the 27th of September, the day after the murder, the man who was still wearing blue overalls entered a shop located in the Grantham town centre, with the shopkeeper noting that he was acting suspiciously. On the same day at 9 a.m, he was seen kicking grass as if he was seeking something out. Unusually, in the hours leading up to Julie's death, several witnesses reported seeing Julie in a BMW 5 Series, despite the fact that the Pacey family car was an Audi 80. On the day of the murder at around 2:50 p.m, an acquaintance of the family's saw a BMW turn into the Pacey driveway, with the Audi already parked in it. This is notable as Julie had just returned home 5 minutes earlier at 2:45 p.m. Her family found these claims bizarre, as they had no knowledge of this BMW. The same vehicle was twice seen speeding away from the Pacey home at around 3:20 p.m. Investigators established that there was a sexual motive for the crime. However, police struggled to identify a reason as to why Julie Pacey specifically was targeted. They believe that the watch which was stolen was likely given to a partner or a friend, and the recipient had no clue of the timepiece's significance. Julie's parents believe that her killer may not have known her, but probably knew of her. They stated that they felt it was too much of a coincidence that the killing occurred at a time where she was alone in the house. Detective Superintendent Roger Billingsley later declared that the crime was premeditated. Over 500 people around the area at the time of the murder were questioned, and questionnaires were handed out to mothers and children. The artistic rendering of the overalls man was given to every household in the neighbourhood where the Paceys lived. Unfortunately, all leads led to dead ends, and the case went cold. In 2001, it was reported that Julie's case was briefly linked to the unsolved murder of 21-year-old Sharon Harper, who was killed 2 months prior to Julie. Sharon, who worked as a barmaid, was found beaten and strangled at the car park of Shepherd Construction on Earlsfield Lane on the 3rd of July 1994. Earlsfield Lane is approximately 2.5 miles from the Pacey home on Longcliffe Road. Police later stated that they did not believe the cases were related. However, like Julie, Sharon was sexually assaulted before she was killed. Her daughter, who was a few months old at the time of Sharon's murder, stated that police never explained to her why the cases were not linked, and she is eager for her mother's case to be more widely publicised, as she, just like Julie's loved ones, remains without answers. In 2015, there was a major development in Julie's case after British television programme Crime Watch aired a second appeal regarding the case. It was revealed that police had obtained a full DNA profile of the killer, which was described as a landmark forensic breakthrough. Police ran the profile through the criminal database, however they did not find a match. The overalls man was also still named as a suspect, with police strongly suggesting that they are confident that this individual was the person who killed Julie. As of 2023, the overalls man has yet to be identified. The owner of the BMW seen by several witnesses on that day has also never been identified. Bizarrely, for a time, Steve Watson, the actor for the overalls man in the Crime Watch reconstruction in 1994, which was re-shown in 2015, was called into police as being the suspect. He received verbal abuse from locals who mistook him to be Julie's killer, despite it being clearly stated in both Crime Watch appeals that it was a reconstruction. In order to clear his name, he submitted his DNA and was ruled out as a suspect in 2017. As of 2023, the murder of Julie Pacey remains unsolved. The mysterious and perplexing vanishing of a young brother and sister remains one of the most infamous unsolved cases in Puerto Rico to date. John Colonna Aponte was born on February 19, 1962 in Puerto Rico to parents John Colonna and Noemi Aponte, and on April 19, 1963, his sister Janina Maria Colonna Aponte followed. John and Janina were very close and enjoyed spending time together. They even shared the same circle of friends, most likely due to the fact that the siblings were very close in age. The family resided in the Luquillo suburb of Costa Azul, Puerto Rico, and on May 5th, 1974, John, who was 12, and Janina, who was 11, had plans to walk to a nearby beach to meet up with a neighbour and family friend of their parents and his 3 children. However, rather strangely, John and Janina never arrived at the beach. Their mother arrived shortly afterwards, but the male friend told her that her children had not shown up. A search for the children was conducted shortly after they were reported missing. However, no trace of them was found. Puerto Rican authorities found no clues or evidence to indicate what had happened to the children, and with that and the lack of leads, the case quickly went cold. 8 months after the Colonna Aponte children disappeared, it came to light that a businessman and prior neighbour to the family named Thomas Rodriguez had taken his own life in Miami, Florida, and had left a suicide note claiming to have known details about the disappearance of both children. The man had moved away from Puerto Rico a short time after the children vanished. Written in the note, it was alleged that Rodriguez knew of plans to abduct the children in order to collect a $72,000 ransom, which ultimately did not transpire, as the Colonna Apontes never received such communication from any kidnappers. The precise ransom sum of $72,000 does seem oddly specific, though we do not know the significance of it. Due to the very scarce amount of information available online regarding this case, we do not know anything regarding the financial status of the Colonna Apontes, nor do we know if either John Sr. or Noemi had any known enemies. We do not even know what John Sr.'s occupation was, which could have exposed him or his family to some sort of risk or danger. We know that Thomas Rodriguez was a neighbour of the family, but was he the same man who was meant to meet up with John Jr. and Janina on the day they vanished, or was he perhaps a business associate of John Sr.? We do not know of any direct link between Rodriguez and the Colonna Aponte family, other than the fact they were neighbours, but this is a very broad term which could mean anything. If Rodriguez did indeed know about the abduction of John and Janina, who kidnapped them and why? What happened to them? Did John and Janina come to harm, which was why the abductor or abductors didn't follow through with threatening the family with a ransom and failed to collect it? It has been alleged that Rodriguez was perhaps the middleman for someone else, or was an associate of whoever was the mastermind behind the plan, but no other potential suspects have been publicly named in this case. Who did Rodriguez have connections to? And did he have mutual connections to the Colonna Aponte family in some way? In 2002, investigating agents at the FBI visited Noemi Aponte and told her that they had some clues and avenues of investigation that they were looking into, one of which involved a girl from Myuu who claimed to be looking for her mother. A dying relative told the woman that her mother was Puerto Rican, and the FBI believed it could have possibly been Janina Colonna Aponte. Noemi fully cooperated with authorities and took various blood tests and gave DNA samples, and even gave permission for her husband's remains to be exhumed and for DNA to be extracted from his remains also. She also gave authorities some milk teeth which belonged to her missing children, which she had kept in a box. Due to the children's heritage, Interpol got involved in the case, and some shocking revelations came to light. This included that, according to their DNA analysis, both John and Janina were not the biological children of John Colonna Sr. When these claims were made in 2005, following genetic data analysis by Interpol, the children's mother, Noemi, was left heartbroken by such a scandal. She told the Primera Hora newspaper in 2012, quote, "These years of anguish, instead of searching, were reversed against me, and that has hurt me more. It broke my heart because God was already giving me strength to accept things when the other thing, regarding the children's paternity, happened. I cooperated 100% so that later they came to torture me in this way and tell me that their evidence had said that they were not his children. Something was done wrong in those tests, because my children are from John Colonna, and if not, and as I told them on that occasion, that they do the DNA tests again and that the Bishop of San Juan be present. If they prove to me that they are not John's children, they are a miracle from God, because I did not know another male when I became pregnant. Due to these claims, Noemi felt she was trying to be implicated as a suspect in the disappearance of her 2 children, with authorities clutching at any straws that they could due to lack of any clues or evidence indicating the fates of John and Janina. Noemi was forced to take polygraph tests and was asked very personal questions regarding her sex life. Noemi told Primera Hora at her heartbreak at these shocking claims. I got married when I was 19. John, my husband, was the love of my life. He was my first love, my first man, and how they come to tell me that the children are not his. They wanted to solve the case at my expense, at my pain. My children are not bastards, and for them to say that has hurt me. It has taken my heart and destroyed it. Whether there is any truth to the claims that John was not the biological father of John Jr. and Janina remains to be seen. Some web sleuths believe that, perhaps due to the treatment he was having for cancer at the time, that this may have interfered with the genetic testing, but this is purely speculation and it's unclear whether this is even scientifically possible. Though if he had blood transfusions, it certainly doesn't seem out of the realms of possibility that the results of the genetic testing may have been affected. The disappearance of their children had a profound effect on Noemi and John Sr., who, according to his wife, struggled following John and Janina's vanishing. He allegedly contemplated taking his own life a number of times, and even suggested his wife join him in doing so that they could, quote, go with the kids. But Noemi did not believe their children to be dead. She held on to the hope that John and Janina were alive somewhere and wanted to be there at their family home whenever they returned. But as the years passed, that hope that Noemi held on to faded. I thought someone would come and deliver them to me, but that's how all these years have passed. Waiting, crying and crying. I think they won't come back anymore. They are here in my heart, where they will always be, where they are 24/7. I have them in my mind all of the time. I may be singing, dancing, but they are there all the time. This is a wound that does not heal, and from which I cry every day. In order to end the speculation and hurtful claims being made, Noemi sought to legally declare her children as deceased in 2012. But according to Puerto Rican media, this was never granted due to the fact that if they were declared dead, the case would be archived. Sadly, nobody has ever been arrested or charged in this case, and both children remain missing. When the siblings disappeared in 1974, John Colonna Aponte was 12 years old. He is described as being of Caucasian and Hispanic admixture, specifically of Puerto Rican, French and American descent, with brown hair and brown eyes, standing at 5 feet tall and weighing approximately 119 pounds. He was known to go by the nickname of Janot. His sister Janina Colonna Aponte was 11 years old at the time the pair vanished. She is also described as being Caucasian and Hispanic, with black hair and black eyes, standing at 5 feet 1 inches tall and weighing 117 pounds. She notably had a small birthmark on her right cheek. Both children are multilingual and can speak Spanish, English, French and Italian. Unfortunately, it is unknown what the children were wearing on the day they disappeared, and there are no DNA, dental records or fingerprints available for comparison in the case. Very little information is online regarding this case, though various age progression images of both children have been digitally rendered over the years in the hopes that if they are out there, someone might recognise them. If alive today, John would be 61 years old and Janina would be 60 years old, respectively. The children's father, John Colonna Sr., died in 1982 from a stroke as a result of terminal cancer. In early April of 2023, their mother, Noemi Aponte, passed away in the family home, a place she refused to leave in case her children ever returned. She died from breast cancer at the age of 84 without ever knowing what fate befell her beloved Janina and Jano. As of 2023, this case remains unsolved. Starowa is a sleepy village located near the city of Łódź in central Poland, and was the hometown of the Bogdański family. 3 generations lived under the same roof. 42-year-old businessman Krzysztof Bogdański, his 44-year-old wife Bożena, their 2 children, 16-year-old Malgosia and 12-year-old Jakub, and his mother Danuta. Krzysztof and Bożena met at technical college and married after a few years of dating. They lived in Łódź before deciding to build a house of their own in Starowa, with some financial help from Bożena's parents, who gifted them a plot of land for the development. Krzysztof was very successful with his business, where he sold various computer components, and as a result of this, the Bogdańskis were able to buy an expensive car and managed to send their children to private schools, where both children excelled academically. A short time prior to their mysterious disappearance in April 2003, Bogdański's 66-year-old mother, Danuta, had a stroke. Therefore, Krzysztof, who had been solely raised by his mother, decided to take care of her at his home. By all accounts, the family, who regularly attended church, appeared to be happy and in a good place, and despite their increasing wealth, they appeared to be down-to-earth and sensible spenders, but behind closed doors, they were anything but. Following the millennium, Krzysztof's computer stores started to suffer when products from China flooded onto the market, and larger companies could sell them at much better prices than he could. Despite his business suffering, Krzysztof was very tech-savvy and did what he could to make ends meet by selling pirated copies of video games and computer softwares, as well as services to unblock phones. The family were used to living lavishly, so when this business also failed, and some stocks they had invested in didn't profit as much as they were predicted, they started to ask friends and family for financial help. The family didn't want to sacrifice their standard of living just to make ends meet, but found themselves struggling. A week before Easter of 2003, Bożena called her sister, also named Danuta, asking for some money, telling her that she was, quote, in trouble, but did not elaborate any further. The sisters planned to meet each other to discuss the situation, but when her sister arrived at the house to meet her on April 11th, 2003, rather oddly, she wasn't at home. This worried Bożena's sister greatly, but even more so when she saw Krzysztof at the property alone through a window. She went up the drive and met him there. However, he seemed agitated and did not invite her in. He allegedly became increasingly aggressive when asked about Bożena's whereabouts, and told her sister to, quote, mind her own business and to, quote, stop being paranoid. He then proceeded to ask her to leave, after voicing his frustration at her showing up unannounced. Bożena's sister tried calling numerous times, but all of the phones appeared to be switched off. Initially, she thought that maybe due to roaming charges and the fact they would be calling from a foreign country that contact would be too expensive. However, she had a gut feeling that something was wrong. A few days passed and their father, Tadeusz, also visited the property, but when inquiring as to his daughter's whereabouts, Krzysztof, who was visibly stressed, told him that Bożena had taken the children to Wrocław to attend a course for future travel agency owners and to go sightseeing. This didn't appear untrue, as he and his wife had discussed a new tourist office business venture. He then told him that he was to join them in a few days, where they would travel to Germany for a vacation and visit some friends there, sharing his disappointment that the family would no longer be able to come for Easter breakfast with his in-laws. He also told Bozena's father that the family would be gone for an unspecified amount of time and didn't know when they would be back, but he did mention that they also intended to spend Christmas with their German friends, despite it only being April at this point, though this may have referenced another planned trip. It appeared that Krzysztof also called a number of friends and acquaintances of various family members, telling them that they could no longer follow through with various plans as they were headed to Germany. On April 18th, Krzysztof spoke with a neighbour and relayed this story to them, also stating that his mother was in Łódź staying with friends. He also told the neighbour that he was finishing up painting the attic before going to meet his family. The neighbour cited that nothing appeared out of the ordinary. However, this was the last time anyone saw Krzysztof Bogdajski alive. However, on April 20th, Easter Sunday, Bozena's sister decided to take matters into her own hands, so decided to contact the friends who lived in Germany whom the Bogdajskis were supposed to visit. But the phone call left her shocked when the friends stated that they had no plans for the Bogdajskis to visit them anytime soon and hadn't heard from them in years. On May the 8th, 2003, Polish authorities began investigating the disappearance of the Bogdajski family after they were reported missing. From the outside, nothing appeared awry. All of the family members were well liked and weren't involved in any criminal activities, so their disappearance raised many concerns. As a result, Polish police decided to visit the Bogdajski residence to investigate, looking for any clues which could indicate the family's whereabouts, or at least establish if they had come to harm. Searching the property, everything appeared to be in order, with nothing out of place. There were dishes in the sink and fresh food in the fridge, which suggested that the family had every intention of returning, though the room did smell of rotten garbage which had not been taken outside. It should also be noted that Bozena's favourite sweater was sitting on the arm of a chair in the living room. When searching through their belongings, nothing is missing, other than 12-year-old Jakub's favourite pair of pyjamas. Oddly, his asthma medication and even his grandmother's medication remained in the property, which seems very strange if they were taking a trip and didn't know when they would be back. Jakub even had a scheduled doctor's appointment at the end of April for his allergies. Some oddities were found, however. This included the fact that all mobile phones and passports belonging to each family member could not be located, and even more suspiciously, the hard drives of all of the laptops and computers in the home had been completely wiped. No money was found either, other than Małgosia's purse, which was in her bedroom along with her diary, which did detail her concerns about her family's financial woes. Rather interestingly, Małgosia mentioned her father's friend in her diary as having, quote, crossed the line, though whether this meant over a border or as in doing something bad remains to be seen. A number of her diary entries appear to be written in some sort of code, though most of the inscriptions were typical teen thoughts. Various forensic teams scoured the property from top to bottom with thermal imaging cameras, with the help of cadaver dogs, but nothing of interest was found, other than 2 small traces of blood which were found in the garage and adjacent to Danuta's bedroom. The attic had been freshly painted, as Krzysztof had told his neighbour, and nothing of interest was found there. But was this a simple renovation, or was it done to hide potential clues or evidence which would indicate the fate of the Bogdajskis? There was no evidence of a break-in or anything to indicate foul play. Murder was initially theorised, but there was zero evidence of such a crime having occurred and no evidence of any sort of clean-up. Searches for the family were conducted across the country, including analysing weeks' worth of CCTV footage from local gas stations and even hospitals and care homes, but no trace of them were found. Authorities in Germany assisted in the investigation also, however their efforts also proved to be fruitless. When looking into the family's finances, a rather disturbing picture was painted. According to financial documentation, Krzysztof had racked up debts of over 1 million zloty, approximately $246,000. The family had maxed out their debit and credit cards, overdrafts and loans, which had been completely run dry a short time prior to the family's disappearance, with a number of loan companies chasing them up for fraudulent activities, with the loans being used against the mortgage payments. It also came to light that Krzysztof had recently sold the family car for 60,000 zloty to a mechanic that he owed money to. According to various Polish news outlets, the family were being investigated for loan fraud and international arrest warrants were issued for both Krzysztof and Bożena and his mother Danuta, as all were liable parties. Was Krzysztof worried about the ramifications of his disastrous financial decisions which left him in ruin and therefore wanted to rid his debt by vanishing into thin air? Several posts about this case also mentioned that Krzysztof had asked an acquaintance about how to go about getting fake documentation, which further fuels the theory that the family decided to start a new life under new identities in order to escape their debts. No evidence was found of any of the Bogdańskis crossing the Polish border though, and Danuta did not have a passport. No travel tickets or visas were bought either under any of their names, though they could have been using false identities. Bożena was extremely close to her family, so for her to disappear of her own free will with her husband and children seems very unlikely. Did she abandon her old life under duress, or was something more sinister at play? Some believe that Krzysztof perhaps borrowed money from a loan shark, or perhaps gambled and borrowed from someone in the criminal underworld, which forced them to flee the country. However, this theory is once again unfounded. Another theory suggests a possible murder-suicide, similar to the theories suggested in the infamous Dupont de Ligonnès case, which bears striking similarities to this case. A man from an affluent background disappears following financial collapse, ruining his reputation and the family name. He disposes of his family and takes his own life following this. It certainly seems like extended suicide is a possibility here, especially given so much time between Bożena's last known contact and the last sighting of Krzysztof, giving plenty of time to be rid of any remains and or evidence. But like all other theories, it lacks any credible evidence. Many do question, however, why Krzysztof was home alone for several days, and where were his family during this time? It's another question in this baffling case which sadly remains unanswered. Relatives of the Bogdański family firmly believe that the five are still out there alive somewhere, with a clairvoyant telling them that they are alive but do not wish to contact anyone. Bożena's elderly mother still tends to the family home and garden, which was her daughter's pride and joy. She awaits some sort of sign or word from her daughter or grandchildren, who would now be adults, and hopes that someday she will have answers. Polish law enforcement agree that they haven't faced such a baffling disappearance case since the end of the Second World War, and have stacks upon stacks of files in regards to the Bogdański family vanishing. 20 years on, and authorities are still left perplexed by this unusual case, a seemingly ordinary family disappearing off the face of the earth, leaving no trail behind. What truly happened to the Bogdański family remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Patrick Sean Betts, known by his middle name Sean, was born on June 21st, 1976 to parents Dennis and Barbara Betts. By 1988, Sean was 11 years old and attended Sierra Vista Elementary School in his hometown of Upland, California. Barbara described her son as happy-go-lucky, and friends described him as mischievous and tough, but street smart, who always had a smile on his face. Sean loved playing baseball, video games, and skateboarding. He was also a very happy and kind person who often helped carry out chores at the Radio Shack store in town. On the night of January 20th, 1988, Sean, his mother, Barbara and his sister Pamela visited the Pizza Chalet at their local strip mall, located on Foothill Boulevard and Euclid Avenue in Upland, to order some dinner. As Barbara ordered some pizza, Sean asked his mother if he could borrow some quarters to play video games there. He then proceeded to ask his mother if he and a friend, who happened to be the pizzeria owner's son, could go to Upland High School to watch a basketball game together, to which Barbara agreed. However, the basketball game was an away game, meaning the match was played in nearby Chino, approximately 8 miles away from Upland. As he left, Sean asked his family to save him some pizza. However, this was the very last time the Betts family ever saw the 11-year-old alive. Sean and his friend were spotted at the pizzeria at around 9 p.m. after returning to the establishment, following the realisation that the basketball game was out of town. The pair were witnessed playing more video games. Sean called it a night and decided to leave the establishment with an unidentified male adolescent, according to witnesses. However, he never made it home. His parents stayed up all night waiting for their son to return, but when he hadn't appeared by morning, Barbara and Dennis contacted the authorities to report him as missing. According to CrimeHound's 2022 YouTube video on this case, which was made to raise awareness of this extremely unknown case, much of which came from the Betts family themselves, Sean's school received a strange phone call that morning, before anyone even knew he was missing. The stranger, who identified themselves as his grandmother, told the school that Sean would no longer be attending as he was moving to Washington. Family confirmed that the woman on the phone was not Sean's grandmother. Though she had previously lived in Washington, she was back living in California and fighting cancer at the time. Unfortunately, she passed away without ever knowing what happened to her grandson. Whoever the caller was, or how they knew this outdated information regarding Sean's grandmother, or even that he was missing, remains a mystery. Initially, police assumed Sean to be a runaway, due to the fact that he was due to go to juvenile court in the coming days following an altercation at school. However, his parents did not believe this to be a reason for their son to run away. He didn't seem particularly bothered by the scheduled court appearance. His mother even claimed that he never would have left home without some of his favourite belongings, including a comfort blanket. He had also left behind his baseball glove, a number of Little League baseball trophies, a remote-control truck, a General Lee toy car from the Dukes of Hazzard, a brand new boombox, and his backpack. Nothing appeared out of place in Sean's bedroom, and no clothes were missing either. Police searched the house, even digging it up in 1991 following an anonymous tip, claiming that he was buried under the property, but they found nothing. The Betts family were left frustrated when police told them that Sean would probably return home when he was hungry. They knew that this was not the case, and something was seriously wrong. According to the family, police didn't take the case seriously until 4 months had passed. Meanwhile, Sean's family put up flyers around the community in the hopes that anyone with information would come forward, but unfortunately this was to no avail. Local authorities and media stations, as well as ones from further afield, were not interested in exploring Sean's case any further, simply due to the fact he was listed as a runaway. This significantly hindered the search for him. Rather interestingly, the owners of the pizzeria shut up shop and left town a short time after Sean's disappearance, which left many suspicious, especially since nobody in the locality seemed to know where they went, though some speculated they returned to their home country in the Middle East. Police did look into the family who owned the pizza chalet following their trail to Los Angeles, but found no reason to suspect they were involved in Sean's vanishing. Unfortunately, the case subsequently went cold. Several potential sightings of Sean were reported over the years following, however all led to dead ends. Despite this, police are still actively investigating his disappearance and have followed up numerous tips and leads from across the country, but to no avail. Overall, this particular case received little to no publicity at the time or much thereafter. Sean's face was placed on milk cartons and he was one of the missing children featured in the Soul Asylum music video Runaway Train in 1993. In December of 2021, Barbara Betts pleaded to the City Council to do more regarding her son's case, which had remained cold for 34 years. The police and residents of Upland are hoping that a break in the case will come sooner rather than later. In February 2022, YouTube channel Crime Hound released a video about Sean's disappearance, which included information from interviews with various family members. Following the publication of this video, a number of people came forward with some information, and police did interview various people who they believed may have had some useful information regarding Sean's disappearance, but their efforts proved to be fruitless. Authorities still aren't any closer to finding out the truth, though they reportedly took DNA samples from the Betts family in the hopes of finding answers. Thus far, however, no new leads have been established. Other than these efforts, very little has been done to publicise the case, which has left his loved ones understandably disheartened. Police, family members and residents of Upland hope that social media will help shed more light on Sean's disappearance and in turn hopefully reveal new leads for investigators. Sean's father, Dennis, died in 2009 without ever knowing what fate befell his son. His mother Barbara told Crime Hound regarding her son's disappearance, quote, "It is hard for me to stay hopeful. Even if he is not alive, I'd still like to know what happened, where his remains are, where his bones are. I need some kind of closure." At the time he vanished, Sean Betts was 11 years old. He is described as being Caucasian with brown hair and green eyes, standing at 4 feet 7 inches tall and weighing approximately 90 pounds. Notably, he had some skin discoloration on his lower left jawbone near his chin. He was last seen wearing a grey shirt, a pair of grey trousers and a pair of white shoes. Over the years, numerous age progression images have been created by the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children to depict how Sean would look at various stages of his life, with the latest rendering being released in 2018. If he is alive today, Sean Betts would be 47 years old. Those who have any information regarding the whereabouts of Patrick Sean Betts or have any information regarding his disappearance, no matter how big or small, are urged to contact Upland Police Department on 909 946 7624. Blackwood is a settlement situated in Caerphilly, in the county of Gwent in South Wales. Blackwood has a deep-rooted history as a mining town and was the lifeblood of many during the 19th and early 20th centuries. The landscape was dotted with collieries, and the rhythmic sounds of machinery echoed through the valleys as miners toiled beneath the earth's surface. Mining life was fraught with dangers and hardships. Over time, as the coal industry declined, Blackwood underwent a transformation, diversifying its economy and preserving the heritage of its mining past. Today, remnants of the town's mining legacy stand as a testament to its resilient spirit and the enduring impact of its industrial history. It was a drizzly evening on the 11th of August 1925 when 21-year-old Lucy Iris Grace Watkins, known to her loved ones as Iris, informed her grandmother Catherine that she was going to wander to the nearby postbox to drop off a couple of letters. Iris, who was a stationer shop assistant, intended for the journey to be quick and intended to return swiftly. However, by nightfall, her grandmother had grown anxious. It seemed that Iris had disappeared. Time ticked by with no indications of where Iris had gone or what had happened to the young woman. The tight-knit community of Blackwood came together, where miners and their families conducted vigils, hoping and praying for Iris's safe return. The letters Iris had gone to post were successfully mailed to the recipients on August 12th, which confirmed that whatever happened to Iris occurred on her return walk. It was reported by the Daily Mail on August 22nd that Iris's mother, Edith Morris, had received a letter which chilled her to the bone. The envelope had been postmarked in Newport, a town situated approximately 15 miles from her home in Blackwood. The note stated, quote, "Do not worry about your daughter. She is quite safe and will be returned to you unharmed if you put this letter in the daily papers. We kidnapped your daughter to hold for ransom, but we did not know you were poor people, so we are returning her to you. Open your door at 2 a.m. on the 22nd this month and you will find her lying outside, chloroformed. I demand you to put this in the papers for the benefit of a rich man's daughters. If you do not do this, you will never see your daughter again. P.S. Get this in the papers as soon as possible." The sinister letter was signed from the Silent Strangers. It was later found that the letter was in fact a cruel hoax, causing more heartbreak for Iris's family, friends and neighbours. Following days of heavy rainfall and flooding, on the 22nd of September at Cumgelly Brook, located approximately 1 mile from Iris's grandmother's home, a tragic discovery was made. The body of Iris Watkins was found by a young woman who saw the body partially submerged in a shallow stream. Iris was lying on her back, with her legs pointed in the downstream direction, with her head positioned towards the culvert. Although both shoes and stockings were found, the material had been torn, leaving Iris unclothed, save for scattered remnants of fabric. A small square pocket mirror was also found nearby. Police Constable Williams of Blackwood told the media, quote, "The body was 30 yards from the exit of a culvert. The legs, arms and head were under the water. A fawn overcoat was around her shoulders with the girl's hand inside just one sleeve." Iris's mother identified her daughter from a shoe, clothes and a bracelet she was wearing, as her remains were so badly decomposed that identification by physical features was nearly impossible. The culvert and the surrounding environment had been searched prior to her body being found, but nothing significant was retrieved. It was suggested that because of the torrential rain in and around the Monmouthshire Hills, her body had been dislodged from the culvert where she may have been left by her potential killer. Curiously, a straw hat was also retrieved near the area where the body was found, and furthermore, the home of her parents, William and Edith Morris, was within a short distance of where Iris was discovered, with some people speculating as to why she was in that specific area. Her grandmother, Catherine, insisted that Iris never walked there or had a reason to go in that direction, as she had next to no relationship with her parents. A post-mortem examination was carried out, and it was found that Iris had no water in her lungs. Therefore, drowning was ruled out as her cause of death. There were no signs of sexual assault, and the condition of the body suggested that she had been deceased for approximately 20 days, which puzzled many, considering she had been missing for over 40 days. Newspaper reports theorised that she had been taken to a hidden location on the hills and kept captive for a time before she was killed. The pathologist stated that nearly all of her skin exhibited a waxy texture typically associated with a body exposed to the air for an extended period. He emphasised that if the body had been submerged underwater for 6 weeks, this characteristic would not have been present. He noted that in numerous areas of the body, the hair, skin and soft tissues had significantly diminished, nearly exposing the bone. The right knee appeared to be almost dislocated. Additionally, he observed that her lower jaw was on the verge of detachment. He confirmed the absence of any penetrating wounds across her body. He conveyed that there was no conclusive evidence of physical violence, suggesting that the state of her lower jaw and right knee could possibly be attributed to decomposition. Higher rates of bruising were observed on Iris's neck, thighs and lower abdomen compared to other areas of her body. He proposed that this could potentially be indicative of bruising having occurred before her death. The coroner expressed the belief that her death might have resulted from violence, although an alternative explanation could be an abrupt cessation of her heart due to an unexplained cause. There was also a possibility that Iris had been poisoned, however there was no evidence to suggest that this was the case. The inquest into the death of Iris Watkins began on the 25th of September, with hundreds of people in attendance. Iris was known to have been a quiet, reserved and level-headed young woman who stayed out of trouble. She was known to attend local dances, accompanied by a female friend, and she was never known to have been in the sole company of a man. According to a newspaper article from The Advertiser, neighbours believed that Iris was picked up by a motorcyclist and was murdered in a quiet, secluded area. Her friends agreed that Iris did enjoy spending time with motorcyclists on holidays, but again, she was never seen alone in their company. Catherine, Iris's grandmother, also never witnessed her alone with a man. However, she did say that 1 or 2 men had written letters to Iris. One witness, who was a farmer, stated that he had seen Iris in the company of an unidentified man at Kinco Farm on the night of the 10th of August, and once again saw the pair in each other's company on the night of the 13th of August, which is significant considering that Iris was reported as having gone missing on the 11th of August. This witness described the man as having been approximately 22 years of age, with medium brown hair and a toothbrush moustache. The man was said to have had flushed cheeks and a distinctive nose, to which the farmer believed was either a hooked or Roman nose. The man described came forward to speak at the inquest. He stated that he had been in the company of a young woman at Kinco Farm on the evening of the 10th of August and had been told by a man, likely the farmer, that the pair were trespassing on his land. The man told the inquest that the woman he was with was not Iris Watkins. His clothes on that night, which he stated were the same he was wearing during the inquest, did not match with what the farmer had previously described. The coroner therefore found the farmer's statement unreliable following this man's testimony. A friend said that Iris was discontent with life in Blackwood and was thinking of moving on, and Iris's parents, William and Edith Morris, spoke of their individual relationships with their daughter. Edith said she had not seen Iris since March of 1924, and William told the inquest he had never even met Iris or seen as much as a photograph of her. A witness stated that she had noticed unusual activity by the culvert of Cumgelly Brook on the evening of the 21st of September, the night before Iris's body was discovered. The woman was awakened and noticed blinding bright light around the culvert, which appeared similar to headlights of a vehicle. It was a strange sight. However, she made the assumption that miners were on a night shift, and she returned to bed without thinking much of it. However, it is entirely possible that the woman had just witnessed Iris's alleged killer disposing of her remains in the culvert. After all evidence was presented, the jury returned a verdict of murder against some person or person unknown. The coroner assigned to the case was strongly dissatisfied with the verdict, as there was no evidence to indicate that Iris had been murdered. However, there was no doubt that many oddities were present in the case. The coroner believed that the cause of death should have been listed as found drowned, despite there having been no evidence that Iris had lost her life this way. According to further news reports, the mysterious death of Iris captivated the likes of W. Harold Spear, a well-known crime investigator, and Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of the Sherlock Holmes novels, and the case was brought to the attention of MPs in Parliament. Blackwood residents piled on the pressure to have the case reopened, and over 3,500 people signed a petition pleading for the chance to find justice for Iris and her loved ones. Despite their efforts, Scotland Yard believed that there was nothing they could do to help. Therefore, the quest to find the truth about what happened to Iris went stagnant. The untimely end of Iris's journey served as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life. The residents of Blackwood wished for Iris to never be forgotten and continued for many years to try and seek justice. Ultimately, the circumstances surrounding her death remain a mystery, and to this day, it is unknown what happened to Iris Watkins and why. On August 8, 1998, approximately 37 children from the Dutch village of Heibloem embarked on an exciting summer camp adventure at De Heikoop, a recreational resort nestled in the Brunsummerhede Nature Reserve. What initially promised to be a joyous experience took a tragic turn, as, under the veil of darkness, one of the campers vanished from their tent, transforming every parent's worst fear into a heartbreaking reality. The subsequent day brought the grim discovery of the missing boy's lifeless body in the woods, a victim of a heinous crime committed by a yet unknown assailant. At the age of 11, Nicky Verstappen was characterised by his family and friends as an avid sports enthusiast, displaying a particular passion for football and mountain biking. When not actively engaged outdoors or playing with friends, he found solace in watching his beloved football team, Ajax, on television, rarely ever missing a match. Nicky resided in the quaint southern Dutch village of Heibloem in the Limburg province with his parents, Petja and Bertie, his sister Femke, and the family's golden retriever. The Verstappens were widely recognised as a tight-knit family unit. Despite the close bond, Nicky, uncertain about leaving for summer camp in 1998, harboured concerns about potential homesickness. His apprehensions, particularly missing his family and the family dog during his time away, were shared with his mother. In response, she offered reassurance, affirming that he would undoubtedly have a fantastic experience at camp alongside his best friend, who would also be in attendance. Despite his friend backing out of the camp at last minute, Nicky made the decision to proceed with attending. Upon reaching the campsite, the attendees were organised into smaller groups. Nicky found himself sharing a tent with 4 other boys, aged between 8 and 12, all of whom he was familiar with. The first day at camp was filled with team-building exercises, games, and an evening spent around the campfire exchanging ghost stories. Around 10 p.m, as the camp counsellors and leaders deemed it time to call it a night, the children dispersed to their respective tents for a well-deserved rest. The camp leaders stayed up a while longer until around midnight before heading to sleep. In the early hours of August 10th, at approximately 5 a.m, one of the boys who shared Verstappen's tent awoke, needing to use the bathroom. At this time, all 5 boys were fast asleep in their sleeping bags. However, an hour later, at around 6 AM, another boy got up to use the facilities and noticed that 11-year-old Nikki was gone. At 8 AM, the children were summoned for breakfast. However, expressing worry about Nikki's safety, the boys informed the camp leader that they hadn't seen him since around 5 AM. A thorough search of the campground and the nearby woods yielded no clues regarding Nikki's whereabouts, intensifying concerns for his well-being. Initially, camp leaders suspected that Nikki had wandered off independently, but the truth proved to be far more disturbing. They contacted Verstappen's parents and alerted them of the situation. However, Nikki's mother knew that her son wouldn't have gone off on his own. She knew in her gut that something was deeply wrong. Upon arriving at the campsite, which was approximately a 45-minute drive from their home, Petya and Bertie Verstappen inspected Nikki's tent and immediately noticed something jarring. Their son's shoes were still sitting in the tent, and if he had walked off into the woods, why did he not put his shoes on? They searched the vicinity for their son alongside the camp leaders and counsellors, calling out for Nikki, but to no avail. After failing to locate the 11-year-old, at approximately midday, Dutch authorities were notified of Nikki's disappearance. Upon police arrival at the camp, a comprehensive search of the area ensued, involving camp personnel, local volunteers from nearby towns, and door-to-door inquiries with residents to inquire if anyone had seen Nikki. Despite these concerted efforts, the search, which was conducted during one of the hottest days of that summer, proved fruitless once again. Despite the Verstappens' evident distress, the police did not seem to share the same level of concern. At this juncture, they were convinced that Nikki had simply wandered off and become lost. As nightfall approached, the search efforts were expanded with the involvement of armed forces, aerial teams, and search dogs. However, with nearly 24 hours having passed without locating the schoolboy, camp leaders made the decision to abruptly end the remaining camp activities and sent the children home. The prolonged absence of Nikki raised heightened anxieties, as it prompted contemplation of potential harm befalling him. Even in the scenario of him being lost, concerns arose regarding a child's ability to endure alone in the wilderness. On August 11th, around 9 PM, one of the searchers, who happened to be Nikki's uncle, made a grim discovery, finding his lifeless body beneath a pine tree in an area used for growing Christmas trees near Lontreaf, approximately 1.2 kilometres away from the camp. Nikki was found without a shirt, wearing only his Ajax football pyjama bottoms and a pair of blue underwear. Notably, the pyjama bottoms were inside out and back to front, suggesting that they had been removed and repositioned. Initial signs pointed to a head injury, though the exact cause of death was yet to be confirmed. The situation had evolved into a murder investigation. Some blood specks were observed on Nikki's pyjama bottoms, but testing at the time only explored one speck sample which matched Nikki's DNA. A notable detail at the scene was the cleanliness of Nikki's feet, indicating that he hadn't walked barefoot when leaving his tent. It was surmised that he had been placed in the pine grove by the perpetrator, suggesting that the abduction and subsequent crime likely occurred elsewhere. The post-mortem examination took place 3 days after Nikki's body was discovered. Unfortunately, the delay was attributed to the unavailability of mortuary pathologists in the vicinity, who were on vacation during that period, leading to a temporary lack of capacity to conduct the autopsy sooner. Compounding the distress, the complete autopsy was not disclosed until 2 months later, presumably due to the extended duration required for a comprehensive toxicology analysis. The finalised report revealed that Nikki had been administered drugs, and his body exhibited indications of sexual assault. Despite the efforts of 2 pathologists conducting the autopsies, neither could definitively determine the exact cause of Verstappen's death. Suffocation was deemed the most probable cause, yet insufficient evidence existed to establish it conclusively. One grim detail of the autopsy was the time of death estimation, which concluded that Nicky had been kept alive for at least 8 hours prior to his death. Numerous questions surfaced in the wake of Nicky's autopsy report. One prominent query was how he could have disappeared and how had he been administered drugs while sleeping in a tent with 4 other boys. Some speculate that he may have been abducted, possibly while en route to the bathroom in the early hours of the morning. However, the lack of witnesses leaves this theory unconfirmed and shrouded in uncertainty. If he had screamed or called for help, why did nobody hear him? In terms of the evidence gathered by the police at the scene, forensics identified several items of significant interest. Among these were a beer bottle top, a cigarette butt, and a tissue containing traces of semen, found about 100 yards away from where Nicky's body was found. Notably, the location where Verstappen's body was discovered had a nearby car park commonly used for sexual activities, so finding items of a sexual nature wouldn't typically raise suspicions. DNA samples were extracted from these 3 items, resulting in the creation of a male DNA profile. Crucially, it was established that the DNA did not match Nicky's profile, but possibly the perpetrator. Around 35 men, including the male camp leaders, gave police DNA swabs to compare to the DNA found at the scene, but no match was found. Police had initially turned towards camp counsellors in regards to suspecting any involvement in Nicky's demise, as it was deemed unlikely that he would have left camp with a stranger. He was already apprehensive about leaving his family behind, and wasn't the kind of boy who would have left with someone he didn't know. All camp leaders were cooperative and were ruled out of having been involved through DNA testing. One individual who raised suspicions among authorities was Jos Barton, the camp's founder and former school principal, aged 80 at the time. Jos had a prior conviction for child sexual abuse dating back to the 1950s, resulting in the loss of his job at the school. Despite this conviction, Jos was allowed to work with children again, and he subsequently found the summer camp and a football club. He admitted to being in the vicinity of Nicky's tent when the boy disappeared, stating that he was assisting another boy with a burn injury around 6 a.m. Subsequently, Jos claimed to have driven from the camp to attend a friend's funeral in High Bloom. It was only later that day that he became aware of Nicky's disappearance. Police found Jos Barton's involvement in directing the search toward the area where Verstappen's body was found suspicious, particularly his emphasis on the existence of the car park. Additionally, his prior conviction for sexual abuse and a claim from a 15-year-old girl who believed Jos had assaulted her in her sleep at the same camp just weeks before Nicky's death raised concerns. Despite these suspicions, neither Jos nor any of the camp leaders were officially considered suspects in the investigation. Jos died in 2003. A reward of 25,000 Hjäldirs was announced by the Open Bar Ministry in Maastricht for information leading to the identification of the perpetrator. In 1999, this reward was doubled, thanks to funds raised by crime reporter Peter Rudolf de Vries, who subsequently became a spokesperson for the Verstappen family. They managed to raise the reward money for information to 500,000 Hjäldirs, with the help of anonymous donations from various business owners. Despite the significant amount of money being offered, nobody came forward with any information, and the case subsequently went cold. The case was dissolved, but a new team of investigators and a set of fresh eyes took on the case following the millennium in a newly created task force. Various sex offenders and serial killers were considered as having been involved in the murder over the years. However, there was never any solid proof to indicate that any of them were involved. The Verstappen family bears the enduring weight of guilt for allowing Nicky to attend camp on that fateful day in August of 1998. Nicky Verstappen's funeral was held on August 15th in his hometown of Heilbloem, with over 600 people in attendance to support his bereft family. An Ajax football flag was draped over his coffin. A memorial for Nicky was erected in his memory at the site where his body was found in 2001, attended by his grandparents and those affected by the tragedy. Nicky's mother lit a candle every morning for 20 years in her son's memory, and with the hopes of finding answers. She never lost hope that justice would one day prevail. Bertie told news outlets that despite the case being stagnant and with the police seeming to lack any interest in pushing the case further, she was never going to give up searching for the truth. The crime created a deep division in their hometown, with many speculating on Jos Barton's involvement, while others dismissed this notion entirely. Nicky Verstappen's murder tore through Heilbloem, leaving the community grappling with hurt and frustrations. Despite the divisions, beneath the collective pain, the shared desire for answers persisted among everyone affected by this tragic event. To quell the storm of speculation surrounding Jos Barton, his body was exhumed in 2010 and DNA samples were collected for comparison with the DNA found at the crime scene. The results definitively ruled out Barton as a match, conclusively putting an end to any suspicions surrounding him. The Verstappens were left understandably frustrated at lack of any leads in the investigation, and to that end, much of the investigation was not conducted to a high standard. Pieces of evidence were misplaced or not collected properly, including a cast of tyre tracks found near the scene which was lost. Police cordoned off the woods where Nicky's body was found, but not the camp itself, including the washrooms, which could have held some sort of evidence which could have aided in the investigation. In 2004, Peter de Vries requested a forensic re-examination of the blood specks found on Nicky's pyjamas, driven by the belief that advances in DNA technology could potentially yield new information. They discovered foreign male DNA on the pyjamas that did not belong to Verstappen, but this DNA did not match the semen found at the scene. In January of 2007, a 36-year-old man was arrested in Lontreaf following a string of letters which had been found on Verstappen's grave in the previous 18 months, which indicated he knew some significant information about the case. This turned out to be a cruel hoax, and the man was released. On Christmas Day of that same year, the man was arrested again for further letters and for vandalising the monument placed in memory of Verstappen. By 2019, he had vandalised the stone 3 times. He has been in and out of psychiatric facilities over the years. In 2018, the prosecution were afraid about the statute of limitations in the case expiring. Therefore, authorities announced a large-scale DNA kinship investigation, which saw over 21,000 men who lived in and around the area in 1998 having their DNA harvested for the police inquiry. During this DNA sweep, a one-of-a-kind process in the Netherlands, most men voluntarily gave samples to police. However, if they didn't respond to this request, officers would visit homes in order to convince them to give samples, given that it was a child murder case. Crucially, one of the DNA swabs revealed a familial match to the DNA found on Nicky Verstappen's pyjama bottoms, and this led police to that long-awaited breakthrough. The family granted police access to some personal belongings that belonged to the suspect, and finally, DNA was a match. Jos Rake, a bushcrafter and wild camper, was requested to provide a DNA sample, but multiple attempts to locate him were unsuccessful. According to his family, he had moved to France in February to pursue a survivalist lifestyle, and they reported him missing 2 months later when they lost contact with him. Living in Simpelveld, 22 kilometres away from the Brunsummerhede camp at the time of Nicky's murder, Brecht was 35 years old. Police discovered his prior role as a camp leader and a disturbing incident in 1985 where he subjected two 10-year-old boys to sexual abuse, resulting in probation since he was not convicted. Due to the lack of a conviction, Brecht's name did not appear on the sex offenders register during the initial search for potential suspects. Astonishingly, he was seen in the area at the time of the murder and stopped by police while riding a bicycle the night after, but was only questioned as a witness. Struggling to trace Brecht, police appealed to the public on August 22, 2018. Just 4 days later, a Dutch tourist recognised him near Barcelona, Spain, from media-distributed photos. Brecht was promptly arrested and extradited back to the Netherlands. Jos Brecht faced trial beginning on September 28, 2020, where he entered a plea of not guilty to all charges against him. He claimed to have come across Nicky's body during a late-night bike ride, but chose not to report it to the police due to his prior convictions. The prosecution pressed him on how his DNA ended up on Verstappen's underwear, a question to which Jos did not provide a response. Additionally, a photo presented during the trial contradicted Jos's claims, as it demonstrated that the location where Nicky's body was found would not have been visible from the path Jos asserted to have taken during his bike ride. Jos Brecht was found guilty of kidnapping and sexually assaulting Nicky, but acquitted of manslaughter due to the possibility that Brecht accidentally caused his death while attempting to silence him during the attack. Murder charges were not pursued, as there was no evidence indicating premeditation. Brecht received a 12-year prison sentence for the kidnapping and sexual abuse that resulted in the death of 11-year-old Nicky Verstappen. Additionally, he was given a further 6 months for possessing child pornography found on his laptop. In January 2022, a court of appeal convicted Brecht of manslaughter, increasing his sentence to 16 years. In September 2023, an appeal launched by Brecht's legal team was rejected by the Supreme Court, upholding his conviction. The harrowing case of Nicky Verstappen's abduction and murder unfolded over years, casting a long shadow over the Heilbloem community and the Verstappen family. The initial shock and grief evolved into a prolonged quest for justice, marked by suspicions, investigations, and legal proceedings. Despite setbacks, such as false leads and individuals initially considered suspects being ruled out, the persistence of Nicky's family, the public, and law enforcement ultimately led to the identification and conviction of Jos Brecht. His conviction, increased sentence on appeal, and the rejection of further appeals brought some closure to the Verstappen family, although the scars of Nicky's tragic fate will forever endure. Jane Curia, a 46-year-old mother of 3, was a devoted, hard-working and caring presence in the Powder Springs neighbourhood of Atlanta, Georgia. Originally from Kenya, Jane made the courageous decision to seek asylum in the United States in 2001 with her 2 daughters and son following the tragic death of her husband. While the Curia family sought a fresh start in their new surroundings, Jane's choice to relocate was also deeply rooted in her vehement opposition to Kenya's brutal regime of female genital mutilation, known as FGM, a practice she and countless other women strongly opposed. Her primary motivation was to shield her 2 daughters, 19-year-old Isabella and 16-year-old Annabelle, from the harrowing realities of FGM. Jane was employed at a nursing home, where she endeared herself to the residents with her warmth and compassion. As a single parent, she devoted herself tirelessly to ensuring her 3 children received the best upbringing possible. Jane worked diligently to provide for them, emphasising the importance of hard work in the local community and academic achievements. Her expectations for her children were high, driven by her desire to see them excel and accomplish great things in life. By 2007, Isabella, Jane's eldest child, was attending college, while Annabelle, her second daughter, was actively participating in their church community. Her only son, Jeremy, was still at school and was described as a typical basketball fanatic. Overall, the family seemed to be in a stable and positive place, with each member pursuing their respective interests and endeavours. On the morning of August 1st, 2007, Pauline Tunde reached out to her sister-in-law, Jane Curia, who had been entrusted with caring for Pauline's 11-year-old son, Peter P.K. Tunde. Concern arose when Jane had not been in contact for 24 hours, a departure from her usual routine. Despite several attempts to reach her by phone, all calls went unanswered. Growing increasingly anxious, Pauline enlisted the help of her niece, 22-year-old Diana Mina, to accompany her to the Curia family's residence to check on their well-being. Upon arriving at the Powder Springs residence, Pauline and Diana ventured through both the front and back doors, only to encounter a scene of horror within the home. The house was enveloped in darkness, with only the glow of a cartoon emanating from the television screen. As Diana cautiously navigated through the premises, she was met with the chilling sight of blood staining on the floor and walls, along with the discovery of a lifeless body. In a state of shock and alarm, the pair swiftly contacted the authorities, who promptly arrived at the scene within minutes. Within the home, police made the grim discovery of 3 lifeless bodies: Jane in the kitchen, along with her 2 daughters, Isabella on the landing by the front door, and Annabelle in the hallway. They had all suffered fatal injuries from violent bludgeoning, autopsies later indicating the use of a long instrument made of a strong metal or lead, though no weapon was found at the scene. The abundance of blood discovered within the home was staggering. Jane's 8-year-old son, Jeremy, and Pauline's son, PK, who had only recently arrived in the United States 48 hours prior, were also found within the residence in one of the bedrooms. Though badly beaten in a similar fashion to all 3 women, both boys were still alive and were immediately transported to the nearby hospital for urgent medical care and treatment. Due to the horrific circumstances involved, police protection was put in place for Jeremy and PK whilst they were treated in hospital. Detective John Dawes observed that the crime scene itself seemed to resemble 4 distinct crime scenes, as there were no blood transfers from one area to another. This lack of blood transfer is highly unusual, particularly if there was only one lone assailant involved. Indeed, the method by which the perpetrator managed to cover their tracks between each killing remains a perplexing mystery. Jane's autopsy indicated that she had likely sensed the impending assault and fought fiercely for her life, showing signs of a struggle. The force used against her was so brutal it was ruled overkill. However, her daughters showed no such signs, suggesting that they were taken by surprise and unaware of the looming threat posed by the assailant lurking in the shadows. As investigators secured the crime scene, they meticulously combed through the Curia residence in search of crucial clues. Based on the evidence gathered, it was surmised that the horrific attack likely transpired during the night of July 31st. Notably, Isabella was documented as having responded to an email shortly after midnight, while Jane had received an unanswered call around 3:30 a.m. These timestamps indicated a window of approximately 3.5 hours during which the crime most likely occurred. Despite inquiries made to neighbours, no one reported witnessing or hearing anything out of the ordinary during that time frame. The sliding door at the rear of the residence was found partially open upon Diana and Pauline's arrival, indicating that the perpetrator gained entry to the house without encountering any resistance. Despite thorough examination, no evidence was discovered to suggest any signs of forced entry. While it remains uncertain whether Jane allowed entry to the assailant, investigators ultimately concluded that the individual responsible for the heinous attack was likely someone known to her, given the absence of forced entry and the manner in which the crime was carried out. Investigators diligently focused their efforts on uncovering any potential forensic evidence that could provide crucial leads in identifying the perpetrator. Despite thorough examination, no foreign fingerprints, traces of blood, or DNA belonging to an unknown individual were found either inside or outside of the home. This absence of tangible evidence compounded the complexity of the case, leaving authorities grappling with the perplexing nature of the crime and the elusive identity of the person responsible. Despite extensive questioning of friends, family members, and local residents by authorities regarding the murders, investigators were unable to uncover any significant leads. The Curia family was widely respected and law-abiding within the community, and no one could fathom a plausible motive for the brutal attack on a mother and her children. Moreover, the family had no known enemies, further complicating the investigation and leaving law enforcement puzzled by the senseless violence inflicted upon the Curias. During a memorial gathering to honour the Curia family, a detective was approached by an unfamiliar individual who abruptly suggested looking into the Mungiki tribe, originating from the Curia's homeland of Kenya. This tribe or sect had a reputation for engaging in violent and deadly assaults driven by political motivations. However, investigators were skeptical of any connection to a crime that occurred in the US. The detective in question speculated that this male individual, who claimed to know Jane from church, might be attempting to divert attention away from the true perpetrator of the crime. He deemed it rather suspicious to suggest a Kenyan tribe as being responsible on the very night the crime was uncovered, and therefore looked into this man. The individual in question, like Jane, was a Kenyan national who had been residing in the US for a considerable period. Married with a family, he lacked a solid alibi on the day of the murders, as no one could verify his whereabouts. He informed investigators that his wife was at work while he remained home alone. Notably, this individual and his family were acquainted with Jane and attended the same church. Allegedly, one of Jane's daughters, Annabelle, had even babysat for this man's 2 young sons. The man claimed he often carried out odd jobs for Jane, such as mowing the lawn, as he didn't want to see a single mother struggle. Detectives managed to obtain fingerprints, DNA, and a hair sample from him. However, upon analysis, no forensic evidence was found linking him to the crime scene. Despite these connections and the absence of a solid alibi, authorities were unable to establish a definitive link between this individual and the tragic events that unfolded at the Curia residence. The investigation took a suspicious turn when Jane's call logs revealed that she and this man had been engaging in between 10 to 12 phone calls a day for several weeks leading up to the murders. However, on July 31st, the day of the murders, no calls were placed from this man to Jane. When questioned by investigators about this discrepancy, he simply responded with, "I don't know." Although this man insisted that he and Jane were merely friends, others, including Jane's niece Diana, suspected that their relationship was more than platonic. Detective John Dawes, who led the investigation, uncovered additional troubling details regarding this man's connections to the Curia family. There were allegations of an inappropriate relationship between him and one of Jane's daughters, whom he frequently took out for dinner alone as payment for babysitting services. Despite these suspicions, he vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Additionally, during his investigation, Detective Dawes discovered that approximately a year before the crime, this man had requested a significant amount of money from Jane, who had agreed to lend it to him. Following this revelation, Jane's finances underwent scrutiny, leading to confusion among those involved in the case. It was rather peculiar that Jane allegedly informed her family that she was anticipating around $30,000 shortly before her death. She attributed this sum to a new real estate venture she had launched with her friends, although no one among her acquaintances were aware of such a business endeavour. Whether this sum of money was related to the debt owed by the unknown man to Jane remains unclear. After Jeremy and PK were discharged from the hospital, Detective Dawes interviewed the boys in hopes of obtaining critical information about the events of that fateful night, and, more importantly, any details about the assailant. Unfortunately, Jeremy couldn't recall much about the incident. However, PK managed to provide Detective Dawes with a significant lead. He recounted seeing a man speaking in Kenyan tongue, whom he did not recognise. Although PK couldn't see the man's face, he remembered a distinctive floral print shirt the assailant was wearing. Despite the promising lead provided by PK, neither Jeremy nor PK could positively identify the man responsible for the deaths of Jane, Isabella and Annabelle Curia, leaving the investigation at a standstill once again. Additionally, a blood-soaked towel discovered 2 miles away from the Curia residence the day following the murders did not yield any significant breakthroughs, as DNA testing ruled out any connection to the Curia family or the male person of interest. The possibility that more than one person was involved in the murders remains plausible, yet due to the lack of evidence, no definitive conclusions can be drawn. Regrettably, nobody has ever been arrested or charged in relation to this case. As young adults, both Jeremy and PK made the difficult decision to relocate back to Kenya to be closer to family. However, the memories of that horrific night continue to haunt them and their remaining loved ones. The unanswered questions linger, and all they desire are answers as to why someone could so cruelly snatch away the lives of 3 cherished women who had so much yet to experience and contribute to the world. The pain of their loss remains an ever-present shadow in their lives, serving as a constant reminder of the senseless tragedy that befell their family. Anyone with information regarding the Curia family murders are urged to contact the Cobb County District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit at 770-528-3032. Residents of Greenwich, Connecticut referred to the tragic killing of a 13-year-old schoolboy in 1984 as the end of innocence for their community. Matthew Margolis resided in the Pembroke neighbourhood of Greenwich, fondly referred to by locals as the Valley. His family included his parents and his older sister, Stacey. The year 1983 marked a significant change in Matthew's life when, at the age of 12, his parents divorced, leading to his father moving out of the marital home. In the aftermath, Matthew found solace and support from his maternal grandparents, George and Stella Miazga, who lived just a few blocks away from his home. He developed a close bond with them, frequently spending time at their residence and even staying overnight on a regular basis. In 1984, 13-year-old Matthew was navigating his way through 8th grade at Western Junior High School. He was an average student, but worked hard and was very well liked amongst his peers. A frequent outdoor enthusiast, he spent many days engaged in fishing expeditions with his beloved grandfather. When not by the water's edge, he could be spotted riding his bike to his grandparents' house or hanging out at the local Spartan deli. Described by those close to him as bright, responsible, polite and loving, Matthew was the type of individual who always sought permission before making plans. Furthermore, he was known for his generous nature, often sharing the fish he caught with others who were less fortunate in their fishing endeavours. Matthew shared an exceptionally close bond with his grandfather, George Miazga, who served as his mentor in the realms of angling and survival skills. The duo frequently immersed themselves in outdoor activities, from foraging edible berries to George imparting wilderness survival knowledge to his grandson. Trout fishing along the Byram River became a cherished activity for the pair. Matthew's mother, Marianne, a nurse, expressed that George was her son's very best friend in the world. Their days were typically spent together. However, in the summer of 1984, their routine underwent a significant change when George was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer, rendering him bedbound. Although the diagnosis meant an end to their fishing excursions, Matthew, being exceptionally attentive, assumed the role of caregiver for his ailing grandfather. He took charge of ensuring George took his medications and provided companionship when his grandmother was at work. Tragically, in August, George succumbed to the illness, leaving Matthew profoundly devastated by the loss of his beloved grandfather. Despite the absence of George, Matthew persisted in his fishing pursuits along the Byram River. According to his family, this familiar locale remained a source of joy and solace for him, a haven that provided comfort amid the challenges and turbulence he had faced in the wake of his grandfather's passing. On August 30th, 1984, during the Labour Day weekend, Matthew spent the night at his grandparents' home, with plans to embark on an early morning fishing trip the next day. His mother, Marianne, who had just completed a double shift at the hospital the day before, had a rare day off that Friday. When she arrived at her mother's residence in the early hours, she checked on her 2 children, finding them both still fast asleep. Choosing not to disturb them, she left in her car to run some errands during her day off. On the morning of August 31st, Matthew rose with the sun and set out on his bike for the river. Around 9:30 a.m, he made a stop at the deli on Morgan Avenue to gather supplies for the day, including a carton of milk and a pastry. Although only 2 weeks had passed since his grandfather's death, these trips to the river provided Matthew with some solace. His destination was a bridge on Comley Avenue. About half an hour later, a woman engaged in a brief conversation with the schoolboy. Observing a line of fish by Matthew's side, she inquired about his catch, to which he replied, "They were really biting." After some time, Matthew decided to explore upstream, towards the east side of the river along Pemberwick Road. Around 11:30 a.m, with the intention of returning to his grandparents' residence, he set out on the journey home. At approximately 12 noon, Matthew's grandmother, Stella, returned home for lunch. Although Matthew was not present, it was evident that he had been there recently, as dripping wet corduroy trousers were hanging on the back of a chair in the living room, and some trout were discovered in the kitchen. Before leaving to attend to her own errands, Stella left a note for her grandson, instructing him to dispose of the fish in the sink. Around 5 p.m, Marianne returned to her recently widowed mother's residence after a busy day of running errands. Her plan was to collect Matthew and bring him home for dinner. However, upon arriving, the house was eerily silent, and Matthew was nowhere to be found. Both Stella and Stacey were also absent, as Stacey had an appointment and her grandmother had taken her. Marianne decided to wait until they returned, thinking Matthew might have possibly gone with them, but as the hours passed, there was still no sign of him. At approximately 7 p.m, overwhelmed with worry, Matthew's mother called the police to report her 13-year-old son as missing. A deep sense of foreboding gripped her, as she couldn't shake the feeling that something terribly wrong had happened. The evening Matthew went missing, family members, police, a youth division officer, neighbours and local volunteers diligently searched the area, including the Byron River, hoping to find any sign of him, but their efforts were in vain. Contacting his friends yielded no information, as nobody had seen him in recent hours. The following day, the search efforts intensified with the involvement of divers, helicopter teams and firefighters brought in to aid the search. Matthew's father, Paul, residing in Dallas, Texas at the time, was contacted, but he informed the police that he hadn't seen or heard from his son. As the search continued, the FBI became involved, and Marianne, Matthew's mother, made an emotional plea for information about her son's whereabouts in the Greenwich Times newspaper. Matthew's sudden and unexplained disappearance was highly unusual and a cause for significant concern. With fears that he might have fallen into the river, the focus of the search remained on the water in the following days. Sniffer dogs were brought in to assist and managed to track Matthew's scent to a waterfall below a dam on the river, but the trail abruptly stopped there. Despite divers searching in the water, no trace of Matthew was found. The search for Matthew extended to various locations, including an abandoned house on a nearby farm and St Mary's graveyard, where his recently deceased grandfather had been buried just weeks prior. Unfortunately, these searches also yielded no results. Posters and flyers were distributed throughout the Greenwich area, appealing to anyone with information to come forward. The police also scoured an area known as the Mill, where people often went for work, shopping or socialising, but no leads were established there. After 4 days of intense searching, the efforts had to be scaled back due to the lack of any leads. At this point, authorities were inclined to believe that Matthew had fallen into the river and drowned. The focus shifted to searching for a body, as the possibility of a tragic outcome became more prominent in their minds. A few days before Matthew's disappearance, he had inquired with his mother, Marianne, about the area near Pembroke Road and Hawthorne Street, leading to a secluded spot known as Glenville. When questioned about his interest, Matthew simply mentioned his curiosity. Marianne, concerned, asked if someone had prompted him to go there, but he denied it. She advised him not to visit the area alone, to which he acknowledged. During the search on September 2nd, Marianne and her soon-to-be husband, Jim, detected a foul odour emanating from a rocky dump site near the woods at the end of Hawthorne Street. They promptly informed the police, but the authorities dismissed it as the result of rotten fish left by anglers frequenting the area. Skeptical, Marianne found it hard to believe this explanation. After 6 anguishing days of searching, on September 5th, the search was called off following the discovery of a young boy in a wooded area on a hill near a ravine. This location was adjacent to Pembroke Road near Hawthorne Street and Greenway Drive, just a mile away from where Matthew was last seen. The discovery was made by a 38-year-old local volunteer firefighter named Fred Lambert, who had experience in such searches. Lambert found a black and white checkered sneaker similar to the ones Matthew was last seen wearing while walking along a forest path not far from the mill area. He marked the spot and promptly alerted the police. Around 4 p.m, 2 Youth Division officers arrived at the site alongside Lambert and began searching the steep and rocky forest terrain. While leaning against a tree for a moment, Lambert noticed what appeared to be a child's foot protruding from underneath some foliage. It soon became apparent that authorities were not dealing with a boy who had run away, distraught over his grandfather's death, who was looking for peace, nor an accidental death by drowning, but something much more sinister: a homicide. Matthew's body was discovered in a shallow grave, partially covered by leaves, and investigators determined that he had been there for a considerable amount of time. Shockingly, the 13-year-old had sustained multiple stab wounds to the torso. An autopsy revealed that Matthew had attempted to defend himself against his attacker, but succumbed to multiple stab wounds and traumatic asphyxiation. Specifically, he had been strangled and suffocated with dirt forced down his throat. His athletic shorts and shoes were found in close proximity to his remains, and he was still wearing a t-shirt and undershorts. Pathologists concluded that there was no evidence of sexual assault. Police could not determine whether Matthew was killed at the site where he was found, or if he was attacked elsewhere before his body was discarded in the woods. The knife used in the attack, a 10.5-inch Foster Brothers boning knife, was found nearby. However, it is unclear whether the knife underwent forensic examination or if any DNA was ever taken from the blade. Interestingly, the fishing rod that Matthew had taken with him that day was initially not located. Eventually, it was found in the possession of an individual claiming to be a friend who stated that Matthew had sold it to them. Marianne, Matthew's mother, was sceptical of this claim, as the fishing pole had been a gift from Matthew's late grandfather. However, this friend was never identified, and they were not considered a suspect or person of interest, despite likely being the last person to see Matthew alive. In the year 2000, Matthew's case files were released by the Greenwich Police in response to a request from the Freedom of Information Commission. The files had been sealed to avoid compromising an active investigation. Some specific details in the files were redacted. Many raised questions about how the Greenwich Police handled the early stages of the investigation. Notably, no specific officer was initially assigned to tackle Matthew's missing persons report, which was considered a significant oversight likely to have delayed normal proceedings. Even after an officer was eventually assigned to investigate the murder, only one detective physically visited the crime scene. The lack of coordination in this particular investigation faced scrutiny. According to the case files, sightings of Matthew were reported in several places around Pembroke in the afternoon and early evening, including his grandmother's driveway and the deli, a popular hangout spot for teenagers at the time. A group of older teenage boys, known as the Valley Boys, were often seen around the deli and were involved in petty crime and drug use. Some sources suggest that Matthew had confronted these boys about their behaviour and the risks of taking drugs. However, conflicting reports from Matthew's friends also indicate that, in the weeks following his grandfather's death, he was seen spending time with the Valley Boys. On the day Matthew was last seen, August 31st, a group of approximately 12 of these boys was spotted near the deli between 5:15 and 5:30 p.m. 3 to 5 individuals were considered potential persons of interest, and among them was a known neighbourhood bully whose house was just beyond where Matthew's body was found. One man claimed that this male individual had threatened his own son with a similar knife just weeks prior. Additionally, this person had a friend from Port Chester with a criminal record who frequently went angling down by the Byram River. The friend was notably uncooperative with authorities. The possibility was raised that Myuu may have gone exploring in the Glenville area, despite being told not to, and was subsequently attacked. 3 search warrants were granted by a court judge, but this occurred long after the crime had been committed, and nothing of significance was found in relation to Myuu Margola's death. Police, however, remain certain that the truth lies within Greenwich itself and that the perpetrator of this heinous crime was a local male. The central and haunting question that lingers in the minds of many is simple. Why? Myuu was a well-behaved, quiet and kind boy. The circumstances that led to his life being brutally stolen from him remain elusive, and this unanswered question adds to the complexity and tragedy of the case. Myuu's family persists in their quest for justice, holding on to the hope that someday they will find the answers they seek. Marianne, his mother, maintains a vow to never give up hope in the pursuit of justice for her son. Following a funeral service at St. Paul's Roman Catholic Church, attended by over 500 people, Myuu was laid to rest near his grandfather in St. Mary's Cemetery in Greenwich, Connecticut. Despite the outpouring of grief and the community's desire for justice, no arrests have been made in this case. The lack of evidence has hindered the progress of the police in identifying the person responsible for taking the life of an innocent 13-year-old boy, especially in the wake of his grandfather's passing just 2 weeks prior. In 2001, a reward of $60,000 was offered for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of Myuu's killer. However, it remains unknown if this reward offer still stands. The investigation into the murder of Myuu Margola's remains open and active. If you have any information regarding this case which could be useful to the authorities, you can contact the Greenwich Police tip line at 203 622 3333. In the realm of unresolved mysteries haunting communities, the disappearance of 3-year-old William Tyrrell is a poignant enigma. In September of 2014, a picturesque town in New South Wales, Australia, became the backdrop for a tragedy that shook the nation. On the 11th of September 2014, young William Tyrrell, aged 3, set out on a 4-hour journey from Sydney's North Shore district, accompanied by his 5-year-old sister and his foster parents, a wealthy and educated couple who lived in a $4 million Australian dollar home. Their destination was the residence of his foster grandmother in Kendall, a location where his grandmother's house, situated on Benaroon Drive, faces a bush road leading to the Kendall State Forest. This tranquil abode lies about 22 miles south of Port Macquarie. It was reported by several news outlets that William was far from a typical 3-year-old and had a number of chronic health conditions. This included hearing problems, speech issues, and motor problems. He often fell over, which resulted in injury, and often had a cough or a cold. He attended daycare several times a week, where many of these problems were noted. This also included the fact that he had played alone much of the time and appeared unhappy. He was a child who had recently been taken from the family home and placed into foster care, a huge adjustment for any child, but especially one with developmental issues. The following morning on September 12th, between 10 and 10:25 a.m, Tyrrell and his sister engaged in a game of hide-and-seek in both the front and backyards of their foster grandmother's Benaroon Drive home. Meanwhile, his foster mother and foster grandmother observed the playful activities from outside, snapping some photographs of both William and his sister, drawing with crayons on the balcony, William dressed in a Spider-Man costume. At this point, his foster mother decided to step indoors to prepare a cup of tea. However, concern arose when, after a span of 5 minutes, she realised she hadn't heard William. Consequently, she initiated a thorough search within the yard, house and surrounding woodland. Simultaneously, Tyrrell's foster father returned from a business errand in Lakewood, immediately joining the effort by scouring the street and knocking on neighbouring doors to ask if anyone had seen William. At 10:57, Tyrrell's foster mother contacted 000 emergency services to report his disappearance. The New South Wales Police Force responded promptly, arriving at the scene by approximately 11:06 a.m. The last vivid recollection his foster mother had was of William playfully imitating a tiger's roar as he sprinted towards the side of the home, dressed in his Spider-Man attire. Suddenly, a hush fell, and he vanished. Despite her earnest efforts to locate him, his foster mother's search proved futile. Following William's disappearance, a massive operation unfolded, with hundreds of police officers, state emergency service and rural fire service members, as well as community volunteers, tirelessly conducting day and night searches for the 3-year-old boy. Specialised police units, including the sex crime squad from Strike Force, were mobilised in the search. The search efforts were intensified shortly afterwards with the deployment of motorcycles and helicopters to search the ground and air for any sign of the missing toddler, who at this point, according to authorities, possibly wandered off into the woods and got lost, or was abducted. 200 dedicated volunteers worked tirelessly overnight, scouring the rugged terrain surrounding the Kendall home, while police divers meticulously searched waterways and dams. Every house in the estate encompassing Benaroon Drive underwent repeated searches by the police for any clues as to William's whereabouts. Although detection dogs were brought in and managed to pick up little William's scent, their success was limited to the confines of the backyard, which was disheartening for the search teams. The creation of Strike Force Roseanne on September 16th marked a pivotal development comprising adept investigators from the State Crime Command with specialised experience in handling the perplexing disappearances of young children. This 14-squad unit played a crucial role in providing support to the police, emergency services personnel, and community members engaged in the extensive search efforts. Despite their dedicated work, after a span of 5 days, the police reached a dead end in their search for William, having recovered no clues as to his whereabouts or anything which could indicate what had happened to him. Authorities were now steering towards the idea that William had been victim of an abduction. Subsequent to the initial phase of the investigation, the police turned their attention towards identifying the drivers of 2 cars observed parked on the dead-end road on the morning Tyrrell went missing, both of which had been reportedly observed by William's foster mother. These vehicles, described as a white station wagon and an older-style grey sedan, were situated between 2 driveways. Notably, their driver's side windows were down, and they were unfamiliar in that Kendall neighbourhood, where residents typically knew one another and were friendly. What is interesting to note here is that neither of these vehicles were seen in the neighbourhood thereafter the foster mother's sighting, which raised suspicions with the police. The sightings of these vehicles were seen at 9 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. respectively, with the grey sedan being sighted earlier in the day when William and his sister were riding their bikes in the driveway. The white station wagon was observed around the time William disappeared, and reportedly was seen speeding down another street close by shortly thereafter. Interestingly, as not to compromise the integrity of their investigation, information about these 2 vehicles were not released to the public until a year later. During the very early stages of the investigation, William's family were ruled out of having been involved in his disappearance and were of the opinion that he had been kidnapped by an opportunistic stranger who may have ties to a paedophile ring. Around 20 people living in the Kendall area who were previous sex offenders were extensively questioned, including a man who went on to sue the state over false allegations of previous sexual offences and was subsequently awarded substantial damages. However, all were eventually ruled out in this case of any involvement. Two persons of interest arose when it was alleged that two child sex offenders met near Benaroon Drive on the day Tyrrell vanished. Both men apparently owned vehicles similar to the ones cited by William's foster mother. The men were both questioned by the police, but denied meeting and even being friends for that matter. One of the men came home drunk that afternoon, though he claimed he had been searching the bush for metal scraps. In the 2 years following Tyrrell's disappearance, the investigation team received over 1,000 reported sightings from vigilant individuals from across the state and beyond, the total calls from members of the public to Australian Crime Stoppers being 2,800 since the beginning of the investigation. Among these reports was a photograph capturing a man and a young boy in Queensland, with the latter bearing a striking resemblance to William Tyrrell. However, within 24 hours, another call clarified that the boy in question was not him. Early in 2015, two passengers and a member of a flight crew en route to New Zealand believed that they spotted William on board, with the police promptly meeting the aircraft upon landing. However, this lead was also proved to be fruitless, as the boy was not the missing toddler. Another photograph, which was sent to investigators, depicted a young boy and a woman at a McDonald's restaurant in central Queensland. The boy, once again, shared similarities with Tyrrell, and the accompanying woman resembled his foster grandmother. Subsequent police investigations confirmed that neither the woman nor the boy were connected to the case. Once again, the investigation hit a dead end. Over the course of the investigation, over 1,000 people were questioned, and over 690 persons of interest were interviewed, unfortunately with no new leads being established. As time progressed, authorities became less convinced that William had been abducted, and following new lines of inquiry, looked into the possibility that the boy met with some kind of foul play and closer to home. With time came controversy over William's parents, biological and foster, and the fact his biological parents could not be named or identified in the media for legal reasons. Because of this, William's parents could not appeal to the public for information regarding their son's disappearance, only being able to do so anonymously. An action which was criticised by many, as this could have prevented critical information from coming to the fore for investigators. Due to the fact that he was in the foster care system and he disappeared under the care of his foster parents, it was declared by the Supreme Court that William's disappearance was one of legitimate public interest. The New South Wales government, following backlash, released a statement which reiterated the fact that their, quote, key priority is to always act in the interests of the safety and well-being of children and not in any way to jeopardise ongoing police investigations. It should be noted that William's biological parents were quickly ruled out of having any involvement in his disappearance after receipts showed that they were shopping in Blacktown at the time. The circumstances surrounding their son being placed in foster care isn't exactly clear. However, his mother and father were long-term unemployed. His mother struggled with substance abuse. Both experienced incidents involving domestic violence, and his mother often ran into issues with law enforcement, this resulting in custody being lost. Both of their children ended up in the same foster home, and they hoped that their foster family could offer their children everything they ever dreamt of. Despite being in foster care, William's biological parents still had visitation rights, though according to his foster family, this often confused him. At the time he vanished, however, the foster parents were looking to adopt William, despite the fact that his foster mother claimed William would often act out, especially with her often biting her and hitting her. She blamed his, quote, erratic behaviour on his biological parents. On June 12, 2018, authorities disclosed their plans to initiate an extensive forensic search spanning 3 to 4 weeks in the bushland encompassing Kendal and the Benaroon Drive home. The operation, led by search specialists from the Public Order and Riot Squad, aimed to cover substantial ground in order to recover any potential evidence. Moving forward to November 15, 2021, the New South Wales Police declared a renewed search for Tyrrell's remains in 3 regions surrounding the town. This initiative was prompted by new evidence that had come to light, prompting authorities to approach the search with the assumption that they would be focusing on locating his remains, rather than finding him alive. During the 2021 inquest, a woman who was identified as Tanya told the court that 2 brothers she babysat for told her that they had been threatened by a local man that they had seen burying a suitcase, which this male individual told them contained the body of William Tyrrell. This, along with other evidence which came to light, heightened suspicions that William was no longer alive. In April of 2022, his foster mother, whose identity is protected by state law, was charged with giving false and/or misleading information to the New South Wales Crimes Commission hearing regarding an incident in which she denied hitting another child with a wooden spoon, but she was found not guilty that November. However, significant developments emerged in 2023, 9 years after William's disappearance. In June, police told the public that despite various searches over the years and the use of forensics, police could not ascertain exactly what fate befell William Tyrrell. However, on June 27th, police recommended charges against William's foster mother for perverting the course of justice and interfering with a corpse. This was due to new evidence coming to light, which indicated that William possibly fell from perhaps a blackbutt tree or the first-floor balcony of the Benaroon Drive residence, and in response his foster mother may have concealed his accidental death and subsequently disposed of his body. It was also suggested that perhaps he was hit by his foster father's car when he returned home, but there was zero evidence to substantiate this particular idea. The main conclusion, however, is that the cover-up may have been to prevent William's sister being taken away from the family by social services. It should be noted that Tyrrell's foster mother in 2021 pleaded guilty to 2 counts of assaulting another foster child previously in their care, which was notably not William. His foster mother, known in newspaper articles as SD, was grilled by police at Parramatta Police Station. During the interview, she gave conflicting accounts regarding the events of that fateful day. Sydney detectives suggested that she and the foster grandmother, who is now deceased, somehow covered up a tragic accident. The previously mentioned sighting of the 2 cars on the street seen shortly prior to William's disappearance were not witnessed by anyone else, according to police, and a number of deleted text messages were noted from her to William's foster father, known as JS, including completely innocent, everyday texts. The timeline of events contradicted what neighbours told authorities. However, the foster father himself was ruled out as a suspect in this case, having been away from business and having arrived home at 10:33, as written in a text 3 minutes prior that he was almost home. This being one of the texts which had been mysteriously deleted by William's foster mother. According to her, it wasn't unusual for her to delete, quote, unimportant text messages. Police were sceptical of SD's timeline of events, as the final photo she took of her foster son in his Spider-Man suit was at 9:37 AM, but he wasn't reported missing until over an hour later. She told police that she started searching for him right away, but neighbours didn't see anyone out looking until after the foster father had returned home at 10:30 AM. During her interview, she also tried to lay suspicion on her neighbours, calling one out as being, quote, odd, and said her mother also felt the same. This neighbour was initially seen as a suspect due to these comments, however was later exonerated. At some point during the morning William disappeared. According to police, SD drove her mother's car down to Battar Creek Road, 4 kilometres away from Benaroon Drive, which became a huge search site for police in 2021. It was believed that SD possibly buried William's remains in that area. As of January 2024, the New South Wales Director of Public Prosecutions is anticipated to provide guidance on the feasibility of pressing charges against the foster mother, who to this day maintains she had nothing to do with William's disappearance. The question is whether there is enough evidence to press charges against her or anyone else who may have been involved, and it seems only time will tell. The inquest will resume in the coming days. There is currently a $1 million Australian reward for information leading to William's whereabouts, which was initially posted on September 12, 2016, 2 years after he disappeared. This reward will be granted on the condition that the guilty party or parties are arrested and convicted, and on the condition that William's remains are recovered. This reward is the highest offered by the state of New South Wales for a missing person in its history. If by some miracle William is still alive today in 2024, he would be turning 13 years old. Those with any information regarding the disappearance of William Tyrrell are urged to contact Australian Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000.
Jacob Erwin Wetterling was born on the 17th of February 1978 in Long Prairie, Minnesota, to proud parents Jerry and Patty Wetterling. Jacob and his eldest sister, Amy, and 2 younger siblings, Trevor and Carmen, grew up in the St. Joseph's area of Minnesota. In October of 1989, Jacob was in 6th grade. He was a very well-liked student and, like most of us, was not a massive fan of homework. He was very passionate about sports. He played hockey, where he was goalie for the school team. He played basketball, and he was a massive fan of football, and even wanted to play football professionally as a career when he got older. Jacob's father coached the youth football team in the area, which Jacob was a part of. Father and son bonded through this, but also bonded through fishing trips together. Jacob was learning the trombone, and he adored animals, and if he wasn't a football player later in life, he wanted to be a veterinarian. Jacob's mother, Patty, is quoted as saying, "Jacob was a fun, active, athletic 11-year-old boy who loved peanut butter and football. He was most known for his sense of fairness." On Sunday the 22nd of October 1989, Jacob and his father Jerry went for an early morning fishing trip. They wanted to return before midday because the Vikings game was due to start around about that time. Jerry and Jacob returned home and watched the game, and after it had concluded, Jerry and his 2 sons, Jacob and Trevor, went out into the garden and played some football before coming back inside. That night, the Wetterling family had no set-in-stone plans. Jerry and Patty decided on a whim that they would go to a friend's house for a party. However, this presented them with a problem. Their eldest daughter, Amy, was at a sleepover that night, so they actually asked Jacob if he could babysit his younger brother, Trevor, who was 10, and his younger sister, Carmen, who was 8 at this time. Jacob agreed to this, but asked his parents if his best friend, 11-year-old Aaron Larson, could come over to keep him company, to which his parents agreed, as the boys didn't have school the following day. The Wetterling parents left, and once they arrived at their friend's residence, they phoned the house to give Jacob the number of the friend's house, so that if there was any sort of emergency or if he needed anything, he could contact them. It's not entirely clear due to conflicting sources, but either Jacob or Trevor phoned their mother whilst at the party and asked if the 3 boys, Trevor, Jacob and Aaron, could bike up to the Tom Thumb convenience store to rent out a video and buy some snacks. Patty was quite an overprotective parent, and because of this, she said no. But when they spoke to their father, he agreed that the boys could go on the condition that they were wearing reflective clothing, as it was very dark. During this time, the boys managed to get their next-door neighbour to come over to babysit Carmen whilst they were gone, as she didn't want to go to the convenience store with them. After a short while, the neighbour who was looking after Carmen, Merlin Jerzak, phoned the Wetterling parents at the party in a panicked state. He told them that they had to come home immediately, and it was because their son, Jacob, was missing. Jerry, who answered the phone, told his wife, and they left the party straight away. This was when Merlin phoned the police and told them about what had happened, with the help of Trevor and Aaron, who were extremely shaken up. At around 9 p.m. that night, as the boys were biking home from the convenience store, an unknown man appeared from the woods and walked onto the road towards them. This occurred approximately half a mile away from the Wetterling home. The man was wearing a black mask and dark clothing, and in his hands, to the boys' horror, was a revolver. The man ordered the boys to throw their bikes into a nearby ditch, and that they lay face down on the road. The man then asked each of the boys what their ages were, Jacob replying, "I am 11 years old." The man decided pretty swiftly that he didn't want Jacob's younger brother Trevor, who was 10, and sent him running into the woods, but told him not to look back. If he did, the man said that he would shoot him. The man then asked Jacob and Aaron to look up at him, before he told Aaron the same thing that he had told Trevor, to run into the woods, not turn back, and that if he did, he'd shoot him. This was the very last time that anyone saw Jacob Wetterling alive. Law enforcement, including the FBI, investigated where Jacob was last seen and turned up various tyre marks and some footprints. Officers and volunteers conducted aerial and ground searches, and this caused media to jump into a frenzy, and Jacob's case was all over the news. Because of this media campaign, there were hundreds of leads within just days of Jacob's disappearance. The Wetterling family tried absolutely everything in their power to get Jacob's name and his face out there. Flyers and posters were made with the help of the investigators, and these were distributed amongst the local community and those living farther away. Over time, Jacob's mother, Patty, even hired private investigators and at one point went to see a clairvoyant to see if they had any potential information regarding the whereabouts of her lost son. But because of all of this and the vast amount of money that was spent on these resources, it did put a massive strain on the Wetterling marriage. As the years went by, the Wetterling family never gave up hope, praying that someday their beloved son would come home to them. Unfortunately, in the mid-2010s, almost 27 years after Jacob vanished, new evidence came to light, and the Wetterlings would find the truth about what happened to their son that night. It was revealed that on January 13th of 1989, the same year that Jacob disappeared, a 12-year-old boy named Jared Shireall was kidnapped, sexually assaulted and threatened by an unknown man. This occurred in Cold Spring, which was just 10 miles from where Jacob, Aaron and Trevor were stopped. The MO, or modus operandi, was extremely similar in both cases. The man had threatened them with a gun, told them to run off into the woods, and that if they looked back, they would be shot. It was also important to note here that Aaron and Trevor's description of this man was extremely similar to Jared's description of the man that had kidnapped him. Average height, average weight, with a very low and raspy voice. In 2014, investigators said that they were going to have a look again at a series of kidnappings/sexual assaults that had happened between the summer of 1986 and the spring of 1987, where 5 boys were attacked. They were obviously in similar circumstances, but nobody was actually arrested for the crimes. With the help of an internet blogger called Joy Baker, who deeply researched the case, and after investigators re-interviewed some of the victims, they finally came to the conclusion that they firmly believed that the person who had attacked Jared was the same person who had attacked the boys. It was the same individual. In October 2015, a man named Daniel James Heinrich was publicly named as a person of interest in regards to the disappearance of Jacob Wetterling. Daniel, who was more commonly known as Danny, had actually already been questioned by the FBI on the 16th of December 1989, and a DNA sample was also taken. Danny wasn't charged with anything and was later released. Soon enough, investigators discovered Danny's DNA on Jared Shire's sweater, the boy who had been attacked in the January of 1989. The FBI managed to match Danny's DNA to the DNA that was found on Jared's sweater, but unfortunately, due to the statute of limitations, which had expired by this point, the police were unable to arrest or charge Danny with the crime. A warrant was granted for police to search Danny's property in Annandale, Minnesota, where they discovered 19 3-ring binders full of pornography. They also found a pair of silver handcuffs, duct tape, camouflage trousers and top, and 4 bins full with young boys' athletic wear. As it turned out, Danny was making his own pornography, using images from a 1970s yearbook and by using images off the internet. After police discovered what was in Danny's house, he was arrested on the 28th of October 2015. Also of note, found in Danny's residence were a number of very disturbing amateur videos. These videos were of young children in the neighbourhood, riding bicycles, delivering newspapers, playing in the local playgrounds and participating in sports activities. More disturbingly, however, were videos of Jacob Wetterling's disappearance on the news, and he even had the anniversary specials of Jacob's disappearance, with videos showing Jerry and Patty Wetterling begging for more information on the whereabouts of their son. Interestingly, back in 1998, investigators had actually searched Danny's residence. He was living with his father where he had been living since the November of 1989. They were looking for Jacob, any clothing, a handgun, anything that could potentially lead back to him. Police found and collected 2 police scanners, a carrying case, a list of police frequencies, a pair of boots and some clothing. During the search, Heinrich told investigators that he was most likely home on the day that Jacob disappeared, and that he was almost certain that he wasn't in the St. Joseph's area on the day Wetterling vanished. During this search, investigators found a trunk full of pictures of young children. Heinrich objected to the police seizing these items, as he said that they, quote, just didn't look right. Later on, Danny admitted that he had actually burned all of this. This incident was unfortunately never taken any further. The forensic results for the shoe prints and tyre tracks came back, but unfortunately with very disheartening results. The tyre treads were similar to Heinrich's car, but they weren't an exact match, and the same results came with the shoe. It was very credible, but investigators didn't have enough detail to confirm that the shoe belonged to Heinrich, so the results were inconclusive. After this, Danny was allowed back in his home after the warrants had been lifted. The police, up until this point, really had no solid evidence to link Danny to Jacob. On the 31st of August 2016, Danny finally decided to cooperate with authorities on the grounds that he would be given a plea bargain, meaning that he would not be charged with the murder of Jacob Wetterling, but would face a single charge of possession of child pornography. But this was only if he fully cooperated with the authorities. Heinrich agreed to plead guilty to one of the 25 federal child pornography charges laid against him, and in addition, he was willing to tell police officers of the location of Jacob's body, and he also wanted to tell them what he did to him. The following day, September 1st, Danny Heinrich led the FBI to a burial site in a pasture near Painesville, which was about 30 miles away from the Wetterling home, and only about 10 minutes away from where Danny had been living at the time of Jacob's abduction. Jacob's clothing and remains were discovered in a shallow grave. It was only through dental records that authorities could confirm that these remains did indeed belong to Jacob Wetterling. On the 6th of September 2016, Danny, who was 53 at the time, admitted in court how he abducted, assaulted, murdered and buried Jacob Wetterling. During this, Heinrich also confessed to the attack on Jared Shirel. The events of that night, according to Danny Heinrich, are as follows. On the night Jacob vanished, Heinrich was driving along the road where he saw 3 boys on their bikes. He parked his car on the curb and waited for the boys to come closer, whilst putting on his black mask. After getting rid of Trevor Wetterling and Aaron Larson, Heinrich drove a handcuffed Jacob from St. Joseph to Painesville. Whilst sitting in the front seat of the car, Jacob was crying and asked Danny, quote, "What did I do wrong?" Danny took Jacob to a gravel pit outside of town, removed Jacob from the car, removed his clothing and took him into a grove of trees where he sexually assaulted him. Danny was able to avoid police to begin with due to his police scanners. However, as time progressed, he heard police sirens and this sent him into a panic. He believed that the police were coming for him. Whilst he was panicking, Jacob started to cry and he said, quote, "I'm cold. Take me home." During Danny's panic, he told Jacob to turn around, and this was where Danny pulled the trigger on his gun. The first time the gun jammed, but the second time he shot 11-year-old Jacob, and he fell to the ground. Danny walked back home to the Plaza Hotel where he had been staying, and an hour later he returned to the murder site where he put Jacob in a shallow grave. Heinrich returned to the burial site approximately a year later, only to find some of Jacob's remains had been uncovered, including a part of the schoolboy's jacket. He removed Jacob's remains from the burial site to a farm across the highway, where he dug a trench 2 feet deep, where he put Jacob's body, and that was where Jacob remained for 27 years. After Danny admitted what he had done to Jacob and told the police where he had buried him, he got his plea deal and was only sentenced to 20 years behind bars, which is the maximum sentence anyone can get for child pornography charges. He could be released from prison in 12 years or so, but due to the brutality of this crime, that is highly unlikely. Just 4 months after Jacob Wetterling disappeared, his parents Jerry and Patty set up the Jacob Wetterling Foundation, an advocacy for the safety of children. The foundation was later renamed in 2008 to the Jacob Wetterling Resource Centre, which helps educate members of the public on the types of people who take children, how they do it, and how we can prevent it from happening. If there was any light to come from this tragic case, it was that in 1994 the Jacob Wetterling Act was passed, this being the first law to institute a registry for sex offenders. It's difficult to comprehend the agony faced by Jacob's loved ones following his disappearance, the anguish of not knowing where he was or what had happened to him, only to discover 27 years later that, heartbreakingly, Jacob had died the very night he vanished. Following the discovery of Jacob's remains, his family released a short statement on the Jacob Wetterling Resource Centre Facebook page. Quote, "We are in deep grief. We didn't want Jacob's story to end this way. In this moment of pain and shock, we go back to the beginning. The Wetterlings had a choice to walk into bitterness and anger, or to walk into a light of what could be, a light of hope. Their choice changed the world. This light has been burning for close to 27 years. The spark began in the moments after the abduction of Jacob Wetterling, when his family decided that light is stronger than darkness. They lit the flame that became Jacob's hope. All of central Minnesota flocked to and fanned the flame, hoping for answers. The light spread statewide, nationally and globally as hearts connected to the 11-year-old boy who liked to play goalie for his hockey team, wanted to be a footballer, played the trombone and loved the times he spent with his sisters, brother and parents. Today we gather around the same flame, the flame that has become more than the hope for one as it led the way home for thousands of others. It's the light that illuminates a world that Jacob believed in, where things are fair and just. Our hearts are heavy, but we are being held up by all of the people who have been a part of making Jacob's hope a light that will never be extinguished. It shines on in a different way. We are, and we will continue to be, Jacob's hope. Jacob, you are loved.
On August the 4th, 2002, the quiet town of Soham in Cambridgeshire, England was rocked by a devastating tragedy. 2 young girls were reported missing and a massive search operation was launched. Unfortunately, their lives were cut short when their bodies were found near RAF Lakenheath, Suffolk on August 17th, 2002. Their deaths shook the whole world, and the investigation that followed shed light on the events that led to their vanishing and murder. Holly Marie Wells and Jessica Amy Chapman shared an unbreakable bond as best friends. Holly, born on July 1st, 1991, possessed an unwavering devotion to music and dance, alongside being an esteemed member of the St Andrew's Church Choir in Soham. Renowned for her compassion and generosity, she left a lasting impression on all who knew her. Jessica, born on September 21st, 1985, embraced her tomboy nature, relishing sports, particularly football. Her vivacious spirit, coupled with her humorous and outgoing nature, defined her character. Their journey together commenced at St Andrews, their primary school, and continued through their shared tenure at the Soham Village College. On the afternoon of August 4th, 2002, at 11:45 a.m, Jessica Chapman embarked from her Brook Street residence in Soham, heading to her best friend Holly Wells's home on Red House Gardens. Her purpose was heartfelt, to gift Holly a personally engraved necklace bearing the letter H, a souvenir from her recent family vacation to Menorca. Engaged in computer games and music alongside their mutual friend Natalie Parr, the trio enjoyed each other's company for approximately 30 minutes until Parr departed for home. At 3:15 p.m, both girls donned matching Manchester United football shirts. One belonged to Holly while the other was borrowed from her brother Oliver. Captured in a photograph taken by Wells's mother at 5:04 p.m, wearing these matching shirts, the girls later joined the guests for dinner before returning upstairs to continue their activities. Unbeknownst to their families at the time, that exact photograph would soon become one of the most recognised photos in British true crime history. Around 6:15 p.m, the girls quietly slipped out of the house to indulge in a sweet treat from a nearby sports centre, neglecting to inform anyone of their spontaneous outing. A CCTV camera captured their last known sighting near the sports centre at precisely 6:28 p.m, clad in their matching red Manchester United football shirts. Concern mounted as the evening progressed, prompting both the Wells and Chapman families to reach out to each other at around 8 p.m, mutually puzzled about the girls' whereabouts. As anxiety swelled, the girls' absence became increasingly distressing, leading their worried parents to alert the authorities at 9:55 p.m, when the girls missed their 8:30 p.m. curfew. Holly and Jessica, cautious around strangers and well-versed in safety lessons since childhood, exhibited behaviour vastly out of character, immediately sparking grave concern for their well-being. A massive search operation ensued, involving over 500 police officers and volunteers, and the nation was gripped by the story of the missing schoolgirls. House-to-house inquiries were conducted across Soham. Meanwhile, a number of terrains were searched in an effort to find any clues as to the whereabouts of Holly and Jessica. The police highly suspected abduction and looked into various known child predators across the county, all of whom were questioned and eliminated from the investigation. During the ongoing search for the missing girls, authorities meticulously reconstructed the sequence of their final known actions, releasing this information to the public in a bid to trigger any recollections that might prove helpful. Both the Wells and Chapman families fervently implored the public for any nugget of information that might shed light on the girls' whereabouts. Encircled by the unwavering support of their loved ones, the families drew strength from their community. The appeal resulted in a staggering influx of over 2,000 tips provided to law enforcement. Meanwhile, investigative efforts pursued credible sightings and vehicles potentially linked to the girls' disappearance. As the community stood united in hope, a poignant candlelight vigil held on August 7th served as a collective expression of concern and solidarity. On August the 5th, a significant turn in the case occurred when Ian Huntley, a caretaker at Soham Village College, approached the police, providing what could be pivotal information. Aged 28, Huntley disclosed that the previous afternoon, while washing his dog on his doorstep, he had a conversation with Holly and Jessica. He described the girls as cheerful and content, noting their interest in his girlfriend at the time, Maxine Carr, who had formerly served as a teaching assistant at their primary school. Huntley recounted informing them that Carr hadn't secured the job, prompting the girls to express their regret. He recalled their departure, mentioning that they were headed towards College Street, making their way to a bridge leading to Clay Street. Right from the outset, law enforcement harboured suspicions regarding Ian Huntley's narrative of events. Despite a thorough search of his residence on August 5th yielding no incriminating evidence, officers observed peculiarities that raised concerns. Despite heavy rain, laundry hung on the line outside, drawing attention, while the interior of the house, particularly the meticulously cleaned bathroom, sparked heightened suspicion. Huntley's immaculate cleaning efforts were noted, except for a newly discovered crack in the bathtub enamel, contrasting with its recent pristine condition. When questioned about this discrepancy, Huntley attributed a mess in the dining room, supposedly due to a recent flood. Detectives noticed Huntley's agitation during this particular discussion. Moreover, his subsequent weight loss and evident signs of sleeplessness in the following weeks added to the growing list of observations surrounding his behaviour. The subsequent day, Huntley embarked on a journey from Soham to Grimsby to retrieve his girlfriend. During this rendezvous, a neighbour near Maxine's mother's residence observed an interaction between the couple by the car's boot. Recounting the incident to authorities, the witness described Huntley appearing visibly shaken and pale while gazing at the boot for a brief period. Maxine stood behind him, her demeanour sombre with a bowed head and tears streaming down her face. As Huntley caught sight of the neighbour, he abruptly slammed the boot shut, signalling an abrupt end to their encounter. Throughout the search efforts for the missing schoolgirls, Huntley actively participated. However, his interactions with the police raised suspicions. He frequently inquired about the progress of the investigation and showed an unusual interest in the longevity of forensic evidence. During a conversation with an officer, 3 notable scratches, each about 3 centimetres in length, were observed on Huntley's jaw. When asked about the origin of these scratches, he attributed them to his dog, providing this explanation upon inquiry. On August 15th, Huntley was interviewed by Sky News, as he was the last known person to have had contact with Holly and Jessica prior to their disappearances. He said, quote, "I don't know the girls. I was stood on the front doorstep grooming my dog down. She'd run away and come back a bit of a mess. They just came across and asked how she was. I just said she weren't very good as she hadn't got the job, and they just says, please tell her that we're very sorry, and off they walked, in the direction of the library over there." During the interview, Huntley, like other residents, expressed holding on to a glimmer of hope for the safe return of the girls, despite his knowledge that their return was improbable. However, suspicions didn't solely centre on Ian, as his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, also came under scrutiny. In an interview where Carr proudly exhibited a card crafted by Holly on her final day at their former school, she inadvertently referred to Holly in the past tense, stating, quote, "She was just lovely, really lovely." This choice of past tense raised additional concerns about her involvement or knowledge of the girls' fate. The following day, both Huntley and Carr underwent extensive questioning sessions, each lasting approximately 7 hours, culminating in their relocation to a safe house. Initially, Carr asserted that she had been at home on the night the girls disappeared. However, several witnesses placed her in Grimsby, where her mother resided during that time, contradicting her alibi. Simultaneously, law enforcement discovered Huntley's past involvement in a sexual assault accusation a few years prior involving an 18-year-old woman. This prior incident heightened suspicions surrounding his involvement in the current case. Additionally, records revealed Huntley's history of relationships with at least 3 underage girls, including impregnating a 15-year-old. Moreover, further allegations surfaced as other young women came forward, alleging Huntley's assault, notably an 11-year-old girl to which he later confessed. These revelations significantly intensified concerns about Huntley's character and potential involvement in the girls' disappearance. That very night, while Huntley and Carr were sequestered at the safe house, the police initiated a thorough search of their residence on College Close and meticulously combed the grounds of Soham Village College, where Huntley was employed, in hopes of discovering any incriminating evidence. Their painstaking efforts did yield results. The conspicuously immaculate state of the house raised suspicions of foul play. Several items of significance were unearthed on the property. However, the most damning evidence emerged from the trash cans in a hangar within the college grounds linked to Ian Huntley's work, an utterly damning discovery. The charred remains of the Manchester United t-shirts worn by Jessica and Holly on the day of their disappearance. This critical finding significantly implicated Huntley in the girls' disappearance. The investigation intensified as forensic examinations revealed compelling evidence linking Ian Huntley to the heinous crime. Fibres from the girls' charred t-shirts were discovered on Huntley's body and clothing, while his fingerprints were identified on the bin holding the burnt clothing. Huntley's Ford Fiesta underwent forensic scrutiny, mirroring the pattern seen in his property, meticulously cleaned. traces of brick dust, chalk and concrete were detected on the foot pedals and wheel arches, identical to the materials found along the road leading to the location where the girls' bodies were discovered. Moreover, alterations to the car, such as the removal of a rear seat cover and the felt lining of the boot, raised additional suspicions. The pivotal moment in the case arrived at 4:30 a.m. on August the 17th, marking a significant turning point in the case, as both Ian Huntley and Maxine Carr were arrested on charges of suspicion of abduction and murder. This marked a critical milestone in the investigation, with the accumulation of substantial evidence leading to their apprehension. On August 17, 2002, a grim and tragic discovery shook the nation as the bodies of Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman were found lying side by side in a 5 feet deep ditch. The scene was unearthed around 12:30 p.m. by a gamekeeper near a pheasant enclosure adjacent to the perimeter fence of RAF Lakenheath in Suffolk, approximately 10 miles east of Soham. The gamekeeper, who had previously detected an unsettling odour emanating from the area in preceding days, opted to explore the vicinity on that fateful day, accompanied by 2 associates. Upon making the harrowing discovery, they promptly alerted the authorities, sparking a wave of shock and grief across the country. The devastating state of the bodies, significantly decomposed and subjected to an apparent attempt at incineration to obliterate forensic evidence, posed a significant challenge for forensic pathologists. Despite the absence of formal identification at this preliminary stage, strands of hair discovered on nearby tree branches were identified as belonging to Jessica Chapman. It wasn't until August 21st that DNA testing conclusively confirmed the identities of the deceased as Jessica Chapman and Holly Wells. An inquest conducted into their deaths concluded that the probable cause was asphyxiation, although definitive confirmation was hindered by the advanced stages of decomposition. Determining whether sexual assault had occurred remained inconclusive. Notably, the girls had not succumbed to death at the location where their remains were found, indicating they were killed elsewhere, with evidence suggesting that they were buried there within 24 hours of their deaths. The timeline was approximated through forensic analysis of nettle shoots. The advancements in forensic science and DNA analysis by 2002 standards significantly aided the investigation, allowing for crucial identifications and insights that would have been unimaginable in previous decades, showcasing the significant progress made in forensic techniques over time. Ian Huntley adopted a strategy of silence and evasiveness during his time in custody, attempting to avoid scrutiny and serious consequences for his actions. He even resorted to feigning mental illness to escape accountability. However, psychiatric evaluations concluded that he was mentally competent to stand trial. In contrast, Maxine Carr openly admitted to fabricating her initial alibi, acknowledging that she was not home on the night the girls vanished, but rather staying with her mother in Grimsby. During a phone conversation with Carr, Huntley recounted a version of events where he claimed to have seen the girls at their house before they disappeared, mentioning Holly's apparent nosebleed and Jessica's assistance in helping Holly clean up. He then asserted that the girls departed the house. Expressing concerns about potential repercussions from his previous sexual assault allegations, Huntley confided in Carr about suffering a nervous breakdown following his earlier arrest. Influenced by Huntley's narrative and emotional manipulation, Carr aligned her account with his version of events. Despite mounting evidence against her boyfriend, Carr remained emotionally loyal and staunchly defended Huntley's innocence to the police, vehemently asserting that he could not have committed such a heinous crime. On August the 20th, the authorities accumulated ample evidence to formally charge Ian Huntley with 2 counts of murder, while Maxine Carr faced charges of perverting the course of justice and 2 counts of assisting an offender. While awaiting trial, Huntley made a suicide attempt by overdosing on antidepressants, which ultimately proved unsuccessful. After his time at Woodhill Prison in Milton Keynes, he was subsequently transferred to Belmarsh Prison located in London. During the preliminary hearing, Huntly entered a plea of not guilty to the charges of murder, but admitted guilt to the charge of conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. Conversely, Carr pleaded not guilty to charges of attempting to pervert the course of justice and assisting an offender. These legal developments set the stage for a complex and emotionally charged trial. The trial commenced on November 5, 2003 at London's Old Bailey, where the prosecution painted a disturbing picture of events. The prosecutor presented the theory that Huntly intentionally enticed the girls to his home around 6:37 p.m. that evening, possibly using Maxine's presence, a person both girls liked, as bait. The prosecution alleged that he subsequently murdered them shortly afterwards. This timeline was supported by cell phone data revealing Jessica's Nokia mobile phone being switched off at 6:46 p.m. in the vicinity of Huntly's residence. The location where the girls' bodies were found held significance to Huntly, a site frequented due to his interest in plane spotting. His attempt to burn their bodies failed due to damp ground conditions. The weight of forensic evidence, including blood spatter traces discovered on the walls of the hallway and master bedroom of Huntly's residence, served as compelling indications of his involvement. Despite Huntly's claims of accidental deaths, his explanations were widely disbelieved. As Richard Latham QC succinctly put it, quote, "10-year-old girls don't just drop dead." The accumulation of evidence during the trial painted a damning picture, and the jury saw through Huntly's deceitful accounts. During the defence's presentation to the court, Ian Huntly admitted to the deaths of both girls occurring in his home, but vehemently denied any intentional harm. He alleged that Holly Wells entered his bathroom to tend to a nosebleed while the bath was filled with water, apparently for his dog's bath. According to Huntly's account, he slipped, causing Holly to fall into the bath and drowned accidentally. He claimed to have been paralysed by panic as Jessica began screaming. In his version of events, he admitted to unintentionally strangling Jessica in an attempt to silence her screams, resulting in her accidental death. When questioned about his failure to seek emergency assistance and instead attempting to conceal the events, Huntly asserted that he believed no one would accept the deaths as accidental. He also stated that his pretense of mental illness was actually a reaction to trauma, causing temporary amnesia due to the distress from the children's deaths. This defence narrative aimed to portray the deaths as tragic accidents, and Huntly's subsequent actions as responses rooted in fear and disbelief rather than intentional harm. During her testimony, Maxine Carr admitted to fabricating falsehoods in an attempt to shield Ian Huntly, who repeatedly asserted his innocence to her. Carr openly confessed to lying to protect Huntly, emphasising that had she been aware of his guilt, she would not have intervened or supported him in any way. Her testimony sought to convey that her actions were driven by a belief in Huntly's innocence rather than any deliberate intention to cover up or protect someone she knew to be guilty. In his concluding remarks, Mr. Justice Moses suggested that the underlying motive behind the crime was likely of a sexual nature but had gone awry. The jury began deliberations on December 12th, and after 4 days, on December 17th, they returned with a majority guilty verdict against Ian Huntly for the murders of Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman. Subsequently, Huntly received a life sentence with a minimum term of 40 years, implying he would be ineligible for parole until 2042. Maxine Carr was acquitted of the charge of assisting an offender as the jury accepted that she genuinely believed in Ian Huntly's innocence until his arrest. However, she received a 3.5-year sentence for perverting the course of justice. Following her release from prison after serving just 21 months, she was granted a new identity and lives under anonymity. This measure was taken to protect her safety and privacy, allowing her to lead a life shielded from public scrutiny. Mr. Justice Alan Moses told the court during Huntly's sentencing, quote, "Your tears have never been for them. only for yourself. In your attempts to escape responsibility, in your lies and manipulation, you have increased the suffering of 2 families. There is no greater task for the criminal justice system than to protect the vulnerable. There are few worse crimes than your murder of these 2 young girls. Leslie Chapman, Jessica's father, spoke to the public following the conviction and spoke of Huntley's mindset. Quote, "I think he was a time bomb waiting to go off, and both our girls were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I hope the next time I see him, it will be like we saw our daughters, and it will be in a coffin." The tragic deaths of Holly and Jessica had a profound impact, not only on their families and friends, but also on the entire community. Their heartbreaking story deeply affected the nation. In September 2002, both girls were laid to rest after private funeral services held at St Andrew's Church in their hometown of Soham. They were interred side by side at Fordham Road Cemetery, resting together in eternal peace. On April 2nd, 2008, a 22-year-old from Melbourne, Australia, vanished in the dark of night under very murky and mysterious circumstances. Despite numerous lingering questions, this perplexing case has garnered very little media attention. Described by a friend as a gorgeous girl with an infectious laugh and a caring, kindest, most trusting nature, Ji Wan Chong, affectionately known as Sally Chong, was cherished deeply by her family and friends. A passionate shutterbug, she found joy in capturing candid moments through her lens. Despite her popularity and willingness to aid those in need, Sally was known for her timidity, often keeping her opinions and much of her personal life discreet, particularly in the realm of relationships. Despite this secrecy, she played a pivotal role as a translator for her family and was looked up to by her siblings. In the suburban landscape of Melbourne, Sally's formative years unfolded in a bustling household of 9, encompassing her parents, grandparents, and 4 younger siblings, Helen, Anna, Andrew, and Wendy. Described by her sister Helen, their upbringing followed a familiar pattern, with parents who instilled the values of hard work, active participation in the family's Asian food wholesale business, and a deep-seated respect for their elders. During her teenage years, Sally pursued her education at the Presbyterian Ladies' College in nearby Burwood, later venturing into the realm of computer science at university. In 2007, post-graduation, Sally embarked on a year-long journey to Beijing, China, primarily driven by the aspiration to enhance her language proficiency and forge new connections. Despite being deeply tied to her birthplace, Sally returned to Australia in early 2008, and her demeanour, according to her loved ones, underwent a subtle transformation. Helen, her sister, shared with the media that Sally had expressed an unusual desire for more freedom, a departure from her usual role as a family-oriented homebody. Having just returned from experiencing a different country, it's conceivable that Sally, fueled by her time in China, yearned to explore more of the world beyond the familiar confines of the Melbourne suburbs where she grew up. Notably, reports surfaced about Sally's undisclosed relationship during her gap year in China. Despite the Chong family possessing photos of Sally with her partner, little was known about him. This revelation underscores Sally's penchant for keeping much of her life private and raises the intriguing possibility that she may have harboured a desire to carve out a life beyond the confines of her Melbourne suburban upbringing. In 2008, at the age of 22, Sally found herself employed in the family business, a pragmatic choice to sustain herself as opportunities in her field of computer science were elusive at the time. Residing at her family home on Moresby Street in Oakley South, Victoria, Sally navigated the intricacies of balancing work and home life. On the 1st of April 2008, Sally spent the day engaged in family activities, playing tennis and sharing dinner with her loved ones. She retired to her room earlier than usual, around 9 p.m, after what seemed to be a remarkably ordinary day with no apparent concerns on her mind. At around 10 p.m, Sally's father, returning from a business trip to Adelaide, quietly entered her room to leave the keys to the family's cargo van. However, at this hour, approximately 11 p.m, Sally was already asleep. Her father, noticing the unusual circumstance that her door was shut, found it noteworthy as Sally typically left her door slightly ajar, mirroring the nighttime routine of all the children in the household. In the early hours of April 2nd, around 3 a.m, Wendy Chong, Sally's 14-year-old sister, was immersed in a late-night MSN chat with her boyfriend when she detected an unusual noise. Initially attributing it to their mother, Wendy feigned sleep to avoid any potential repercussions for being up so late. However, after a few moments, curiosity got the better of her, prompting Wendy to check the hallway outside her room. To her surprise, she encountered a dark silhouette, a mysterious figure lingering near her sister Helen's room before moving towards Sally's bedroom. Intriguingly, Wendy then caught the murmur of a man's low voice, a simple utterance of the word, "yeah." Assuming it was Sally's boyfriend, a familiar visitor during the early hours, someone Sally had met after her return from China, a former schoolmate now working as a doctor, Wendy dismissed any further concern. Subsequently, she observed Sally walking down the hall, presumably returning from the bathroom. With this, Wendy returned to bed and drifted off to sleep around 3:30 a.m, unaware that this would be the last time she saw her sister alive. Later that morning, around 7:30 a.m, Sally's father arose for work as part of his routine, only to be confronted by an unusual sight just outside his bedroom door. On the floor lay the keys to his BMW and the keys to his business premises. His immediate assumption was that Sally had left them there, as she would have been the last person to have used the keys. Believing she was still asleep, he presumed nothing out of the ordinary at that moment. Around 9 a.m, Andrew, Sally's brother, received a call instructing him to request Sally to bring their father's mobile phone to work in Keysborough, as he had forgotten it. However, upon searching the house, Andrew couldn't locate his sister and assumed that she had already left for work. Andrew then passed the responsibility to his sister Anna, who proceeded to text Helen to inquire about Sally's whereabouts. Helen, unaware of Sally's location, presumed she might be with her boyfriend. Around 1 p.m, the Chong family came to the unsettling realization that nobody had seen or heard from Sally since the previous night, including her boyfriend, who confirmed he hadn't been with her and hadn't received any communication from her that day. Sally's absence at her workplace, a significant departure from her routine, raised a red flag for her family. It's worth noting that Melbourne residents were grappling with the aftermath of a severe windstorm wreaking havoc across the city, potentially affecting Sally's commute to work. Despite their growing concern, Sally's parents faced a bureaucratic hurdle at the police station. Regulations prevented them from officially reporting Sally as missing until 24 hours had elapsed. This delay added to the family's distress as they grappled with the mysterious disappearance of young Sally. In an anxious state of waiting, Sally's family undertook a thorough search of her bedroom, hoping to find any potential clues to her whereabouts. They meticulously examined her belongings, accessed her Facebook account, and reached out to her close friends, those with whom she often spent time, in an attempt to glean any information about her recent activities. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results. Driven by their mounting concern, the family extended their search beyond the home, driving through the neighbourhood in hopes of finding any trace of the 22-year-old. Despite their exhaustive efforts, there was still no sign of Sally, intensifying the mystery surrounding her disappearance. Extensive police and forensic investigations delved into every corner of the Chong residence, yet no significant clues emerged to shed light on Sally's disappearance. The thorough search yielded no traces of blood or indications of a struggle within the premises. However, Sally's family did manage to ascertain that she had taken her wallet, phone, iPod, car keys, and a distinctive blue security blanket, a rather unusual item to bring along, according to her sister. This blanket held sentimental value for Sally, having been a cherished possession since childhood. Notably, despite taking her car keys, Sally did not take her car, passport, or camera, items she typically carried everywhere. An intriguing detail emerged when Helen informed authorities that Sally's mobile phone and the landline in her room had rung several times the night before her disappearance, specifically between 10:30 and 11 p.m. Strikingly, all calls went unanswered, including those from her boyfriend who was returning an earlier call from Sally. The reasons behind Sally's lack of response remains a perplexing mystery. On March 3rd, 2008, less than a month before her disappearance, police discovered a concerning email conversation between Sally and a male friend. In the correspondence, she shared a startling detail with detectives, expressing a fear for her life. She conveyed to this male friend, quote, "I'm afraid you gun me down or get angry," revealing a deep-seated fear that this individual might resort to violence, including the possibility of shooting her. Police diligently interviewed the male individual mentioned, along with two other males identified in various sources as Sally's ex-boyfriends. Despite initial suspicions, all three were ruled out as suspects due to their solid alibis and the outcomes of polygraph tests. It's important to note that while polygraph tests are not admissible as evidence in court, they were instrumental in eliminating these individuals from this list of potential suspects. Detectives went to great lengths, travelling across Australia to question associates and connections of Sally's, hoping to uncover any leads or information that could provide insight into her vanishing. Unfortunately, these efforts did not yield any significant findings. The media reports on this case do not provide clear information about whether the police positively identified the male individual present in the Chong residence on the night Sally disappeared. Sally's trusting nature, as described by friends, adds a layer of complexity to the investigation. Some friends believed that Sally, in her trusting demeanour, tended to give everyone she met the benefit of the doubt. It's plausible that Sally, known for her openness, may have encountered someone during her travels whom she befriended, but who harboured ill intentions. Her confidences to a female friend revealed a nuanced emotional landscape, expressing a constant need for a boyfriend. Despite her positive feelings for the Melbourne doctor she was dating, Sally admitted to still harbouring emotions for a love interest back in China. These emotional complexities may have played a role in her interactions and relationships, adding further intricacy to the investigation into her disappearance. The initial belief held by Sally's family, considering the possibility that she may have run away, has been clouded by the lack of any contact from her since her disappearance. Notably, there has been no activity in her bank account since that time, and her phone, a crucial link to her daily life, has remained untouched. An intriguing detail emerges concerning her phone, which was switched off around 11 a.m. on the day she vanished. Prior to having been turned off, several attempts were made to contact her, resulting in strange crackling noises rather than hearing a human voice. The fate of Sally, who was on the brink of turning 23 when she disappeared, remains shrouded in uncertainty. Despite the exhaustive efforts of her parents, including hiring private investigators and consulting psychics who offered conflicting insights, no concrete leads have emerged. Some psychics suggested that Sally was alive and residing in China, even though she didn't take her passport, leading to speculation about the possibility of obtaining fake identification. The fact that Sally took her security blanket with her raises the likelihood that she may have left willingly, possibly with assistance from someone else. However, the truth behind her disappearance remains elusive. Sally's passing comment about the strict curfews imposed by her parents hints at potential tensions and a desire for more freedom. It raises the possibility that her need for independence was more profound than a passing thought, suggesting that she might have been deeply unhappy and in desperate need of a significant change in her life. The Chong family, like many in Asian cultures, had a dynamic where the eldest sibling often assumed a third parental role, a responsibility that might not have been to Sally's liking. With her parents heavily involved in their work, Sally found herself spending a significant amount of time caring for her younger sisters and brother. She took on various parental duties, from driving her siblings to and from after-school activities to organising their tuition. She even played a role in getting them dressed in the morning and ready for bed most nights. This level of responsibility and expectations associated with meeting her parents' standards could have placed immense pressure on Sally. The idea of fulfilling the role of a parental figure to her siblings, coupled with striving to excel in every aspect of her life, might have become overwhelming. Helen, Sally's sister, shared with one source that whenever she and her siblings needed something, their mother's frequent response was simply, "Ask Sally." The enduring mystery surrounding Sally Chong's disappearance, now 15 years unresolved, leaves authorities and her family grappling with various possibilities. The lack of significant leads has kept the case in a state of ambiguity. The uncertainties persist as to whether Sally chose to disappear voluntarily, seeking a new life, or if she met with a tragic fate. The passage of time adds complexity to the investigation, and despite ongoing efforts, the circumstances surrounding Sally's vanishing remain elusive. The Chong family, as well as those involved in the search for answers, continue to endure the heartache of not knowing what transpired on that fateful night. When she disappeared in April of 2008, Sally Chong was 22 years old. She is described as being of Asian origin, specifically Chinese, with a tanned complexion. She is of a slim build, standing at 5 feet 3 inches tall. She had long brown hair and brown eyes. Unfortunately, it's unknown what Sally was last seen wearing. Due to the circumstances involved, Sally Chong is classed as an endangered missing person. Those with any information regarding the disappearance of Sally Chong are urged to contact Australian Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000. On February 21st of 2020, in a forest clearing near Flagstaff, Arizona, 27-year-old Sasha Kraus was found lying face down amid foliage, having been victim of a gunshot wound to the back of her head. This discovery unfolded after the Sunday school teacher had vanished over a month prior from a Mennonite community located almost 400 miles away in New Mexico. On the 8th of April 1992 in Temple, Texas, Robert and Laura Kraus welcomed their daughter, Sasha Marie Kraus, into the world. The couple also had 6 other children: Amanda, Evelyn, Emma, Megan, Robert, and Sarah. At 11 years old, Sasha joined the Mennonite Church alongside her parents. The Mennonite Church is a Christian denomination tracing its roots to the 16th century Anabaptist movement. It has evolved into a diverse and globally dispersed community. Named after Menno Simons, a key leader in the early movement, Mennonites are known for their distinctive beliefs and practices. Central to their faith is the principle of believer's baptism, where individuals make a personal choice to be baptized once they can express a conscious commitment to their faith. The Mennonite Church places a strong emphasis on peace, non-resistance, pacifism, and community, often opting for a simple and communal way of life. This commitment to non-violence has led many Mennonites to avoid military service and actively engage in humanitarian and social justice initiatives. Over the centuries, various branches and groups within the Mennonite tradition have emerged, ranging from more conservative to liberal, each adapting to the cultural contexts in which they reside. Today, Mennonite communities are found globally, reflecting a rich tapestry of beliefs, practices, and contributions to the broader Christian landscape. Sasha was committed to her faith and the church, and often wrote poems and lyrics to hymns. She spent 6 years teaching others at Grandview Gospel Fellowship. 18 months prior to her passing, she relocated to Farmington, New Mexico. Farmington is nestled in the northwest part of the state and is characterized by its picturesque surroundings and a blend of urban and rural elements. The city sits against the stunning backdrop of the San Juan River and enjoys a mix of high desert landscapes and mesas. Known for its vibrant cultural scene, Farmington hosts events that celebrate Native American traditions and art. The wilderness offers unique geological formations, attracting many outdoor enthusiasts. Farmington also serves as a hub for exploring the Four Corners region and is appreciated for its outdoor recreational opportunities, including hiking, fishing, and exploring archaeological sites. There, Sasha commenced her employment at Lamp and Light Publishers. She played a crucial role in the literature ministry, contributing significantly to outreach efforts in Spanish, French, and English. During the evening of January 18th, 2020, Sasha went out to run an errand for the Farmington Mennonite Church, where she was to collect books to teach for Sunday school the following morning. Sasha had dinner with her roommates at their residence in Farmington and then travelled on a short journey by car to the church. She would never be seen alive again. Failing to return home, her roommates reported her as a missing person. Investigators arrived on the scene and searched the church and the surrounding grounds to no avail. However, a strange discovery was made in Sasha's car, a silver Ford Focus. The car keys were found between the door and the passenger seat. Her disappearance was strongly out of character, as she was known to have been a sensible individual and she didn't express any desire to leave Farmington of her own accord. She had left many of her personal belongings at her residence, as she only intended to grab the books from the church and return home soon afterwards. For police, it was an obvious case of foul play. She had taken her cell phone with her, therefore investigators managed to search through the device's tracking history. Initial investigations showed that Sasha had departed from Farmington and headed to the Four Corners. The Four Corners region is a unique geographical area where the borders of 4 states intersect: Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah. This distinctive point is marked by a concrete monument, and it is the only point in the United States where the boundaries of 4 states meet at a single point. Once Sasha had reached this point, her cell phone was subsequently switched off, providing authorities with no further tracking information. $50,000 was offered for any information leading to the whereabouts of Sasha Krause. Witnesses reported seeing a white SUV driving out of Farmington around the time that Sasha disappeared. However, police were unable to confirm their sightings with evidence. On February 21st, 5 weeks following her unexplained vanishing and over 300 miles from her secluded Mennonite community, Sasha Krause's remains were located by hikers who notified the San Juan County Sheriff's Office in Flagstaff, Arizona. Her lifeless body was stumbled upon by a camper collecting firewood, who observed something white amid the black volcanic cinders and dry pine needles on the ground. Distraught and trembling, the camper hastily drove to a nearby visitor centre, tearfully recounting to the staff that she had come across legs and shoes. Authorities found Sasha's body discarded near a makeshift campsite, her wrists tightly bound with duct tape in proximity to Sunset Crater National Monument. She was clad in a grey dress, a white coat and hiking shoes, her hair neatly pinned in a bun. Her undergarments were notably absent, however there were no signs of sexual assault. The autopsy disclosed no defensive wounds, but there was evidence of blunt force trauma and a fractured skull. Her demise unfolded in an execution-style manner, marked by a gunshot wound to the back of her head, the bullet of which was determined to have come from a .22 caliber rifle. She had been deceased for quite some time when her body was discovered. There was no evidence found in or around the area to suggest who had committed such a heinous act or their motive for doing so. As the investigation into her death began, Sasha was laid to rest in Itasca, her family's hometown, on the 28th of February. Investigators focused once again on her cell phone and its data, pushing their efforts towards analysing information picked up by the surrounding cell phone towers in Farmington, Four Corners and Sunset Crater. After hours of checking the data, it was discovered that a single phone number pinged in these areas at the time Sasha vanished. They were able to trace the number of the cell phone to a man who instantly became a suspect in Sasha's murder. 21-year-old Mark Gooch was an airman first class who served as an Air Force mechanic and was stationed at Luke Air Force Base in Phoenix, Arizona. He seemed to live an ordinary life and had no criminal history. Growing up in a Mennonite household in Wisconsin, Mark Gooch enlisted in the military as a means of breaking free from what he conveyed to investigators as a challenging, sheltered and constrained existence, as documented in sheriff's records. Expressing a sense of detachment, Mark conveyed that he felt like an outsider due to not being born into the family's religious beliefs. He confided in a friend, expressing a sentiment of finding life on his family's organic dairy farm disheartening, and expressing a desire to experience a lifestyle more akin to that of others. He had no connection to Sasha, other than the fact that they had both experienced the Mennonite faith during their lives. In 2020, Mark had a seething hatred for the Mennonites. Falling under the scope of suspicion, authorities visited Mark at the Luke Air Force Base, where they questioned him. When officials interviewed Gooch at the base, he initially believed the inquiry revolved around speeding on his motorcycle. Coconino County Sheriff's Detective Lauren Jones inquired about his recent travels, family background, and church involvement during the 75-minute interview. Towards the conclusion, she posed a direct question. Did you abduct Sasha Krause? He denied this and was subsequently asked, Did you kill Sasha Krause? He responded, No, ma'am. According to Mark's older brother, Sam Gooch, he mentioned that he and his siblings harboured resentment towards the Mennonite community due to perceived mistreatment, although he did not provide further details. Sam was suspected to have collected the rifle used in the killing, however he was released without charge. A pivotal piece of evidence found was a text message conversation between the two brothers, where Mark explicitly mentioned keeping a vigilant watch on members of the Mennonite community in Farmington just days before Sasha Krause's disappearance. Another brother, Jacob, was also the focus of a separate criminal investigation, which, according to media reports, was not connected to the murder of Sasha Krause. It is unclear in reports, however, one of the older Gooch siblings attended Bible school in Texas, notably the same school that Sasha herself attended. This sibling also reportedly had dinner at the Krause family home on at least one occasion. Mark Gooch admitted to journeying to Farmington, New Mexico on January the 18th, the day Sasha vanished, stating he was taking a long drive. Departing the Luke Air Force Base early that Saturday morning, he travelled north, passing through Flagstaff's snow-capped mountains and the Navajo Reservation. Along the way, he made stops for both food and gas in Farmington. He explained that his plan was to go to the Mennonite church, alleging that he wanted to seek faith and attend services. He said he didn't manage to check when the next services would be, however, he then returned to the Air Force Base. Detectives noted discrepancies in Mark's account. Cell phone records suggested that he had spent a few hours near the church and in the forest outside Flagstaff, Arizona, after midnight. Surveillance footage at the Air Force Base revealed that he returned by car around 7 a.m, the day after he departed. Mark claimed he believed it was no later than 2 a.m. Investigators' suspicion grew further when a receipt was found which indicated that Mark had his car detailed the day after Sasha's body was discovered. Mark was subsequently charged with the murder of Sasha Krause, with the trial commencing in September of 2021. 22-year-old Mark Gooch pleaded not guilty to the charges of abduction and first-degree murder, having refused to testify during the trial. The jury examined all the evidence and returned with a guilty verdict. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, showing no emotion or remorse for his actions. Prior to his sentencing, he stated to the court, "Firstly, I'd like to express my sincere condolences to the deceased's family, and also I'd like to express my thankfulness for the love and support from my own family in this difficult situation." Mark's motives for killing Sasha remain a mystery, with no explanation given as to why he specifically targeted the 27-year-old. Despite claiming his childhood was difficult, having experienced life with the Mennonite faith, it seemed to many that this alone was not enough of a reason to brutally kill an innocent woman. Sasha's untimely departure left a void that could never be filled, but her memory will forever live on in the hearts of her loved ones, who will remember her for her compassionate spirit, unwavering faith, and dedication to her community. Arriving into the world on July 4th, 1996, Tika Latrade Lewis was characterised as a loving and caring individual. Despite her affectionate nature, she tended to be reserved and shy during her infancy and early childhood. Tika shared her formative years with her mother, Teresa English, and 4 siblings in Tacoma, Washington. Notably, her father, Robert, was incarcerated at that time, serving a 4-year sentence for theft. Beyond her immediate family, Tika had limited interactions with her extended family and was notably reserved around them. Teresa, her mother, shared with the Seattle Times that Tika would often cry when her aunts and uncles tried to pick her up. Meeting strangers or individuals she wasn't very familiar with posed a challenge for the shy and cautious young girl. Her mother said, quote, She wouldn't go outside on her own. She's a mama's girl. She sleeps with me and her blankie, and if I'm not there, she's crying, and if she doesn't have her blankie, she's crying. On the evening of January 23rd, 1999, 2-year-old Tika enjoyed her time bowling with various family members at the New Frontier Lanes on Center Street in Tacoma, Washington. Given that it was a Saturday night, the alley bustled with activity, and the parking lot was nearly at full capacity. The bowling alley's League Night, a popular community event held every weekend, drew a considerable crowd. Tika and her family gathered at lanes 7 and 8, situated near the centre of the bowling alley. While her family engaged in the games, Tika freely roamed between the lanes and the arcade area. She indulged in various games, including a coin-operated claw machine with the assistance of her uncle, who helped her win a teddy bear, a gift she generously presented to her baby sister. Throughout the night, Tika used quarters from her purse to enjoy multiple arcade games, savouring her favourite sweets, Starbursts, as she played. Between 10 and 10:15 p.m, Tika was engrossed in playing a race car video game called Cruisin' World in the arcade section of the bowling alley, mere feet away from her family and the exit. In a momentary lapse, Tika's mother turned away from her daughter for no more than 15 seconds to attend to one of her other children. Upon turning back, she was met with the startling realisation that Tika had seemingly vanished into thin air. Initially, Teresa entertained the possibility that Tika was playing hide-and-seek, but as minutes passed without finding her, panic gripped her. In a frantic effort, Teresa, along with her family, engaged on-duty security and staff members in scouring every corner of the bowling alley. Despite their combined efforts, there was no sign of the 2-year-old. The official report of Tika's disappearance was filed at 10:30 p.m. Police promptly arrived on the scene and conducted a thorough search both inside and outside the premises, yielding no results. While authorities initially considered the notion that Tika may have wandered off, the growing passage of time raised the disturbing possibility that she might have been abducted by unknown individuals. Subsequently, the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as the NCMEC, joined the intensive search for Tika. Search teams were mobilised both on the ground and in the air to cover wooded areas, open water, and other possible locations. Helicopters equipped with infrared cameras scoured the vicinity, searching for any signs of life. Additionally, authorities enlisted the assistance of search dogs to comb through various areas. 3 days after Tika's disappearance, a discovery intensified the investigation. A pile of men's clothing, neatly rolled into a ball, was found concealed under a bush directly across the street from the bowling alley. It was apparent that the clothing had not been there for an extended period, leading authorities to designate them as items of interest in relation to Tika's case. The clothing included a navy blue wool peacoat with the initials IS or JS on the back label, off-white Lee brand jeans, and a Columbia brand button-down plaid shirt. At first, Teresa harboured suspicions towards another woman present at the bowling alley that evening. She vividly remembered this individual asking to hold a relative's baby and exhibiting what she perceived as odd behaviour. Despite Teresa's initial hunch, investigators, upon thorough investigation, concluded that the woman was not connected to the potential abduction. Nonetheless, investigators underscored their commitment to scrutinising anyone who was in or around the bowling alley during that time. Eyewitnesses reported the sighting of a maroon-coloured Pontiac Grand Am speeding away from the parking lot of the bowling alley on the night in question. The vehicle was described as potentially a 3 or 4 door model belonging to the late 80s or early 90s, featuring tinted windows and a conspicuous large spoiler. This information became a critical lead in the investigation, prompting authorities to delve into the details of this distinctive vehicle as they sought to unravel the circumstances surrounding Tika's disappearance. Another witness came forward, reporting the sighting of a Caucasian male aged in his 30s or 40s, standing at approximately 5 feet 11 inches. The individual had shoulder-length brown hair, a moustache, a prominent nose, and noticeable pockmarks on his face. This witness observed the man hastily following a mixed-race child from the restrooms toward one of the exits of the bowling alley on the night Tika disappeared. It remains unclear whether this person was directly involved in her disappearance. The police described the man as wearing a checked flannel shirt and faded blue jeans, providing additional details to aid their investigation. Rather disturbingly, the disappearance of Tika Lewis wasn't the only frightening incident that occurred within the confines of the bowling alley in recent months. 2 months to Tika vanishing, in November of 1998, a 4-year-old boy was sexually assaulted in the bathroom by a man with curly brown hair and a beard, possibly wearing a hat depicting the word Husky on the front, possibly a link to the Huskies team at the nearby University of Washington. According to the alley's security team, they had seen a man who matched the description of the mysterious offender on several other occasions, but they didn't know who he was. In the aftermath of Tika's abduction, a disturbingly similar incident unfolded within a few weeks. A Caucasian man with brown hair attempted to lure a 6-year-old boy from the same bowling alley, falsely claiming to be the boy's father. Shockingly, just hours before Tika's disappearance at approximately 2 p.m, 2 children playing in the nearby Oakland Madrona Park narrowly escaped abduction. A man with curly brown hair wearing a baseball cap tried to take them from the park toilets. Fortunately, their father intervened, chasing the suspect away. He vividly recalled the perpetrator fleeing in a blue 1995 Pontiac Grand Am vehicle. The attempted abduction was reported to the police 3 days later on January 26th, prompted by the children's father learning about Tika's disappearance. These alarming parallels raised concerns and added complexity to the ongoing investigation. The fate of the man matching the description and his vehicle concerning Tika Lewis's disappearance and the other attempted kidnappings remains unclear, as there is no information indicating whether they were ever found or questioned in connection to these incidents. The potential relationship between the abductions remains uncertain, although the similarities suggest a possible connection. Unfortunately, the availability and usefulness of CCTV footage in this case are unclear, adding an additional layer of complexity to the case. Tika hated to interact with strangers, which makes her abduction all the more bizarre. She was also scared of the dark, and never liked to be separated from her mother. How was she lured away by a stranger and unnoticed remains somewhat of a mystery. Several individuals were looked into in regards to having possibly been involved, but police couldn't link any to the girl's disappearance. Given that Tika's father was imprisoned at the time of her disappearance, he was ruled out as a suspect in the case. The same applied to Tika's mother, Teresa, as authorities considered her initial demeanour during interactions with police. While she initially appeared calm, it is essential to recognise that people react differently to stress, and Teresa's composure might have been a result of shock. Authorities couldn't discern any motive for Teresa to be involved in such a heinous act against her own child, leading to her swift exclusion as a suspect. Teresa further solidified her innocence by passing 2 polygraph tests. In the course of the investigation, the family present at the bowling alley on the night of Tika's disappearance were also questioned by investigators. However, all members of the family were eventually ruled out as having any involvement in the incident. The search for Tika's abductor continued, with authorities exploring other leads and avenues in their pursuit of justice. Following Tika's disappearance, her family rallied behind the establishment of the Tika-Lewis Bill in Washington state. This legislative initiative led to the formation of a Missing and Exploited Children's Task Force, empowering the Washington State Patrol to collaborate with local police in addressing missing child cases. Every year since Tika vanished, her family continued to hold memorials and vigils for her on her birthday and during the holidays. They still hold on to hope that Tika is out there somewhere, but may not know her true identity. To this day, Tika Lewis has never been found, nor her abductor been found or brought to justice. At the time of her disappearance in January 1999, Tika Lewis was 2 years old, described as being of African American, Caucasian and Native American origins, specifically Chippewa, standing at 3 feet tall and weighing approximately 35 pounds. Tika has black hair with natural red highlights and brown eyes. She has cheek dimples with some patches of discoloration on her face. Tika also has pierced ears and a large birthmark and eczema scarring on her left buttock. On the day she vanished, Tika was wearing a green Tweety Bird sweatshirt or t-shirt, a pair of white sweatpants and a pair of black and white Air Jordan sneakers. She had her hair pulled back into ponytails and was seen carrying a clear purse with a fish design containing Starburst candies. It should be noted that Tika was asthmatic and used an inhaler. She may require medical attention. Lewis had received medical attention shortly prior to her disappearance at the Indian Health Practitioners in Puyallup, Washington, a clinic which specifically treats Native Americans across the US. Due to the circumstances, it is believed that foul play was involved in this case. Nobody has ever been arrested or held accountable in regards to Tika's disappearance. On the 25th anniversary of Tika's disappearance on January 23, 2024, family and friends held a vigil at the Tacoma Police Department to show support for one another and to bring awareness to the search for her. Despite the time that has passed, Tika has not been forgotten, and her family continue to hope that someday she will be found. An age progression image was created by the NCMEC in 2013, depicting what Tika may look like at the age of 17, and the most recent age progression was released in 2022, depicting Tika at 26. If she is alive today, as of February 2024, 25 years after her disappearance, Tika Lewis would be 27 years old. If you have any information regarding this case which could be useful to the authorities, you can contact either Tacoma Police Department on 253-798-4721 or the FBI on 202-324-3000. Janet Henderson was born on the 22nd of November 1810 in Kincleven, Perthshire, Scotland, to parents Andrew and Janet Henderson. Young Janet grew up in either Maderty or Aaron-Tully before marrying a farm labourer named James Rogers in 1836. The couple then moved to the nearby village of Stanley in Perthshire before having 3 daughters, Anne, Janet and Margaret. Apart from being a farm labourer, Janet's husband, James, worked as a linen loom hand weaver before the family were relocated to Garth and then back to Kincleven, where another 2 daughters, Catherine and Mary, were born, finally settling in Aaron-Tully. On the 13th of March 1866, Janet, who was in her 50s by this point, travelled to her brother William Henderson's farm at Mount Stewart in Forgandenny, Perthshire. Janet, who was apparently a rather strong and muscular woman, went to help her brother on the farm, assisting with housekeeping and calving a cow. The previous female servant had recently left the farm, and whilst William was looking for a new one, Janet went to help her brother out while her husband James was away working on the Rohalian estate for a little while. Quite interestingly, almost every female servant William hired never lasted long. The reasons for this are allegedly that William made advances towards these women as he was actually unmarried and did not have children. That being said, his male servants didn't last long either. A few weeks into Janet's stay, on Friday the 30th of March 1866, 53-year-old William spent the day in Perth at a market, leaving Janet back at Mount Stewart farm to carry out her usual day-to-day tasks. Something which struck William as odd when he returned to Mount Stewart later that day was the fact that the farmhouse was all locked up, which shouldn't have been the case since Janet should have been there to carry out various errands. Upon inquiring about his sister's whereabouts, William questioned another one of his servants, ploughman James Crichton, who told William that he hadn't seen Janet since around 11 a.m. William feared for his sister and decided to climb up a ladder into one of the first-floor bedrooms to search for Janet. He searched through the entire property, checking the bedrooms in case Janet was sleeping, but she wasn't there. William went into the kitchen and found a pile of bedclothes lying on the floor, but upon placing his hand underneath them slightly, he touched something deathly cold. It was a body. In a panic, William rushed to his closest neighbour, James Barless's home, for assistance. The two returned to the scene in the pitch black, lighting a candle as they entered the kitchen to inspect the body. Interestingly, the door key was missing, although it was later found when an outside cesspit was drained. William was left horrified when the pair lifted the blankets only to reveal the dead body of his sister, Janet Rogers, surrounded in a pool of her own blood, having been brutally bludgeoned to death with an axe. Who this axe belonged to remains a mystery. There aren't any sources to suggest the axe belonged to William or anyone else within the household. Later that same night, William contacted the police, who were immediately dispatched to the farm, and William subsequently sent an urgent telegram to the Procurator Fiscal, Mr. MacLeod. However, he was in Pitlochry investigating another case, so the telegram was then delivered to the Assistant Procurator Fiscal, Mr. John Young, at approximately 10:30 p.m. The telegram read as follows: "Dear Sir, please come out here as soon as possible, as my sister has been murdered today while I was in Perth. Your obedient servant, William Henderson, Mount Stewart, Bridge of Erne." A local doctor also visited the scene as requested by William and confirmed that Janet had no pulse, but even more chillingly, Dr. Lang told William that his sister had indeed been murdered. Upon arriving at the farm to investigate, police immediately suspected William as being the perpetrator in his sister's murder. However, authorities were quickly able to verify William's alibi, being that he was at a market in Perth all day for a business trip before going through Bridge of Erne and returning home at around 7 p.m. His story was confirmed by a number of witnesses, therefore he was ruled out as having any involvement in Janet's death. Police concluded that some sort of robbery had occurred, although there are not any sources which further elaborate on this, and it is not certain what items were taken from the farm. Janet's funeral took place on the 5th of April 1866. However, quite bizarrely, no cause of death was listed on her death certificate. The reasons as to why is unknown. However, the doctor who examined her did state that she had, quote, "injuries inflicted on the head by someone unknown." At the time, police offered a reward of £100 to find Janet's killer, which, bear in mind, was a lot of money back in the 1860s. This case received a lot of publicity because of this, but unfortunately many people came forward with false statements simply because they wanted to claim the reward money. This was hugely frustrating for police, who were wasting valuable time and resources on unsubstantiated testimonies. All authorities had to go on in this case was witness statements, since they of course had no forensic evidence, and this disruption from some greedy members of the public hindered the investigation significantly. A witness named Betsy O'Reilly then came forward with some rather interesting information. According to her, she had seen Janet on the day she was killed earlier in the day speaking to an unidentified man who appeared to be quite poor and of a scruffy appearance. Because of this witness testimony, this male individual became the prime suspect in Janet's murder. The man was described as a slender individual, between the ages of 40 and 50, around 5 feet 9 inches tall, with a long face and brown hair. He was dressed in rather dirty attire, including a dark frock-tailored coat, grey trousers and a cap. According to the handbills which were distributed around the area by police in an effort to find the suspect, the man didn't appear to work, but he also didn't appear to be transient. Despite questioning and arresting a number of people in regards to the brutal slaying, nobody was found guilty of Janet Rogers' murder. One man resembling the description was arrested in Burnt Island, but released without further charge. Another was arrested after being found to have blood on his hands, but the blood was actually from a sheep he had been slaughtering. Another suspect, a hatter named John Henderson, was arrested in Aberdeen, but after Betsy O'Reilly looked at him, she could not be sure that he was the man in question. However, the next day, she claimed it was the same man. Police eventually had Henderson's alibi confirmed to be that he was on a drunken night out on the night in question, and concluded that Betsy may have just been eyeing up the £100 reward. Her description of the so-called man seen with Janet was now taken with a pinch of salt. The case caused a media storm, and Janet's murder was strewn across a number of newspapers, even as far away as London. As a result, many false claims started to circulate regarding the killing. The media reports were getting out of hand because of this, and nobody knew what to believe. It wasn't long, however, before the case went cold. Around 10 months or so after his sister's murder, William Henderson told police that he was suspicious about his now previous ploughman, James Crichton, who actually left his job at Mount Stewart Farm a short time after Janet Rogers was killed. Police also received a statement from another of William's previous servants who backed up this claim. It was shortly afterwards that police arrested James Crichton and charged him with murder. The trial, which took place in Spring Circuit, Perth, occurred over 2 days from the 9th of April 1867. The case against Crichton was poor, to say the least. Many accusations were thrown about, with witnesses claiming they had seen Crichton, who was known to be mentally challenged, dressed into 2 different sets of clothes on the day in question, some even apparently witnessing him bleaching his potentially blood-stained garments. Even though he claimed not to smoke a pipe, he apparently purchased a new one a short time after the murder. One was reportedly found in the kitchen where Janet was killed. Even one of the previous servants on the farm claimed that she overheard conversations between Crichton and his wife regarding the murder, his wife expressing her concern that her husband, quote, would be hanged for it, and that there was an exchange of money which looked like, quote, some of the silver taken from the farmhouse. There were some issues with this servant's testimony, however, as she actually waited several months to reveal this to authorities, but also police weren't sure about her intentions or character. Once again, the £100 reward may have played a part here, as the servant in question, Christina Miller, was not by any means well off. Because of this, the jury weren't convinced of her story. The jury took only 12 minutes to decide their verdict, and for those who aren't aware of Scottish law, there are 3 possible verdict outcomes: guilty, not guilty, and not proven. The verdict was delivered by the jury as not proven, and James Crichton was subsequently released. Janet's brother, William, struggled to come to terms with the loss of his sister, and as a result, moved away from the Mount Stewart farm. He was eventually committed to Murray's Royal Lunatic Asylum after he went insane trying to prove that James Crichton had killed his sister. He also continuously claimed to be poisoned and constantly spoke about Janet's murder, something which consumed him until his dying day. Even 2 years after he was released from the asylum, William still spoke about the murder. However, his mental health deteriorated once more, and as a result, he was readmitted to the asylum after a window-smashing spree. William died in 1890, 24 years after his sister Janet. To many, William Henderson is viewed as a secondary victim of this murder, simply because of the great distress it caused him in the aftermath, physically, emotionally, and mentally. Despite the years that have passed, nobody has ever been convicted of murdering Janet Rogers. The reason as to why anyone would want to kill Janet also remains a mystery. Was James Crichton involved? Was he perhaps wanting to settle a score he had with William, whom he disliked? Maybe Crichton was an admirer of Janet's, and upon her rejection of him he lashed out. Perhaps the perpetrator was an unknown assailant who robbed the property and killed Janet as a means to silence her. Regardless, this case remains one of Scotland's oldest unsolved murder cases, and it is strongly likely that we will never get answers as to who brutally killed Janet Rogers. Playa Girón is a coastal village in Cuba, situated along a picturesque beach surrounded by the Caribbean Sea. The sandy shores and stunning ocean views provide the perfect backdrop for both relaxation and enjoying the natural beauty of the island. In November 1999, Claudia von Weiss, a 35-year-old bank clerk originally from Dresden in Hamburg, Germany, and her husband, Miguel de Benegas, a Bolivian export clerk, chose to embark on a vacation to Playa Girón. With Miguel having resided in Germany for around 15 years and their marriage reaching its 4th anniversary, the couple opted for a 2-week stay at the Siva Club Hotel. Nestled on the beach, the hotel complex boasted a backdrop of lush forestry and marshes. On November 20th, 1999, the 7th day of their vacation, Miguel opted to go sea diving, leaving Claudia at the hotel. While some reports mentioned a morning disagreement between the couple, the details remain undisclosed and unverified. In response, Claudia chose to embark on a rented bike ride outside the hotel premises, a ride which lasted approximately 20 minutes to an hour. Accounts differ. Her attire included a white sweatshirt, green and yellow shorts, and red sneakers, complemented by a brown leather backpack slung over her shoulders. Although the specific contents of the backpack are unclear, it is presumed that Claudia had around $500 with her. According to some reports, Claudia collected the backpack from the hotel after she briefly returned following her bike ride, returning it to the rental company. Interestingly, according to German media, after Claudia left the hotel, she walked along the path she had just ridden with her bike, but this time she was not alone. She was allegedly with a Greek man named MacLeod, who was a tour guide. It's unclear why the pair were in each other's company, and unfortunately MacLeod passed away before police managed to track him down and question him about their interactions. A witness shoveling sand saw Claudia walking along the pathway and noticed her flamboyant yellow floral shorts. Upon his return to the Siva Club Hotel, around 4:40 p.m, Claudia's husband found their room key hanging at the reception. Perplexed, he inquired with the management, who informed him that his wife had left the hotel on foot at around 11 a.m. and had not yet returned. Residents in the vicinity reported seeing Claudia strolling through the village around noon. As Claudia failed to return to the hotel, Miguel's concern grew, prompting him to contact the German embassy in Havana for assistance. However, instead of receiving help, Miguel found himself subjected to intense interrogation, enduring hours of questioning each day about his wife's mysterious disappearance. German media reporting on the incident at the time revealed that Miguel was placed under house arrest, with his phone being tapped. Law enforcement seemed convinced of his involvement in his wife's disappearance, even going so far as to suspect him of murder. Miguel described the experience as psychological torture, a sentiment echoed by Claudia's family, who vehemently rejected the notion that Miguel would harm her. Due to lack of evidence, Miguel was eventually permitted to leave Cuba and return home to Germany. However, this resolution did not come until January 2000, more than a month after the distressing events unfolded. Upon his return, Miguel resumed his routine, including going back to his place of work, but none of it felt right without Claudia. By this time, no trace of her had been found. After returning to Hamburg following the disappearance of his wife in 1999, Miguel left his home with Claudia unchanged. He told Welt German newspaper, "Nothing is normal anymore. I continue to live, work, sleep, eat, but when I'm alone, the horrible thoughts come back. Was she kidnapped, raped, forced into prostitution, or even killed?" These fears were echoed by her parents, Alexander and Christine, and her brother Egbert. As the case grew cold, Miguel and Claudia's parents persisted in their efforts to bring attention to Claudia's disappearance. They utilised demonstrations and sent postcards to the German embassy in Cuba, aiming to spread Claudia's story far and wide. Their goal was to exert additional pressure on authorities to intensify their efforts in uncovering the truth about what had happened to her. The last thing her loved ones wanted was for Claudia's case to fade into obscurity, relegated to gathering dust on an investigator's shelf. In November of 2000, a year after Claudia's disappearance, a blonde woman's body was discovered in Cuba. However, the authorities concluded that it was not Claudia von Weiss. The ordeal was emotionally taxing for Claudia's family, as they were unable to obtain any information about the identity of the Jane Doe. Despite persistent inquiries with investigators, responses were slow, turning what seemed like a potential avenue for closure and clarification into a frustrating dead end for her family. Cuban authorities and the German embassy in Havana initially handled Claudia's case, but it was later transferred to the Criminal Police Foreign Office in Hamburg, where Detective Chief Inspector Sven Bach took charge of the investigation. In the course of his inquiries, he received several photos of Claudia for use on missing persons posters. However, a significant breakthrough in the case came from one particular photograph. It captured Claudia in the green and yellow shorts she was last seen wearing, taken underwater with a disposable camera seized by police from Miguel, proving to be a pivotal piece of evidence. Despite following various leads over the years, a breakthrough came in 2013 when Bach's son, Stephen, who was also a police officer, and his cold case squad received a tip advising them to visit the central cemetery of Cardenas in northern Cuba, so they flew over from Hamburg. In 2016, Stephen Bach assumed the role of heading Hamburg's cold case unit, but in 2018, internal disputes with the Hamburg police force led to his replacement. This transition shifted what had been initially regarded as a potential homicide case back to the status of a missing persons case file, a disappointing regression in the investigation. Nevertheless, Claudia's parents, with the assistance of a lawyer, successfully advocated for the reinstatement of Sven Bach in the case. It was at the cemetery in Cuba that Bach and his officers met a local undertaker, identified as Juan, who told them that he had been responsible for burying an unidentified, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in late 1999 or early 2000. Through graveyard records, the burial plot was found, grave 3026. The gravedigger was sure he had buried Claudia, and what solidified his claims was that he distinctly remembered the woman wearing floral yellow and green shorts, exactly the same ones worn by Claudia when she vanished. Rather oddly, however, the meticulously well-kept grave record contained no mention of this unknown woman's burial. One question persists here. How did the gravedigger come to bear responsibility for burying the body? Did he stumble across her remains, or did someone report the decedent to him? If so, who and in what circumstances? These details are unclear. German authorities showed the undertaker a photo of Claudia, and he immediately told them, having recognised her blonde, middle-parted hair and bright floral shorts, 100% that's her. During one of their initial visits to Cuba, Bach and his team carried a dental diagram to compare with the skulls in the cemetery's Tower of the Dead, where the bones of the deceased are arranged following the decomposition process. However, Cuban authorities denied access, bringing the investigation to a standstill. The reason behind this obstruction remains unclear and veiled in mystery. The perplexing question arises: why hinder the potential identification of a missing woman? The identification could offer her family a semblance of closure they have been seeking. It cannot be asserted with 100% certainty that the woman buried in the graveyard at Cardenas in the north of Cuba is indeed Claudia von Weiss. Despite the gravedigger's conviction and assurances to Claudia's family, the lack of information on whether the woman's body was exhumed for DNA extraction or dental comparison introduces uncertainty. The circumstances surrounding her burial and the absence of conclusive identification methods leave room for doubt regarding the true identity of the blonde woman in the north of Cuba, especially considering Claudia vanished in the south. If the woman buried in the graveyard at Cardenas is indeed Claudia von Weiss, numerous questions persist without answers. The circumstances surrounding her grim fate, the events leading to her death, and the identity of the person responsible for taking her life remain unresolved. As of now, her killer has not been found or brought to justice, leaving a painful void in the quest for closure and accountability for Claudia's untimely demise. Kevin Block and Jordan Spendlove dedicated their Saturday afternoon on the 18th of February 1989 to rabbit hunting around the Earl of Stradbroke's estate in Wangford, located in North Suffolk, England, off the A12 road. As they were heading home, Kevin noticed what he initially believed to be a shop mannequin lying in a ditch. Curiosity led him to nudge it with his gun, only to discover the grim reality. It was a decomposing body of a woman. The initial hurdle faced by the police was determining the identity of the woman found in the ditch. The body had been subject to predation by wild animals, and her appearance did not correspond to any of the missing women in Suffolk. Consequently, the authorities widened their search efforts, and soon the body was identified as Jeanette Kempton, who had been missing for 16 days. On the morning of Thursday, February 2nd, 1989, Jeanette Kempton's day began in a routine manner in the district of Brixton, located in South London. The 31-year-old woke up and engaged in conversation with her two teenage sons, bidding them farewell as they headed off to school. Jean, as she was known to friends and loved ones, resided in a home within Brixton's Myatt's Fields Council estate, cohabiting with her sons and her ex-husband, Paul. Simultaneously, she had initiated a romantic involvement with Barry Coleman, a married man who was 2 decades her senior. On that fateful Thursday, the last day she was seen alive, Paul happened to have the day off from work. Together, Jeanette and Paul undertook several tasks, including a shopping excursion along Brixton Road. Their errands culminated at 12:30 p.m. when they arrived at their local establishment, the Loughborough Hotel, which Jeanette frequently visited with friends, who described her as the life of the party. The pub gradually filled with patrons, and Barry eventually joined the pair. Having received his redundancy pay, Barry loaned some money to Jeanette. Following this, Paul departed the pub, leaving Jeanette to continue her evening with Barry over drinks. Around 6 p.m, Jeanette and Barry made a visit to a nearby florist to collect a wreath adorned with red and white flowers for a friend's upcoming funeral, an event Jeanette intended to attend the following day. After returning to the Loughborough for another round, Jeanette expressed a desire to go to a different pub, while Barry, on the other hand, preferred to conclude the evening. The pair left the Loughborough at approximately 7:15 p.m. Subsequently, a witness had observed Jeanette, clearly inebriated, entering Barry's vehicle. Contrary to this account, Barry refuted the statement, asserting that Jeanette had consumed a substantial amount of alcohol throughout the afternoon and evening. In fact, she was reportedly in such an inebriated state that standing became a challenge. At the Loughborough Hotel, presently housing flats and an art gallery in the London district, Jeanette reportedly consumed an amount equivalent to 11 glasses of whisky, which is akin to 5.5 pints. Barry claimed to have extended an offer to drive Jeanette home, yet she declined the offer. Barry recounted that the final glimpse he had of Jeanette was her walking down the street towards another pub, clutching the wreath in her hand. She never made it to the pub. Kevin Block, one of the men who found Jeanette's body 16 days later, described the scene. Her top was open and there was a scratch across her chest. Her calves had been eaten away and the meat off her fingers and face too, but her eyeballs were still there. Many of her personal possessions were absent at the scene, including her coat, shoes, jewellery and purse. The funeral wreath was also missing. The pathologist who carried out the post-mortem identified a significant head injury, indicating that it likely occurred 48 hours before she was asphyxiated. This timeline suggested an act of violence shortly after she encountered her killer. The condition of her body further implied an extended period in the ditch, pointing to the conclusion that she was killed and disposed of within a few days of her initial disappearance. Unfortunately, the police were unsuccessful in locating the murder weapon. Further investigations revealed sightings of 2 suspicious vehicles. Between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. on February 5th, a dark-hued rental van displaying a London phone number was observed making a turn onto Middle Barn Lane, a rural path in Wangford. The van had a lofty roof, absence of side windows and 2 smoked glass windows at the rear. On the morning of February 6th, an estate worker named Leslie Fairs encountered a white saloon car. In the vehicle he noted 2 unfamiliar individuals, one of whom was a woman resembling Jeanette, and she was occupying the passenger seat. The witness told the Eastern Daily Press that he was 100% certain that the woman was Jeanette Kempton. At approximately 11:30 a.m. that same day, another resident reported hearing screams emanating from a location known as Church Farm, situated approximately 400 yards from where Jeanette's body was eventually found. Unfortunately, the screams were overshadowed by blaring music being played in the vicinity. Jeanette was not actually reported as a missing person for a week, despite having not turned up at her friend's funeral on the 3rd of February. Her ex-husband, Paul, initially was not concerned, as Jeanette would tend to go out and spend time with friends for potentially days at a time. Her current partner, Barry, visited her property on the 7th of February to collect the money he had lent her. However, he was puzzled when it appeared that she was not home. The BBC programme Crime Watch aired an appeal in May of 1989. However, this turned up next to no new information in relation to the case. One theory suggests that she might have voluntarily disappeared with an acquaintance, or in her intoxicated state encountered a stranger and vanished with them. Muggings had occurred on the street where the Loughborough was located. However, on the day Jeanette vanished, no witnesses reported anything out of the ordinary. Many thought it was peculiar, however, that Jeanette's body was found 118 miles from her home, and police struggled to identify reasons for this. Over the course of the initial investigation, police gathered approximately 400 statements and over 3,500 inquiries were conducted. Police believed that the person responsible for the death of Jeanette was likely very familiar with the area where her body was found. The hunt was on for police to try and narrow their search for suspects. A man named Anthony Gilby became associated with the murder due to a peculiar arrest. He was under surveillance in a cubicle by police who were suspicious that he was taking some time, but also he had been wearing unusual attire. He was wearing stockings to help with circulation in his legs due to thrombosis, and as a precaution to make sure the stockings stayed secure, he wore a corset with straps beneath his clothes. He explained upon his arrest for gross indecency he had been recovering from surgery on his bladder, which meant he spent longer than the average person on the toilet. Authorities also charged him with the murder of Jeanette Kempton. However, this charge was dropped the following day. In total, there were 5 individuals under suspicion. While the police never publicly disclosed their identities, both her ex-husband Paul and boyfriend Barry were interviewed by law enforcement before being excluded as suspects. Witnesses confirmed that Jeanette tended to have many lovers, and occasionally police had been called about various incidents. Despite exploring many paths of investigation, police never gathered enough evidence to arrest or charge anybody in relation to Jeanette's death. Chris Clark, a former police officer specialising in cold cases, has drawn a connection between Jeanette's vanishing and the Suffolk serial killer Steve Wright. Clark emphasises that the perpetrator would need to be familiar with Suffolk to discreetly dispose of Jeanette's body in such an isolated location, all while having ties to South London. Steve Wright fulfills both criteria, as he was employed at a South London pub during Jeanette's disappearance, specifically the White Horse in Chislehurst, approximately 10 miles from Brixton. Moreover, he had previous residency in Suffolk and was acquainted with the A12 area. Wright's modus operandi also aligns with Jeanette's case, as evidenced by the killings of 5 prostitutes in Ipswich in 2006. Like Jeanette, his victims were vulnerable women whom he targeted, subsequently strangling and discarding their bodies in rivers or fields. Notably, he carried out these crimes while the victims were under the influence of substantial drug doses. Wright's ex-wife, Diane Cole, said in 2019 that she believes he was responsible for Jeanette's murder. There is no evidence, however, to back up this theory, therefore police haven't ventured down that path of inquiry. Upon examination of the case, an individual with close ties to Jeanette has been recognised as a person of interest. An examination of the forensic evidence has been conducted, and the results are currently under analysis to guide the next steps in advancing the case. Andy Guy, the Major Crime Review and Unsolved Case Manager for Suffolk Police, mentioned that the case underwent reviews in 2009 and 2016 and suggested it would benefit from another comprehensive forensic examination. Anyone possessing information related to the homicide of Jeanette Kempton is urged to get in touch with the Major Investigations Team at 01953 423 819. In the summer of 1980, an American student vanished without a trace. There were no signs of a struggle or disturbance, and not one single clue to indicate what had happened to her. Over 40 years later, her loved ones continue to search for answers to her mysterious disappearance. Anne Denise Victoria Manchester was born on the 10th of June 1954 in Delaware to Andrew and Joyce Manchester. In her early years, between 1961 and 1966, Anne lived with her parents in Walnut Creek, located within the San Francisco Bay Area of California, having also spent some of her childhood in Wilmington, Delaware. After living in California, the family then relocated and returned to their home state of Delaware, settling at number 18 Harlech Drive in Anglesey, which sat close to the now former Hercules Country Club by Lancaster Pike in Newcastle County. By late June of 1980, 26-year-old Anne, a graduate of Alexis I. DuPont High School, had moved out of the family home and lived in a third-floor apartment at the Villa Belmont apartment complex on Welsh Tract Road in Newark. She was a student at the University of Delaware and was in the final week of her studies, where she was set to graduate with a master's degree in business administration following a final exam on the 30th of June. Before she finalised her decision to pursue full-time education, Anne had served as a secretary at Claymont Steel Firm, but had resigned from her position several months prior. Anne's loved ones described her as a precise and orderly individual, leading a well-organised life. Her apartment was consistently immaculate, and she diligently recorded her appointments on a calendar. On the 9th of July, Anne's parents, Andrew and Joyce, returned home after a short holiday and planned to visit their daughter. The next day, they went to Villa Belmont and noticed that Anne's car, a light blue Honda, was still in the car park. Upon entering the apartment complex, they discovered that the front door to Anne's apartment was unlocked. The apartment was clean and undisturbed, however, it lay unsettlingly silent. Some of Anne's possessions were found, including her keys, purse, cigarettes and lighter, as well as her checkbook. In the kitchen, a pair of flip-flop sandals belonging to Anne had been placed beneath the dining table, with a stack of textbooks and a half-full glass of diet soda laying on the table. Upon closer inspection, a thin layer had formed over the liquid in the glass, suggesting it had sat untouched for quite some time. Andrew and Joyce were concerned that there was no sign of their daughter, and subsequently contacted police to report her as a missing person. Initial investigation revealed that Anne's last known movements were on Sunday, the 29th of June, 10 days before her parents returned from their vacation. Her vanishing rang alarm bells for many because she was due to set her final exam the following day, however, she did not turn up. On the 29th of June, Anne was visited by an unnamed male friend who departed from the Villa Belmont complex at approximately 12:30 p.m. At 2 p.m, Anne called a female friend, and this was the last contact Anne engaged in before vanishing. Police interviewed these two individuals, with the male friend, who according to reports was not a student, recalling what Anne was wearing, specifically a t-shirt and cut-off blue jeans. Police stated he was very cooperative in their investigation. The female friend stated that she and Anne had talked about school during the phone call, and nothing seemed awry or out of the ordinary. 2 weeks later, her parents offered a $1,000 reward for any information regarding Anne's out-of-character disappearance. Andrew Manchester, who was employed as an engineer at Hercules Inc., told the media that he believed his daughter had been kidnapped and she may have come to harm. Sergeant Alex von Koch, who was investigating this case, stated to the press, "We've spoken to her friends, acquaintances, classmates. There's no indication of instability. On the contrary." Continuing, Van Koch further elaborated on Anne's relationships, saying that she had the usual boyfriends college girls have. However, there were no indications that Anne was in a serious relationship with anyone at the time of her disappearance. According to her family, she went on a couple of dates, however none had evolved into a serious relationship, at least to her family's knowledge. Anne's friends said that she would travel everywhere by car and never went for a jog or cycled recreationally, and Anne's neighbours reported that nothing unusual had occurred in the apartment complex at the time Anne went missing. The sandals beneath the kitchen table led detectives to suspect that she left the apartment barefoot. However, it is not a certainty. Despite extensive searches conducted by friends, family and law enforcement in the fields and residential areas surrounding Anne's apartment building, no clues were discovered. There seemed to be no signs of a struggle, and with the door being unlocked, it was thought that Anne had perhaps left her apartment momentarily, fully intending to return. Police distributed flyers around Delaware and the surrounding states, anticipating tips from the public regarding the case. However, their hopes dwindled as time went on. There were many theories put forward in regards to Anne's fate. Approximately 1 year after Anne's disappearance, a local newspaper circulated a rumour suggesting that she had been murdered, placed in a suitcase and then discarded at the Claymont steel firm where she was formerly employed. However, law enforcement later clarified that there was no evidence to substantiate this rumour. Some thought that Anne had taken her own life. However, her body was never found to ever confirm this theory. Anne's familial DNA was compared to 3 Jane Does. The first was the 1981 Hanover County Jane Doe, who had been in a serious car crash in Doswell, Virginia. Unfortunately, her head could not be retrieved among the remains, and additionally, no clothing was found, as it had been consumed by the fire that ensued from the accident. The second unidentified woman the DNA was compared to was the cheerleader in the trunk, a young woman who was found deceased in a footlocker in Frederick County, Maryland in 1982. The third Jane Doe was Eklutna Annie, a young woman whose skeletal remains were found along a power line beside another deceased person in Eklutna, Alaska in 1980. Anne Manchester was subsequently ruled out as being one of these Jane Does. However, as of 2024, these 3 women remain unidentified. At the time of her disappearance in the summer of 1980, Anne Manchester was 26 years old and Caucasian with a medium complexion, standing at 5'2" or 5'3" tall, with brown hair and brown eyes. She weighed approximately 110 to 115 pounds, was a smoker, and a police report indicated an ident mark or tattoo on left eyelid, which has also been described as a growth on her left eyelid. Despite it being believed she wasn't in any sort of relationship, she was last known to have been wearing a silver wedding ring, a gold Timex watch, a t-shirt and cut-off blue jeans with a heart on the back. According to current police and media accounts, there is a growing belief that Anne's disappearance involves foul play, and investigators suspect she may have been either abducted or lured into a vehicle shortly after leaving her apartment for potentially a moment to do a task such as collecting her mail. If alive today, Anne would be 69 years old. If you have any information regarding the vanishing of Anne Manchester, you can contact the Newark Police Department at 302-366-7111. Correggio is a small town located in the Emilia-Romagna region of northern Italy. With a rich history dating back to Roman times, it is known for its historical and artistic significance. One of its most notable attractions is the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, a remarkable fresco painted by the renowned Renaissance artist Antonio da Correggio, after whom the town is named. This masterpiece can be found in the Cathedral of Correggio and is a prime example of the town's cultural heritage. Correggio, while not as widely recognised as some of Italy's larger cities, is a place where history, art and tradition come together to offer visitors a glimpse into the country's cultural and artistic past. The town is haunted by the murders of 3 women whose bodies were disposed of by the killer by making the remains into soap and tea cakes. Over 80 years have passed since the events, yet the crimes are still talked about to this day, the chilling story serving as a dark reminder of the depths of human depravity. Leonarda Cianciulli was born on the 18th of April 1894 in Montella, a small town in the province of Avellino in the Campania region of Italy. Leonarda, a notably superstitious woman, was raised in a wealthy family. However, growing up, she struggled with her demons, and on at least 2 occasions she attempted to take her own life. In 1917, she married Registry Office clerk Raffaele Pansardi. However, her mother strongly disapproved of this union, as she wanted to arrange her daughter's marriage to a man of whom both she and her husband approved of. A pivotal moment in Leonarda's life, her mother cursed her marriage, and her venomous words endlessly echoed in Leonarda's mind. Feeling uneasy about her mother's words, Leonarda visited a fortune teller who prophesied that she would marry and have many children. However, all of them would not live to adulthood. She also spoke with a palm reader who stated, "In your right hand I see prison, and in your left a criminal asylum." In 1921, the couple relocated to Lauria Pontenza, the hometown of her husband, where Leonarda faced legal consequences and was incarcerated for fraud in 1927. Leonarda fell pregnant 17 times. However, she suffered 3 miscarriages. Of the 14 children she gave birth to, by 1930 only 4 had survived. That year, more plight plagued Leonarda, whose home was destroyed by the Irpinia earthquake. The disaster claimed over 1,400 lives, left thousands injured, and over 100,000 people homeless. This was the catalyst for Leonarda and her family to move to Correggio, after they briefly took shelter in a home in Lariano. Leonarda was well liked in Correggio, and after so much loss in her life, she became very protective of her remaining children. In 1939, Giuseppe Pansardi, her eldest son, who was also her favourite child, signed up to the Italian army to fight for his country in the Second World War. Swimming in the depths of superstition and paranoia, Leonarda concluded that in order to keep her son and her 3 other children safe, prayers would not be enough, and she would have to claim 4 lives as an offering. Leonarda herself began to practice as a fortune teller, and was known around the neighbourhood to give readings to the locals. In 1939, Faustina Setti, aged 73, who was a lifelong spinster, was keen to find herself a husband, and Leonarda offered to help her. Reading cards, Leonarda told her that she could see a husband for Faustina in the near future. She told Faustina that there was a suitable husband in Pola, which is presently a part of Croatia and Slovenia, however at the time was a part of the Kingdom of Italy. Leonarda requested that Faustina should keep the news a secret from her loved ones, which she did. Excited about her future, Faustina brushed up on her appearance. She dyed her grey hair blonde and sold all of her possessions plus her home. She returned to thank Leonarda before departing. However, she had no idea that she was prey about to fall into a deadly trap. Leonardo offered her a glass, the pair toasting to the future. Leonardo watched on as Faustina swallowed the spiked concoction. The sedatives rendered the woman unconscious, leaving her defenseless against Leonardo Cianciulli. She sent postcards to Faustina's loved ones, who believed her still to be alive. However, the sinister reality was that Cianciulli had struck Faustina with a hatchet, then had subsequently dragged the body to her kitchen, where she removed all of the woman's clothes and cut her victim into 9 pieces with a saw and knife. She then drained the blood into a basin, and once the blood coagulated, she decided to add it as an ingredient in homemade chocolate and tea cakes, which she then gifted to neighbours and locals alike. Both she and her son, Giuseppe, also consumed them. Within a large cauldron, there was over 30 litres of water, caustic soda, and the remains of Faustina Setti, and despite neighbours noticing a peculiar odour coming from Cianciulli's home, nobody questioned the source. With no living relatives, Faustina was soon forgotten, and 30,000 lire which had been in her possession went into the pockets of Leonardo Cianciulli. Her second victim was 55-year-old widowed schoolteacher Francesca Soavi. She was seeking work at another school, and Leonardo offered to aid her in finding employment. She told Francesca that she had secured her a job at a school in Piacenza, much to her delight. It was on the 5th of September 1940 when Francesca visited Cianciulli for the last time, and just like her first kill, she managed to convince her victim to write letters and postcards for family before drugging her beverage and then fatally attacking her with a hatchet. With her remains, she made batches of soap and pastries, which were once again distributed around the locale. Once she slaughtered her second victim, Cianciulli managed to steal 2,000 lire from her. 53-year-old Virginia Cacioppo, who was a soprano singer who allegedly performed at the Grand Opera House La Scala in Milan, became Leonardo's third victim. Virginia had dreamed of a happy life in the city, and Leonardo told her that she had managed to get Virginia a highly paid factory job in Florence. Leonardo told Virginia that she had been engaged in an affair with a member of the factory's hierarchy, which is how she managed to secure a secretarial job for her. Despite Leonardo insisting that the pair keep the conversation to themselves, Virginia did tell 3 friends about it, which would later be a decision which would result in the downfall of the infamous soap maker of Correggio. On the 30th of November 1940, Cianciulli murdered Virginia Cacioppo in the kitchen, the same way she had done previously. With the singer being of larger size than the average for a woman of that era, Cianciulli melted her remains and made lightly perfumed soap and candles. Following the murder, she received 35,000 lire, state bonds, cash and jewellery. Virginia's state bonds were cashed, and she also gave some of the jewellery away, which proved to be a grave mistake for Cianciulli, as all transactions would eventually be traced back to her. Suspicions also arose when she was spending an incredible amount of money, which contradicted with what locals knew of her living situation. Virginia's sister-in-law, Albertina Fanti, witnessed her entering Cianciulli's residence. However, after 1 hour and 40 minutes of surveillance, she never saw Virginia leave. Concerned, she approached the home and knocked on the door. She was greeted by Cianciulli. However, there was no indication that Virginia was alive and well in the property. Albertina's senses were overwhelmed by a vile smell coming from a large kettle on the stove, and once she departed, she travelled to the Reggio Emilia police station to inform them of her suspicions. Police were quick to respond and questioned Leonardo. She denied any involvement. However, there was a turn in the tide when police shifted their suspicions to her son, Giuseppe, who was involved in posting the letters and disposing of victims' bones in the river. The bones had been wrapped in paper, therefore it was assumed that Giuseppe didn't know what he was disposing of. Leonarda subsequently took full responsibility for the murders. Following this, police were convinced that her son had not been involved in the murders themselves, therefore he was declared an innocent man. Whilst in prison awaiting trial, she wrote a 700-page memoir named Confessions of an Embittered Life, where she described the murders in vivid and gruesome detail, as well as writing entries of recipes for the soap, cakes and pastries she made with the remains of the women. Before the memoir's completion, her son did not believe his mother was a murderess. However, the memoirs confirmed the truth. Authorities had been surprised that she had managed to kill and dispose of a body in less than 2 hours, and Leonarda decided to show them how it was possible. A group of police accompanied her to the Reggio Emilia morgue, where she expertly dissected a body into 9 pieces in a shockingly short time of 12 minutes. The trial of Leonarda Cianciulli commenced in 1946, following the conclusion of the Second World War. Throughout, she showed no signs of remorse, and medical professionals were torn as to whether she was sane. Leonarda Cianciulli was found guilty of killing Faustina, Francesca and Virginia, and was sentenced to 30 years imprisonment, a life sentence in Italy, and with no official medical diagnosis being made due to the uncertainty between doctors, Leonarda was given an extra 3 years in a criminal asylum, eerily ringing true to the prophecy she had been given all those years ago. In Pozzuoli's Women's Criminal Asylum, Leonarda Cianciulli died on the 15th of October 1970, aged 76, from cerebral apoplexy. Her body was returned to her family, and since her death, plays and films have been made depicting her life and crimes. The weapons used in the murders and the pot where the victims were boiled were donated to the Criminology Museum in Rome, where they can still be seen today. Cianciulli's gruesome acts, driven by an obsession with superstition and a twisted sense of maternal love, have left an indelible mark on the annals of criminal history. Her story will forever stand as a grim testament to the darkest recesses of human nature, a stark reminder that evil can lurk even in the most unexpected places.